In Suhong at the Tang family estate, it was the birthday banquet of the Tang family patriarch, and all the prestigious clans of Suhong had gathered. A handsome young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes suddenly shuddered, blurting out a curse from his mouth. After rapidly adapting to the memories in his mind, Tang Yu felt on the verge of collapse. He had been a devoted fan of online urban web novels, having read no fewer than 800, if not 1,000 such wish-fulfillment stories. Some time ago, he had suddenly obtained a villain system. This damned system forced him to enter these wish-fulfillment novels as the antagonist, granting him rewards each time he survived through a major plot arc. If he managed to live until the grand finale, he could even return to his original world, taking all his rewards and wealth with him. Yet every single time the starting scenario was hell-level difficulty. For example, in the 8th round of entering a book, he started out as the security guard who blocked the protagonist from entering a company. As everyone knows, security guards and bodyguards are high-risk professions in urban wish-fulfillment novels. His ending there was being punched by the male lead Long Shui sent, flying smashing through glass, and dying on the spot. The previous round had been even more absurd, where the protagonist of that book was the Beishian Heavenly Venerable. That Heavenly Venerable had failed his tribulation and been reborn back in the city to cultivate a fearsome figure capable of blocking missiles with one hand. As the villain, Tang Yu did not even get the chance to speak before being slapped to death with a single palm. The saying, "A master leads you to the door, but being executed depends on yourself," described this damned system perfectly. System, which novel is this, eh? Tang Yu shouted inwardly. This one is The War God Dragon King Roams the City of Flowers, and the current point is Chapter 57. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed. Prompted by the system, Tang Yu quickly recalled the plot of this book. It was a typical formulaic wish-fulfillment story with the protagonist named Yi Chun. He came from a powerful clan in Yinjing which had been massacred when he was 5 years old. An old man had taken him abroad, where he was trained into the most elite of assassins. He then single-handedly founded the world's #1 mercenary organization named Dragon Soul, earning the moniker Dragon King. Beyond that, his medical skills and similar abilities were all peerless under heaven, gambling on jade, appraising treasures. Such things were child's play to him. This time he had returned to Huaxiao incognito to investigate the massacre of his clan that year. Along the way, he would also seduce dozens of beauties to form his harem, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. Tang Yu's identity in this story was that of the Tang family's eldest young master. The Tang family ranked first among Suhong's 4 great clans with assets exceeding $1 trillion. To possess such a role should by rights have been something exhilarating. Yet no matter how noble a villain's status, he remained nothing more than a stepping stone beneath the protagonist's feet. Chapter 57's plot. Damn it, I'm going to die again. After recalling the events in the book, Tang Yu's face instantly turned pale. According to the story, today was his grandfather's birthday banquet. During this banquet, he was supposed to become engaged to the first female lead, Su Miyue. The Su family was also one of Suhong's 4 great clans, though ranked last. Tang Yu had been a fawning sycophant towards Su Miyue, expending all manner of family resources to help her. After pursuing her for 3 whole years, he still had not earned even a proper glance from her. Unable to bear watching any longer, the Tang elders decided to arrange a marriage alliance with the Su family to settle the matter between the two. Once Yi Chun, the Dragon King, learned of this, he caused a violent commotion at the birthday banquet and took Su Miyue away. As for Tang Yu, this loyal lapdog was kicked by Yi Chun into a vegetative state and soon afterward died. This is poisonous, Tang Yu cursed inwardly as he recalled the plot. This villain's setting was downright idiotic. A top student graduating from Yale University, handsome and worth billions, would actually play a simpering lapdog for 3 years to a woman who constantly treated him with contempt. If it were any other rich, handsome man with assets in the tens of millions, he would already be driving a Cadillac, enjoying himself at clubs. No, I have to think of a way, he muttered to himself. Tang Yu swept his gaze around the hall. Today was his grandfather's birthday banquet, and many guests were present. Very quickly his eyes locked onto the face of a young man. That man was Yi Chun, sitting low-key in a corner with a glass of red wine in hand. His current identity was that of Su Miyue's bodyguard. To become a personal bodyguard, anyone familiar with the trope understood exactly what that meant. Fine, I just won't get engaged, Tang Yu grumbled inwardly. Just then a beautiful girl in a blue evening dress walked toward him. The girl's bearing was extraordinary and her features breathtakingly exquisite, though her gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. The hint of disgust in her eyes as she looked at Tang Yu made it clear she was the first female lead, Su Miyue. Stopping in front of him, Su Miyue spoke calmly. Young Master Tang, please stop pestering me. As for the arranged marriage, let's call it off. I will not agree to it. Tang Yu had already sorted everything out in his mind, and hearing this was exactly what he had been hoping for. He nodded and said, I agree. Perhaps because his acceptance came so readily, Su Miyue failed to react for a moment. She stared wide-eyed at Tang Yu, scarcely able to believe her ears. Had she misheard? At that moment a frenzied, complaining voice echoed at her ear. We absolutely must not marry. I'm grateful to your ancestors 18 generations back. For this monumental kindness, I'll repay you in the next life. Hurry up and elope with your Yi-chun. I'm dying of laughter. His harem needs you. Hearing this voice, she frowned and glanced around. Who was speaking? The voice sounded almost identical, yet he had not opened his mouth at all. Had she misheard? What's wrong? Didn't you want to break off the engagement? Come on, let's go tell the elders, he urged with a faint smile. As long as the engagement was annulled, Yi-chun would have no reason to make things difficult for him, right? When dealing with a child of destiny like Yi-chun, the only thing a villain like him could do was avoid provoking him, then live comfortably as a rich, handsome man, and quietly survive until the story's ending. Wonderful. All right. Su Miue agreed with a nod, following Tang Yu as they left together to speak with their elders. Walking ahead, Tang Yu's expression remained composed, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. This feels great. Hurry up and cut ties with this foolish woman. Once that's done, Yi-chun will have no excuse to come after me. I've got to live all the way to the novel's finale. It's just a pity. Su-hong's #1 beauty reduced to being part of Yi-chun's harem is bad enough, but she'll also drag the Su family into ruin. Truly a brainless wish fulfillment story. When the complaining voice rang out again, Su Miue became certain this was definitely Tang Yu's voice, because at this moment they were the only two people in the corridor. Renowned as Su-hong's #1 beauty, she owed her reputation not only to her looks, but also to her exceptional intellect and talent. Grasping the situation in an instant, a shadow of gloom crossed her face. Yi-chun. He was the bodyguard she had hired some time ago. Back then, when she had been harassed by several thugs, he had stepped in to save her. Seeing that his skills were impressive, she kept him at the Su residence as a bodyguard to repay the favor. After Yi-chun became her bodyguard, he helped her with many matters, and the two developed a fairly good friendship. But what was this about a harem? Was she supposed to become part of a harem for a mere bodyguard, even bringing disaster upon her family in the process? In that instant, she felt a surge of resistance toward Yi-chun. She, a proud daughter of heaven, how could she possibly become a harem member for a lowly bodyguard? Before long, the two of them walked into a study. At this moment, the elders of the Tang family and the Su family were seated together discussing the matter of arranging a marriage alliance. After entering, the two first greeted the elders one by one. One of the elders spoke up saying, Tang Yu, you came just in time. There is something we need to tell you. He continued, just now your uncle Su and I discussed it, and felt that you and Mu Yu are quite a good match. We intend to settle your marriage. What do you think of this? A middle-aged man with a square face looked at Tang Yu as he spoke. This was Tang Yu's father, Tang Gangxing. I don't think it's appropriate, Tang Yu rejected decisively. The expressions of everyone in the room turned strange. Not appropriate. In all of Su-hong, who did not know that this brat had chased after her for a full 3 years. Tang Yu cleared his throat, trying to compose himself before speaking. Honored elders, as the saying goes, a melon twisted by force will never taste sweet. Recently I have reflected on myself and realized that Mu Yu and I truly are not very compatible in terms of temperament. Marriage is a matter that lasts a lifetime. It would be better to leave the right of choice to the two of us. Thank you for your concern for us. After saying this, Tang Yu instantly felt much more at ease inside. The elders of the Tang and Su families, however, were left completely dumbfounded. After everyone exchanged bewildered looks, Su Mu Yu's father Su Zhongshan suddenly spoke. Xiao Yu, uncle knows what you were thinking. Is it that this girl Mu Yu forced you to say such things? Say, don't worry, uncle will handle this for you today. Tang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Inwardly, he felt that his uncle practically wanted him beaten to death. That's not it, Uncle Su, I really. Tang Yu had just begun to explain when Su Zhongshan waved his hand grandly. No need to say more, uncle understands you. Then Su Zhongshan turned to his daughter, anger burning in his gaze. Mu Yu, tell me yourself. How has Xiao Yu treated you these past few years? He has deep feelings for you and has cared for you in every possible way. When you were ill and hospitalized, however long you stayed in the hospital, he stayed by your side just as long. In terms of conditions and looks, in what way is Xiao Yu inferior to you? Yet you force him to say such things. You'll be the death of me from anger. Drenched in her father's spittle-laden tirade, Su Mu Yu was completely stunned. What did he mean by saying she had forced him? This guy was already celebrating in his heart. He was urging her to talk back, to quarrel with her old man, so they could jointly wreck this arrangement, then go their separate ways, while he went off to happily find several other girls. If she did not speak up, he felt he would be in serious trouble, and she would never get to elope with her so-called Dragon King Yi-chun. At the same time, that sarcastic inner commentary sounded in his mind once again. Seeing Tang Yu still winking and making faces at her, Su Mu Yu instantly flared up. What a bastard. Calling him your Yi-chun over and over. What did he take her for? Why should she elope with a mere bodyguard? What kind of thing was he anyway? And hearing that this guy wanted to go find several other girls made her even angrier. He had pursued her for 3 years, and now he changed his heart just like that. That I did not make him say that. I support the marriage alliance, Su Muyu suddenly declared, carried away by her anger. In the middle of his furious tirade, Su Zhongshan was stunned. With a look of surprise he asked, "You're not lying to me?" "No," Su Muyu shook her head. A faint blush colored her face as she bit her lip. "He truly has treated me very well. I was moved by his sincerity. But I would like to start from dating slowly first, if that's all right." "Of course that's fine. You eat a meal one bite at a time, take things slowly." Hearing this, Su Zhongshan's face relaxed into a satisfied smile. So it turned out his daughter did not object to this marriage at all. Rather, it was this child Xiaoyu who worried about wronging her, and thus took the initiative to give up the arrangement. Such a considerate son-in-law, he thought. The elders in the room also began to smile, one after another, sharing the same thought as Su Zhongshan. Meanwhile, the smile on Tang Yu's face vanished, his expression turning as though he had just swallowed something vile. He walked up to Su Muyu and forced a smile uglier than a grimace. "Muyu, you don't have to force yourself like this. I understand how you feel." Lightly biting her rosy lips, Su Muyu lowered her voice and said, "But what I feel is that I want to at least try starting with a relationship. Xiaoyu, this child Muyu, just has a colder temperament and isn't good at expressing herself. Don't think she doesn't like you. Girls are all thin-skinned," Su Zhongshan said with a kindly smile as he patted Tang Yu's shoulder encouragingly. Tang Yu's face twitched. In Su Muyu's ears, however, a torrent of furious inner complaints echoed. Inwardly, he was roaring that this was insane. Had they not agreed to call off the engagement together? Who wanted to date her? He should be following the script of a power fantasy after all. In his heart, he insisted that the Dragon King's harem was his rightful destiny, begging himself to wake up and stop acting crazy. Hearing all these thoughts, the corners of Su Muyu's lips lifted slightly, a trace of mirth appearing in her eyes. Seeing him so flustered and exasperated, she found it rather entertaining. The current him was far more interesting than the fawning, bootlicking version of the past. "All right, since the two of them have taken a liking to each other, there is no need for us to fuss over it. Let's go out and announce the news," old Master Tang suddenly said. Everyone then left the study with smiles on their faces. Tang Yu and Su Muyu walked at the very back. Seeing the faint smile on her lips, Tang Yu felt an overpowering urge to give her a full set of military drills. "Didn't we agree there would be no marriage alliance?" he muttered through gritted teeth. "But I was moved by your sincerity," Su Muyu replied, her smile growing brighter. It was the first time Tang Yu had seen her smile at him like this, leaving him briefly dazed. Then he reached out to touch her forehead, wanting to see if something was wrong with her head. "If you're feeling unwell, anywhere we can go to the hospital for a checkup. Marriage is no child's play, you must think it through," Tang Yu advised earnestly. In his heart, he urged her to seek treatment quickly. If she refused to see a doctor, he feared he would end up needing a coroner. "It's fine. I've thought it through, and besides, we're not married yet, are we?" Su Muyu replied calmly. She appeared completely at ease. "But I don't agree. A melon forced off the vine won't be sweet." "It doesn't matter. As long as it quenches my thirst," Su Muyu said, her smile growing ever more radiant. Watching him suffer like this made her inwardly delighted. Looking at Tang Yu, she said seriously, "And with your attitude changing so much all of a sudden, have you considered the possibility that you might have some terminal illness and are afraid of dragging me down?" Tang Yu's face was filled with despair. He was completely at a loss for words. This woman, why would she refuse to follow the expected script? Inwardly, he was certain her brain was flooded and that she was going to get him killed. Soon he feared Yi Chun would burst out and cause a huge scene. After finally becoming a wealthy, handsome antagonist, he lamented that he was about to lose everything to this accursed power fantasy plot. As Tang Yu's grumbling thoughts resounded once more, Su Muyu's curiosity only grew. Would events truly unfold exactly as this man's inner voice predicted? After the group returned to the Grand Hall, Elder Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guests who had gathered to celebrate his birthday. Then he summoned Tang Yu and Su Miwe before him and announced to the assembly, "Dear friends and family, there is another joyous occasion to share with you today. The Tang family has decided to forge a marital alliance with the Su family. Effective immediately, Su Miwe is now half a granddaughter-in-law of the Tang household." Upon finishing his announcement, the banquet guests broke into immediate applause. The Su family members beamed with unrestrained delight. In a corner of the hall, Yi Chun, who had been savoring a glass of red wine, suddenly darkened in expression. His eyes blazing with murderous intent, he strode forward toward Tang Yu. Su Miwe was his chosen woman. Any who dared lay claim upon her would die. At that moment, Tang Yu's inner monologue flared anew. "Damn it. Why does this always happen? Am I doomed to get beaten today?" Hearing it, Su Miwe glanced up, and indeed saw Yi Chun advancing, radiating lethal fury. She was taken aback. The Su family had arrived solely as guests and no bodyguards had accompanied them. Yet here, Yi Chun stood, real, undeniable, and unmistakably present. It matched his words precisely. "I oppose this marriage." Standing 3 meters away, Yi Chun glared coldly and roared. All eyes converged upon him. The attendees were elite aristocrats from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Only a handful among the Su clan recognized Yi Chen at all. Su Zhongshan, however, recalled Yi Chen. He was the newly hired bodyguard for the household. Seeing him disrupt the banquet, Su Zhongshan's face turned grim, and he stepped forward to rebuke him. Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard. You dare presume to meddle in the Su family's affairs. A flash of killing intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Had the speaker not been Su Muyue's own father, Yi Chen would have struck then and there. He was the dragon sovereign, the undisputed master of foreign seas. Even European royalty dared not address him so brazenly. Fixing his gaze upon the Su clan, he pointed deliberately, one by one, at each of them. A venerable house like yours, a lineage of nobility, would sacrifice a young woman's happiness for fleeting prosperity. Have you no shred of shame? A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Tang Yu's inner voice chimed in once more. Of course, it's the classic rhetorical assault. First interfere in others' affairs, next brawl, and stage a heroic rescue. Finally leave the Su family to bear the consequences. According to the original narrative, Su Miyue had been coerced by her family into accepting the arranged marriage, until at her most desperate hour the dragon sovereign Yi Chen intervened and carried her away. After shattering the chains binding her heart, Yi Chen became her sole anchor, and thus her love awakened. She became his first consort. Yet this Su Miyue merely furrowed her brow, not moved, not startled. Having absorbed Tang Yu's thoughts for so long, her entire perspective had shifted. Outrageous. A lowly bodyguard dares defy decorum. Throw him out at once. Su Zhongshan bellowed, incensed. Instantly a tall, sharply dressed man rushed over. He Jin, head of the Tang family security detail. A former special forces operative, He Jin possessed formidable martial skill and unwavering loyalty to the Tang family, qualities that earned him his post. Per the original plotline, he would be the first to act, and the first to fall. As he lunged forward, Tang Yu hurriedly intercepted him, pleading, "Please, no violence. Today is my grandfather's birthday. Let us preserve harmony." Only then did He Jin halt, restrained by the authority of the heir apparent. See, the young Master Tang possesses true refinement, refusing to stoop to the level of such barbarism. Were I in charge, I'd have him dragged out and fed to the dogs on the spot. He's probably scheming to steal the young master's woman. What does he have to offer? A pauper's face. Young Master Tang, deliver a flawless retort and humiliate him utterly. Onlookers applauded Tang Yu's composure and seized the chance to belittle Yi Chen in passing. This was the archetypal trope of triumphant fiction. First bystanders inflame the protagonist's wrath, then antagonists boast foolishly, only to be felled instantly. Tang Yu panicked inwardly. Why shout so loudly? Can't you tone it down? You may enjoy your insults, but I'll be the one cremated. As expected, Yi Chen's face hardened into icy fury the moment those barbs reached his ears. His gaze locked onto Tang Yu. This was the root of it all. Had Tang Yu not clung to Su Miyue, none of this would have transpired. What the hell are you staring at me for? I didn't insult you. I've already stopped my men. I've done nothing. So what more do you want? Just snatch her and go. Don't drag me into this, you damn fool. Tang Yu clenched his jaw, his pulse hammering as dread coiled tight in his gut. Yi Chen, the dragon sovereign, could single-handedly overwhelm every Tang bodyguard combined. If provoked beyond restraint, they'd soon be attending their own funerals at the Tang estate. Su Miyue, listening silently, couldn't help but let out a soft, spontaneous laugh. At the sound, Yi Chen's expression softened perceptibly. He assumed her smile stemmed from gratitude, that she rejoiced at his bold defense. With a devilishly charming smirk curling his lips, he approached her. Muyue, no one shall trade your freedom for profit. With me beside you, you may go wherever your heart desires. Any who stand in your way will perish. Tang Yu quietly retreated 2 paces, heart racing. Yes, grab her hand and go already. In the original storyline, Tang Yu would already have ordered his guards to attack. Now he had halted them entirely. If Yi Chen simply took Su Miyue and left, the rest would no longer concern him. Yi Chen reached for Su Miyue's hand, ready to lead her from the Tang residence. But before his fingers could make contact, she stepped back, twice her expression cool and resolute. What are you doing? Are you insane? Since when was my freedom ever sacrificed? Having listened intently to Tang Yu's thoughts, she now fully grasped her reality. She inhabited a world governed by narrative logic, a fictional realm. According to its natural arc, she should already have fled with him. The thought of becoming his consort filled her with revulsion. Yi Chen stared stunned, then anger flared in his eyes. How dare she refuse him? Did she not comprehend? When the entire world betrayed her, he alone chose to betray the world for her. Then realization dawned. Smiling gently, he said, Muyue, I know your fears. Rest assured, under my protection the Tang family dares not harm you. His gaze snapped coldly toward Tang Yu. She refuses to leave because he's coercing her. A mere Tang heir. Worthless. Were this abroad, a single command would summon hundreds, perhaps thousands. of mercenaries to reduce the Tang estate to ash. Are you brain dead? What the hell is this to me? I've already called off my guards. And you Su Muyue, how ruthless you are feigning resistance just to shield him. Take 1,000,000 yuan and vanish. Please spare me this torment. Tang Yu felt as though he might collapse from sheer despair. You misunderstand entirely. You are nothing more than a bodyguard employed by the Su family, and as of this moment you are dismissed. Leave, immediately. A flush of indignation rose on Su Miyue's exquisite face as she pointed fiercely toward the main gate. Yet her ire was directed not only at Yi Chun, but also at Tang Yu. That wretch, still muttering as if she and Yi Chun were entangled. The more she rejected him, the sweeter the illusion grew in Yi Chun's mind. She's protecting me, playing the villain to shield me. She cares for me. Truly only a woman worthy of the dragon sovereign could be so wise, so compassionate. His gaze softened further, tender possessive, while his smirk deepened into something dangerously Muyue, I will never abandon you. With me at your side you need fear nothing, not even the Tang family. The members of the Tang family were filled with anger upon hearing this. Su Muyue was so disgusted that she almost spat out her breakfast. Damn it, that gaze is truly maddening. He'll ask you one last time, are you leaving or not? Su Muyue said angrily, if you don't leave then I won't either. Yi Chen's attitude was resolute, he refused to budge. As the Dragon King, his possessiveness was extremely strong, and he would never allow his woman to remain in the dangerous pit that is the Tang family. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, He Jin, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards, could no longer hold back. He clenched his fists and was about to charge forward when Tang Yu stopped him, once again advising him. Captain, don't be impulsive. Today is my grandfather's birthday, it wouldn't be good if someone died. Young master, don't worry, I won't kill him. He Jin assured with red eyes. I'm worried that you might get killed. This kid is a master, Tang Yu said in a low voice. He Jin froze, feeling moved. Thank you for your concern, young master. I He Jin have received so many years of kindness from the Tang family, who I would rather die than watch the Tang family continue to be humiliated. Damn it, if you die, then this bastard will come for me next. What's wrong with these people today? Why do they have to Tang Yu was already in a state of despair. Is it really so difficult to be a villain? The Su family members were now furious. A mere bodyguard from their own family was openly causing trouble. Wasn't this pushing the Su family into a pit of fire? In a fit of rage, Su Chongshan rushed up and shoved Yi Chen hard. But Yi Chen stood there unmoving like a mountain. Su Chongshan couldn't push him. Frustrated, Su Chongshan punched Yi Chen in the face and shouted angrily. You dog, get lost. Don't ever bother my daughter again. I only have one son-in-law in this life, and that is Tang Yu. If you keep entangling with us, my Su family will never let you go. This punch was not very powerful, but was extremely insulting. A trace of intense killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. However, considering Su Chongshan was his father-in-law, he silently recited 2 words in his heart. Endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, the most important thing was to learn to endure. He said coldly, since I'm not welcome here, I will take my leave. After saying that, he shot a venomous glare at Tang Yu. This kid actually intentionally avoided confronting him, letting the Su family deal with him to scheme against him. Clearly he intended to use the Su family to force Su Muyue to yield. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid with blood from him and the Tang family in the future. Muyue, remember, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you need me, I will always be there to protect you. After leaving this sentence, Yi Chen walked away with big strides. Are you really crazy? What does this have to do with me? You want to go against me, huh? I understand that you two have deep feelings for each other, but it shouldn't be played this way. Su Muyue, hurry up and leave with your husband like carrying a high-speed train. Seeing Yi Chen's departing gaze, Tang Yu cursed in his heart. Beside her, Su Muyue was equally furious. She had been listening to this guy mumbling for half the day, calling her. Unable to hold back, she walked over to Tang Yu and planted a kiss on his face. Just consider it kissing a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick and swiftly blocked his face with his hand. So Su Muyue ended up kissing his hand. Damn, how vicious are you? You actually wanted to kiss me. Good thing my skills are better. If you succeeded today, would you still have a way out? The two stared at each other while the guests laughed uncontrollably at this comedic scene. Yi Chun, who was walking to the door, heard the cheering and turned back to look, his eyes immediately blazing with fury. His woman was actually kissing another man, although it was just on the back of his hand. The laughter of the guests further stimulated his nerves. He clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately did not return to unleash a massacre, because he knew this must have been Su Muyue's way of protecting herself by compromising. She was protecting herself from the Tang family. After all, she was unaware of his identity and power as the Dragon King. But now was not the time to reveal his identity. He still needed to continue lurking and slowly investigate the truth behind the massacre from years ago. Yi Chun took a deep breath, leaving the Tang family with a heavy heart. The Tang family had already lost their reason for existence. After the banquet ended, the Su family members went to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu sat on the sofa with a bewildered expression, contemplating life. Dog system, are you messing with me? How is today's plot different from what was agreed upon? He cursed in his heart. In the original plot, Sumu Yu should have looked down on him as a sycophant. But today's Sumu Yu was clearly problematic. Her IQ had evidently increased significantly. To protect her Dragon King, she was willing to sacrifice so much. Seeing Yi Qin's shocked and angry gaze as he left, Tang Yu knew he would not let him off. It must be the butterfly effect caused by the host altering the plot, the system replied. I remembered something happy. Happy my ass, give me my reward. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This dog system was getting more toxic. Ding. The host has successfully survived the first segment of the plot. Reward 1 Lamborghini poison already in the garage, please check. After the system's voice sounded, a car key appeared in Tang Ye's pocket. He took out the car key and looked at it, feeling utterly powerless to complain. Damn it, I have nothing but money at home. Oh, what use is this to me? So is the plot already broken? Tang Yu asked again. If you really want to know, I can only say no comment. Tang Yu simply gave up communicating with this beastly system. This thing was clearly here to mess with him. However, surviving the birthday banquet could be considered a temporary escape from the plot. Just as he was about to think about his next plan, Tang's mother Xie Hongying walked over. Why are you still dazed here? Mu Yu is leaving, aren't you going to see her off? Let her go then. Tang Yu wished this woman would leave quickly. If it weren't for her not following the plot today, he could have been enjoying life right now. Are you still angry at the Su family? They really messed up today. They actually let a small bodyguard come out to cause trouble. Tang's mother frowned. Yes, not only was it rude, it was outright disgraceful. After hearing this, Tang Ye's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed his mother's arm to persuade her. Mom, we can't let this matter slide. In my opinion, this engagement should be cancelled, though otherwise where do we place the Tang family's face if word gets out? He was laughing secretly in his heart. As expected of a biological mother, she was so understanding. The Tang family. 100 years of honor. How could they easily back down? Tang's mother gently tapped Tang Ye's forehead and smiled. I see your feelings for Mu Yu. The Tang family doesn't care about face. Your happiness is the most important. Mu Yu is indeed a good girl. Together she will definitely be your virtuous wife. Seeing that Tang Yu was about to speak again, Tang's mother simply stood up. Alright, stop pretending. Oh, I understand your little thoughts. I wish you happiness, and remember to visit old Master Wang in the afternoon. After saying this, she walked away, leaving Tang Yu in a state of confusion. This life is truly unbearable. It's becoming more and more judgmental. As soon as Mother Tang left, the team leader, He Jin, rushed over carrying a delicate redwood box in his hand. He placed the box on the table respectfully. Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madam for you, meant to visit old Master Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu nodded. The old Master Wang mentioned by Mother Tang is indeed from the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Suang. The 4 prominent families are led by the Tang family, which possesses the greatest strength. Following them is the Wang family, then the Qin family, and lastly the Su family. The Wang family has a close relationship with the Tang family, and Old Master Wang has always treated Tang Yu well since childhood. Recently, Old Master Wang suffered from a brain hemorrhage that resulted in paralysis and is currently recuperating at home. What the heck, isn't this the plot from chapter 62? Tang Yu suddenly felt a chill. According to the original plot, after Old Master Wang fell ill and became paralyzed, the Wang family searched everywhere for famous doctors to treat him. As the male protagonist of a gratifying story, Yi Qin naturally had the abilities of a divine doctor maxed out, with extraordinary skills like the tying needle not being an issue. This was the perfect moment for him to show off. By showcasing his medical skills to heal Old Master Wang, he could gain the Wang family's friendship, laying the groundwork for conquering Suang. Damn, am I really going to have to step in and take a beating again? Tang Yu felt a bit dazed. Oh, was he not allowed to be the stepping stone in this situation? He then contemplated carefully. According to the original plot, he was already dead by this point. In this storyline, it was not him who was trampled, but another divine doctor who went to see the patient. Let a master take action first. Once the master fails, the Dragon King would then appear and show off, making it seem like a significant figure had emerged. This eased Tang Ye's mind a bit. As long as it wasn't him getting trampled, everything else was negotiable. As for avoiding this plot, Tang Yu dared not engage in such foolishness. He had tried to forcibly avoid the plot once before, and the outcome had been a dead end. The system's rules were clear. You could find ways to survive, but absolutely no escaping the plot. He Jin, noticing the constant changes in Tang Ye's expression, couldn't help but remind him, Young Master Tang, are you okay? I'm fine. Tang Yu shook his head. That's good to hear. He Jin sighed in relief, smiling as he sought. Young Master Tang, I know you're still upset about today's incident. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to trouble that guy. Tang Yu widened his eyes and looked at He Jin, asking, You sent someone to trouble whom? That little bodyguard, of course. He Jin said proudly. Young Master Tang, didn't you say he was a master? I just specially called over 30 people this time. He will definitely pay the price. Tang Yu gasped in shock. Goodness, are you really afraid I'll survive until the end? He gritted his teeth. Call them back immediately. Do not harm him. Okay. Eugene quickly took out his phone to call them back, feeling somewhat confused. Have the people been called back? They have been called back. That's good. Tang Yu finally sighed in relief. That was close. I almost got played again. He scrutinized Eugene for a moment. This guy looked like a loyal lackey from every angle. This person cannot be. Captain, they say that a strong wind reveals the strength of the grass, and turmoil reveals loyal subjects. I am very pleased with your performance today, Tang Yu said warmly as he put his arm around Eugene. However, I feel that with your talents, being a team leader is beneath you. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. Would you go there to help me keep an eye on things? Me? Eugene was deeply moved. Young Master Tang was truly generous. Yes, go there tomorrow. He'll arrange everything for you shortly. Once you're there, your salary and bonuses will triple. Just work hard for a few years first. Tang Yu patted Eugene's shoulder firmly. Thank you so much, young Master Tang, for your trust. I will definitely work hard. Eugene was so moved that he almost cried, thanking Tang Yu repeatedly before heading back to pack. After Eugene left, Tang Yu felt quite satisfied. Great, I got rid of a lackey. Sending him to Africa, he surely won't be able to jump out and create animosity for himself, right? He glanced down at the Rolex on his wrist. The life of the wealthy is so plain and monotonous. Holding the gift placed on the table, Tang Yu walked toward the garage. Soon a silver Lamborghini Poison drove out from the Tang residence. The Wang family's old mansion is located in the suburbs, and it took Tang Yu almost an hour to reach the Wang family. As one of the 4 great families of Suhong, the Wang family's old mansion was originally a royal residence. Over the past century, this mansion has been renovated several times, and the last time Tang Yu came here was also the last time. After driving the car to the gate, the bodyguard stationed at the door immediately recognized Tang Yu and respectfully greeted, "Young Master Tang, please help me park the car." Tang Yu casually tossed the car keys to the bodyguard and strode into the Wang family with the gift. The interior of the mansion was decorated in a typical Su-style garden. Pavilions and towers, small ponds, and ethereal views. Walking here, everything is breathtakingly beautiful. Just as he reached the entrance of the living room, a tall beauty dressed in a qipao happened to walk out, and they collided solidly. Fortunately, a certain part of the qipao beauty was particularly well developed, providing a soft cushion that prevented any injuries. Feeling an astonishing elasticity against his chest, Tang Yu almost let out an exclamation. His gaze instinctively roamed over the qipao beauty. She wore a white laurel qipao with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath a flawlessly exquisite angelic face, she boasted an absolutely devilish figure. However, due to her exceptionally curvaceous figure, the qipao seemed somewhat overburdened. Referee, she's committing a foul by crashing into me with the ball. The fabric of this dress is truly excellent, most likely made of top-quality silk. If it were a shirt, it would have long since strained under the pressure. The qipao beauty suddenly heard this voice and couldn't help but widen her eyes at Tang Yu. What are you saying? She couldn't quite believe her ears. This guy dared to speak to her like that. Off. I didn't say anything. Are you okay? Tang Yu felt a bit dazed, reaching up to touch his nose. Wang Yishue, who hadn't seen Tang Yu's mouth move, instinctively thought she had misheard and calmly said, "I must have misheard. Why are you at my house?" "I came to visit the old master." Tang Yu lifted the gift in his hand, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. The beauty before him was Wang Yishue, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, his ex-girlfriend, and the second female lead of this story. Due to the close relationship between the Wang and Tang families, they had known each other since childhood. While attending university, they were in the same school, and during their freshman year they dated for 2 months. Later, a promiscuous social butterfly in school clung to Tang Yu relentlessly, leading to a misunderstanding with Wang Yishue, and they quickly broke up. After that, Tang Yu became the most notorious sycophant in Suong. Meanwhile, after graduating from university, Wang Yishue returned to her family business, busy at work, and remained single until now. "My grandfather is still resting. Please sit down and have a cup of tea while you wait." Wang Yishue offered with a gentle gesture, then began brewing tea for Tang Yu, a faint bitterness flickering in her eyes. After their breakup years ago, she and Tang Yu had barely kept in touch. It was only at last month's class reunion that she learned, too late, that she had misunderstood him entirely. She regretted it bitterly. For all these years, he had never truly left her heart. Yet it was already too late. Just moments earlier, she had heard the news of Tang family's engagement to the Su family. Tang Yu, however, gave no thought to such matters. He watched Wang Yishue brew tea with quiet focus. Her movements were graceful, almost poetic. Clad in an exquisitely matched cheongsam, she transformed the simple act into a refined art. Tisk tsk, even brewing tea looks this captivating. Sumuyua, the so-called first beauty. Nonsense. In my view, Wang Yixue is unquestionably the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou combined. Observe her poise, her elegance. Su Miyue pales beside her. That perpetual scowl of hers. As if I owe her money. Engagement. What nonsense. This absurd marriage must be undone, somehow someday. As Tang Yu muttered under his breath, Wang Yixue's hand trembled, her motions faltering, nearly dropping the teacup onto the floor. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Tang Yu. There could be no mistake. Those were his thoughts, unmistakably his voice. Though his lips remained sealed, she heard them with startling clarity. Are you all right? Tang Yu asked casually upon noticing her stumble. I'm fine. Wang Yixue replied, shaking her head, her heart suddenly fluttering with excitement. Could she actually hear his inner thoughts? And had he just called her the first beauty? Humph. Clearly he'd never forgotten her, not all these years. Yet he still insisted on playing the devoted admirer. A subtle smile touched her lips as she deliberately asked, I heard you're engaged to Su Miyue today. Congratulations, you've finally gotten what you wanted. Well, it's complicated. Marriage? Absolutely not. Tang Yu refused outright. Marriage? Don't make me laugh. It's all Su Miyue's doing. That woman's utterly unhinged. She's fixated on someone else, yet drags me in as her decoy. A theatrical farce. What a waste. A trivial misunderstanding easily clarified. Why must the protagonist amass a harem without consequence while even the antagonist struggles to love honestly? Hearing these words, Wang Yixue's delight deepened. Though the terms antagonist or author puzzled her momentarily, she poured him a cup of tea and seated herself beside him, her voice soft and deliberate. What happened between you two? Is your relationship strained? No feelings at all, just friends. Why ask? Tang Yu sensed something amiss and frowned faintly. As one seasoned in the role of antagonist, he knew survival depended on keeping his distance from heroines, be she the lead or the 99th. His tone turned cool, yet his thoughts betrayed him. What? Why is she sitting so close? Our legs are She smells incredible. Is that her natural fragrance? Her legs are so pale. Wait. No, the dress is exquisite. Actually, never mind. She's simply stunning. Wang Yixue felt both elated and flustered. He'd never praised her so openly, even during their romance. A playful smile curved her lips as she leaned closer, her voice a silken whisper. Nothing, just an apology. I misjudged you back then. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And why are you leaning in so close? Tang Yu feigned displeasure. I've made my disdain clear. Won't you retreat? Where's the dignity of a true Yet, up close she's genuinely adorable. Her skin, flawless. Her eyes, radiant. Her figure and grace, beyond compare. Just, please stop moving nearer. I can't hold out much longer. Wang Yixue struggled to suppress her laughter. His words denied her, but his body told another story. Yes, she adored this delicious contradiction. Why speak so harshly? You're my first love. Surely I may draw near. She bit her lip, feigning sorrow, and gently slipped her arm through his. Maintain proper distance. We're merely friends. Tang Yu withdrew his arm sharply, his voice icy. We parted ways years ago. This charm offensive won't work. I don't love Su Miyue, and I certainly won't accept you as a second chance. Damn it, what are you doing? Charging in like that, then grabbing my arm. That's cheating. Please, act normally. This isn't your character. Shouldn't you rebuff every man except Yi-chun? Still, I envy my own hand. If only it held her head instead. I'd gladly serve as her pillow. Wang Yixue burst into laughter. Her laughter stunned Tang Yu. She truly was breathtaking. Yet something about her felt deeply, unsettlingly wrong. He'd just given her his coldest glare. In any proper Xianxia tale, heroines regarded all men, but the protagonist, as mere livestock. Given his treatment, she should have stormed off, vowing eternal enmity, severing ties forever. Only then could he survive, keeping far from Yi-chun, the fated prodigy. Above all else, survival in a Xianxia world demanded one ironclad rule: never compete with the protagonist for a woman. Surely with his resources more women would follow, if only he preserved his life. What's so amusing? Tang Yu asked, sternly, shifting away to widen the gap. He feared her. Su Miyue's odd behavior was excusable, but Wang Yixue, had she lost her senses too? I recalled something joyful. She replied, her smile radiant. Fine, I surrender. I'll hide in the restroom for a while. Tang Yu resolved to exercise initiative. If he couldn't confront her, he'd simply evade her. Just as he rose to flee, Wang Yixue stood first. After taking only 2 steps, she cried out, and collapsed mid-stride flat on the floor. Classic heroine move, tripping over nothing. Tang Yu chuckled. A sly glint flashed across Wang Yixue's face. Wincing, she massaged her ankle and gazed up at him, pitiful and pleading. I've fallen. Won't you help me up? Tang Yu nearly refused. Then he hesitated. What if his coldness offended her too deeply, sparking lasting resentment? Women held grudges, especially former lovers. And if she later joined Yi-chun's circle, spreading ill word of him, that would invite fatal enmity. So he approached, expression stern, and pulled her upright. The moment she rose, her balance failed, and she stumbled straight into Tang Yu's arms. All he could think was, this treatment even allowed for an antagonist. Stay calm. This is clearly a sugar-coated trap. She's destined for Yi Chen's harem. Help her up, and leave. Immediately, hearing those thoughts, Wang Yixue bristled. Yi Chen's harem. Who was Yi Chen? Did she look like someone who'd serve him? Was he even worthy? Tears shimmered in her eyes as she looked up at Tang Yu, voice trembling. Tang Yu, I think I've twisted my ankle. Every step hurts. I will help you to the sofa to rest, Tang Yu said in a flat tone. His private thought raced. I would not even help my old granny, yet I am helping you. Once I am done, I will slip away, understood? Hearing Tang Yu's inner voice, Wang Yixue's eyes narrowed into a delighted smile. Slip away? No chance. After they returned to the sofa, and she saw Tang Yu rise to leave, she called out hurriedly. Wang Yixue feigned pain and asked for help with her ankle, but Tang Yu refused decisively, saying he wouldn't. He only intended to keep a low profile today, play his part, and collect his reward. Being intimate with the second female lead is courting disaster. Wang Yixue protested, saying that when they dated in college and she sprained her ankle playing tennis, he was the one who massaged it better. Was he really so averse to her? Her eyes reddened with grievance as she spoke. Fine, she said. If you are truly uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor to come over. Tang Yu nodded coolly. Inwardly he thought, right. Just assume I dislike you and keep your distance, okay? He continued in his private thoughts. We are not suited anyway. You belong to Yi Chen's harem, and my role is the villainous cannon fodder. If he ever finds out, I'm as good as dead tonight. Hearing Tang Yu's inner voice again, Wang Yixue snorted inwardly. You want me to stay away? Fine. Seeing him so wary of that Yi Chen, she decided to up the ante and threatened him. She declared that if he refused to rub her foot, she would tell everyone that he had taken advantage of her. Tang Yu, who had just lifted his foot, froze in astonishment. His private thought shouted in panic, for heaven's sake, don't do this. Can you be reasonable? If you go blabbing, Yi Chen will definitely hold it against me. I've never seen a villain in those wish fulfillment novels manage to steal the heroine from the protagonist and survive. Tang Yu could only plead, earnestly urging her to let the past be past. Wang Yixue retorted that she wouldn't listen to his lectures, giving him 1 minute to decide, or she would post it on her social feed. She waved her phone for emphasis and thought to herself that posting would spell doom for him, while rubbing his foot offered a sliver of hope. Annoyed but tempted, she muttered a curse and shook the phone. After a moment's thought, Tang Yu chose the pragmatic option. I will rub it, but you must not tell anyone, he warned reluctantly, sitting on the sofa and placing Wang Yixue's slender foot in his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, Tang Yu's peripheral gaze appraised Wang Yixue's stunning figure. He thought to himself that when they had dated, she had not been so well developed. What had she been eating these past years? He continued inwardly, and why was she wearing such safety shorts under her cheapao? Where was the trust between people? Wang Yixue, stretched out on the sofa enjoying the foot rub, displayed a trace of bashfulness. This repressed flirt, all bluster but soft in action, made his inner thoughts grow bolder. Enough, she murmured, finding Tang Yu's increasingly brazen inner voice a little too much to bear. Pulling her foot back with mock composure, she twisted playfully and declared that she felt much better, promising to seek him out again if she were injured in the future. Tang Yu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. She scoffed with a pleased, narrowed-eye smile, delighted that she could hear his inner voice and that she now possessed leverage over him. Would she simply let him go and still be Wang Yixue? Humph. Tang Yu fumed inwardly at the system, demanding why Wang Yixue's character had collapsed. He cursed his luck, yet another unpredictable player who might lead him to ruin, like the expendable side characters in those stories. The system snorted. At that moment, Wang Yixue's phone on the table began to ring. She answered, spoke briefly, and then frowned. She informed the caller that the New Energy meeting should be postponed for half an hour and that she would arrive later. After hanging up, she flashed Tang Yu a sweet smile and told him she had an urgent company meeting to attend and would come back later. Tang Yu, only too glad to have the woman leave, encouraged her to go. Inwardly, he pieced things together. The New Energy project. Wasn't that the trap set by Wang Rulong and Yi Chen? He thought that the Wang family's 50 billion in cash had been tied up in that investment, plunging Tengwang Group into a severe crisis. Wang Rulong had exploited the chaos to attempt a power grab. Yi Chen played the good man, helped Wang Yixue out of the crisis, drew her into his harem, then eliminated Wang Rulong, so that the Wang family would ultimately fall under his control. As she prepared to leave, Wang Yixue trembled, shock written across her face. How did Tang Yu know these things? The investment was top secret. Only a handful of people knew, and the one pushing the project was her cousin Wang Rulong. Biting her lip, her gaze toward Tang Yu softened with admiration and gratitude. She convinced herself that he must be secretly looking out for her, using the Tang family's resources to investigate on her behalf. She wanted to question and properly thank him, but found herself unable to speak. Resigned, she merely bade him farewell and hurried off to the company to begin her own inquiry. Her expression had gone icy as she left, her heart full of deadly resolve. Wang Rulong Yichun. If I uncover the truth, none of you will live to see it. Once Wang Yishue departed, Tang Yu exhaled and leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied chuckle. Master, I have realized it, he thought. Though Wang Yishue had been odd today, the plot was in place. When Yichun arrived at the Wang residence to put on a show, his overwhelming presence would surely win Wang Yishue over. She would compare Yichun to Tang Yu and immediately fall for Yichun. She would never tell Yichun about this little episode between them. If Tang Yu kept a low profile, the busy showy Yichun would have no time to concern himself with him. Later, by revealing that Su Muyue had nothing to do with Yichun, Tang Yu hoped to survive until the grand finale. Musing happily to himself, Tang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by footsteps at the door. He looked up to see a petite, but strikingly formed young woman standing there. Although small in stature, certain parts of her figure were extraordinarily developed, causing a slight sway as she walked. Dressed in Lolita fashion, she appeared as if an anime maiden had stepped into reality. She smiled sweetly upon seeing Tang Yu and greeted him, calling him Brother Tang Yu. He returned the greeting, quickly recalling her identity. She was Jiang Xiaoya, Suhong's most famed goddess healer. Only 20 years old, her medical skill ranked among the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather Jiang Tianyi was a towering figure in Chinese medicine, hailed as a sage of his era. With unrivaled skill and exceptional beauty, such a favored daughter of heaven would naturally find her place in Dragon King Yi Chen's harem. Indeed, this is also the standard setting of a wish fulfillment story. The male protagonist can charm women wherever he goes, finding beautiful policewomen in the police station and flight attendants on the plane. Even picking up a little beggar from the roadside turns out to be a stunning beauty, likely a lost little princess from some powerful family. All these harem beauties have impressive backgrounds. Once they fall in love with the male protagonist, their families will stand by him as well. After Yichun returns to the country, he chooses Suzhou and Hangzhou as his first stop precisely because of the abundance of beautiful women there. While collecting his harem here, he also plans to conquer the prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou to support him, helping him rise step by step in Huaxia. How has old Master Tang been lately? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on time? Jiang Xiaoya asked with a sweet smile as she approached Tang Yu. Yes, I must thank you. My grandfather has been feeling much better after taking the medicine you prescribed. Tang Yu quickly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Xiaoya. Why are you being so polite, Brother Tang Yu? Jiang Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Tang Yu, somewhat dissatisfied with his. The Jiang family has been practicing medicine for generations and is a prestigious family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, maintaining a close relationship with the Tang family. Thanks to the Tang family's protection, no one dares to cause trouble for the Jiang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Similarly, whenever someone from the Tang family falls ill, the Jiang family will be the first to offer assistance. Moreover, she and Tang Yu have known each other since childhood, their relationship akin to that of siblings. Haha, if I don't treat you a bit politely, I would be in trouble today. Sigh, my lovely little sister Xiaoya is too good for him. The stupid author must have rocks in his head. I am part of Yi Chen's harem. Who the hell is Yi Chen? She widened her eyes and stared at Tang Yu, asking, Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about? Huh, I didn't say anything. Tang Yu rubbed his nose, wondering why all these women were acting so strangely today. Jiang Xiaoya was also confused. She had heard it very clearly. It was undoubtedly Tang Ye's voice. Fortunately, at that moment, a caregiver from the Wang family approached. Seeing Jiang Xiaoya, she hurried over and respectfully said, Dr. Jiang is here. Old Master Wang just woke up. Would you like to rest a bit before going? Let's go now? Jiang Xiaoya patted her small case, which contained her silver needles and various tools. He'll go with you. Tang Yu quickly grabbed his gift and followed behind. After passing through a few corridors, the three arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. This is where Old Master Wang resides. At the entrance of the small courtyard, there was a couplet written by Old Master Wang himself. Reading is good, farming is good, learning well is good. Starting a business is hard, maintaining it is hard, knowing it's hard isn't hard. Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was undoubtedly a setup by the author. When Dragon King Yi Chun arrives later, he will remember the couplet at a glance and chat about it with Old Master Wang. Thus, Old Master Wang will perceive Yi Chun as a person of extraordinary talent, someone who excels at everything and will desire to become sworn brothers with him, not asking to be born on the same day of the same month, but merely seeking. Just as he finished rolling his eyes, several members of the Wang family approached from behind. Along with them came Dragon King Yi Chun. Oh, isn't that little you? Come to visit Old Master. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the members of the Wang family greeted him with smiles. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Tang Yu quickly greeted the elders of the Wang family with a smile. Standing behind the crowd, Yi Chen's expression turned cold and filled with murderous intent upon seeing Tang Yu. He initially intended to kill this rich second generation who dared to vie for women with him today. However, he had just returned to the country and his foundation was not yet stable. Causing a commotion would only hinder his plans. Thus he suppressed his murderous intent, planning to act gradually. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Tang Yu wisely turned his head away. According to the usual plot, he, the villain, should have stepped forward to step on Yi Chen a few times. But his brain wasn't made of water. Damn it, he's the author's favorite son, why provoke him? The group entered the small courtyard, and soon saw Old Master Wang lying on the sickbed. Due to his paralysis, Old Master Wang had lost sensation in half of his body, and could not move freely from the bed. Seeing everyone come to visit him, he felt very gratified. He greeted everyone with a smile, but his speech was somewhat slurred. Dad, you should rest and not talk. Your health is important. Yes, today Dr. Jiang is here to treat you. He will definitely be able to cure you. Grandpa Wang, you should focus on recovering. Once Xiaoya cures you, I'll come and play chess with you. Tang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, feeling that half of today's task was already accomplished. Next, he just needed to quietly enjoy watching Yi Chen show off. At this moment, Yi Chen was standing behind, observing Old Master Wang's condition. As an all-around expert, his medical skills were naturally top-notch. His ability to see, hear, ask, and feel had reached perfection, and he could tell where the patient was suffering without needing to take their pulse. Standing beside him was Wang Rulong, the only son of the second son of the Wang family. He was handsome, with a somewhat delicate appearance, definitely fitting the standard of a tall, rich, and handsome man. In terms of talent, he could be considered above average among the rich second generations in Suzhou and Hangzhou. But compared to Wang Yixue, he fell far short. Once the Wang family ranked third among the four great families, but they could not compare to the Qin family. However, after Wang Yixue joined the company, the Wang family's assets skyrocketed by 80 billion in just 3 years. This demonstrates Wang Yixue's outstanding talent in business. Her brilliance made Wang Rulong feel overshadowed and mediocre. Discontented, Wang Rulong ultimately chose to collude with outsiders just to seize control of the Wang family, with predictable results. Sai, as a fellow villain, I do feel some sympathy for you. Tang Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly while looking at Wang Rulong. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong did not have the fate of the female protagonist and could not hear Tang Yu's thoughts. At this moment, he was feeling somewhat anxious and quietly asked Yi Chen, brother, do you have confidence in my grandfather's illness? Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at him even once. These so-called rich second-generation young masters are nothing but empty vessels. They are the dried bones beneath their own feet. His gaze had already landed on Jiang Xiaoya with a hint of lust in his eyes. Upon returning to Suhong, he immediately had his subordinates investigate and compile some information for him. This information documented all the famous beauties in Suhong. Jiang Xiaoya ranked in the top 10 on this list. She was also the woman Yi Chen had already set his sights on to include in his harem. Not only because she was beautiful, but also because of her grandfather. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Chen coveted her grandfather's looks. He was interested in the Jiang family's network of connections. The family of divine doctors had saved countless prominent figures. If he could obtain Jiang Xiaoya, this network of connections could help him immensely. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoya was completely focused on diagnosing the old Master Wang's pulse. After a brief diagnosis, she soon grasped the condition. Seeing Jiang Xiaoya's hand release, Wang Rulong hurriedly asked Jiang Shini, how is my grandfather? The stroke caused a blockage in the meridians, compounded by a few other complications causing hemiplegia. However, it's not too serious. I can clear the meridians with the 13 ghost needles. Oh, I'm not really good at this. Although a man couldn't admit his inadequacies, Tang Yu truly felt incapable. Damn it, he was already lying down, and now he had to take the blame. Hurry over, weren't you quite adept at this before? You are the only one who knows my needle sequence here. Jiang. At that moment, Tang Yu would have preferred to be the one lying in bed suffering from a stroke. But in front of everyone, he felt embarrassed to refuse such a small request, otherwise it would seem too unfilial to old Master Wang. As he walked over to grab the silver needles and prepare for disinfection, he noticed Yi Chen casting a gaze filled with murderous intent at him. Damn you, this is Lin Bai's fault. Tang Yu silently lamented, cursing himself for provoking this calamity again. Damn it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth in secret. This Tang was truly deserving of death. Did he intend to lay hands on the woman he liked as well? Close the doors and windows, and everyone stepped back a bit. Before acupuncture, Jiang Xiaoya began instructing everyone to disperse, leaving only Tang Yu by her side to assist. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoya was just about to start the acupuncture when Yi Chen suddenly interrupted her. He stepped forward, his expression calm. Jiang Shini, do you plan to treat the old master's hemiplegia using the 13 ghost needles at the Tianju point? Yes, why? Jiang Xiaoya frowned slightly, her focus disrupted just as she had adjusted her spirit. She felt somewhat. I think that's inappropriate. You might not have recognized the old master's true problem. Using needles to clear the meridians in this way might actually harm the patient's body. If you're unsure, I think it's better to let me handle it. Yi Chen spoke up. As soon as he did, the Wang family members wore disapproving expressions and reprimanded him. Who do you think you are to teach Jiang Shini how to treat a patient? What a joke. This is the first time I've heard someone can instruct Jiang Shini on medical matters. Who brought this person here? Get him out. Haha, here it comes the classic setup, stepping out to attract hatred first. After attracting hatred, he would place a bet later, allowing Xiaoya to continue treating, and if an issue arose, he would step in to show off. By then the Wang family would respect him, and Xiaoya would admire his medical skills and fall for him. However, Xiaoya's treatment was fine, she was just worried about harming the old master's body. The overly conservative needling was the issue. It should be more vigorous to stimulate the Weiqiu point and expel the stagnated blood. Tang Yu silently critiqued in his heart. After Jiang Xiaoya heard these thoughts, her expression became extraordinarily peculiar. Although Yi Chun was being reprimanded, his face remained calm. If he didn't act this way, how could he appear dignified? Wang Rulong quickly stepped forward to plead, saying, "Elders, Yi Chun was invited by me. He is also proficient in medicine and is here to treat my grandfather. Why not give him a chance?" Absurd. Is your grandfather's health a joke? You just bring in anyone to try. What use is a kid who hasn't even grown a beard? A middle-aged man reprimanded angrily. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun snickered coldly, saying, "Jiang Shini is younger than I am. How do you know my medical skills aren't better than hers? How about we place a bet?" "A bet on what?" "If Jiang Shini can't treat him well, I will save the old master, but you must apologize to me. And if Jiang Shini succeeds?" "If she succeeds, Yi Chun will crawl out of the Wang family." "Alright, it's a deal," the middle-aged man said angrily. If even Jiang Shini couldn't treat him, it would require the old master himself to step in. Seeing his plan progressing smoothly, Yi Chun felt a surge of pride within. If he didn't do this, how could he gain the respect of these prominent families? This is called psychology. He looked at the displeased Jiang Xiaoya and revealed his signature charming smile. "Jiang Shini, you can also bet with me. Oh, anything will do. Yi Chun will never go back on my word." Jiang Xiaoya had listened to Tang Ye's thoughts for a while and understood the general situation. At this moment, she felt no goodwill towards Yi Chun, even thinking his smile was exceedingly greasy. A bet. As a healer, how could she treat such a sacred matter as a wager? "Sorry, I don't gamble. Please be quiet and not disturb my treatment." After replying coldly, she instructed Tang Yu to disinfect the silver needles again. Facing Jiang Xiaoya's indifferent demeanor, Yi Chun remained unfazed. Once he demonstrated his medical skills, she would undoubtedly become infatuated with him. After all, women are naturally attracted to the strong. Wang Rulong on the side was extremely anxious. This was Jiang Shini after all. He had initially planned to let Yi Chun act first, treating his grandfather, and then he would be the one to take credit. But seeing Yi Chun's confident and charming smile, he felt influenced. "Look, Brother Yi is smiling like that, indicating that everything is under his control. Truly impressive, Brother Yi. Sai, it seems I didn't remember incorrectly. After the old master is treated, there will still be stagnant blood left in his body. Xiaoya's treatment approach has a slight misstep. In a few minutes, it will be Yi Chun's time to shine, and Xiaoya will thus develop some affection for him, ultimately becoming part of his harem." Tang Ye's thoughts echoed again. After Jiang Xiaoya heard this, her expression remained impassive as she focused on the silver needles in her hand. As a family of divine doctors, the 13 ghost needles were her family's ultimate technique. Soon her hands moved like shadows, with silver needles continuously falling. After inserting 13 needles in one breath, old Master Wang's complexion immediately began to change. The Wang family members in the room also grew tense. Nearly 5 minutes later, old Master Wang's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Witnessing this, the Wang family members gasped in unison. Truly worthy of the title Divine Physician Jiang. His medical art is extraordinary. Excellent. Grandfather has finally regained consciousness. Indeed, Divine Physician Jiang is unmatched. While some boast recklessly, they only invite ridicule. The middle-aged man who had wagered against Yi Chun let out a sharp, contemptuous snort. Yi Chun curled his lips in disdain. The 13 ghost point needling technique was indeed formidable. Yet his own Tai divine needle technique remained the supreme acupuncture art under heaven. This young woman, Jiang Xiaoya, still fell far short of him. Once she became his wife, he would not begrudge imparting his ultimate mastery to her. After carefully withdrawing each silver needle from old Master Wang's body, Jiang Xiaoya asked, "How do you feel now, Elder Wang?" "Much more comfortable, and I can speak again." Though his voice trembled faintly, it flowed with remarkable clarity compared to before. "That is reassuring." Jiang Xiaoya nodded, then added gently, "I will prescribe a formula for you. Take it faithfully for 3 months. Your condition requires gradual, sustained recuperation." With that, she retrieved paper and brush from her small case and began writing the prescription. "Young Master Yi, what have you to say now?" At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward. Fixing Yi Chun with a stern gaze, he declared, "I shall not humiliate you by demanding you crawl out. That would tarnish the Wang family's dignity. But you will apologize to Divine Physician Jiang." "Oh." Yi Chun sneered coldly and raised 3 fingers. "Are you certain he is truly cured? Very well, I'll count down. If Elder Wang remains stable after 3 minutes, I'll kneel and beg forgiveness without hesitation. Still clinging to delusion? Agreed. The man immediately drew out his timepiece, utterly exasperated by the youth's arrogance. The Wang family watched him with mounting fury. The moment those 3 minutes elapsed, they intended to make him pay dearly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoya instantly understood. The situation mirrored Tang Yu's inner thoughts exactly. She swiftly grasped Elder Wang's wrist and re-examined him. Indeed, stagnant blood was beginning to coalesce beneath his skin. Earlier mindful of his extreme frailty, she had planned to restore his health gradually with herbal medicine. Now circumstances had shifted. She needed a new treatment strategy. Brother Tang Yu, please sterilize another needle for me. She looked up at Tang Yu and instructed. Understood. He nodded, his expression clouded with quiet bewilderment. What does this girl intend with yet another needle? Has she already discerned the hidden ailment? Hearing his unspoken thought, Jiang Xiaoya's lips curved into a faint knowing smile. I owe you gratitude for that, Brother Tang Yu. Without your insight, how could I possibly have known? With flawless precision, she drove the silver needle deep into Elder Wang's Wakyu acupoint on his calf. At once a vivid crimson flush bloomed across his calf. In swift succession she inserted several more needles, and soon stagnant blood began seeping steadily from the site. A towel, please. Jiang Xiaoya extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly handed her one, and she gently wiped away the oozing blood. Yi Chen, watching her movements, stood utterly dumbfounded. Was he in fact the fool? How could this woman possibly have detected such a concealed pathology? If her skill were truly so profound, she should have resolved it entirely from the outset. It defied all logic. Bewildered beyond measure, he could no longer fathom how events had unraveled thus. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind him, noting the 3-minute mark had passed, narrowed his eyes and spoke, voice low and stern. Esteemed divine physician Yi, 3 minutes have elapsed. Is it not time you honored your pledge? Yi Chen flushed with acute embarrassment. He had come today intending to dazzle the Wang family, and perhaps win over the beauty beside them. Now he faced utter humiliation. As the dragon sovereign, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his entire life. Kneeling in apology was utterly unthinkable, yet a sly glint flickered in his eyes. Jiang Xiaoya would inevitably become his wife. Yielding to one's future spouse was perhaps tolerable. Thus he forced a suave laugh. Huh. Who would have imagined Suzhou Hangzhou harbored a true master like divine physician Jiang? Today my judgment failed me utterly. I offer my sincere apologies. The 13 ghost point needling technique lives up fully to its legendary renown. In my estimation, it rivals even my own Tai divine needle technique. As he spoke, he raised a single palm. A silver needle levitated above his palm, the hallmark of the Tai divine needle technique, channeling qi to manipulate the needle with sovereign control. The Wang family watched awestruck. There it is, deflecting the topic swiftly and smoothly. Still, Xiaoya is deeply devoted to medicine. Once he displays the Tai divine needle, she'll surely grow curious about him. Sigh. Truly only you, the dragon sovereign, could turn healing into courtship so effortlessly. Tang Yu's internal commentary erupted instantly. A flash of irritation crossed Jiang Xiaoya's face. He dares flirt with me. She had heard Tang Yu's mutterings for quite some time. All those insinuations, that she harbored affection for Yi Chun, that she would join his harem. Yet in truth her impression of him had plummeted to utter contempt. He possessed medical skill, but none of the physician's virtue. To treat illness properly was enough. A wagering upon a patient's life was unforgivable. Such a man was nothing but refuse. Dared he even dream of pursuing her? She feigned astonishment. So impressive. Then surely you stand by your word. Did you not vow to kneel and apologize? Tang Yu, mid-bite into his metaphorical melon, froze in disbelief. What in the world? Xiaoya, this is not how it's done. What kind of twisted logic is this? Shouldn't you two exchange techniques now? Deepen mutual understanding, foster camaraderie. Yi Chen's fury blazed white-hot. So intense was his agitation that the silver needle hovering in his palm buckled violently under the strain of his inner force. Dare a mere woman humiliate him so brazenly? Were it not for his interest in her, and her family's influential network, she would already lie dead at his feet. At that moment Wang Yilong stepped forward to mediate. That was merely light-hearted banter. Please take no offense. Both of you are peerless masters of medicine. You ought instead to exchange insights and learn from one another. Precisely. Just playful words, nothing more. The middle-aged man's expression softened as he too moved to ease the tension. They had just witnessed firsthand that this arrogant youth possessed genuine mastery. Extending goodwill now would prove prudent. Should they require his aid in the future, he would be far more inclined to assist. Yi Chen's countenance relaxed somewhat as he smiled. My earlier words were spoken in heat, yet I acknowledge my indiscretion today. If Miss Zhang permits, allow me to host a modest dinner this evening as a gesture of sincere atonement. A man of his word, the true dragon sovereign indeed. Had a villain reneged on such a wager, crippling would have been the least of his punishments. Another gambit when romance fails. He's a cunning, amorous terrier, a walking piledriver. Fine. I yield. Utterly. Beside him, Tang Yu rolled his eyes skyward, unleashing a torrent of scathing internal mockery. I do object. Jiang Xiaoya scoffed coldly and refused outright. Having listened to Tang Yu's incessant murmurs, she knew exactly what manner of man he was. Yi Chun stood stricken, humiliated and incensed, when the door swung open, shattering the suffocating silence. Wang Yixue entered, her gaze edged with frost. Upon seeing Wang Yixue enter, Yi Chun's fury instantly subsided, replaced by a simmering primal desire. He had encountered countless beauties, yet only Wang Yixue could wear a cheongsam with such breathtaking grace. No wonder she was the woman he had chosen. Before long, both she and the Wang family would fall entirely under his dominion. Catching her gaze turned toward him, he immediately flashed his signature enigmatic devilish smile. This was his ultimate weapon for captivating women, a smile perfected through over 10,000 mirror rehearsals. Within its charm lay an untamable, defiant arrogance. It struck the perfect balance, coolly aloof, yet irresistibly intriguing. Damn it. Can't you just smile normally? Does your mouth have to twist like that? If I weren't outmatched by you, I'd seal that grin shut with duct tape. What kind of brain-dead author wrote this? I'm stunned. How could that smile possibly win anyone over? Tang Yu watched the smile unfold and silently seethed in disbelief. Jiang Xiaoya, hearing the voice in her mind, bowed her head low, biting her lip to stifle laughter. Wang Yixue too caught Tang Yu's inner monologue, but she had no heart for amusement. Having just returned from the company, she had immediately suspended the project and mobilized the full resources of the Wang family to launch an investigation. Her inquiry confirmed Tang Yu's claims. The new energy initiative championed by her cousin Wang Rulong was indeed. She needed further evidence before acting. Premature exposure would only alert the conspirators. Approaching the bedside, she gently clasped the hand of Patriarch Wang and asked with quiet concern, "Grandfather, are you feeling better?" "Much improved, though still rather drowsy." His speech grew steadily more fluent, though his voice remained faint and frail. "Then rest well. We'll visit again later." Wang Yixue murmured softly, tucking the blanket snugly around him. The group departed the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver with the patriarch. "Oh, look at the time. It's already 3. I must head back for my charitable clinic." Jiang Xiaoya's alarm chimed sharply on her phone. Glancing at the screen, she bid everyone farewell and prepared to leave. Safe travels, Divine Physician Jiang. Divine Physician Jiang, please visit us again whenever you're free. The Wang family members greeted her warmly with smiles. Jiang Xiaoya nodded, then winked playfully at Tang Yu's senior brother Tang Yu. "Why haven't you said hello to me yet?" "Oh, bye." Tang Yu waved weakly, his smile strained. "Sis, it's not that I don't want to greet you. I literally dare. That fool Yi Chun already thinks you're his woman. If I get too close to you, he'll come after me." Hearing his thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya felt a sudden wave of nausea rise in her throat. His woman? Ugh, go choke on sewage. Yi Chun seethed inwardly, his fists clenching with the urge to strike Tang Yu down on the spot. How dare the woman he coveted address another man as senior brother, and so affectionately? Yet his expression remained calm, even as he stepped forward to greet Jiang Xiaoya. "Divine Physician Jiang, if convenient, in a few days I hope to pay a respectful visit to your residence. I've heard Master Jiang's medical mastery is peerless. I'd be honored to exchange insights and learn from him." Inconvenient. Unwelcome. Forbidden. Jiang Xiaoya's demeanor shifted instantly, cold, curt, dismissive, as she turned away with a sharp, disdainful huff. The mere sight of him now churned her stomach. Yi Chun nearly choked on his own suppressed rage. The first time in his life his seduction strategy had failed so spectacularly. Yet he dared not erupt, not yet. His campaign was far from over. Wang Yixue stood right there. He cast a glance toward Wang Rulong, who instantly understood, and stepped forward with a practiced smile. "Sister, allow me to introduce a rising prodigy, Divine Physician Yi Chun. His medical art rivals even Divine Physician Jiang's." Yi Chun took a slow, steadying breath, then summoned his trademark enigmatic devilish smile once more. Stepping before Wang Yixue, he extended his hand. "Miss Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Yixue merely regarded him with icy silence. No hand offered, no warmth extended. Her voice, glacial and detached, cut through the air. "Has anyone ever told you something?" "What is it?" "Your smile is revolting." Yi Chun's grin froze mid-expression. Awkwardness thickened the air, heavy enough to shatter confidence. "Revolting?" The words pierced his pride like a dagger. This smile was his crowning allure, his most potent, infallible charm. It was his unassailable weapon in the art of seduction. "Uffed." Tang Yu burst into laughter, unable to hold back. Finally, someone said it aloud. Yi Chun whirled around, eyes blazing with murderous intent. "What's so funny?" he snarled, teeth clenched. "I just remembered something joyful." Tang Yu's spine prickled under that glare, his thoughts erupting in furious protest. "Why are you growling at me? I didn't insult you. Besides, Just look in a mirror. Can't you see how grotesque it is? What kind of attitude is that? Why threaten young Master Tang like that? Exactly. No manners whatsoever. Young Master Tang hasn't done anything to you. So what if you possess medical skill? People like you shouldn't set foot in the Wang residence again. Seeing Yi Chen's venomous glare fixed on Tang Yu, several Wang family members voiced their disapproval at once. Tang Yu was overwhelmed. Tears pricked his eyes. You truly defend me so fiercely. I'm deeply moved. Please stop next time. One more round like this, and I won't survive. After being collectively rebuked by the Wangs, Yi Chen's stare toward Tang Yu deepened into pure venomous loathing. Every humiliation he'd suffered today traced back to this one wretched boy. Yet recalling the purpose of his visit, he swiftly buried his murderous impulse beneath cold calculation. Miss Wang, perhaps some misunderstanding has arisen between us. We shall clarify it properly given the chance. With a polite practiced nod, Yi Chen strode away without looking back. Wang Rulong's face flushed with embarrassment the moment Yi Chen vanished. Their entire plan had collapsed before it even began, and worse, Yi Chen had alienated young Master Tang, leaving him thoroughly disheartened. I'll walk you brother out. Excusing himself to the family, he hurried after Yi Chen, calling out in soothing tones, Yi brother, today's events were unforeseen. Please don't take them to heart. Yi Chen's face remained dark as storm clouds. Forget unforeseen. Does Miss Wang hold some grudge against me? Being told outright by a woman that his smile was repulsive had left a jagged wound in his psyche. He could no longer summon that self-fashioned, enigmatic grin with ease. Could it truly be that his smile was the problem? That this charm honed for years held no power here? Was this technique simply ineffective on home soil? No, not at all, Wang Rulong replied, feeling puzzled. So does my smile really disgust you all? Well, it's just a bit unique. Wang Rulong answered tactfully. Yi Chen almost couldn't hold back and wanted to slap this bastard. He glared coldly at Wang Rulong and asked, what is the relationship between the kid with the surname Tang and your family? Our families are family friends. Young Master Tang is very close to us. He was even my sister's ex-boyfriend. Wang Rulong quickly replied. Ex-boyfriend? Hearing these words, a murderous intent filled Yi Chen's eyes. The one thing he could not accept was his woman having intimate contact with another man. What a Tang Yu! Are you deliberately opposing me? The woman I have my eyes on, you can't let go of even one. However, as a master of medicine, he could tell that Wang Yishue was still a virgin, which eased his mood slightly. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen spoke. Let's not rush our plan. He'll deal with the kid named Tang first to prevent him from disrupting our scheme. Yes, brother Yi is indeed wise, Wang Rulong sincerely praised. With the Tang family's trillion assets at stake, if we extend our help to solve the Wang family's troubles, wouldn't our plan with Yi Chen be in vain? So what does brother Yi plan to do? Wang Rulong asked curiously. You'll know after the Tang family falls. Yi Chen smiled indifferently, not wanting to elaborate further. After leaving the Wang family, he stood by the roadside and took out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, a sweet voice of a girl came through. Dragon King, what are your orders? Chi-Yin, how is the infiltration into the Tang group going? It's successful. My current identity is the general manager's secretary. Very good. I give you a week to gather the things I need. In a month, I want there to be no Tang family left in Suhang. At that moment, Tang Yu, still at the Wang family, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who is talking about me? Rubbing his nose, Tang Yu wondered to himself. Dog system, where's my reward for finishing the plot? Ding. The host has successfully survived the second part of the plot. Reward: immunity to all poisons. This reward pleased Tang Yu quite a bit. Immunity to all poisons is a great thing. In urban fantasy novels, which protagonist doesn't know how to use poison? Especially someone like Yi Chen, who is skilled in medicine. With this, his hope of surviving until the grand finale has increased. In a good mood, Tang Yu was about to slip away when Wang Yishue blocked his path. Do you need something? Tang Yu immediately asked coldly. Sister, why are you blocking my way? I know you have a crush on me. But that's not good, because I'm a man you'll never have. Your fate is not with me, it's with Yi Chen, understand? Wang Yixue's lips curled slightly. A man she cannot have. She is determined to have him. As for being infatuated with Yi Chen's smile, ugh, he can just forget about it. Is it not okay to want to chat with you? Do you really hate me that much, your ex-girlfriend? She spoke with a sorrowful tone, her expression pitiful. Why ask questions you already know the answer to? Tang Yu snorted coldly. If I didn't hate you, wouldn't I be asking for trouble, sister? I'm just a villain. If a villain wants to survive, he cannot compete with the protagonist for women. This is called having fate, but no connection, do you understand? So stop making unreasonable demands. You couldn't have my body back then, and now you have no chance. Alright, I understand. I won't force you then. Wang Yishue nodded, suddenly frowning and pointing ahead. Yi Chen, who told you to come back? Tang Yu instinctively turned his head, widening his eyes, thinking Yi Chen was coming to cause trouble. However, when he turned back, he found that there was no one there. Damn, where is everyone? Just as Tang Yu turned back, his lips accidentally brushed against Wang Yixu's face. She had intentionally leaned in close while Tang Yu was turning, ensuring that when he turned back his lips would definitely touch her face. Moreover, she was holding her phone, recording the video with the front camera. Thus the scene of Tang Yu kissing her face was captured. "Oh dear young Master Tang, how could you be like this?" After being kissed, Wang Yixu's startled expression carried a hint of shyness. She lightly bit her lip, took 2 steps back, and quickly saved the video. Now let's see how you escape." "What the hell did you set me up?" Tang Yu was completely thrown off. "Damn it, are you still the female lead? Is this something a person would do? Do you think you're a landlord? I'm not some bucktooth freak." Still record. "Now I'm done for. If Yi Chun, that idiot, sees this, won't he kill me? Though we didn't have a relationship, we were at least each other's first love, so there's still some connection, right? How could you set me up? What did I set you up for? Do you think a girl like me would take advantage of you? Young Master Tang, have some shame, okay?" Wang Yixue said with a sly smile, pretending to be innocent. "Delete the video and name your price." Tang Yu darkened his face and reached out. "Damn, luckily I'm now a wealthy villain. At worst I can solve the problem with money. Just right to let Wang Yixue think of me as a money-driven person. Money. We have plenty of that at home, it doesn't seem necessary." Wang Yixue sighed and shook her head. Seeing Tang Yu's gloomy face, she couldn't help but want to laugh. However, hearing him mention Yi Chun repeatedly, Wang Yixue grew increasingly annoyed with him. As a highly intelligent business genius, after listening to his heartfelt thoughts, she completely understood. The world she was in was a world of novels. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the villain, while she was part of Yi Chen's harem. A harem? What a joke. She had already started investigating Yi Chen's background. Once she got the chance, this guy wouldn't be able to leave Su Hang alive. Enough, stop being unreasonable and delete the video. Otherwise don't blame me for turning hostile. Tang Yu threatened with a dark face. "What do you want, my lady? You don't want money, what do you want?" "My pure body. I just don't understand. Besides being rich and handsome at 185 meters with 8-pack abs and extraordinary temperament, what else can attract you? If you know what's good for you, let me go. My Tang family is the #1 family in Su Hang. We have the power to intimidate, understand? Then go ahead and turn hostile. If you do, we'll post the video on my moments." Wang Yixue shook her phone and smiled. "Is this really interesting? Do you really think I wouldn't hit a woman?" Tang Yu pretended to be fierce, clenching his fists and shaking them. "Do you see this? A fist as big as a sandpot. Someone as cute as you, if I punch you, you'll cry for a long time. Hurry up and delete the video. This isn't something a female lead should, do you know? Then strike. Let's see where you aim," Wang Yixue said, rolling her eyes. "A darling like me, one punch and I'd be crying for a very long time. No, what do you want? Say it plainly." Tang Yu shook his head violently, his voice heavy. "If that video spreads, I'll truly be done for. Damn it, have you ever seen a villain who kissed the male lead's harem and lived to tell the tale? A bull-headed fool. There is no way to resist the god of pure love. Joe, come into my room." Wang Yixue had learned exactly how to handle Tang Yu. Inwardly, she was thrilled, grabbing his arm and urging him on. "No, I absolutely can't." Tang Yu shook his head desperately, every fiber of him resisting. "Don't wait for me to get rough. Joe, come into my room." Under Wang Yixue's repeated threats, Tang Yu obediently followed her into the room. Fine, it's only going into the room, better than the video being posted. If she truly wanted to make a scene, I'd swear to defend my honor. A proper villain cannot be pushed aside by the heroine. Hearing Tang Yu's muttering, Wang Yixue laughed inwardly. This fellow, dreaming quite grandly. Wang Yixue was indisputably a first-class lady of Su Hang, flawless in every respect. Her room, however, was another matter. It was Tang Yu's first time in her boudoir. The place was a mess, things scattered with garments thrown across the bed and the sofa. Tang Yu glanced and immediately spotted a small pair of black panties. This woman's room is such a mess, everything tossed about. Those black stockings are nice. Chong Sam with black stockings. I could pull that off. Ugh, fishnet stockings as well. Not my taste, white stockings are preferable. Why is your room so messy? Don't you ever have it tidied? Tang Yu put on a stern face and spoke coldly. He refused to be cowed. Even the dogs back home would give him a wide berth. How hard would it be to coax a little indignation from a proud beauty? Wasn't I just about to have someone come and tidy it? Wang Yixue said with a coy smile, fixing her gaze on Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked baffled. She wanted him to clean her room. Hurry up. Others never get the chance to tidy my room. Besides, you have helped me clean before. You tidied it for me several times back in college. Wang Yixue laughed triumphantly like a fox that had tricked a crow out of a scrap. Just this once. Tang Yu snorted coldly, feigning sternness as he helped tidy up. It's only tidying a room, better than doing other things. But will stockings carry athlete's foot? What if I still wash my hands thoroughly after tidying? Wang Yixue, who had been gleefully eavesdropping on his thoughts, suddenly turned grim. You're the one with athlete's foot, she scoffed. Since we broke up, besides acting as Su Muyu's sycophant, have you been involved with any other girls? Am not Su Miyu's sycophant. That was just an act to give me freedom to see other girls. To be frank, I currently have 4 girlfriends. Tang Yu knew women despised philanderers, so he did not hesitate to smear himself. Stupid, right? Do you find me disgusting? Laughable. These years I've been busy playing the sycophant, I haven't even touched a girl's hand. If you're unhappy, kick me out. Remember, a man as rich and handsome as I am is not to be trusted. Is that so? I never thought you a philanderer. I must have misjudged you. Wang Yixu's expression brightened from gloom to light. You did misjudge me. When I courted you back, then it was merely for sport, Tang Yu said, folding the quilt with practiced ease, provoking her. There, you can be angry now. Hurry and chase me away, what a fuss. Oh, when you courted me for fun, what was it about me that attracted you? Because you're easy to deceive, Tang Yu sneered. Because you were pretty elegant and had a fine figure. Who wouldn't pursue you? You rotten scumbag. Wang Yixue feigned displeasure, inwardly radiant. Words spoken aloud need not be true. But what the heart truly thinks does not lie. That rotten scumbag made Tang Yu's spirits soar. This woman, it seemed, could no longer resist him. He needed a way to anger her a little more. Make her so furious she would chase him away. He might not know how to win a woman's affection, but provoking one to spit at him. That was child's play. His eyes rolled and fixed on a cute white undergarment. Though return to form and play the lecher, I don't believe you won't be revolted by me now. Your taste could use work. Want me to personally pick out a few pieces for you, he said, forcing a lewd smile as he turned to Wang Yixue. Click. The camera shutter sounded. Wang Yixue sighed, holding her phone. Oh dear, I accidentally pressed the shutter and captured the incriminating evidence. Kissing me, acting indecently. How will a young lady preserve her virtue? Tang Yu was dumbstruck. What the hell? Why aren't you following the script? Why take a candid photo? Shouldn't the usual plot be to call me a pervert and tell me to get lost? It's only been a few years. How did you become so scheming? Wake up. This isn't your character. So what should I do? My ex is harassing me. If this gets out, I'll be ruined. Wang Yixue sighed, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Tang Yu was utterly stunned. Damn, this was absolutely unlike anything the original Wang Yixue in the novel would do. I'm joking, don't be like that. Tang Yu sullenly put down the lingerie, folding it properly, and placing it with the other laundry. Fine, I concede, it'll do nothing more, alright. Lie flat. I had planned to keep my head down and avoid Yi Chun. Now it seems that besides Yi Chun, these heroines themselves must lie low to avoid trouble. Wang Yixue happily whistled twice. With these incriminating bits in her grasp, wouldn't this fellow dutifully obey her from now on? I don't think of running. By the way, let's talk about something serious. Seeing Tang Yu nearly finished tidying, Wang Yixue smiled. I'm planning to invest in new energy. What do you think? Tang Yu's eyes brightened. Finally, she came around to the subject. Although Yi Chun was a fool, that did not stop him from playing matchmaker today. Indeed, I am the antagonist who repays cruelty with kindness. The sooner you two fall in love, the sooner I can retire in peace. New energy. A sound investment. Over the next decade, the commercial world will be ruled by new energy. The state is strongly supporting it. This trend cannot be missed, he said, offering an admiring thumbs up. Hurry into new energy. Trust me, this project will make a fortune. Provided the partners are trustworthy. Haha, are they cooperating with Faircy Company? That company is a complete scam. If the project collapses in their hands, that's when Yi Chun will make his move. I see now. The plot remains intact. Today's quarrel between Wang Yixue and Yi Chun is merely foreshadowing for emotional development. After Yi Chun steps in to save Wang Yixue, she will be overwhelmed with remorse and thus fall in love with him. Well played, you crafty author. Was this part of your design as well? Wang Yixue's eyes sparkled with even greater joy. She happily said, since you believe in it, I will invest in this project. However, I am still hesitating. The partner I have in mind is the French company Fowls, but I find it hard to trust them. You are overthinking it, aren't you? I have interacted with this company, and they are quite remarkable in the field of new energy research. Collaborating with them to obtain the latest technology will guarantee profits. Tang Yu said earnestly. Is this silly girl's intuition becoming sharper? Fowls does have issues, but they have all been concealed by Yi Chun. Their company's tax evasion and accounting fraud will take some time to be exposed. As for the new energy technology they boast about, it is currently not mature and has significant safety concerns. To put it bluntly, they are nothing but a scam company. Tang Yu also had malicious intentions. He had specially invested billions to control this failing company to set a trap for the Wang family. Wang Yixue was almost unable to contain her laughter. She felt as though she had completely mastered Tang Yu's method, as if she held a remote control in her hands. As long as she pressed the button, he would respond. Alright, if you are so certain, then there should be no problem. I plan to delegate the project to Ru Long. Do you think he has the capability to handle it? She looked at Tang Yu and asked again. Ru Long is well known in Suang for his intelligence. With his talent, he will be just fine. Tang Yu praised him vigorously, feeling extremely excited. He's back, everything is finally returning to normal. If Wang Rulong takes over this failing project, it will be settled. If you don't let him do it, how can he cover up the problems with the project? If I remember correctly, the vice president from your company, surnamed Li, is on the same side as Wang Rulong. He knows about this matter. He took 100 million as a bribe to intentionally create a smokescreen. Wang Yishue squinted her eyes. Vice President Li. There is only one vice president in the company, named Li Deshin, who has been there for 30 years. He is capable and has earned the Wang family's trust. For this new energy project, he has been strongly supportive, discussing it with her several times, claiming that this project could sustain the Wang family for 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu said with a cold expression, "Everything is cleaned up. Can I leave now?" "Not bad, you can go," Wang Yishue said with a cheerful smile. Tang Yu did not hurry to leave, but looked at her phone, implying, "Aren't you going to delete the videos and photos?" "What are you looking at?" "The photos and videos have been deleted." "Don't you believe me? Do you think keeping this stuff would make me look good?" Wang Yishue pouted in dissatisfaction. "Yes, they must be deleted. I will never allow a beauty like you to have her reputation ruined by a scumbag like me." Tang Yu nodded vigorously and turned to run. Damn it, he finally escaped Wang Yixue's clutches. After quickly running out of the Wang family, the first thing Tang Yu did upon getting back to his car was to play some music in celebration. The most beautiful flower on the grassland, the fiery Sari Lang. Tang Yu began to hum, with delight, feeling ecstatic. After a hard day's work, he had finally pushed the plot back on track. With this, Wang Yishue would definitely follow the plot and ultimately end up with Yichun. Although Jiang Xiaoya felt something was a bit off. However, Yichun had already said he would go to the Jiang family to challenge her grandfather, so their plot likely starts from here. As for Su Muyu, this woman is definitely on the same side as Yichun. She truly deserves to be the #1 female lead, willing to act and form a marriage alliance to protect Yichun. Impressive. Truly impressive. Yet compared to myself, the king of survival, it still falls a bit short. My wise eyes have seen through everything. Once Yichun has captured their hearts, wouldn't the misunderstandings between them be resolved? Okay, the workday is over, and the villain should return to his life now. Tang Yu pressed the accelerator, and the car rushed onto the road, eager to experience the life of the wealthy. Donghai Group, CEO's office. Su Muyu was sitting at her desk reviewing a document. This was a new real estate project the company had invested in, requiring around 1 billion, which was considered a medium investment for the Su family. Her female secretary stood beside her, occasionally glancing at Su Muyu's stunning profile. As a beauty herself, she often felt inferior standing next to Su Muyu. As women, why are some capable of being so perfect? Just like her name, Muyu. "It's already 6 o'clock, aren't you off work yet?" the secretary suddenly asked as Su Muyu looked up from her Huh? The secretary was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly smiled. "I didn't hear the knock, and thought it was still early." According to tradition, at 6 o'clock the young master of the Tang family would come to knock and take President Su out for dinner. For 3 whole years, he would always come unless there was a holiday. Of course, President Su had never agreed to it. Her casual remark left Su Muyu feeling somewhat melancholy. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to tradition, that man should have come to knock. Usually she found his persistent pursuit annoying, but today the absence of the knock made her feel a bit uncomfortable, as if something was missing. "President Su, I heard you are engaged to young Master Tang. Congratulations to you both for finally being together. I will head home now," the secretary said with a smile as she packed her things. Su Muyu replied with an instantly, losing her motivation to continue working, feeling a heavy blockage in her heart. Engaged? What nonsense, she already knew what that guy was thinking. He clearly liked her for 3 years, but when he said he didn't like her, it was as if he meant it. This made her feel a bit wronged. Of course, she knew she couldn't blame him, as she indeed had ignored him for 3 years. What is wrong with me? Su Muyu rubbed her head and picked up her bag to leave the office. After stepping out, the subordinates who were still in the company greeted her. "Hello, President Su. Thank you for your hard work, President Su. Is President Su off work?" "I heard President Su is with young Master Tang. Congratulations." Seeing those enthusiastic faces, she felt even more stifled. She knew that these people in the company secretly disliked her and had even given her the nickname Ice Mountain. "Aren't you all tired of wearing masks?" She thought of Tang Yu. This guy could at least hear his true feelings. In this world where everyone wore masks, he was practically running around naked. After returning to her Maserati, Su Muyu hesitated for a long while before finally opening Tang Yu's WeChat. "Are you free tonight? I'd like to talk with you." Tang Yu was driving when the message arrived. His eyes widened in stunned silence. "What the hell does Su Muyu want with me?" After a moment's pause, he pulled over to the roadside and replied without delay. "Is it about calling off the engagement?" "You should have said so earlier. Let's both inform our families right away." Su Muyu responded with a string of ellipses, utterly speechless. Who on earth wanted to discuss breaking the engagement? Truth be told, she wasn't even sure what she wished to speak about. She simply longed to see him. What do those ellipses even mean? "Are you laying eggs here?" Tang Yu almost typed that. but caught himself deeming it far too crude. One could certainly be annoying, but there was no need to tarnish one's own image unnecessarily. What if she screenshot this and posted it on her Moments feed mimicking Wang Yishue's flamboyant antics? So summoning the civility expected of a 9-year compulsory education graduate, he revised his reply, speak plainly, or leave. Contact me again only when the engagement is officially dissolved. This woman refused to call it off, and infuriated Tang Yu to no end. You pretend to protect him while shoving me headfirst into the fire. Is that even human behavior? Do you truly despise me that much? Tears trembled at the edges of Su Muyue's eyes. His icy indifference clashed so violently with his earlier demeanor that she couldn't bear it. Isn't that obvious? Who'd enjoy being used as a human shield? Anyway, I'm meeting some younger sisters for drinks. If you're serious about ending things, just say so. Otherwise, send a bottle into the sea and hope it drifts my way. Tang Yu fired off the messages, then chuckled to himself, cradling his phone. With such an attitude, how could she possibly sustain the charade any longer? Just lay your cards on the table and settle down properly as the heroine. All in all, the advantage lies squarely with me. You despicable wretch. I refuse to break the engagement. I will marry into your Tang family. Just wait and see. Suddenly, another message flooded the WeChat chat window. Tang Yu flinched so violently his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Was she actually serious? Are you out of your mind? He rushed to reply, only to see a red exclamation mark appear beside his message. That nearly made him choke on his own breath. In the original novel, Su Miyue was indeed fiercely stubborn. Once her mind was set, nothing could sway her. But shouldn't that tenacity be directed toward Yichen instead? We're doomed. If she's truly lost her senses now. Tang Yu paled. He'd barely begun to believe his plan was nearing success. Now Su Miyue's move had left him utterly dazed. Taking a deep breath, he tried again, sending several apologetic messages admitting his earlier tone had been unacceptable and begging her magnanimously to forgive him. Yet every message returned the same crimson exclamation mark. She genuinely blocked him. Damn it, I pushed too far. She yields to kindness, not force. Though most women supposedly prefer the latter. Tang Yu sighed helplessly. Why was stepping back from this life proving so difficult? If they truly married, wouldn't Yi Chun, the absolute fool, march upon the Tang residence with an army? Just then his WeChat lit up once more. Tang Yu stared, then recognized the contact named Qin Ming. Not the forensic pathologist, but the eldest son of the Qin family, one of Suzhou Hangzhou's 4 great clans. In the original storyline, he and Tang Yu were dubbed the 4 young masters of Suzhou Hangzhou, and Qin Ming remained Tang Yu's most loyal, devoted junior brother. Yet in standard Xiangxia-style novels, any character introduced as the young master of X City was inevitably destined to be crushed beneath the protagonist's heel. Qin Ming proved no exception. Both he and Tang Yu met tragic ends as brothers in misfortune. Tang Yu was kicked into a vegetative state and died. Qin Ming fared slightly better, poisoned to death by Yi Chun. Hey big bro, what have you been up to lately? Seeing Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly struck upon inspiration. Of course, call for external assistance. He was the antagonist. Time to leverage antagonist advantages to resolve this crisis. I'm troubled. Where are you? I'll come meet you. I'm at Xinghe right now. Can you make it? If not, I'll pick another spot. Xinghe, a sprawling entertainment complex notorious for its decadent glamour, drew countless scions of wealth-seeking thrills and indulgence. The former Tang Yu, ever the paragon of propriety, would never have set foot there. But the present Tang Yu cared little for such scruples. Having finally ascended to elite status, rich, handsome, and powerful, wouldn't refusing to savor it be sheer folly? Wait for me. Moments later, his silver Lamborghini Veneno glided to a halt before the Xinghe Entertainment Club. Onlookers' jaws dropped in unison. A group of live streamers stationed at the entrance instantly pivoted their cameras toward the dazzling machine. Holy hell, that's the Veneno. Rumor says only 2 exist in China. Which young master of wealth drives something this flashy? Sigh, when will I ever reincarnate into a family like that? You could always try reincarnating as their... The live streamers marveled, speculating wildly about the car's owner, while a fresh-faced yet provocatively dressed internet celebrity strode forward with purpose. After all, wasn't this place precisely where one came to hunt for wealthy suitors? As Tang Yu stepped out of the vehicle, gasps rippled through the crowd. They hadn't expected the driver to be such a strikingly handsome youth, reminiscent of the famed actor Zhao Enjuan in looks, yet possessing a far more refined aura. Good heavens, it's the Tang family's heir. I recognize him. Didn't the Tangs amass trillions in assets ages ago? He's never been here before. Oh, I must go introduce myself. Several girls quickly surged forward, yet the internet celebrity leading the charge refused to let rival fox spirits steal her quarry. She scoffed, inwardly quickened her pace, and just 1 meter from Tang Yu deliberately stumbled forward, collapsed. Are you alright? Tang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine. So sorry, young Master Tang. Almost collided with you. Her voice trembled with feigned fragility. yet she pressed herself against him as tightly as possible. Closer still would have been perfect. No harm done, just watch your step. Tang Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. That single smile left several girls breathless. Ni's weak composure shattered. Not because of his wealth, but purely due to his captivating appearance. Just as the internet celebrity opened her mouth to continue, the other girls closed in. Hello, young Master Tang. I'm Wei Wei. Are you here for fun? Could we exchange WeChat contacts? Young Master Tang. Phones emerged en masse. Some even tugged at their neckline to flaunt their asset. Even more brazenly, someone surreptitiously pinched Tang Yu's backside. Bystanders watched and damn, born rich and devastatingly handsome. Does he leave any room for the rest of us to breathe? Tang Yu mentally swore in disbelief. This treatment was utterly unprecedented for him. Was this the joy of being a wealthy, handsome elite? Did money and beauty truly compel women to pursue one so boldly? His previous antagonistic roles, underworld thugs, doormen, private bodyguards, had all been penniless failures, none boasting assets exceeding 1 million. As Tang Yu was surrounded by a group of women, a young man, standing at the entrance of the Xinghe Club, glanced over. Recognizing Tang Yu, the young man hurriedly made his way over. Tang Yu, encircled by the women, felt like the Tang Sung of a female kingdom. The group of women crowded him, making it difficult for the young man to approach. Could you please make some space? He could only shout out in frustration. At his call, the women turned to look at him, revealing expressions of delight. Oh, isn't this Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao is here too. They greeted Qin Ming with enthusiasm, treating him with the same warmth. Who was the county chief didn't matter. They just wanted to be the county chief's wife. All right, darlings, don't cling to my brother anymore. It's his first time here. Your enthusiasm might scare him off. Qin Ming called out with a smile. The group of women reluctantly made way. Qin Ming grabbed Tang Yu's arm and pulled him out of the crowd, chuckling. Brother, how does it feel to be here for the first time? Pretty good, they're all nice girls, Tang Yu praised. Although they smoked, drank, had tattoos, and partied all night, they were still good girls. Well, as long as they weren't thinking of marrying him. Yes, they're all good girls, Qin Ming laughed heartily. Shall we find a quiet place to sit and chat? We can chat inside too. Tang Yu pointed towards the Xinghe Club. He came here specifically to enjoy life. As a villain, he didn't know which would come first, tomorrow's meeting with the Dragon King, or enjoying himself. Hey brother, are you serious? Qin Ming reached to touch Tang Yu's forehead. His brother had never come to such places before. What are you hesitating for? Tang Yu decisively walked inside. Today he was going to enjoy himself. Wow brother, you're really acting differently. Qin Ming followed with a worried expression. It was still light outside, but the Xinghe Club was already bustling. On the dance floor, men and women twisted their bodies, releasing their hormones, while several stunning women danced passionately to the deafening music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to the position on the high platform, which was his exclusive seat. As soon as he sat down, drinks were quickly brought over. Several beautiful women came along too. However, Qin Ming didn't let them come over. He waved his hand, letting them entertain themselves. He was worried about his brother and had no mood to entertain them. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he asked with concern, "Brother, you seem a bit off today." "What do you mean off? You never come to places like this." "People change." Tang Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming's. After downing nearly half a glass, Qin Ming puzzledly asked, "Wait brother, didn't you just get engaged to Su Muyu? If she knows you're here, wouldn't those 3 years be in vain?" "That's exactly why I'm here to tell you this." Tang Yu hurriedly put down his glass and opened his WeChat to show Qin Ming the chat history. After Qin Ming read it, his head buzzed. Wow, is this really something my brother would do? Daring to speak to Su Muyu? Damn brother, you finally stopped being a sycophant. Honestly, if it weren't for our deep friendship, I would have cut ties with you. Coming back to his senses, Qin Ming was overly excited. He poured another glass for Tang Yu and insisted on toasting to celebrate. They had been good brothers for many years, studying in the same prestigious school. Back in their second year of middle school, they went out to play, and Qin Ming accidentally fell into a river. At that time, everyone else just watched, but only Tang Yu jumped in to save him. With that bond, Qin Ming resolutely recognized Tang Yu as his older brother. However, over the past 3 years, Tang Yu had been a sycophant, and his reputation in the circle was indeed not. Ordinary people knew that sycophants never get ahead. As a rich and handsome guy, doing this was indeed embarrassing. You damn it. Tang Yu couldn't help but slap him on the back. Then he said irritably, "What is her mentality? She's been fawning for 3 years with no response, and now her attitude has changed like this. She's just being cheap. People are like that, they only learn to cherish what they lose," Qin Ming replied dismissively. Tang Yu felt that something was still off. After all, she was the female lead. How could she possibly like a villain? There must be a conspiracy. So how can I make her stop bothering me? Tang Yu looked at Qin Ming, sincerely seeking advice. This guy had already had hundreds of conquests by 17, and by 20 he probably had thousands. Now, he probably couldn't even remember. The life of the wealthy is so simple and tedious. It's simple. Just copy me and be a loser, and you'll be fine, Qin Ming said proudly. He hadn't always been this degenerate. He once had beautiful dreams about love. Until that year at 17, when he overheard his father discussing a family union, with an elder planning to arrange his marriage as soon as he came of age. In a wealthy family, they still value social status. When he learned that his fiancée was a nearly 200-pound heiress, he matured overnight. To stop this marriage, he became the most famous nightlife prince of Su Hang, thus thwarting the arrangement. Exactly, Tang Yu suddenly realized the master had a point. As long as I am a pile of dog poop, women will stay far away from me. He looked at Qin Ming with admiration in his eyes. As expected of his good brother, he truly had the making. If he wanted to survive, being low-key alone wouldn't work. The reason why those villains in popular novels are hated by the female leads is that they are full of schemes. And his villain image was clearly not stinky enough. It was purely the author's intention to enhance his sycophant. Come on, good brother, let's toast. Starting today, we are the unparalleled duo of Xinghe Club. Tang Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming. Wow, brother, that sounds great. From now on, we'll live here. Qin Ming laughed heartily, already beginning to size up tonight's potential targets. He had played here for so long without ever missing a shot. Although some little fairies online claimed that they came to such places to relax. But who would believe such nonsense? Relax? What kind of decent person comes to such a place to relax? A man going to a women's bathhouse just to wash his hands. Would you believe his lies? By the way, big brother, aren't you trying to make Su Muyu unhappy? How about I help you shoot a short video to post? I guarantee it will infuriate her. You're really a genius, kid. Qin Ming suggested from the side, having disliked Su Muyu for a long time. Tang Yu felt that he lacked experience in being a villain, or ruining one's reputation was more in the line of his little brother. Alright, you guys, strike a pose quickly, big brother, hold the beauties, and the girls need to be more into it too. And remember your lines. Qin Ming began recording a short video, lasting about 10 seconds. After filming, he handed the phone to Tang Yu and said, "Big brother, take a look. Are you satisfied? If not, I can shoot something more explosive like going to a hotel." No. Tang Yu quickly shook his head. He just wanted to ruin his reputation a bit, not turn into a pariah. He still planned to survive this wave and enjoy life. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu was quite... In the video, he looked like a desperate lecher with several beauties appearing quite cooperative, creating a vibe that suggested they were about to team up for a game tonight. Alright, let's post it like this. Tang Yu happily returned the phone to Qin Ming, a true good brother. Qin Ming grinned and immediately posted the short video using his account. His short video account had over 6 million followers. He often posted flashy content and occasionally held lotteries worth hundreds of thousands, attracting many followers. Among those who followed him back was Su Muyu. They all belonged to the 4 major families and frequently interacted, so mutual follows were normal. Today my good brother came to Xinghe to play. Being handsome means being popular. There's nothing to be done about it. After setting the title, the video was uploaded and approved in less than 2 minutes. Soon the likes and comments on the short video skyrocketed. Brother Qin, who is this handsome guy? Can I get to know him? Wow, he's really handsome, but he looks a bit familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment circle? I can accept this brother. To ensure Su Mu would see the video, Qin Ming even tagged her. I've been displeased with that woman for a long time, but she acts all high and mighty, making my brother lose face in the circle. At that moment, Su Mu was resting at home. Her eyes were slightly red as she had cried in the car for quite a while. She was so upset. After scrolling through short videos for a while, her mood improved slightly. While scrolling, her phone suddenly notified her that Qin Ming had tagged her. What does he want me for? Su Mu was puzzled. They were merely acquaintances and had little interaction. She tapped on the notification and the short video automatically jumped to the new one Qin Ming had just posted. When she saw Tang Yu hugging several beauties and laughing, her expression turned green. Big brother hugging so many girls, doesn't this count as being a scumbag? Scumbag. I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give all the girls in the world a home. Hearing Tang Yu's voice in the video, a wave of disappointment and grievance surged in her heart, causing her tears to start falling again. It was as if she realized how important something was to her only after losing it. After crying for a while, she suddenly sensed something was off. This guy had never been one for indulgence before. Did he specifically go out to have fun and ask Qin Ming to shoot a short video to show her? Something's not right. She wiped her tears, thought for a moment, then ran to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She needed to personally check out what this guy was up to at the Xinghe Club. After all, she could hear his true thoughts. He couldn't hide anything from her. After finishing her makeup, she picked up her phone and called Tang Yu. Tang Xiao, your phone is ringing. A girl sitting next to Tang Yu saw his phone light up and quickly passed it to him. Thank you. Tang Yu reached out to pinch the girl's cheek. However, when he pinched and ended up with a handful of foundation, he pretended not to see it and hurriedly took the phone. Su Muyu. Seeing it was her calling, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. As expected, the plan was going smoothly, as she must be coming to vent her anger at him. Happily answering the call, Tang Yu laughed. Hello. What do you mean? Do you dislike me that much? Su Mu Yu's aggrieved voice came through the phone. Huh, what did you say? I can't hear you, but it's too noisy here. Are you planning to cancel the engagement? I'm okay, let's set a time for tomorrow. I know you can hear me. Just wait, I'm coming to find you. After saying that, Su Mu Yu hung up the phone. Tang Yu furrowed his brows holding the phone. This woman, is she possessed or something? With her proud nature, she shouldn't be cursing him out right now, and then going to cancel the engagement tomorrow. Then he suddenly realized. It must be to protect Yi Chun, so she had to continue acting. It's all part of the act. This woman has some. Fortunately, I've already noticed. Big brother, what's wrong? Did Su Mu Yu call? Qin Ming asked from the side. Yeah, she said she was coming to find me. Oh, let's go and irritate her together. Tang Yu chuckled. As long as they can drive Su Mu Yu away tonight, everything will go smoothly. Qin Ming also laughed along, suddenly slapping his thigh and saying, crap, big brother, I almost forgot an important matter. What important matter? Tonight I've also arranged to meet a beauty. This one is definitely a top-notch, at least on the same level as Su Mu Yu. After saying that, Qin Ming looked at the girls. Girls, you all go have fun by yourselves. Oh, just charge everything to my account here. My big brother and I have some important matters to attend to soon. With that, the girls' eyes lit up, and they quickly smiled in agreement before leaving with their bags. After sending those girls away, Qin Ming chuckled. Big brother, I really had to make a painful sacrifice this time. He'll have that beauty come over to keep you company. You can hug her and infuriate Su Mu Yu. Is it really that exaggerated? Someone on the same level as Su Mu Yu? Tang Yu was a bit skeptical. There were indeed many beauties in Su Hang, but only a few could be compared to Su Mu Yu. However, if he could call over a real beauty, it would definitely infuriate Su Mu Yu even more. Otherwise, the girls next to him just now, while pretty, couldn't even be compared to Su Mu Yu. It would likely be ineffective to use them for his act. You'll know soon enough. Qin Ming smiled mysteriously and began contacting the other party with his phone. Tang Yu felt a little anticipation. He as a villain, he definitely couldn't play with the main female characters, even if he remained single for life. Jumping off from here, he would absolutely not be with the main female characters, but he still had chances with other beauties. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a graceful figure walked over from a distance carrying a bag. Hello, Qin Xiao. The woman smiled as she greeted Qin Ming after approaching. Finally, Sister Ling Han has arrived. Come, let me introduce you. This is my good brother Tang Yu. Qin Ming quickly smiled and introduced Tang Yu. Tang Yu glanced up at the woman, instantly agreeing with Qin Ming's words in his heart. This woman, in terms of appearance alone, was not inferior to Su Mu Yu, the most beautiful woman in Su Hang. Moreover, her aura was even more enchanting, as if she was born with a beguiling charm. Her attire was also quite provocative. She wore a semi-transparent white shirt, which was most alluring with its subtle reveal. The black leather skirt she wore accentuated her alluring figure, with her long snow-white legs captivating anyone's gaze. When her sparkling peach blossom eyes met Tang, yes, a moment of surprise flashed across them. She then sat beside Tang Yu, extending her hand. Tang Xiao, you are so handsome. I am Ling Han, very pleased to meet you. I am even more pleased to meet a beauty like Miss Ling. Tang Yu smiled and took her icy jade-like hand, suddenly narrowing his pupils as realization struck. What the hell, isn't this the jade-faced fox? Damn it, how did Yi Chen's dog move so fast? Has he set this up already? No, her target shouldn't be me, it's definitely Qin Ming. At this moment, Tang Yu's heart was greatly shaken. Likewise, Ling Han, who was shaking hands with him, was startled. Upon suddenly hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, she almost thought her identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns specifically sent by Yi Chun, an elite from the top ranks of the Dragon Soul organization. What is going on with this guy? Is he speaking to me through ventriloquism? No, this is definitely not ventriloquism. A hint of shock flashed in Ling Han's eyes. As a top-tier assassin, she possessed numerous skills. Ventriloquism was one of her specialties. Yet this person in front of her did not seem like someone who could use it. Seeing the two holding hands without letting go, Qin Ming felt a bit sour. Big brother is indeed big brother. He's so damn handsome that women can't help but be drawn to him. Just from shaking hands like this tonight is bound to be explosive. Coming back to her senses, Ling Han looked at Tang Yu and smiled. Tang Xiao, I think your skin is well maintained. Your hands are even fairer and softer than mine. Oh really? Tang Yu awkwardly chuckled and quickly released Ling Han's hand, feeling a bit uneasy. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was proudly giving him a thumbs up with a smirk. What do you think, big brother? Isn't my brother loyal enough? Loyalty, my ass, this is an assassin. Her target is you, and you just pushed her onto me. I treat you like a brother, and you're not acting like a person. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts again, Ling Han could completely confirm. This was not ventriloquism. Instead, she was hearing this guy's inner thoughts. She was astonished in her heart. After so many years as an assassin, she had seen all kinds of things. Yet this situation was a first for her. Calm down, don't act rashly. Ling Han took a deep breath. Although her identity had been exposed, she was confident she could easily escape from here. For now, she decided to stay and observe more. This guy was also the target of the Dragon King. Come on, let's drink a few more cups to get to know each other better. At this moment, Qin Ming, the good brother, stepped in to play the role of a lubricant, helping to pour drinks for both of them. Shouldn't he help big brother get this woman drunk? Cheers. Tang Yu raised his glass, his smile somewhat forced, and the three clinked their glasses together. He glanced at the alluring face of the jade-faced fox, now wishing he could just run away. What is more dangerous than the female lead? Naturally, it is the assassins under the protagonist. He instinctively shifted his body to the side, creating some distance to find a bit of safety. Originally wanting to lay low, he had ended up right under the enemy's gunpoint. What's wrong, Tang Xiao? Are you noticing Tang Yes movements? Ling Han asked with a smile. My butt hurts from sitting too long. Tang Yu laughed. Don't come over here. One must not forget their original intention. What is your target? Is it to have no cavities? Of course not. Your target is our Qin Ming. Yes, go flirt with him, understand? A dead friend is not worth a dead monk. Brother, don't worry, big brother will remind you later to run away abroad. I want just watch you die. Ling Han's mouth twitched. This guy seems to be quite loyal. But how does he know about the organization's plans? Ling Han became even more curious about this person. According to the organization's files, he was just a love-struck rich kid. Now it seemed perhaps it was not so simple. It's fine if you're uncomfortable. I can help. Tang Xiao massage and perfect. She reached out her hand and placed it on Tang Yes' leg with a smile. Wow, big brother has such good fortune. Ling Han has never treated me this well. Qin Ming chimed in from the side. What are you joking about? Do you want this fortune? Tang Yu awkwardly laughed. Miss Ling is indeed considerate, but seems to not hurt anymore. As long as it doesn't hurt, that's fine. Come on, let's continue drinking and chatting. Ling Han smiled, raising her glass. Tang Yu nodded, quickly contemplating a strategy in his mind. According to the original plot, after Yi Chun returned with grand ambitions, his first target was to take down the 4 major families in Su Hang. The 4 families had a profound influence in Su Hang. Once he controlled the 4 families, the entire Su Hang would be at Yi Chen's command. He would be the uncrowned king here. To control the 4 families, besides flirting with women, he also needed to kick away obstacles one by one. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, was one of his obstacles. Thus, he sent several elite members to deal with it. The jade-faced fox Ling Han was responsible for the Qin family. After approaching Qin Ming, she would control him with her beauty and then go after another young master. Ultimately, the two would clash, and Qin Ming would be poisoned to death by the jade-faced fox. The Qin family would think it was that young master who did it, leading to a war between the 2 families, while Yi Chen reaped the benefits. After carefully recalling the plot, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. I remember now, the Dragon Soul organization has strict rules against changing tasks casually. This woman is just putting on a show with me. Her real targets are still Qin Ming and another unfortunate soul. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to panic. I just need to play my role well and make her feel disgusted enough. Hearing all of this, Ling Han frowned slightly. This guy actually knows so much about the Dragon Soul organization. One must understand that the Dragon Soul organization is extremely powerful and exceedingly mysterious. People from the outside do not know their internal regulations at all. This rich, second generation, named Tang, is definitely not an ordinary person. After adjusting her mindset, Tang Yu took the initiative to move closer to Ling Han, grinning lewdly. Miss Ling, you are so beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. No, are you going to introduce me to someone, young Master Tang? Ling Han smiled sweetly, leaning her body against Tang Yu and sending him flirtatious glances. Want me to leave? No way. She wanted to see just how much this guy knew about their organization. Does she know that Qin Ming likes to be the head of a gang, and is she acting like this on purpose for him? Well, if that's the case, let her act. A life is like a play, all depends on the performance. I can use this to deal with that foolish woman Su Muyu. Tang Yu quickly calculated in his mind. He chuckled and casually wrapped his arm around Ling Han. So Miss Ling, what are your hobbies? Let me see if I know anyone who shares your interests. Hobbies? I like dancing and music. What about you, young Master Tang? Well, we're quite similar. Ooh, I enjoy listening to music and watching adult films. Tang Yu said seriously. Qin Ming, who was drinking, sprayed all his drink out. Dude, your technique of flirting with girls is on par with a caveman. Ling Han feigned shyness, saying, You're so annoying, young Master Tang. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Tang Yu laughed heartily. I said, how could young Master Tang be that kind of person? Exactly, how could someone like me enjoy music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming felt a chill. Young Master Tang, you are quite humorous. Ling Han had to compliment Tang Yu again, leaning into his arms and acting cute. How don't come at me with this, ew, I've had my fair share of sugar-coated bullets already. Women only interfere with my enjoyment of life. Especially the women of Yi Chun. But Yi Chun is also quite despicable. He spares not a single woman from our organization. He deliberately assigns them difficult tasks they can't complete, then swoops in to rescue them, tisk, all to elevate himself alone. Tang Yu felt a sense of melancholy. Ling Han, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. How did this guy know all this? She had 2 missions fail in the last 2 years, both times saved by the Dragon King. He was even injured quite badly while saving her, which moved her deeply. But hearing Tang Yu say this now, she suddenly sensed something was off. Because the 2 times she failed, the difficulty of the missions was indeed higher than stated. That's why she failed. Just how much do you know? Ling Han was extremely curious in her heart. Yet she couldn't ask directly, so she could only act while listening silently. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Muyu finally made her entrance. She stormed into the Xinghe Club, bag in hand, heading straight for the number 1 high platform. Along the way, many people were entranced by Su Muyu's beauty, with several approaching her to chat. A few men relentlessly pursued her, following behind with the determination to cling to her. However, once they saw Su Muyu reach the number 1 high platform, they dared not act recklessly. Tang Yu. Upon seeing a woman who matched her beauty nestled in Tang Yu's arms, Su Muyu's eyes burned with fury. What are you doing? Here to talk to me about the annulment of our engagement. Tang Yu smiled faintly, finally waiting for this troublesome woman to arrive. Did you see that? I'm hugging such a beautiful woman, and you can still hold back. Don't hesitate, go ahead and blow up. Today I'll allow you to throw a drink in my face. Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower, and show some dignity as the female lead. Su Muyu, hearing this guy's thoughts, instantly understood his plan. Sure enough, this guy intentionally created a spectacle to provoke her, hoping to force her to abandon the marriage. She would not succumb to his wishes. Her expression softened slightly as she sat beside Tang Yu. What annulment are you talking about? We've finally come together, what are you thinking? I saw you drinking alone here, so I thought I'd join you for a drink. Qin Ming stood by dumbfounded. Damn, he finally understood why his brother said Su Muyu was acting strangely. That cold and aloof Su Muyu. How could she tolerate her fiancé hugging another woman and still speak so? Seeing Su Muyu sitting beside him pouring him a drink, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. Why are you breaking the rules? Sister, your head has turned green, can you still endure this? Quickly get in touch with your true self, think about who you are. You are Su Muyu, the ice mountain of Su, understand? How about this'll make an exception today? I allow you to slap me and call me shameless, and then let's annul the marriage. Don't hesitate, this is a great opportunity. You need to prove yourself. If you don't do this, how will Ling Han report to the Dragon King and say our relationship is innocent? Then you should go drink somewhere else. You'll disturb Miss Ling and me while we're drinking here. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around Ling Han, showing a lewd expression as he provocatively said, Did you see that? What is called shameless beast? If you can't endure it, just leave quickly. Don't force me to be more shameless. My moral bottom line is quite flexible. I can do anything. Ling Han trembled slightly, almost slapping Tang Yu in anger. This bastard using her to his advantage and intending to exploit her. She gritted her teeth secretly. This kid is dead meat. Su Muyu felt both angry and amused in her heart. This guy's clumsy acting is treating her like an idiot. You want to force me to leave? No way. You guys just drink, I'll not interfere. When you're done, we can all go home. Su Muyu reached out and gently held Tang Yu's arm. Tang Yu seriously doubted that this was the real Su Muyu. Has Wu Dalong possessed her? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? What about your identity and position? Calm down, those are my words, don't mix up identities. Quick, after finishing this drink, sweep away your hunger and return to your true self. Don't look at me like that, I've already figured it out. These past 3 years I've put you through too much just to test you. From now on I want you to be the happiest man in the world. You can do whatever you want, and I won't blame you. Su Muyu said gently. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs go weak. This woman is truly going to... Are you serious? Fine, isn't it just a matter of lowering the bar? Damn, I can't even do anything anymore. Sai, if it really doesn't work, I'll pull Ling Han away first. If I let her keep listening, there's no way I can continue. Suit yourself, but take your time drinking. Miss Ling and I are going to the restroom. Don't come over to disturb us. With that, he stood up with Ling Han and left the number 1 high platform. Qin Ming stood by dumbfounded. Damn bro, why are you all so wild today? Even I, the king of nightlife, can't compare to half of your openness. Su Muyu really didn't follow them. She leisurely sipped a glass of champagne, feeling happy yet complex. Happy that this guy wasn't messing around, but was merely acting. But his attitude towards her resistance left Su Muyu feeling quite complicated. Could it be that his affection for the past 3 years was all fake? Ling Han, held tightly by Tang Yu, was already prepared to strike at any moment. She often used her beauty to entice her targets while executing her missions. However, she would never allow her targets to engage in any true intimacy with her. Fortunately, after Tang Yu spun her around, he led her out through the back door of the Xinghe Club. Tang Xiao, what are you bringing me here for? She asked shyly in a low voice. Tang Yu took off the watch worth millions on his wrist and handed it to Ling Han. This is a gift for you. I like girls like you who are understanding and don't keep asking for money. As for women like Su Muyu who only come to me for my wealth, they disgust me. He'll go back and talk to her about the cancellation of the engagement. Let's drink together next time, okay? After finishing his words, Tang Yu returned to the Xinghe Club with a carefree demeanor. Her mood lifted considerably. No matter how good Su Muyu was at acting, she ultimately outclassed her. Ling Han would definitely tell Yi Chun about these words. By then that fool Yi Chun would surely not think he was competing with her for a woman. Ling Han casually put away the watch that Tang Yu had given her. As a killer, she still liked money a lot. She quickly returned to her car and dialed Yi Chun's number. Soon the call was connected. "What's wrong, Hainer? Is the mission going smoothly?" Yi Chun's voice came from the other end. When she usually heard Yi Chun call her Hainer, Ling Han felt quite happy. However, after hearing a lot from Tang Yu in her mind, her mindset had subtly changed regarding Yi Chun's intimate address. She instinctively felt a bit repulsed, even thinking that this guy was somewhat hypocritical. "I'm getting close to the target, but I encountered Tang Yu and Su Mu Yu while approaching the target." "Tang Yu? What is he doing with Su Mu Yu?" "They are drinking at a bar." "Is that brat trying to get Su Mu Yu drunk and then lay his hands on her?" Yi Chun on the other end was already furious. He would never allow anyone to touch the woman he liked. Otherwise, the Dragon King will be enraged. Blood will flow like rivers. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Han replied, "They haven't drunk much, but the two of them are hugging and cuddling, and Su Mu Yu seems very proactive." "Impossible. Su Mu Yu only has me in her heart. How could she be proactive towards other men?" "You keep an eye on Su Mu Yu and protect her, understand?" "All right, Dragon King, how about I change the plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu?" Ling Han suggested. She was no longer interested in continuing the mission and just wanted to get close to Tang Yu to hear more news from him. This guy knows even the secrets of the Long Han organization. Perhaps he could provide the answer to the information she had been seeking. "All right, Hainer, you can change the plan for now. The Qin family isn't in a hurry. Remember, you must not let him touch my woman, understand?" Yi Chun shouted loudly on the other end of the line. At that moment, he was wearing a security uniform, holding a walkie-talkie, patrolling a high-end community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After leaving the Wang family today, he hurriedly came here to take on a new job. Yes, this was also the Dragon King's usual tactic to woo women. Approaching women with a humble identity, then showcasing his formidable strength to pique their curiosity and make them fall for him. Just as he finished his shout, a chubby man rode over on a patrol car. This person was the community's security manager, Liang Fei Fan. He walked over and kicked Yi Chun in the butt, scolding loudly. "New guy, are you brain dead? Who told you to talk on the phone and shout during work hours? What do you mean by touching me? What's up? Did someone steal your doll?" After being kicked, Yi Chun instantly felt a surge of anger. A mere security daring to lay hands on the mighty Dragon King. If it weren't for being in the country, he would have already turned this guy into a corpse the moment he laid a hand on him. However, for the sake of his dating plan, he had to endure and gritted his teeth. Manager Liang, the company has regulations allowing phone calls during work hours. The company has regulations. Well, subordinates shouldn't talk back to their superiors. I wasn't talking back, I was reasoning with you. Reason with your mother? If you don't want to work, then get lost, idiot. Manager Liang spat a thick phlegm on the ground and swaggered away on his bike. Yi Chun stood in place, trembling with anger. Once his dating plan was completed, this guy would be the first to die. The Tang family could wait a bit longer. On the other end of the line, Ling Han hung up with a look of disdain. After listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt words, her intelligence seemed to have greatly increased. Her attitude towards Yi Chun became increasingly contemptuous. A man could stoop this low for the sake of wooing women. Did someone like that truly have the qualifications to lead an organization? When Tang Yu returned to the first high platform, Su Mu Yu was already slumped on the table. Yes, her alcohol tolerance was extremely poor. After less than 3 drinks, she had already passed out. Qin Ming was guarding her nearby, and upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, he exclaimed in shock, "Damn, big brother, you finished in 3 minutes." "Finished my ass, I didn't even go in. I sent her away. This woman is very dangerous, so don't associate with her in the future, got it?" Tang Yu frowned and cautioned. After taking over this body, he had also accepted the memories that came with it. He still had quite a bond with his brother Qin Ming. As the villain, Qin Ming's death was actually quite unjust. He purely became a stumbling block that Yi Chun had to eliminate because he didn't want his family business to be taken away. Ultimately, villains are just a matter of perspective. When readers immerse themselves in the Dragon King's story, they naturally feel exhilarated. However, when you take the villain's perspective and stand against the Dragon King, the experience can be quite sour. "All right, big brother, whatever you say is fine." Qin Ming smiled and agreed without asking for reasons. "Women are everywhere. If this one is no good, just find another one." He pointed at Su Mu Yu, who was slumped on the table, and asked, "What do we do now?" "I'll take her back." Tang Yu also felt quite a headache. If this woman can't drink, she shouldn't drink. Does she need to push herself so hard just to act? What if he took advantage of her misfortune? Wouldn't the Dragon King become the cuckolded victim? But upon thinking, it seemed rather amusing. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed this dangerous thought. It's better to be an honest villain and lay low for now. Competing with the protagonist for women is too damn dangerous. As he picked up Su Mu Yu, Tang Yu immediately felt a soft expanse on his back. The scent of Su Mu Yu mixed with the smell of alcohol was exceptionally pleasant. Due to having drunk, Tang Yu called for 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to come pick him up. Driving after drinking is a no-go. In every urban story, there's a villain who dies from drunk driving. To survive until the end, one must have sufficient awareness of safety to outlive the protagonist. When a black Rolls-Royce pulled up, Tang Yu sat in the back seat with Su Muyu. One of the bodyguards got out to bring his poison back to the Tang family. Having two luxury cars driving in tandem on the road made Tang Yu feel quite good. Being rich is truly exhilarating. If only this world didn't have Yi Chun, it would be even more perfect. The drunk Su Muyu's pretty face was flushed, looking much cuter than her usual sullen demeanor. Suddenly she chuckled and leaned her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. "Get off me." Tang Yu pushed her head away without hesitation. The bodyguard driving nearly swerved the car off the road after witnessing this in the rearview mirror. My goodness, is this really the usual submissive young master? Previously, he had been a devoted servant for 3 years, undeterred by any weather. Even the most loyal of dogs would marvel at how adept he was at being a servant. He had even heard from other colleagues about witnessing the young master helping this Miss Su with her high heels. Once the young master's father, unable to tolerate his son's lack of dignity, gave him a good beating. It was said that several belt straps broke that day, sending the young master to the hospital. The next day, the young master sneakily escaped from the hospital, bringing a bouquet of roses to wait for Miss Su to finish work. Su Muyu, having been pushed away, merely giggled foolishly and leaned against Tang Yu again. In a tone difficult to imagine, she said, "I just want to stick to you." Tang Yu was left bewildered, his face filled with confusion as he recalled. This woman lost her mother to cancer at a very young age. Her father, Su Chongshan, was a very ambitious man busy with revitalizing the Su family, leaving little time for her and imposing strict demands. Under loneliness and pressure, she developed a stubborn and competitive personality, becoming increasingly cold and independent. This icy facade shielded her, rejecting all attempts at intimacy while also protecting her. However, once she got drunk, she would completely remove this mask, revealing her fragile and clingy side like a little dog that trusts unconditionally. "But why are you showing me this side? What the hell, why are you getting all touchy?" Seeing Su Muyu trying to climb onto him, Tang Yu desperately attempted to push her away. But he overestimated himself. Due to the author's absurd setup as a villain, he was merely an ordinary rich young man with poor combat abilities. In contrast, Su Muyu, as the primary female lead, had some martial arts skills. Handling 2 or 3 big guys was a piece of cake. For Tang Yu, whose combat power was less than that of a big man, competing in strength before her was simply humiliating. After climbing onto him, Su Muyu giggled, "Come on, give me a kiss." She pouted and began to sway closer. "What the hell, don't come over here." Lao Wang pulled her back. Tang Yu struggled to resist, but his hands were tightly held down by her. He could only shake his head desperately to avoid her. Damn it, if she pinned him down and kissed him hard, would he not be killed by her? Once she sobered up and remembered. "Young master, I'm driving. Ew, I can't help you on the overpass," the bodyguard said, munching on snacks, feeling helpless and secretly disdainful of his young master. "Damn it, with a beauty throwing herself at you, why act so serious? If you're really that impressive, why have you been a servant for 3 years? Despite Tang Ye's continuous struggles, Su Muyu couldn't even land a kiss. But Tang Ye's face didn't escape unscathed, leaving several red lip prints. After getting a few pecks, she burped contentedly and stared intently at Tang Yu. "I kissed you so many times, why didn't you kiss me back? Why are you being so wild?" Tang Yu was nearly in tears. Damn it, how could she act like this? This isn't Su Muyu, this is a thirsty female demon. Who told you to stop catering to me? You said you would serve me for a lifetime. Your words don't count. Su Muyu pouted, her tone tinged with sadness. "But I served you for 3 years and didn't get anywhere. Then why not try serving for another 3 years? What would happen if I tried? You would become a big servant." Su Muyu giggled. Tang Yu felt that this woman had truly drunk too much. Her mood swings were incredible. Su Muyu suddenly pressed her face against Tang Ye's and began to nuzzle, looking wronged. "I'm sorry, I know you're upset, so how about I serve you instead? Please don't ignore me." She suddenly acted cute, and Tang Yu found it hard to resist. However, just a few seconds after she said this, she fell asleep on Tang Yu. He let out a long breath. Finally, this woman had calmed down. If this continued, his pure and pristine body would surely be ruined by her. After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally returned to the Tang family. Tang Yu didn't plan to send Su Muyu back. She was this drunk, and returning her to the Su family would be hard to explain. After all, the Tang family had a large house and plenty of places for her to rest. As soon as he got out of the car, carrying Su Muyu, Tang Yu saw his father Tang Gangcheng standing at the door. Tang Gangcheng's face was as dark as coal. Half an hour earlier, he had been resting at home and playing on his phone when an old friend sent him a video link. When he clicked it, he saw his son looking lewd while hugging 4 women and drinking. This guy was shouting something about not being a scumbag, just wanting to give them a home. This infuriated him. This little brat, after he had painstakingly arranged a marriage alliance, had he already revealed his true colors? Now seeing Tang Yu come down from the car carrying a woman with a face full of lipstick marks, he slowly pulled out. Father sees son in scathe and pulls out the belt. What the hell, Dad, calm down first. Tang Yu was so scared he nearly jumped up, already guessing what his father intended to do. Calm down. You brat, is this how you act right after securing a marriage? Bringing a woman back to play. Tang Gangcheng sneered, tightening his grip on the belt. This is no one else, this is Su Muyu. I went drinking with her, that short video was just a joke. Qin Ming asked me to help film for more followers. Tang Yu quickly deflected the blame. Tang Gangcheng looked at him closely and finally recognized her as his future daughter-in-law. This made his expression soften a bit, and he slowly put the belt back. Several bodyguards hiding nearby also stepped out from the shadows, their faces bearing a hint of embarrassment. They were placed there by Tang Gangcheng to prevent Tang Yu from running away. Tang's mother Xia Hong also came out holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. Good heavens, an honest stop service for treatment after a beating. Tang Yu carried Su Muyu home with a face full of black lines. Tang Gangcheng frowned and scolded. How much alcohol did you give Muyu? How did she get this drunk? She wanted to drink it herself, as she couldn't handle 3 cups. Nonsense. Muyu never goes to those kinds of places to drink. Don't think I can't guess your little intentions. Tang Gangcheng scolded without holding back. As a man, how could he be oblivious to that little scheme? Tang Yu wanted to cry. Ooh, couldn't you see the lipstick marks all over my face? It couldn't have been me who leaned in right. After returning home, Tang Mu helped Su Muyu. He'll take Muyu to your room to rest. You young man are not allowed to take her drinking again next time. Why take Muyu to the guest room to rest? What's the point of that? Tang Gangcheng expressed some dissatisfaction. His wife was great in every way, but she spoiled this kid too much. This marriage arrangement was also pushed by her at home, otherwise he wouldn't have the face to go through with it. Tang Mu nodded with a smile, understanding her husband's meaning. Tang Gangcheng then looked at Tang Yu earnestly and said, I know you've liked her for years, but some things cannot be rushed. It has to be of her own will. If you try any funny business again, it'll break your legs. You are overthinking it. I have no interest in her really. Then who do you have feelings for? That girl from the Wang family. Or Qin family's Ku-Xian. Tang Gangcheng raised an eyebrow and asked. Tang Yu felt like any choice was a dead end. Aside from the Tang family, the other 3 prominent families had beautiful women who had caught the eye of Yichun. This guy could be said to have conquered these 3 families by charming their daughters. This is also the most ridiculous aspect of a wish fulfillment novel. How could a dignified noble family lose all face? Can they really tolerate their precious daughters serving just one person and pile up all their family resources on him? Nonsense. After being lectured by his father for a long time, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of being beaten. Back in his room, after washing up, he lay on that bed worth hundreds of thousands and fell into a deep sleep. The life of the wealthy is so unadorned and dull. After Tang Mu left the guest room, Su Muyu, who had already fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she had already sobered up. Or rather, she had not been that drunk from the beginning. Even while on the car, she was drunk, but still rational. However, under the influence of alcohol, she did not want to maintain her rationality as much. She wanted to follow her instincts, to do what she dared not do, to say what she dared not say. She even tried to take off her own mask like this guy. But now that she was completely sober, she felt a bit embarrassed. She just wanted to talk to him. How did it turn into her taking the initiative to kiss him? It's over. I won't have the face to meet anyone tomorrow. She covered her burning face and sighed softly, thinking she shouldn't have drunk. With these thoughts, she tossed and turned in bed until about 3 o'clock before finally falling asleep. Early the next morning, a knock on the door awakened her from her slumber. Muyu, are you up? It's time for breakfast. Tang Mu's voice came from outside the door. Okay, Annie. Su Muyu rubbed her bleary eyes in response and reluctantly got up to wash up. Due to not sleeping well, her dark circles under her eyes were quite prominent. As she walked out, she just happened to bump into Tang Yu, who was wearing pajamas. Tang Yu was full of spirit, but his expression turned a bit strange when he saw Su Muyu. He casually greeted her, "Good morning. What is this woman staring at me for? Is she recalling what happened last night? Sighed this drunken fool. Oh, I can't drink with her again next time, or I won't be able to keep my pure and innocent body." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Muyu felt her face heat up again, recalling what happened in the car last night. She didn't dare to look directly into Tang Yu's eyes, saying a quick "good morning" before lowering her head and walking ahead. Yes, this is the response you should have. Keep a distance from me, okay? The female lead should act like a female lead. I reluctantly forgave you for yesterday's incident. Tang Yu followed behind, feeling quite pleased. This woman finally seemed a bit normal. When they reached the dining table, breakfast was already prepared. Today's breakfast was made by Tang Mu herself early in the morning without letting the chef do any work. After all, this was the future daughter-in-law's first breakfast at home, so she deserved some special treatment. Good morning, uncle and auntie. Su Muyu came over and greeted Tang's father and mother. Good morning, Muyu. The two replied in unison with smiles, quite satisfied with Su Mu Yue, who was beautiful and capable. However, her temperament was a bit cold, making their son a licking dog for 3 years. Tang Yu also greeted them, then sat down holding a plate of soup dumplings and began to eat. What are you doing? You're just focusing on eating yourself. Serve some dumplings to Mu Yu. Seeing Tang Yu buried in his food, Tang Mu expressed some dissatisfaction. If she wants to eat something, she can just take it herself. Oh, she's not a child. Tang Yu pouted. Serving her food is impossible. Oh, it's never going to happen in this lifetime. Let her eat if she wants, if not, whatever. I'm not Chow Chow. I have no interest in taking care of anyone else's harem. Women only interfere with my survival until the finale. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Mu Yu suddenly felt a bit irritated. This bastard, it's just serving a dish. It's not like he would lose anything. With a guilty expression, she softly said, "It's fine, uncle and auntie, I can do it myself. I accidentally drank too much yesterday and troubled you. I'm really sorry." It's okay, it's okay. Oh, it's all this kid's fault for being a jerk, insisting on taking you drinking. If he pressures you to drink again, tell uncle, and he'll beat him up. Tang's father said kindly. I really didn't take her drinking. You can ask that kid Qin Ming if you don't believe me. Tang Yu thought to himself, I'm almost becoming the cook. Oh, is my role just to take the blame? Yes, I insisted on accompanying him to drink. It's my fault. Uncle, please don't scold him anymore. Su Mu Yu bit her lip and spoke with a face full of grievance. As soon as she said this, Tang's father and mother became even more satisfied with her. Look, this future daughter-in-law is so considerate and understanding. In order to prevent this kid from getting scolded, she was willing to lie. Damn it, woman, you're starting to act for me again, huh? You come here to win my parents' favor. Damn it, is it really necessary to act to this extent? Got it, you're deliberately setting me up, so I won't carry the pressure of breaking off the engagement, making me take the blame. This crafty dog woman, damn it, I give up. After pondering for a while, Tang Yu finally understood. After finishing off a soup dumpling, he spoke up. Dad, Mom, you've seen it, we two don't really match. I think maybe we should reconsider the marriage arrangement. Before he could finish, Tang's father had already pulled out a belt and looked at Tang Yu sideways. What did you say? Tang Yu swallowed the remainder of his words obediently. Having a beating first thing in the morning felt a bit inappropriate. Dad, please don't hit him. It might be something I did wrong that upset him. I will change. Su Mu Yu looked at Tang's father with a face full of grievance, trying to persuade him. Sai, why are you putting up with him? He's just a brat who needs some discipline. Tang's father glanced at Su Mu Yu with increasing approval, sighed, and put the belt away. This son of his had stubbornly insisted on being a sycophant despite all warnings. And he did so for a full 3 years. Now that he finally had the beautiful girl, this kid was about to cause trouble again. Wasn't this just asking for punishment? Amid the laughter and chatter of Tang's father, mother, and Su Mu Yu, breakfast finally came to an end. Tang Yu felt like an outsider, too intimidated by the threat of the belt to say a word. Tung Wang Group. General Manager's Office. Wang Yishui was reviewing an investigation report about the French false company. After hearing the truth from Tang Yu, the information she controlled had increased significantly. After a few days of investigation, the truth was laid bare before her. The false company indeed had major issues. And the Vice President Li Deshun, who had been pushing this business, suddenly had an extra 20 million in his wife's bank account recently. She had someone check the source of this money and discovered it was transferred by a female star named Hina. The benefactor of this female star was none other than her cousin Wang Rulong. If she wasn't mistaken, this 20 million was likely a deposit for Li Deshun. What a Wang Rulong really daring to collude with outsiders, huh? A cold glint flashed in Wang Yishui's eyes. She had secured her powerful position at such a young age through wisdom and cunning. She absolutely wouldn't show mercy to someone who betrayed her, even if it was her own cousin. However, compared to Wang Rulong, she was more concerned about someone else. Yi Chun. This person was already on her hit list, but she hadn't investigated his background clearly. His identity was too mysterious, shrouded in a layer of fog. Currently, the only thing she could investigate was an investment company called Huajin. This company had invested a large sum into the false company half a month ago, becoming the largest shareholder. But this company wasn't under Yi Chen's name. This person was deeply hidden. Forget it, don't rush to disturb. Wang Yishui was a very patient person, as she believed in reeling in a big fish with a long line. She pondered for a moment before making a phone call. About 10 minutes later, a dignified middle-aged man walked in. He was the company's vice president, Li Deshun. Manager Wang, you called for me. Li Deshun smiled as he entered, his eyes secretly sizing up Wang Yishui. Since the young lady took over the company, the high-ranking executives had been treated to quite a sight every day. Li, how many years have you been with our company? Just exactly 30 years. Ooh, I've dedicated my life to the company. Li Deshun laughed heartily. Wang Yishui suddenly slammed the table and asked coldly, did you dedicate it to the company, or did you dedicate it to 100 million for Wang Rulong? A hint of fear flashed in Li Deshun's eyes. 100 million was a sensitive number for him. However, he maintained a calm facade, pretending to be confused. Manager Wang, what do you mean? I don't like beating around the bush. You know very well how our Wang family deals with traitors. Even if you don't think about yourself, consider your family. Wang Yishue's expression was cold as she threatened him. When it concerned the entire Wang family, she would show no mercy. Li Dashun's legs went weak, and he quickly knelt down pleading. Manager Wang, this has nothing to do with my family. I was forced to do this by young Master Rulong. Soon Li Dashun confessed everything. After listening, Wang Yishue leaned back in her office chair, her expression blank, somewhat shocked. Everything had been perfectly predicted by Tang Ye's insights. What are Yichen plotting against me, huh? She coldly laughed in her heart, already devising a plan for revenge. She spoke, Li Dashun, I can give you a chance. Go tell Wang Rulong that I agree to this cooperation and the finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. Off. Li Dashun was somewhat incredulous at what he heard. Manager Wang knew it was a trap, yet still wanted to leap into it. Just do as I say and have him urge False to transfer the funds to the cooperation account quickly. Wang Yishue didn't want to explain much to Li Dashun. Alright, thank you Manager Wang for giving me this opportunity. I will do my best. Li Dashun nodded repeatedly, letting out a long sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After leaving the office, he headed to the elevator to find Wang Rulong. The elevator door just opened as Wang Rulong walked out holding a document. Li, how did it go? Seeing Li Dashun, Wang Rulong quickly approached him, excitedly asking. Manager Wang has agreed and is signing the contract. She asked me to notify finance to transfer the funds, Li Dashun quickly replied. Wang Rulong's face was filled with joy. He had finally gotten his cousin to agree. With this, if the plan succeeded, the position of general manager would soon be his. As for his cousin, she could just obediently marry off. What did a woman have to compete with him for power? By the way, Manager Wang also asked me to remind you to contact False to ensure they transfer the funds quickly to advance the project. Sure, this time I appreciate your hard work, Li. The remaining 80 million will be transferred to you later. Wang Rulong patted Li Dashun heavily on the shoulder before returning to his office to call Yichun. At this moment, Yichun was patrolling the neighborhood. After receiving Wang Rulong's call, his mood instantly. Alright, I got it. Just wait to take over Tung Wang Group, he promised before hanging up, but his expression turned slightly cold. Fool. With a cold snort, he called the Dragon Soul organization. This time the cooperation between False Company and Tung Wang Group required 500 billion in funding, while False Company needed to provide 300 billion in funds and technical personnel. Right now, False Company was already a shell of its former self. Thus, this money had to come from the Dragon Soul organization. A long line for a big fish, this money would only be temporarily frozen out. Once he conquered Wang Yishue, the Wang family's wealth of hundreds of billions would all be his. The call connected and a deep male voice came through. Dragon King, what is your command? Transfer 300 billion to False Company. Understood. Is it from your personal account or? Of course, from the organization account. It will be transferred back later. Isn't it just 300 billion? Yichun replied irritably. He kept his money in a foundation, enjoying massive profits every day. If he could use public funds, he would never touch his own. All right. The man on the other end of the line spoke with a tone of resignation. At that moment, a patrol car drove over. The driver was none other than Manager Liang Fifan. As he approached, he heard Yichun on the phone exclaiming, "Isn't it just 300 billion?" His brow furrowed involuntarily. He stopped the car and glared at Yichun, scolding. "You new guy, do you have something wrong with your head? Can't you stop showing off for a day? It's only 300 billion. Even the paper in your garbage can doesn't add up to that much. This is your last warning. If I catch you bragging again at work, I'll teach you a lesson, you old Chinese doctor." He pointed at Yichun with his rubber baton and scolded him. He really couldn't stand this newcomer. Wherever he went, he acted all high and mighty, strutting around like a big shot. In recent days, he had been secretly going through the owner's files, and he suspected this guy might be a thief scouting for a heist. Yichun, who had just been smiling, suddenly turned as pale as a ghost. He glared at Liang Fifan with resentment, constantly reminding himself to endure. It wasn't time to deal with him, yet not before his plan to woo girls was complete. After Liang Fifan left, Yichun continued his patrol with bitterness. After the Long Soul organization transferred the money to the False Company, Wang Yishue, who had been under constant surveillance, received the news immediately. Finally, we've hooked them in. A smile crept onto her face. Once this money was in False Company, it would be difficult for them to retrieve it. She had already investigated the tax evasion case of False Company thoroughly. In France, tax evasion is severely punished, and if caught, they would face astronomical fines. By her estimation, 300 billion might not even cover the fines. But that wasn't enough. She checked Huajin Investment Company, which had assets around 500 billion. 300 billion was still not a significant loss for them. Her revenge was just beginning. After a moment's thought, she grabbed her phone and sent a WeChat message to Tang Yu. "Let's go out for a meal, though I have business to discuss with you." At this time, Tang Yu had just arrived at his company, barely settled in, when he received Wang Yixu's message. "Discuss business. A deal worth several billion." That could be considered, Tang Yu chuckled, but after thinking it over he felt it was inappropriate. Keeping a distance from the female lead was the only way to survive. He had finally enjoyed the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy man for the past 2 days, and just wanted to live a peaceful life. I'm busy. So he replied with 2 words and sent a panda emoji along with it. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. When I cleaned my phone yesterday, I accidentally found some old photos I forgot to delete. I wonder what would happen if I posted them on Moments. Wang Yixue quickly replied, and even sent a picture. Tang Yu glanced at it, and his expression changed. What the hell, isn't that a photo of me in her room? In the picture he was holding a cute little white lingerie with a lewd grin. Any passerby seeing this photo would think he was a perverted man stealing lingerie. What the hell, didn't I delete that? What about the most basic trust between people? Tang Yu exclaimed in dismay. Do you want me to give you a chance to rephrase? Wang Yixue replied instantly, where shall we meet? At the deep sea restaurant Be Good Mua. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu left the company with tears in his eyes. When he arrived at the deep sea restaurant, Wang Yixue was already waiting at the door. From a distance, she waved at Tang Yu with a smile. Today she wore a white 3/4 sleeve shirt, and due to her well-endowed figure one couldn't help but worry whether the buttons at her chest would pop open. A light gray professional skirt hugged her curvy hips, and her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings prompted many thoughts. Whether in a cheapao or business attire, she exuded a unique charm. Many men around were secretly eyeing this stunning beauty. They had just approached her hoping to get her contact details. Unfortunately, none succeeded. Wang Yixue's response was that she was waiting for her boyfriend. So they stood there admiring the beauty while also trying to see what kind of jerk could win over such a stunning woman. When they saw Tang Yu approaching, they were convinced. Not to mention that Bugatti Veyron was proof that this guy was on a different level from them. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Damn it, all the good women end up with dogs. They could only silently curse. Does business have to be discussed here? Tang Yu said with a cold face, visibly displeased. Damn it, isn't the deep sea restaurant a place where one gets eaten? Even as a hole-digging immortal, I can't handle this. Is this business discussion or a multi-billion deal? Hole-digging immortal? Multi-billion deal. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips twitched. Did this guy fear she would eat him? Even if she did, it would be him who benefited. Okay. Yes, this place is romantic, she said, extending her arm toward Tang Yu. What are you doing? Linking arms, or do you want to hold hands directly, or have me wrap my arm around yours? Please mind your manners, let's just discuss business properly. Tang Yu coldly refused. Linking arms. This woman is off. If we play around like this in public, soon everyone in Swang will know that I'm romantically involved with you. Control yourself, understand? Having desires is natural, but you must control yourself. Oh, then how come the person in that photo had no sense of boundaries? You even took my personal belongings. Wang Yixue responded with an oh. Tang Yu knew this woman was subtly threatening him. He could only obediently link arms with Wang Yixue. The deep sea restaurant resembled a large aquarium. However, it was not open to the public and was a members-only restaurant. Dining here felt like being underwater, a luxurious and romantic place. Many wealthy individuals enjoyed bringing their partners here for meals. One reason was that it was romantic. Another was that the lighting was intentionally dim, with candlelight illuminating the meals. People tend to prefer doing secretive things in the darkness to seek excitement. Many came here to dine in private rooms. Before the meal even started, people had already begun indulging. If the fish in the aquarium were wise, they would have long learned all the positions humans used to reproduce. Thus, Tang Yu always thought that the owner of this restaurant must be a lecher. Don't go into the private room, dining outside. Even if we go into the private room, I won't yield. Have you heard the saying that sparrows cannot match true dragons? Though you aren't exactly a sparrow, ha. Wang Yixue's expression darkened as she overheard his thoughts. Did she not match him? Today she would definitely prove herself worthy, just wait. P.S. Today at breakfast, I saw a handsome guy surrounded by 3 beautiful women. I asked him what happened, and he said he didn't know why a 5-star review for my book attracted women. 3 updates daily guaranteed, still working hard to write. Is there a private room? She asked a waiter. It's fine, let's eat outside then. Tang Yu smiled upon hearing this. Thankfully, there were many customers today, ensuring their safety. Alright, let's eat outside then. Wang Yixue wasn't particularly keen on eating in a private room. Seeing Tang Yu's joyful expression, she understood what made him happy. There would be more for him to be happy about later. After they were seated, the waiter brought 2 new aromatic candles for them. Darling, what do you want to eat? Wang Yixue asked with a smile while holding the menu. Anything, I don't have much appetite eating with you, and please don't call me darling. Tang Yu replied coldly. Damn, this woman is really strange. Wasn't she here to discuss business? What kind of business is this? I'm not selling myself. Teacher Wang, don't do this, we're not suited for each other. You're a good person, not worthy of me. Oh, then let's order a couple's set meal. Wang Yixue smiled as she handed the menu to the waiter, her high heels shaking and falling off. She gently kicked Tang Yu's calf with her leg wrapped in black stockings. What are you doing? Tang Yu immediately looked alert. In public, mind your image, okay? Don't wipe your foot sweat on my leg. My foot itches, Wang Yishua said with, your foot has sweat on it. You take care of it every day, right? Then why are you rubbing against me? It stinks. Tang Yu said unhappily, subtly glancing at Wang Yixua's foot. What a sin, how could you wear black stockings? I've been cutting fish at the supermarket for 10 years. My heart is colder than a knife. Nothing can touch me. Except black stockings. I'm just joking. Wearing high heels for too long gets tiring. Hurry, help me massage. Wang Yishua urged with a grin. She wanted to see how long this shy guy could hold out. In your dreams, Tang Yu snorted, aren't you here to discuss business? Hurry up and talk. After we finish, I need to get back to work. I'm too tired to talk now. Oh, if someone helps me massage my feet, I won't be tired anymore. Wang Yishua shamelessly put her foot on Tang Yu's leg. Her legs were white and long, slim, yet not lacking in softness, the kind that would make professional leg models envious. For women with unattractive legs, black stockings are their cover-up. For women like Wang Yishua, black stockings add a hint of flirtation. Damn, how can you do this? If you put your foot closer, this isn't a meal anymore, is it? No wonder this vixen chose to eat in such a place. I should have just found a private room. Of being seen would be social death. I can call a waiter to help you massage. Tang Yu pretended to be dissatisfied and pushed her leg down. The moment his hand grasped Wang Yixua's leg, she shivered slightly as if shocked. At her shiver, Tang Yu also flinched his hand. Why are you touching my foot? You're so perverted. Wang Yishua bit her lip, looking shy. Tang Yu felt a dark line on his forehead. How did it turn out that he seemed like the lewd one? But then he thought, right, I'm just too passive. Always trying to avoid her. She thinks I'm easy to bully and wants to tease me. As long as I take the initiative, can her face be as thick as mine? In the most shameless in the village, even dogs would look at me. Why should I be afraid of her? Are you sure you want me to help you massage your leg? Tang Yu deliberately imitated the Dragon King with a charming smile, but his skill was lacking. The Dragon King Yi Chun could accurately lift the corner of his mouth 90 degrees. Tang Yu could manage only 30. You do it then. Wang Yixua's face showed a hint of shyness, but she was already overjoyed in her heart. Today I want to see how thick your skin is. The lighting was dim, making it hard for anyone to notice the little movements under the table. Tang Yu took a deep breath and gently squeezed the woman's leg. Though separated by a layer of stockings, his fingertips could still feel her soft, bouncy skin. Damn, her skin is really well maintained. Wang Yishua occasionally shivered slightly, her face blushing as she lowered her head, not speaking. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with her reaction. He just knew this woman was all talk. In a real showdown, she was no match for him. Oh, now you know how to be shy. Trying to tease me, this is your retribution. Well, woman, you lit the fire, now you extinguish it yourself. But after 10 minutes passed, Tang Yu finally felt something was off. Because Wang Yishua still had her head lowered, looking shy, not saying a word. Damn, why is she still unresponsive? It could have been like rubbing wood for fire, for goodness sake. Where's your sense of shame? At this point, why are you still being tough with me? Hurry, drop your last bit of stubbornness and surrender to me now. Loudly say, I'm sorry, brother Tang Yu. Tang Yu was frantically complaining in his heart, what the hell is this woman doing? Does she have no sense of shame at all? Or is the scale too small for her to handle? Fortunately, at this moment, the waiter brought over the dishes. To guests, your couple's set meal has arrived. She smiled as she placed the dishes on the table and opened a bottle of red wine for them. Thank you, hey, raise your tip. Tang Yu was immediately filled with gratitude, quickly putting Wang Yixua's foot down, digging into his wallet, and handing her a thick stack of cash. If this continued, he would truly be unable to hold out. Thank you, young Master Tang. The waiter gratefully accepted the stack of cash. As expected of young Master Tang, he's indeed handsome and generous. Tang Yu stood up and looked at Wang Yishua, saying, I'll go wash my hands, you eat first. Okay. Wang Yishua raised her head with a mischievous smile. She just wanted to laugh out loud. This guy had been massaging her for a long time, all the while grumbling in his heart about why he hadn't admitted defeat. So funny. He would never lose. Damn, I got careless. This woman has some thick skin. Seeing her smile, Tang Yu knew he had been tricked and ran off to wash his hands in a huff. When he returned, Wang Yishua had already poured him some red wine, and the steak was cut. She blinked at Tang Yu like a gentle and considerate girlfriend. Eat, you've worked hard today. Thank you. Tang Yu replied coldly. He was indeed a bit hungry. During the meal, Wang Yishua didn't continue to tease Tang Yu and focused on her food. The atmosphere grew quiet. Under the light, one could admire the man, and under the moonlight, one could appreciate the beauty. In the flickering candlelight, Wang Yishua suddenly stopped her movements. She couldn't help but stare at Tang Yu's handsome face, a gentle smile in her eyes. According to this guy's inner thoughts, the world she was in was a novel world. As for that, she didn't care, as long as she truly existed, that was enough. However, according to the plot development, she was not too pleased. Be a harem for that guy who looks like he has a serious illness when he smiles. Only someone with a sick mind would do that. Besides, her little Tang Yu was adorable. Oh, just in terms of looks, he could easily outshine that guy. What are you looking at me for? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yixua's gaze while eating. Tang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, you're blushing. Come let me take a look. No way. Tang Yu turned her. Let me take a look, come on. Wang Yishua chuckled. You should focus on eating. Aren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Tang Yu couldn't stand this woman and could only change the subject. Having teased a delighted Wang Yishua, she finally spoke. I plan to invest in a project soon, but am still short of 3 billion. How about you invest with me? 3 billion. Tang Yu was taken aback. Given the Tang family's assets, pulling out 3 billion in liquid funds was not a concern. However, what did she need 3 billion for at this moment? Clearing her throat, Tang Yu said seriously, 3 billion isn't a small amount. First tell me what project you plan to invest in. It's in new energy. Didn't you think it was quite good last time? Wang Yishua smiled. Oh fine, I'll consider this investment. But you have to agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, don't bother me about trivial matters in the future. You know that men and women should keep their distance, right? Tang Yu stated her first condition. She felt that playing mind games with this which was beyond her, so she just wanted her to behave for now. I actually pretended to seduce you just to ask for your help. Wang Yishua nodded vigorously. After all, she wouldn't keep her word. Today you treat me with indifference. Tomorrow I will still seek you out. Hee hee. Tang Yu snorted and said, second, give me your phone and I need to delete the videos and photos. Damn, so it was a trap set for me. This cunning woman, but I fell for it on purpose. Didn't see that coming, did you? Once I delete the photos and videos, you won't have anything to threaten me with. Wang Yishua hesitated for a moment before pulling out her phone and handing it to Tang Yu, saying, then go ahead and delete them. You have to keep your word. Of course. Tang Yu gladly took the phone, opened WeChat and deleted the photos from the records. After deleting the photos, he opened the file manager to find the videos. Deleted. After deleting the videos, only the photos in the album remained. He opened the album and in the first photo, Wang Yishua was dressed in a bunny girl outfit. This provocative outfit on her stunning figure was simply lethal. The black clothing accentuated her exceptionally fair and alluring skin. Additionally, she had deliberately changed into a pair of suspender stockings. In the frame, Wang Yishua displayed an incredibly seductive smile, as if teasing herself. Damn, I can see this for free. This figure is outrageous. I really underestimated her. He kept scrolling through the screen, and after flipping through more than 10 photos, he finally got past the bunny girl set. But next came a nurse outfit. The only difference was that this time the black stockings were replaced with white ones. I really can't handle this. Didn't expect you to be so bold privately, but unfortunately we are on different sides. I can't shoot you myself. By the way, who the hell took these? It better not be a guy. Just thinking about it is annoying. Tang Yu's face began to heat up as he looked at the photos. This was a bit too stimulating. The person in front of him was sitting right across. Fortunately, after flipping past the nurse outfit, he finally found the candid shot of himself. He quickly deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yishua. Did you delete it, eh? Wang Yishua asked with a sly smile. She felt quite pleased at this moment. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves, and she had specifically taken these photos to tease this guy. She didn't expect him to take the bait. And yet he was cursing the photographer in his heart. All of this was taken by her. There was no photographer. Knowing to feel jealous is a good thing. It's all deleted. Don't do such boring things in the future. Tang Yu cleared his throat, his gaze somewhat evasive. At this moment, Wang Yishua appeared to him, as if her clothing could change at any moment. Fortunately, she didn't come to find me dressed like that. Otherwise, I really couldn't handle it. Which man could withstand such a test? All right, then hurry and transfer the money. Once the project is successful, I will notify you. Wang Yishua urged. Tang Yu nodded and called the company with his phone. Now he was the one in charge of the Tang group. The author set him up as a highly capable villain. In every aspect, he was quite perfect, a standard rich and handsome man. All these settings were meant for setup. A high and mighty boss who couldn't win over a woman after 3 years of licking boots. But Long Wang Yichun could easily win her over. Doesn't that make Yichun look impressive? Alright, I will transfer it to you within an hour at most. After hanging up, Tang Yu's mood instantly improved. The bunny girl outfit is indeed nice. It would be better if it were even less. I should find Qin Ming later to arrange this. Wang Yishua squinted her eyes. Qin Ming. She almost forgot to settle accounts with this guy. Last time he brought Tang Yu to the Xinghe Club and arranged a bunch of girls for him. She would find someone to deal with him later. At this moment, Qin Ming, who was in a hotel hugging a supermodel while discussing life ideals, suddenly sneezed. After the two left the deep-sea restaurant, they drove back to their respective companies. By the time Wang Yishua returned, the funds on the Tang Group's side had already been confirmed. Adding in her prepared 5 billion, that made a total of 8 billion. This time she intended to make a big score. Let that guy named Yi Chun bleed profusely. He is the protagonist. Tang Yu is the villain. Let's see how he plays the protagonist role while I take him down. PSO, you're blushing. Let me take a look at that 5-star rating. Here's the update for the night. France Liberation. As a progressive media outlet, they began developing their internet business early on, amassing over 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today they suddenly published a news article that garnered millions of clicks within just an hour. The content of the news was a public accusation against Fars Corporation for tax evasion. The article detailed Fars Corporation's financial situation over the past 7 years. Upon learning of Fars' actions, French netizens were enraged. Is the French government incompetent? How could they not detect this? They are too busy dividing the spoils, those bastards. They must be fined heavily. Relevant departments acted swiftly upon receiving the news and dispatched personnel to Fars Corporation. They detained several executives for investigation and froze all of their funds. The next day, the investigation results were released. Fars Corporation was found to have engaged in severe tax evasion and would face exorbitant fines. The $300 billion that Huajin Corporation had just transferred was insufficient to cover this deficit. After Fars Corporation's collapse, Huajin Investment Company, as the largest shareholder, also suffered a heavy blow. They were exposed for illegally misappropriating funds, and relevant departments have already intervened. Following the news, Huajin Investment Company's stock price plummeted. When Yichen received this news, he was sitting in the restroom. With paid time off, he had to spend at least 2 to 3 hours here every day. How could this have been discovered? Who provided the information? He shouted angrily while holding his phone in the restroom. Fars Corporation's collapse directly ruined his plan to win over Wang Yishua. The $300 billion in funds never had the chance to be invested in the project, and now went straight into the French government's pocket. $300 billion. For him, not picking up money while going out is a loss. Even the sewage truck passing by must be sampled for taste, and if he doesn't take advantage, he can't sleep. Losing this much made his heart bleed. What was even harder to accept was the severe losses at Huajin Investment. The stock price was plummeting, and the company was frantically spending money to stabilize the market. Huajin Investment is one of the major companies under the Dragon Soul organization with total assets around $500 billion. After this stock market crash, their losses are at least nearly $100 billion. Dragon King, there's an update to report. The primary cause of this loss is that someone took the opportunity to short sell us. The other party invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins, and the organization has investigated clearly that this money was invested by Tungwan Group and Tang Group. The report continued on the other end of the phone. Hearing about Tungwan Group and Tang Group, Yichen's face turned pale. How could those two families do such a thing? Where did things go wrong? His plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would absolutely not dare to betray him. Wang Yishue should also be in the dark. Could it be that the useless Tang Yu discovered something? Just him. My identity hasn't been exposed, has it? Yichen asked coldly. No, the Dragon King's identity is absolutely confidential. That's good. It's just a loss of 1,000 billion. Once I take down the 4 major families, this money will come back tenfold. After saying this, Yichen hung up the phone. As long as his identity remains hidden, he would find another way to win over Wang Yishue. He had 1,000 ways to conquer a woman. As for Tang Yu, the money he earned this time would be repaid with his life. He then took out his phone and sent a text message to his subordinate Yin. You must find incriminating evidence on Tang Group within half a month. I want the Tang family to suffer a miserable fate. After sending the message, he left the restroom. Walking to the lawn downstairs, he quickly spotted a half-meter-long snake. After catching the snake, he easily pulled out its fangs. With this, the snake no longer posed a threat. He coldly chuckled as he approached Building 8, where Qin Kursin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, lived. He hadn't found an opportunity to get close to Qin Kursin in the past few days. Since that was the case, he would create an opportunity. Seeing that no one was around, he easily threw the snake into the second-floor window of the villa, and then stood downstairs, silently waiting for the chance to be a hero and save the beauty. Creating an accident to gain favor and make the other party gradually fall in love with him was his specialty. Ding, the host, has successfully lived through the plot. Reward of building at Mingwe Hotel has been transferred to the host's name. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in the ear of Tang Yu, who was lying at home like a salted fish. He instantly sat up from the bed. What the hell? How did I live through the plot? He looked completely bewildered. He hadn't done anything at home. System, what did I successfully live through the plot of Chapter 88? The system's voice sounded. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yu recalled the plot of Chapter 88. In this chapter, Dragon King Yichen's scheme succeeded. Wang Yishue fell into his trap, and Tungwan Group's 500 billion funds were frozen. Next came Wang Rulong's power grab, followed by his own romantic escapades. Got it. Tang Yu smiled with satisfaction. After struggling for so long in the performance, he finally received the reward he deserved. In a good mood, he stood up to tidy up and prepared to check his new reward. Mingwe Hotel sounds like an ordinary name. However, it is extremely famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It is the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In all of Huaxia, it is considered a top-tier luxury hotel. Its value is approximately 200 billion, and Tang Yu never expected the dog system to be this generous. Although the Tang family was already quite wealthy, But who would ever complain about having too much money? Of course, it would be even better if the system could exchange this reward for some ancient martial arts or life-saving skills. Walking into the garage, Tang Yu was just about to pick a sports car to set off when his phone rang. He glanced at the phone and found it was a call from the company. What's going on? Young Master Tang, the 300 billion investment transferred to Tungwang Group a few days ago has been returned along with an additional 150 billion in profits. What? Tang Yu began to feel something was off. Shouldn't this money have been invested by Wang Yixue into the new energy project and frozen? How could there still be 150 billion in profits after being returned? Making money is a happy thing, but this feels off. Could it be that the plot has collapsed again? Tang Yu quickly hung up the phone and dialed Wang Yixue's number. What's wrong, dear? Missing me? Wang Yixue's seductive voice came through the phone. Tang Yu instantly recalled her photo in a bunny girl outfit. He cleared his throat and said, "What's the situation with the investment project we collaborated on last time?" "Oh, I suddenly found some issues with the cooperating company. After investigating, I discovered someone was trying to trick our Wang family. So I took the money meant for investment to short sell the other party, making a small profit. I'll call you again next time there's a good opportunity to make money." Wang Yixue blew a kiss to Tang Yu through the phone. Is this plot really falling apart again? Damn, I made a mistake. The difficulty of surviving just increased again. Tang Yu felt a bit like spitting blood. Is it really so difficult for me to quietly blend in and earn some rewards? Hey babe, why aren't you speaking? Seeing the silence on the phone, Wang Yixue asked from the other end. No, I'm just too happy. Oh, I'm so happy that I can hardly speak. Is that so? Then I'll find you next time I make money. Thank you. Tang Yu wiped away a tear and hung up the phone. On this hot day, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. Hell was empty, and the Dragon King was among men. He couldn't remember what came next. In short, this world is full of oppression against the survivors. Oh, when will the survivors truly stand up? The Su family. As one of the 4 great families of Suhong, the Su family was once as glorious as the Tang family. However, in recent years, they have declined severely to the point where they are on the verge of losing the title of one of the 4 great families. If it weren't for the outstanding performance of the younger generation represented by Su Muyue, everyone would probably think that the Su family's fall from the 4 great families was only a matter of time. After a busy day at the company, Su Muyue returned to the Su family, driving her Maserati. A figure approached her proactively. It was Yi Chun, who had been waiting in the car. After parting ways with the Tang family last time, he naturally could no longer stay at the Su family as a bodyguard. Muyue, a long time no see, he greeted her with a smile. What are you doing here? Su Muyue frowned slightly. Seeing her frown, Yi Chun felt a hint of sweetness in his. Is she putting on this cold attitude to protect herself and keep me away? Fool. I missed you, so I came. Yi Chun smiled. Don't talk like that, or we are not familiar. Please keep your distance. Su Muyue pushed the car door open and stepped out, looking annoyed as she prepared to go home. Yi Chun quickly blocked her path, looking deeply affectionate. Stop pretending, girl, your eyes won't lie. You care about me, you are just afraid of me being harmed by the Tang family. But I can tell you the Tang family is nothing in front of me. I am more powerful than you think. Soon you will know who truly has the final say in Suong. Su Muyue almost vomited her lunch from the grease of his words. The look in her eyes that wanted to kill didn't lie. At that moment, several members of the Su family happened to walk out of the house. Seeing Yi Chun blocking Su Muyue, they erupted in anger. Su Chongshan gritted his teeth and said, "You again. Last time you made our Su family look bad, and today you dare to come back." He then looked at the 2 bodyguards at the door and commanded, "Get this bastard out of here." The 2 bodyguards immediately charged forward with clenched fists. Yi Chun stood there with an arrogant demeanor, allowing the 2 bodyguards to punch him. He then gently shook his. The 2 bodyguards were pushed back by his strength and fell to the ground. The 2 looked at Yi Chun in terror, still unsure of what had just happened. The members of the Su family were equally astonished at this scene. This guy is so capable. What is his back? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Yi Chun smiled wickedly. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile, but you all truly underestimate me. Today I want to tell you that the Tang family is but ants before me. I, Yi Chun, am the true dragon son-in-law of your Su family. A waste like Tang you can't even compare to me. 3 days later is Mu Yu's birthday, and I will host the birthday party for her. I want to reserve the top floor of Minghua Hotel to give her the best birthday celebration. After a pause, he continued, besides that, I will also present a grand gift to your Su family. Haven't you all been secretly planning to acquire that piece of land in the west of the city? I will get it for you. He originally wanted to keep a low profile. However, Su Muyue and the Su family's reactions left him quite dissatisfied. What is there to fear from the mere Tang family? If he were abroad, destroying the Tang family would be a matter of a single night. Once a family whose assets far surpassed those of the Tang family offended him. The Dragon Soul organization only dispatched 8 elite members. In one night, that family was wiped out completely. So from now on, he would slowly reveal his strength. He must speed up his control over Suong. Is this person out of his mind? Who has the number of a mental hospital? Hurry and send this person there. I have never seen someone so boastful in my life, and you think you can reserve the top floor of Mingwe Hotel. You think you deserve it. Haha, if you can get the land that our Su family can't, I'll lick your shoes, okay? The members of the Su family laughed mockingly. They looked at Yi Chun as if he were a clown believing he had lost. Not to mention, just reserving the top floor of Mingwe Hotel is impossible. 2 years ago on Su Muyu's birthday, the eldest son of the Tang family Tang, Yu went to negotiate with the owner of Mingwe Hotel in person, offering a price of 300 million to reserve the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday party. With the power of the Tang family and offering such a sky-high price, Mingwe Hotel still refused, clearly stating that the rules could not be broken unless the Tang family directly bought the hotel. If the Tang family couldn't accomplish it, what qualifications does he have to do so? Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Yi Chun merely smiled coldly. He took out a prepared document from his pocket and threw it to the Su family members. You can see for yourselves from this document whether I can do it or not. Su Chongshan caught the document that was thrown and was instantly shocked. It was indeed the confidential document regarding the land in the west of the city. The document also contained information about 2 other pieces of land that the municipality planned to develop in the second half of the year. How did he obtain such top-secret information? In big business, information is the most important. With this information, if the Su family successfully seizes the opportunity, it could yield profits in the hundreds of billions. After seeing this document, the other members of the Su family looked at Yi Chun with changed expressions. This man is probably truly well-connected. If they were to form a marriage alliance with the Tang family, would the Tang family provide such great benefits to the Su family? Standing from the perspective of family interests, everyone's thoughts instantly shifted. However, Su Muyu didn't think so much as she had no interest in Yi Chun at all. However, his boasting was a perfect opportunity to rid herself of him. So she coldly said, "All right, you said it. If you can't accomplish it by then, you shall never bother me again." Anyway, reserving the top floor of Mingwe Hotel is absolutely impossible. If he fails to keep his word, he wouldn't have the face to continue pestering her. Even if he really reserved it, she would still reject him. It's a deal. Yi Chun nodded proudly, looking at the members of the Su family, and said, "With me as the dragon's son-in-law, the Su family will become the second family in Suong in the future." After saying that, he swaggered away. Watching his departing figure, the Su family members laughed heartily. This is indeed a great opportunity to test this person's strength. If he can truly accomplish these 2 things, it wouldn't be bad for the Su family to choose a better son-in-law. After leaving the Su family, Yi Chun didn't walk far when a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of him. A tall man stepped down from the car and bowed respectfully to him. "Dragon King. Longya, how did it go with?" Yi Chun asked calmly. A unique aura of dominance emanated from him, putting pressure on the man before him. The man called Longya was one of the 8 great generals of the Longhun organization. Due to his unappealing looks, loyalty, and expertise in business, he gained Yi Chun's trust. Wherever he went, he would always have Longya by his side. On one hand, it was convenient for commands. On the other hand, his ugliness served to highlight Yi Chun's handsomeness. Longya quickly reporting to the Dragon King, the Haishi Group has been successfully acquired and renamed to Longshan Group. A few days ago, after Huajin Investments suffered significant losses, the Dragon King recalled him from Europe to Huaxia. Moreover, he had mobilized an astounding 500 billion in funds to successfully acquire the Haishi Group in Suong. The Longhun organization's foundation is unfathomable. Yi Chun pondered for a moment and said, "Then he'll leave it to you to manage. I don't want to reveal my identity too soon." "Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I will definitely manage Longshan Group well," Longya said, excitedly clasping his fists. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. This Suong was different from what he had imagined. Relying solely on low profile would be too slow. He decided to accelerate his conquest of Suong. Longshan Group was merely his vanguard. "Longya, I want to hold a birthday banquet for my woman in 3 days. In your capacity as the head of Longshan Group, book the top floor of Mingwe Hotel. After securing it, release a notice to let everyone in Suong know that the owner of Longshan Group is hosting a birthday banquet for his beloved. Also help the Su family acquire that piece of land in the west of the city so they can see my strength. Those who refuse will die," Yi Chun said with immense dominance. Longya takes command. Longya clasped his fists, eyes glinting coldly. Anyone who obstructed the Dragon King would be exterminated. Mingwe Hotel. This is the only 7-star hotel in Suhong, truly a landmark of the city. The hotel consists of 2 arched towers connected by an arch structure. From a distance, the hotel resembles a giant ring standing on the lake, incorporating elements of harmony between heaven and man from Huaxia. Every night, the entire hotel reflects on the lake like a bright moon, breathtakingly beautiful. Not bad. The system's reward is quite generous. I suggest doubling it next time. Driving the car, Tang Yu looked at the hotel that belonged to him, feeling quite satisfied. Having followed the dog system through so many cycles, this time the reward was indeed quite generous. However, its sudden generosity made him feel somewhat uneasy. When he drove to the hotel, the general manager Wang Defa was already waiting for him at the entrance. Young Master Tang. Seeing Tang Yu get out of the car, he hurried over to bow and pay his respects. Mr. Wang, no need to be so polite. Tang Yu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. After the system transferred the hotel under his name, it thoughtfully replaced the management with members of the Tang family. Young Master Tang, shall I take you for a tour inside? Wang Defa made an inviting gesture. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wang Defa around the hotel. As soon as he stepped into the hotel, the enormous crystal chandelier caught Tang Yu's attention. The entire lobby was crafted from yellow crystal and various jade stones, epitomizing extravagance. Wang Defa led Tang Yu around the hotel's various facilities, finally arriving at the hot springs. The hotel has over 100 hot spring pools. Among them, there are more than 40 hot spring villas frequently visited by the wealthy of Suang. He pointed to one villa and asked, Young Master Tang, should we keep a few hot spring villas for private use? One villa will suffice. Tang Yu nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll make a call later to ensure that this hot spring villa will not be open to the public anymore. Wang Defa nodded and the two returned to the general manager's office after touring the hot springs. They had barely sat down when Wang Defa's tea was still not ready and his secretary rushed in. Mr. Wang, the head of Longshan Group, is at our hotel saying he wants to book the top floor for a birthday banquet. The secretary reported. Booking the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingyue Hotel is one of its major attractions. Due to its stunning view, distinguished guests come here to enjoy the experience every day. If they were to book the top floor for one person, it would surely offend other guests. Just as he was about to refuse, Tang Yu suddenly asked. Longshan Group. Yes, Longshan Group. It was called Haishi Group not long ago, but it was renamed after being acquired. The secretary quickly replied. Haishi Group was quite famous locally in Suhong, and many were curious after its sudden acquisition. Who exactly was this dragon crossing the river capable of such a grand undertaking? To spend 500 billion to purchase such a large company? Tang Yu immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, isn't this the plot from chapter 95 of the original story? In this chapter, Yi Chen no longer pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger, beginning to gradually showcase his strength. To prove himself to the Su family, he booked the top floor of Mingyue Hotel, which was never open to the public, hosting a grand birthday banquet for Su Muyu. At this birthday banquet, the Su family members were left humiliated and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Su Muyu was also captivated by his romance, completely infatuated with him. After taking down the Su family, his influence in Suang would grow stronger. He would then begin to swallow the Tang family. Dog system, DNMD, you're trying to screw me over again, right? Tang Yu cursed internally. He had said this ghostly system was suddenly so generous, it must have some ulterior motive. According to the original plot, Yi Chen sent Longya to book the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday banquet. The hotel manager refused to break the rules. Therefore, Longya seized the manager's throat, threatening him with death. If you don't agree, you'll die. With one foot in the grave, the hotel manager realized he was dealing with someone he couldn't offend and could only comply. So now the pressure was on him. If he refused with Longya's mad dog personality, he would undoubtedly use every means possible to make them comply. But agreeing to it would also be troublesome. If Yi Chen successfully captured Su Muyu, the Su family would become his force. Coupled with Longshan Group and other influences, the Tang family and his own situation would become very precarious. Either way, it was death. Even attempting to survive was impossible. He needed to think of a way to stir up some trouble. But personally, getting involved in trouble was somewhat risky. After taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Wang Defa. If he remembered correctly, this guy's talent for scheming was quite remarkable. One of the character designs for villains in action stories is that their subordinates are usually adept at creating chaos. Wang Defa was no exception. Thus, Tang Yu felt this was a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his talent. What's wrong, young Master Tang? Noticing Tang Yu's strange expression, Wang Defa hurriedly came over with a smile to inquire. Mr. Wang, I think we can agree to book the top floor, but the birthday banquet absolutely cannot happen. Do you understand? Tang Yu smiled slyly at him. If the birthday banquet went ahead successfully, they would follow the original plot straight to a dead end. If they refused, Longya would be a huge hassle. Since that's the case, let Wang Defa fully utilize his abilities. With this guy's keen insight, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable. Let the Dragon King tremble in fear. Alright. Wang Defa nodded, still a bit confused. What did young Master Tang mean? If he wasn't willing, couldn't he just refuse outright? Somewhat puzzled, he left the office and went to the reception room where Longya was waiting. What should I call you, sir? I am Wang Defa, the manager of the hotel. Wang Defa approached Longya with a smile and shook his hand. Longya disdainfully shook hands with Wang Defa. I am Longya. My boss wants to book the top floor for his woman Miss Su Mu Yue for her birthday. What's the price to book it? He had heard about Mingyue Hotel's policy. The top floor is not available for booking. But the Dragon King had already issued the order. What the Dragon King wanted to do, he must fulfill. He was prepared to give the other party a show of strength, letting Mingyue Hotel know that there were some people they couldn't refuse. Defying the Dragon King. Death. Wang Defa's expression darkened instantly. Miss Su is the woman of their boss. What's this trying to compete with young Master Tang for a woman? He quickly realized. No wonder young Master Tang wanted him to agree first, and then sabotage it. It was to intentionally slap the opponent in the face. Here comes the opportunity to stand out. Wang Defa smirked to himself, agreeing wholeheartedly. Mr. Long, hello. Our Mingyue Hotel wishes to form a good relationship with your esteemed company, so we are making an exception to allow the top floor booking free of charge. Wang Defa's attitude surprised Longya. He quickly understood. Surely the existence of Longqin Group prompted the other side to curry favor. After all, spending 500 billion to acquire a company, anyone with a bit of sense would know. Anyone capable of such a feat must possess unfathomable strength. Since your hotel is so sincere, I represent Longqin Group to accept your friendship. I will send the plan for the birthday banquet to Mr. Wang later. Longya said with satisfaction. Good. Wang Defa smiled and agreed, both of them grinning like a couple of children weighing hundreds of pounds. After confirming this matter, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu. Upon learning that everything had been settled, Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. The dog system wants to screw me over. With my extraordinary wisdom and my subordinates being talents, how could a trivial system deal with me? After passing the hotel checkpoint, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, in order to showcase his strength, Yi Chun had also helped the Su family acquire the land in the west of the city. However, this land had already been acquired by his own family. After leaving the hotel, Long Yu was set to handle this matter next. To avoid trouble from this mad dog, Tang Yu decided to employ the same old trick. Manager Wang, please call President He and have him temporarily hand over the land in the west of the city to the Su family. He said, looking at Wang Defa. Let Yi Chun flaunt his strength in front of the Su family for now. After the birthday banquet is ruined by Wang Defa, they can reclaim the land. By then, would the Su family still treat him kindly after feeling like fools? No matter what, this scoundrel must not be allowed to continue growing stronger in Suong. All right, young Master Tang. Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He understood that young Master Tang intended to use this land as a birthday gift for Miss Su. Indeed, young Master Tang does not hold back when making a move. Arrange it. It must be arranged. At that moment, a notification from the system sounded in Tang Ye's ear. Ding host, you really are playing it safe. Due to your shamelessness, you have triggered a special reward, the perfected ancient martial art immovable king skill, usable once. Tang Yu was taken aback. Ancient martial arts. In urban novels, if there's no mention of cultivation, ancient martial arts are definitely the most formidable existence. As for the immovable king skill, Tang Yu glanced at it and saw that it was a defensive technique. According to the system's introduction, when cultivated to perfection, the body would become as hard as the immovable king. In other words, no one could break through my defenses. But it can only be used once, which is a bit of a letdown. System, how about removing the one-time use restriction? Tang Yu chuckled as he proposed. The system remained silent. Tang Yu could only sigh. The system was indeed quite troublesome. Still, having it once is better than not having it at all. Starting today, no matter how powerful an expert is, they shouldn't expect to take me down in one punch. At least 2 punches. I wonder what rewards will come after the birthday banquet. This is a major plot point. With a face full of anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he left the office. He stepped out with a loud laugh. Little did anyone know it was a lychee coming. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa stayed in the office feeling extremely excited. Being assigned to oversee the Mingyue Hotel was definitely a promotion. The task given by young Master Tang must be completed with perfection. Crush that dog of a rival. Make young Master Tang proud. He sat in front of the computer, anxiously waiting for Long Yu to send him the birthday banquet plan. After waiting for 2 hours, the birthday banquet plan finally arrived. He quickly opened his email, and upon opening the plan, he started to chuckle. That little brat, the plan is surprisingly romantic. Yichen, huh? Fine, at this birthday banquet, if I don't step on your face, I won't take the surname Wang. Wang Defa chuckled, already feeling a bit impatient. After leaving the Mingyue Hotel, Long Yu, in his capacity as the head of Longqin Group, contacted a significant figure to help the Su family acquire the land. This was initially quite a troublesome matter, and he thought he would have to use some unconventional means to resolve it. However, upon contacting the other party, they quickly agreed upon learning Long Yu's intentions. In fact, they didn't even mention any conditions, simply stating that they were giving face to Longqin Group. The smoothness of both matters made him quite proud. His organization merely bought a group worth 500 billion, yet it made the entire Suong take notice. Suong is just that, nothing more. No wonder the Dragon King chose this place as his first foothold upon returning to Huaxia. Conquering Suang is simply a piece of cake. He quickly called Yi Chun, and after the call connected he reported, Dragon King, everything has been arranged. Very good, your capability continues to inspire confidence. Quickly spread the news, and let everyone pay attention to this birthday banquet. Understood, Dragon King. With long yas, push the news quickly spread throughout Suang. The top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, which even the eldest son of the Tang family could not book, was actually reserved by the boss of Longshan Group. The entire upper class was curious. Who exactly is this mysterious boss of Longshan Group? And who is his woman to be able to celebrate her birthday by booking the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel? The women of Suang were envious, jealous, and resentful. Such a romantic affair, why didn't it involve them? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces suddenly stopped at the gate of the Su family. After Long Ye got out of the car, he walked into the Su family's gate. By this time it was already dark and the Su family was waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. They wanted to see if this person truly had strength far surpassing the Tang family. Upon learning Long Ye had arrived, the Su family members were somewhat surprised. Long Ye? Isn't that the boss of Longshan Group? What is he doing here? Long Ye approached Su Muyu and bowed respectfully. Miss Su Long. Young master, Yi asked me to come and take you to the Mingyue Hotel for your birthday. Yi Chun. Yes. Su Muyu's expression slightly changed. Had he really booked the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel? The Su family members were also taken aback. The mysterious big shot who bought Longshan Group was actually Yi Chun. Su Muyu took a deep breath and decided to go after all. No matter what today, she had to clarify her feelings. She stood up and said, all right, let's set off then. Seeing Su Muyu about to go, Su Chongshan quickly stopped her. Muyu, where are you really going? Isn't that inappropriate? You and Xiao Yu are already. What does Tang Yu matter? It's merely a matter of a finger for young Master Yi to play him to death. Long Ye coldly snorted. A mere rich second generation from Suang is even worthy to compete with the Dragon King for a woman. Su Muyu frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked at Su Chongshan. Dad, it's fine. It's just a trip. If there are any issues, I will handle them. All right then. Su Chongshan sighed and could only comply with his daughter's wishes. Soon a group of people got into the car and headed towards the Mingyue Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Mingyue Hotel, it was completely dark. A large group of reporters and onlookers were waiting outside the hotel. They were curious to know who the lucky woman was to receive such special treatment. As for the several Rolls-Royces, they didn't attract much attention. In a place like the Mingyue Hotel, BMWs and Benzes are regarded as bodyguard cars. Ladies and gentlemen, please, young Master Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor. Long Ye walked ahead, leading the Su family members. As soon as they entered the elevator, Su Chongshan's phone rang. After answering the call and chatting for a bit, his expression instantly became excited. Muyu, we have acquired the land in the west of the city. He looked at Su Muyu excitedly. Once developed properly, this land could bring the Su family at least hundreds of billions in profit. This is a rare major project for the current Su family. The Su family members instantly became extremely excited. They all understood how crucial this project was for the Su family. Yi Chun truly is someone with immense connections. Choosing him might indeed be better than choosing the Tang family. Long Ao was quite satisfied with the Su family's reaction. He smiled slightly and said, this was merely a casual act by young master. Yi's abilities are 1,000 times greater than you think. At this moment, Yi Chun had already changed into a high-end suit and had dressed up meticulously. He was quietly admiring the night view by the floor-to-ceiling window while holding a glass of red wine, feeling a bit expectant. Tonight he intended to prove to the Su family that he is their true dragon son-in-law. However, at this moment the top-floor venue was empty except for him and the staff. He had only invited the Su family members tonight. He couldn't be too ostentatious right now. If the entire Suang knew he was pursuing Su Muyu, wouldn't that disrupt his plans to establish a harem? Thus he deliberately created such a situation, allowing the Su family to recognize his strength without affecting his romantic pursuits. After the group from the Su family arrived, Yi Chun put down the red wine in his hand and went to greet them. Muyu, you finally came. Didn't I say I would do it? Upon seeing Su Muyu, a wicked smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Yi Chun's mouth, bringing him a sense of exhilaration. He clapped his hands, and immediately someone pushed over a large cake. I know you love fruit cakes, so I had someone customize this for you. But before we eat the cake, I have another gift to present to you, he said softly, looking at Su Muyu. Su Muyu sighed and said seriously, Yi Chun, I don't know what your status is, but I need to clarify something with you. Before she could finish her words, the sound of fireworks bursting interrupted her. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated by the fireworks. Everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to the spectacle. As the first firework exploded, countless fireworks soared into the sky. In an instant, the night sky seemed to transform into a sea of flowers. The people gathered below the hotel were also captivated by the fireworks. As they watched, they suddenly noticed that the fireworks formed a string of words. Sumuyu, a happy birthday. Oh my god, the one hosting the birthday party is actually the eldest daughter of the Su family. How romantic. How much did this cost? This fireworks display could be seen from half of Suhang City. Countless people took out their phones to capture this moment and prepare to post short videos. Many streamers stopped their live broadcasts simply aiming their cameras at the fireworks. Wow, is this how rich people date? These fireworks have been going for 10 minutes already. How much longer will it go? Incredible rich people finally found their match and single dogs witnessed it firsthand. After watching for about 10 minutes, the viewers in the live chat were all guessing how much this fireworks display cost. From the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, the Su family members watched the fireworks with a sense of obsession. When the fireworks feast ended, thousands of drones soared into the sky from all directions. These drones flew in the night sky like colorful fireflies. After reaching a certain height, they began to perform a light show. Wow, there's more. How many drones are there? At least 3,000, right? Amazing. Did this birthday party cost over 10 million? This light show left the onlookers in awe. This was truly a display of affection for the entire Suhang City. Yichen was extremely satisfied with this. This scale was indeed impressive. Along, you did not disappoint him. He silently exclaimed in delight as he saw the Su family members with their mouths agape. From today onwards, the Su family should understand who is the true person worth wooing. After the light show lasted for about 10 minutes, it finally transformed into 7 large characters. Happy birthday, Sumuyu. Just as everyone thought this light show was about to conclude, the drone formation changed once again. This time it formed a heart and 4 large characters. Love you. Yichen smiled with satisfaction. This ending was quite good. Quite good. His expression suddenly changed as if he had just bitten into something unpleasant. Damn it. This was supposed to be a birthday banquet he prepared for Sumuyu. Why did that bastard's name have to appear at the end? You. Isn't that the name of Tang Yu? The crowd watching the performance below wasn't too surprised. You? Isn't that the young master of the Tang family? Oh my god, young Master Tang is so romantic. Hey, I guessed it was definitely prepared by young Master Tang. At this moment, Wang Defa, who had been silently observing everything from the corner, revealed a satisfied smile. With this, young Master Tang should be very pleased. Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel. Upon learning that the birthday banquet was successfully held, he hurried over. What the hell is Wang Defa doing? Didn't he say to stop this birthday banquet? As a traitor, shouldn't he have caused? When he rushed to the top floor panting, all eyes were focused on him. Sumuyu was looking at Tang Yu with a touch. She hadn't expected that the meticulously prepared birthday banquet was actually organized by this guy. She had messaged him last night, but he hadn't replied. She didn't realize he was secretly preparing a surprise for her. This reserved one. Blushing, she walked up to Tang Yu and said, "Thank you, I'm really happy with this birthday today." Happy? Tang Yu was still a bit confused, but was already panicking. What the hell was Wang Defa up to? Yi Chun with a grim expression strode up to Tang Yu. He stared intensely at the architect of this incident and said in a deep voice, "Did you do all of this?" "I did." A bewildered Tang Yu instinctively turned around to see the drone formation flying in the air. "Love you. You. Indeed, this is the grand gift young Master Tang prepared for you. If you don't like it, just bear with it." Wang Defa's voice suddenly rang out. He approached with a group of bodyguards surrounding Yi Chun, preventing this mad dog from harming young Master Tang. Then he looked at Tang Yu with excitement, eager to take credit. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet?" Just making sure the banquet couldn't be held wasn't enough. If you're going to step on someone, you need to step on them completely, making them realize the consequences of competing with young Master Tang for women. "Did you arrange this?" Tang Yu asked with wide eyes. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, feeling quite proud of his meticulously prepared plan. He looked at Yi Chun with a hint of disdain. So what if he was the boss of Longchen Group? How dare he compete with young Master Tang for women? Tang Yu felt a tightness in his chest, almost wanting to spit blood. Yi Chen's face contorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu filled with resentment. This bastard. He was doomed. Seeing several bodyguards standing in front of him, he charged forward, throwing a few punches. The bodyguards were sent flying. Seeing him heading towards Tang Yu, Sumuyu was infuriated. She blocked Yi Chun and shouted, "What else can you do besides bullying people with force?" Seeing Sumuyu standing in front of him, his eyes blazed with fury, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. How dare his woman protect another man? He quickly realized. She wasn't protecting Tang Yu. She was protecting herself. If he acted impulsively and killed someone named Tang, here things would escalate. If he wanted to kill this guy, he definitely couldn't do it in front of so many people. A barbarian is just a barbarian. Simply lawless. This is a society governed by law. Just call the police and let them handle it. I don't believe he can turn the world upside down. So annoying. If you can't do it, don't pretend. What's there to be angry about? The Su family members started cursing from the side. Their attitude changed in an instant. This guy pretended for so long. It turned out it was all a feast prepared by young Master Tang. How could he stand there so arrogantly? How could someone like him compete with the Tang family? How could he claim to be the dragon's son-in-law of the Su family? Did he deserve it? Long Yu knew this wasn't the time to act recklessly. If he were to strike, it couldn't be in front of Su. He hurriedly pulled Yi Chen aside. Long, young master, you don't be impulsive, calm down first. Then he turned to Wang Defa and shouted angrily. What do you mean by this at Minghua Hotel? Our young master Yi is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Su. How dare you play like this? Do you believe I can make your hotel unable to operate? Wang Defa sneered, unconcerned. Hosting a birthday banquet. Isn't today the banquet hosted by young Master Tang for Miss Su? As for you, I haven't taken a single penny from you. What do you have to say? Long Ya's expression changed instantly. He finally understood why the other party didn't take his money. Wang Defa then turned to Yi Chun and cursed loudly. Also, our Tang family is already engaged with the Su family. This young Master Yi is the one truly shameless, pursuing a girl who is already promised to someone else. A dog with a broken spine dares to bark here. I've lived for decades and have never seen such shamelessness. Yi Chun trembled at the insults. As the Dragon King, when had he ever been humiliated like this in public? That's right, being so thick-skinned is truly disgusting. One, you are absolutely right, it is indeed like this. Wonderful, wonderful. The Su family members echoed in agreement. Seeing the Su family supporting Long Yu was filled with hatred. He pointed at the Su family members, jumping up in anger. Do you even have the face to scold young Master Yi? Without young Master Yi, you Su family would never obtain that land in the West District in your lifetime. The Su family members suddenly looked a bit awkward. Although this kid had pretended for so long, it seemed the Su family had indeed benefited from him. Su Zhongshan's face darkened, and he was about to step forward to express his willingness to return the land. Wang Defa coldly snorted, his expression disdainful. What does the land in the West District have to do with you? That was given to the Su family by young Master Tang's orders. If you don't believe it, call to confirm. Young Master Tang is a low-key person, so as his subordinate he had to stand up and maintain young Master Tang's face. Once he said this, Su Zhongshan hurriedly took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Director Wang, I am Su Zhongshan. Oh, may I ask about the land in the West District? After asking a few questions and receiving an answer, he looked gratefully at Tang Yu. Xiao Yu, uncle thanks you on behalf of the Su family for helping with this matter. Su Mu Yu looked at Tang Yu with a gentle smile. This guy, he actually sacrificed so much for her behind the scenes. Next time I'll invite him for drinks. What else do you have to say? Wang Defa sneered, looking at Long Yu and the others, questioning them. This matter was personally arranged by himself. How dare they steal this credit? Long Yu's face had turned. He looked at Yi Chun with a pained expression and whispered, Dragon King, it is my incompetence. Please punish me. Yi Chun's mindset was almost completely broken. But after extreme anger, he had now calmed down. Taking a deep breath, he didn't say anything to Long Yu, but looked at Su Mu Yu. Mu Yu, soon you will know who is your best choice. After saying that, he strode away from this humiliating place. Long Yu hurriedly followed in his footsteps. After they left, Wang Defa proudly adjusted his hairstyle. Competing with young Master Tang. Did they even qualify? Uncle can handle you all by himself. Alright, the annoying people are gone. Let's continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday. Wang Defa clapped his hands and began to make arrangements. The Su family members all laughed and started to celebrate Su Mu Yu's birthday. Su Mu Yu walked to the cake, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. After making her wish, everyone began to share the cake. She handed a slice of cake to the visibly disheartened Tang. Try this cake, it's quite delicious. Sure. Tang Yu took the cake and had a bite. It was indeed delicious. Thank you for today. This is my happiest birthday, and I think I will remember this day for the rest of my life. Su Mu Yu smiled at Tang Yu. She was genuinely happy that Tang Yu could attend the birthday banquet. It's nothing as long as you're happy. Tang Yu forced a smile. What do you think I wished for today, Su Mu Yu looked at Tang Yu with sparkling eyes. What? Don't tell anyone. Su Mu Yu deliberately lowered her voice. She leaned over and suddenly kissed Tang Yu on the cheek. This time Tang Yu was caught off guard and didn't dodge. Wang Defa cheered immediately upon seeing this, feeling elated deep inside. Helping young Master Tang woo a girl was truly a success. Su Mu Yu, blushing, stuck her tongue out at Tang Yu and shyly ran away. Tang Yu touched the spot where she had kissed. His mood felt somewhat complicated. After the birthday banquet ended, Tang Yu did not go home, but stayed in the general manager's office to rest. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied today? Wang Defa was excited about his performance today. Uncle's performance was simply outstanding. Satisfied? Tang Yu nodded. He was extremely satisfied. After scrutinizing Wang Defa a few times, he felt that this guy couldn't stay here any longer. This guy was undoubtedly a top-notch double agent. He had underestimated him too much. So he took a deep breath and said, Director Wang, I've thought about it. With your talent, working here is too much of a waste. Just as it happens, our family has opened a new business in Siberia. You can go and be the regional manager, and your salary and rewards will triple. Young Master Tang, I can't accept this. I just did a trivial job, Wang Defa humbly said, but inside, he was bursting with joy. Don't be polite. This is the honor you deserve. Our Tang family will not treat a meritorious minister unfairly. I'll prepare to set off after you finish your handover tomorrow. Tang Yu patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and turned to leave. Damn. If there were such double agents next time, just send them directly to Syria. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa jumped up excitedly. Damn it, he got promoted and received a raise again. In his joy, he opened the WeChat group to share the good news with his colleagues. This group consisted of the Tang family's management. Brothers helping young Master Tang woo girls really works. I just got promoted a few days ago, and young Master Tang promoted me again. Remember, if young Master Tang is wooing a girl in the future, put in some initiative, understand. Whoever dares to compete with young Master Tang, for women step on them to death. Especially that idiot named Yi Chun. After sharing his insights with his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled slightly. Uncle can only help you this far. Thank you for the reminder, Director Wang. I have gained enlightenment. Gratitude. Got it, Yi Chun right. The group members were ecstatic, eagerly seeking advice and learning. As Yi Chun and the others left the hotel, a crowd was gathered at the entrance, all excitedly discussing tonight's birth. Hearing their voices, Yi Chun felt his teeth nearly cracking. What an affront from Tang Yu, daring to humiliate him like this. Long Yu followed behind him, pale and trembling. The first task given to him by the Dragon King had turned out this way. Thinking about how the Dragon King was just humiliated by everyone made him break into a cold sweat. When the Dragon King is enraged, rivers of blood will flow. After walking a distance from the hotel, they stopped in a park. Long Yu wiped the cold sweat from his face and quickly approached Yi Chun, feeling guilty. Dragon King, today's failure is on me, and Long Yu is willing to accept punishment. With that, he raised his left hand and slapped it heavily against his chest. Just as his palm, infused with profound inner strength, was about to land, Yi Chun swiftly reached out and grabbed his wrist. No need, you are my brother, it's just a small matter. This statement of brotherhood made Long Yu feel immensely moved. The Dragon King actually considered him a brother, and even refrained from punishing him. I, Long Yu, have drifted through life regretting not meeting a wise master. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I will certainly dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Long Yu said, choking up. However, today's incident cannot simply be overlooked. Yi Chun snorted coldly. His tone was frigid as he said, you must prepare for retaliation immediately. Within a week, I want Mingwei Hotel to be out of business, and that guy named Wang must die. After suffering such humiliation today, if I don't repay it 100-fold, I won't be called Yi Chun. All right. Long Yu revealed a sinister smile. Bringing down a hotel was nothing difficult. Then he asked, by the way, Dragon King, what about that guy named Tang? Don't worry about him for now. I've sent Ling Han and Shi Yin to get close to him. His death is inevitable. Yi Chun said coldly. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted him to witness the fall of the Tang family before he died. Hearing that Ling Han and Shi Yin were sent, Long Yu smiled widely. The Dragon Soul organization has 8 great generals, and the Dragon King is naturally the first. Ling Han and Shi Yin are the 3rd and 4th respectively. With these two acting together, success is guaranteed. As for him, he became the 8th general due to the Dragon King's favor. However, due to insufficient strength, he had remained in that position for a millennium. Thus, many in the organization called him Long Laoba, 8th Long. After Long Yu left, Yi Chun couldn't help but scold softly, useless. Returning home, Tang Yu lay on his bed with a weary expression. Yet another day had passed without him being able to keep a low profile. He thought about Yi Chun's expression today. Tang Yu knew that the difficulty of maintaining a low profile had increased again. Ding Host has successfully lived through the plot. Reward 1 copy of the Qing Nong Heavenly Classic automatically learned. Just as he lay down, the system's voice sounded. Instantly, countless traditional Chinese medicine knowledge flooded his mind. What the hell? The dog system suddenly showed mercy, giving such an incredible reward. It directly maxed out his medical talent. He sat up to examine his body. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate his body and see the meridians. Any minor ailment in his body was easily identifiable. The vast array of medical recipes, acupuncture, and massage therapies flooded his mind. In simple terms, his current medical skills ranked among the very best in all of Huaxia. With such a great reward, Tang, you didn't rush to rejoice. This dog system is a bit off. System, is this Qing Nong Heavenly Classic reliable? Tang Yu questioned inwardly. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Am I selling you a raw egg? The system's tone carried some dissatisfaction. Stop with that, you sent me to a hotel and then dug a pit for me. Tang Yu grumbled and cursed. The system went completely silent. Seeing that the dog thing was unresponsive, Tang Yu decided not to use this medical skill publicly for now. Otherwise, who knows if the dog system has set him up. After lying down on the bed, Tang Yu quickly fell asleep. In his dreams, he saw Wang Yixue and Su Muyu dressed as bunny girls fighting to cuddle him, the little piglet. Just as Tang Yu was in a state of mixed pleasure and pain, someone gently patted his face and called out his name. Brother Tang Yu, get up, it's time for breakfast. Hearing that sweet voice, Tang Yu was instantly awakened from his dream. He opened his eyes and was greeted by a sea of white. At this moment he recalled a saying by Yasuo, I have touched the peaks and traversed the depths, you both have greatly benefited me. The wording might be slightly off, but Tang Yu felt it conveyed the general idea. At that moment Jiang Xiaoya was standing by his bedside. Today she wore a JK uniform. Her pure and sweet appearance combined with her petite figure truly made her look like a high school girl. However, despite her lowly face, her development was surprisingly impressive. Standing by the bed, she bent down, rubbing Tang Yu's face, urging him to get up. As Tang Yu opened his eyes, he felt a bit lost. Xiaoyu, are you using this to test me? Just waking up, he almost blurted out his inner thoughts. He quickly corrected himself, saying, Good morning, what brings you here? I came to see Tang Grandpa. Hasn't he been having stomach issues again these past few days? Jiang Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, nudging Tang Yu with her hand, asking, What were you just saying about a test? Nothing, just talking in my sleep. Tang Yu vigorously shook his head. Sister, could you please be a little mindful of your image? So early in the morning you make a pure little boy see such things, is that appropriate? It's simply too appropriate. Your lack of height must be because all your nutrition is concentrated in one place. No wonder some predecessors said that women who lower their heads cannot see their feet are the fairest in the world. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya's ears turned beet red and hot. She glanced down at her clothing's neckline and quickly straightened up, blushing as she urged, Hurry and get up for breakfast, Annie asked me to call you. Alright, you go out first, I need to get dressed. Tang Yu, accustomed to sleeping naked, couldn't get up in front of Jiang Xiaoya. Jiang Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and hurriedly ran out. After exiting, she took a deep breath and rubbed her. Brother Tang Yu has turned bad. Since the last time she heard Tang Yu's inner thoughts, she had been fixated on it. Today she came to see Tang Grandpa and took the opportunity to confirm with him again. Now that she had confirmed it, she felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't want to be so tall, walking around was exhausting. After washing up, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoya to have breakfast. Upon reaching the dining hall, a young man with long hair tied in a ponytail was having his meal. Seeing Tang Yu, he immediately stood up to greet her. Brother Jiang Shani, long time no see. After a brief pause, Tang Yu nodded and smiled. It's been a while. Come eat, the breakfast is almost cold. After you finish, let's go visit Grandpa together. The young man enthusiastically helped Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoya set their bowls and chopsticks. Once seated, Tang Yu silently ate her breakfast while glancing at the smiling ponytailed young man. This guy who called him brother was not his biological younger brother. Instead, he was the son of his second uncle, making him Tang Yu's cousin Tang Ryu. Tang Yu had quite a deep impression of this guy. In the original storyline, shortly after Tang Yu's death, old Master Tang fell ill from anger and passed away. In order to avenge Tang Yu, Tang's parents spared no effort to retaliate. However, no matter how strong the Tang family was, they could not compete with the Son of Fortune. The Dragon Soul organization behind him was far more powerful than the Tang family. Acting like a pig to eat a tiger could only be done with a background. Thus Tang Ryu, who had been suppressing his ambitions, took the opportunity to ally with Yi Chun and backstab the Tang family as a dog for the Dragon King. Tang Ryu played a significant role in the sinking of the Tang family's great ship. I need to find an opportunity to bury this kid, Tang Yu muttered in his heart. Damn it, the Tang family's trillion-dollar assets are the rewards that brother will take back to the end. The Son of Fortune cannot confront directly. Is it difficult to deal with a traitor? Your uncle enjoy bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Jiang Xiaoya, who was drinking porridge, glanced at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression. Who is Tang Yu planning to bury? After finishing breakfast, the three of them headed to the backyard to find old Master Tang. When they arrived, old Master was sitting in a high-back chair playing with his phone. From his hand came the sounds of fighting and voices of game characters. Old Master Tang's face was twisted in anger as he cursed. Come on, you meat player, can't you even initiate a team? Are you a primary school student, Archer? Shouldn't you be in school during the day? A bunch of trash. Even if I'm 80, I wouldn't make such a brain-dead move. The three who walked in were clearly taken aback. This old man is unexpectedly quite trendy. After finishing a game, old Master Tang angrily placed his phone on the table and rubbed his chest. Grandpa, you should really stop playing games, it's not good for your health. Tang Yu hurriedly advised. Yes, Grandpa. Tang, you need to take care of your health. You need to rest more, Grandpa. Jiang Xiaoya and the others quickly chimed in. I know, I'll uninstall it. Old Master Tang nodded, picked up his phone, and uninstalled the troublesome game, looking quite furious. First, let me have a cup of tea to rest, then he'll check your pulse. Jiang Xiaoya poured a cup of tea for old Master Tang, and then sat beside him to check his pulse. Meanwhile, Tang Yu silently observed his grandfather. After receiving the reward of the Qing Nong Tianjing, he now only needed to focus his eyes to discern where there were health issues in a person's body. Grandpa's stomach problem is an old ailment, and there is clearly cold energy surrounding his stomach. According to the Qing Nong Tianjing, this is a deficiency of stomach yin caused by yin deficiency and insufficient fluids. The best treatment plan should focus on warming and nourishing using a 100-year-old black fairy medicinal mushroom as the main ingredient combined with huang jing and sha xin and other 6 medicinal herbs to make a herbal tea which can be taken for a month. But is this damned Qing Nong Tianjing really reliable? Zhang Xiaoye, who was checking old Master Tang's pulse, couldn't help but narrow her pupils after hearing his thoughts. She looked at Tang Yu in shock. Brother Tang, you can actually practice medicine, and he can see the problem just by standing there without even checking the pulse. In traditional Chinese medicine, the highest realm of observation is the realm of spiritual insight. Only by reaching the realm of spiritual insight can one achieve this level. And Grandpa had told her that no one in traditional Chinese medicine in China has entered the realm of spiritual insight for hundreds of years. As for the Qing Nong Tianjing, it is a divine book that all traditional Chinese medicine practitioners yearn for. As a fan of traditional Chinese medicine, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She really wanted to have an in-depth conversation with Brother Tang Yu. You girl, are you done? Seeing Zhang Xiaoye checking the pulse for a while, without any movement, old Master Tang asked with a smile. I'm done. Zhang Xiaoye, coming back to her senses, quickly said, it's caused by deficiency of stomach yin. Grandpa Tang, have you been experiencing frequent dry mouth, tongue dryness, and stomach discomfort lately? Yes, it's an old problem. Zhang Xiaoye smiled sweetly. For such old issues, it is best to focus on warming and nourishing. It'll make you a herbal tea, and if you take it regularly, you'll be fine. However, the herbal tea requires a black fairy medicinal mushroom that is over 100 years old as the main ingredient, and our family doesn't have it at the moment. We need to have someone deliver it from outside, and it should arrive the day after tomorrow. At that time, let Brother Tang Yu go to my house to pick it up. After hearing the prescription that Tang Yu had just recited, she analyzed it and believed it was indeed a very effective prescription, and it had almost no side effects on the human body. All medicine has some toxicity, and the highest realm of a prescription is to treat the disease without harming the patient's body. No wonder it is the Qing Nong Tianjing. Tang Yu was somewhat surprised. Is the herbal tea this girl is going to make similar to what he thought? This Qing Nong Tianjing seems to be quite reliable. Alright, just let this kid visit your grandpa for a while. Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. Good, my grandpa was still mentioning Brother Tang Yu a few days ago. Zhang Xiaoye smiled, her eyes squinting, thinking it would be a good opportunity to ask Brother Tang Yu about medical skills. After chatting with old Master Tang for a few more sentences, she said her goodbyes and went back to the clinic to get busy. Old Master Tang's gaze fell on Tang Yu and the others as he asked, do you two have anything else to discuss? Grandpa, I want to work at Miley Food. Tang Ruyu spoke up. The Miley Food he mentioned is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which has developed quite well in recent years. Old Master Tang did not rush to express his stance. Tang Ruyu is the son of the second son and has been working in the subsidiary of the Tang Group for many years without having access to the core business. As a legitimate member of the Tang family, the reason for him being marginalized is because of his father. 7 years ago, his father embezzled a lot of money within the company, secretly transferring Tang Group's assets to his own name. After this vile act was discovered, according to family rules, he should have had his legs broken and been kicked out of the family. If it weren't for Tang Yu's family pleading for them, the Tang family would have nothing to do with them now. He pondered for a moment and pointed to Tang Yu. Ask your brother, he is currently in charge of the Tang Group. Brother, what do you think? If you think my abilities are insufficient, I can start as a middle management and slowly hone my skills. Tang Ruyu looked at Tang Yu with a gentle smile. Well, no problem, I trust your abilities. In the future, our family will rely on you and me to work together. Tang Yu smiled as he put his arm around his shoulder. Damn it, is he starting to act like a rebellious brat now? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Knowing the original plot, he was well aware of what kind of dirty character this seemingly harmless cousin was. Thank you, brother. I will definitely not let your trust go to waste. Tang Ruyu said tearfully, then looked at old Master Tang. As long as your brother agrees, that's fine. Do well, and don't let us down again. Old Master Tang replied calmly. He was getting old, and did not want to dwell on the past. After all, they were family. Thank you, Grandpa. He'll go to the company to familiarize myself with the work. Tang Ruyu quickly bowed to old Master Tang, and after leaving the Tang family gate, his expression darkened in an instant, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. He was clearly also a member of the Tang family, yet in front of them, he felt like a servant. Why is this old dog so biased towards Tang Yu? What have I lost to him? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu is just slightly better than me. But in terms of talent, how could I lose to him? Back in the college entrance examination, I was just 500 points short of a perfect score. He snorted coldly and drove his Porsche towards Miley Food. This is the core business of the Tang family. If that fool Tang Yu makes me manage this business, then he shouldn't blame me for being rude. Yi Xiao has already promised me that as long as I cooperate with him after Tang Yu dies, everything in the Tang family will be mine. After Tang Ryu left, old Master Tang's gaze became profound. He pulled out an old cigarette pipe and lit it, then looked at Tang Yu and reminded him recently Suzhou and Hangzhou have been a bit unsettled, so be cautious. Okay, Grandpa, I'll be careful. Tang Yu nodded. This old man is the anchor of the Tang family, naturally possessing great wisdom. He guessed that Grandpa had already sensed something was amiss. However, he had already devised a plan on how to deal with that rebellious Tang Ryu. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of the Tang Group. As soon as he entered the office, he saw two girls in professional attire tidying up his desk. Tang Xiao. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, one of the short-haired pretty girls quickly greeted him. Lulu, how come you've gained weight after not seeing you for a few days? Huh, where have I gained weight? The short-haired girl widened her eyes. I just weighed myself last night, and there was no change. Here. Tang Yu puffed out his chest. The short-haired girl understood and playfully rolled her eyes at Tang Yu. Tang Yu chuckled. The Tang Group had many beautiful women, and he often flirted with a few. As long as she's not the female lead, anyone else is fair game. Of course, the prerequisite is that one should be strong and confident. If you're not a handsome rich guy, then don't provoke women. Tang Xiao, this is the new secretary Qi Yin. She has completed her training and will officially start working today. The short-haired girl, named Lulu, introduced. Hello, Tang Xiao. Qi Yin immediately greeted him, her eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. Qi Yin, right. Welcome to our Tang Group family. Tang Yu laughed as he walked over and shook Qi Yin's hand, taking in her appearance. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of pure-spirited eyes that gave off an innocent vibe. In terms of looks alone, she would score around 95 out of 100. Ah, this girl is indeed beautiful, possessing a refined, delicate charm. But alas, why does she have to be an A? If we marry, won't the child go hungry? If only we could share half of that girl-use attributes with her. Qi Yin, who was shaking hands, suddenly had a puzzled expression. Did I just hear things? Just ask me if you have any questions when starting work. I'm very kind to girls, so no need to be too nervous. Tang Xiao, then I'll take my leave. Do you have time for dinner at my place tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine I want to share with you. Tonight I have plans. They'll treat you next time. Tang Yu laughed heartily. He had a dinner appointment with Qi Ming that evening. In this day and age, a boy still needs to pay attention to protecting himself. Who would believe you? How do I know if you'll serve me red wine or white wine when I go? Hearing this again, Qi Yin finally confirmed it was not an auditory hallucination. Can I hear this guy's inner thoughts? This made her suddenly excited. This time the Dragon King sent her to infiltrate the Tang Group to investigate its secrets. Being able to hear this guy's thoughts makes this mission much simpler. Tang Yu opened his computer and clicked on a business document. Suddenly, he came back to his senses. Qi Yin, this isn't the undercover agent that Yi Chen sent, is it? Damn, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I almost forgot about this. It can't be wrong, as she's so beautiful, and is an A, it must be her. As Tang Yes's inner voice echoed again, Qi Yin was both shocked and infuriated, wishing she could kill this guy. Why do you have to keep bringing up being an A? Can you have some self-respect? After feeling ashamed and angry, her mood turned a bit tense. If my identity is exposed, wouldn't the infiltration plan fail? What's worse is that she has already shown her face, which is extremely dangerous. Calm down, don't act rashly. She took a deep breath to quickly adjust her mindset. Right now, what concerns her the most is how this guy knows her information. The confidentiality capabilities of the Dragon Soul organization are terrifying. As one of the 8 war generals, she cannot be easily recognized. There are not only herself among the women who are as in this world. Tang Xiao, is there anything you need me to do? She feigned a calm smile and asked softly. Please help me brew up. Tang Yu quickly assigned her a task while contemplating a strategy. According to the original plot, the Tang Group was brought down not only because of the traitor Tang Ryu, but also due to Qi Yin's considerable efforts. She is not only skilled, but also possesses top-notch hacking abilities. That's why Yi Chen specifically let her enter the Tang Group to steal secrets. Isn't it just wanting confidential information? I can easily steal it for you, and will prepare a fake one for you shortly. Qi Yin, who was brewing tea, suddenly had a black line on her forehead upon hearing this. Do you really think I'm that foolish to not distinguish between real and fake? With a smiling face, Tang Yu quickly typed on the keyboard, making various changes to the data on a confidential. This way, even if Yi Chen obtains this data, it will be useless. After finishing the data modifications, he printed the materials and packaged them in a file bag. Then he placed the file bag on the table and said, Qi Yin, please help me deliver this document to General Zhou from the business department. Okay. Qi Yin brought the brewed tea to Tang Yu and took the documents to deliver, her eyes full of disdain. The bait is too obvious. Only a fool would take the bait. This fake data is well hidden, and there are still many materials for you to steal in the next few days. Take them back and ruin Yi Chen. But this is also for your own good. Consider it as a roundabout revenge. He is your true enemy, and it should be said that the Tang family still owes your father a favor. It's less of a favor and more of a grudge. After picking up the documents, Qi Yin trembled at the thought. The Dragon King is actually my enemy. The Tang family owes my father a favor. P.S. Here's the third update. Please give a good review. Don't worry about the male lead being cowardly. Being cautious is for rewards, and rising up is inevitable. In that moment, she could no longer contain herself and wanted to ask right away. However, when she opened her mouth, she realized she couldn't make a sound at all. After leaving the office with a complicated mood, Chi-in felt a bit dazed. She grew up in the Dragon Soul organization personally trained by Yi Chen's master, so she was incredibly loyal to Yi Chen. Yet as an orphan, she yearned to know who her family was. Did they abandon her, or was there another reason? Therefore, she had been secretly investigating, but no matter how she searched, she couldn't find any information about her parents. It was as if those two people never existed in the world. After all these years, she was almost ready to give up. Today, when Tang Yu suddenly brought it up, she was momentarily stunned. How much did he really know? Why was the Dragon King her enemy? What did it have to do with the Tang family? Various questions intertwined in her mind. After taking a deep breath, she quickly adjusted her thoughts. First, investigate the Tang family. Since the Tang family had a connection to her father, she was sure this lead would yield results. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the Dragon King. She hurriedly ran to the rooftop of the office building and answered the call, saying, "Dragon King, what is your command?" "Chi-in, what is the status of the investigation?" Yi Chen's voice came through. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I have obtained the first piece of information and will send it to you shortly." "All right, thank you for your hard work. You are the one I trust the most." Hearing that everything was going smoothly, Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He smiled wickedly while holding his phone and said, "As long as you complete the task before Ling Han, you can be my woman before her." Chi-in was at a loss for how to respond to this. Suddenly, she felt a strong aversion to eating. Tang Ye's remark about the Dragon King being an enemy made her mindset shift significantly. Why aren't you speaking?" Seeing that Chi-in had not expressed any excited gratitude, Yi Chen's tone had a hint of dissatisfaction. Chi-in came back to her senses and hurriedly replied, "Someone just came in, and I didn't hear you. I need to deliver the information now." After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone. After hastily taking a photo of the fake information on her phone, she quickly delivered it to the department. When she returned after delivering the information, Tang Yu was busy typing away at the keyboard, working on fake documents. Seeing that Chi-in had been gone for so long before coming back, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile widely. This silly girl must have secretly gotten a copy of the information. It's hilarious. They say big breasts mean little brains. Her A-cup intellect isn't that great either. No wonder she's been deceived by Yi Chen and his master for so many years. It's quite pitiful. Hearing the inner thoughts, Chi-in couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Can you stop bringing up the A thing? I really want to hit someone." But after hearing Tang Yu mention Yi Chen and his master, she had no choice but to believe Tang Ye's words. This guy even knew about the existence of the elder from the Dragon Soul organization. After fiddling with the fake documents for a while, Tang Yu stretched lazily. Looking at Chi-in standing beside him, he thought for a moment and gave her an order. "By the way, the company plans to venture into the gaming business soon, and I need you to help me with some research." "How do I conduct the research?" Chi-in knew this guy was definitely up to something mischievous. Tang Yu ran over to turn on the television mounted on the office wall and booted up the gaming console. There are a total of 25 games here, all of which are currently the best-selling on the market. I hope you can complete all of them and send me a work report every day. Also, the company provides snacks and milk tea for free, and any takeout will be reimbursed. Eat whatever you want. Just focus on this for the time being. If you get tired of playing, you can take a nap in the break room nearby. Oh, it's no problem. After hearing Tang Ye's arrangements, Chi-in was a bit dumbfounded. "All right, hurry up and start playing. Don't slack off. The office has cameras, and I can see everything." After giving his serious warning, Tang Yu left the office with a smile. "Haha, it wouldn't be appropriate to transfer you. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, let you play games every—" After hearing Tang Ye's inner thoughts before leaving, Chi-in sat down in silence and began playing the game. Soon she became immersed in the gaming world. July 13th. Playing games. July 14th. Playing games. July 15th. Playing games. July 16th. Chi-in, how can you be so decadent? Have you finished investigating? July 17th. Playing games. Minghua Hotel. In a certain room on the 12th floor. A female attendant stood at the door and gently knocked. "Hello guest, it's been 2 hours past checkout time. May I ask if you are still there?" It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the original checkout time was 1 o'clock. According to hotel rules, if a guest had not checked out after 2 hours, they needed to inquire at the room. After knocking several times with no response, the attendant could only use the hotel key card to unlock the door. Upon entering the room, she was met with a chilling air from the air conditioning. Shivering from the cold, the female attendant noticed that the bathroom light was still on. When she walked over to take a look, she discovered a woman lying in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub had turned a deep crimson. Soon a scream echoed through the corridor. Within minutes, the hotel's medical staff rushed over to perform emergency aid. "It's no use." After a while of resuscitation, the medical staff smiled bitterly. News of a suicide at Mingyue Hotel quickly spread. A large group of guests immediately checked out upon hearing the news. Tang Yu also rushed over at the first opportunity. When he arrived, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he quickly expressed his guilt. "Young Master Tang, it's my failure to handle this. Such an incident occurred right after I took over the hotel." The previous general manager had barely settled into their position before getting promoted and leaving, and he was left with such a hot potato right after taking over. If not handled well, it would greatly impact the hotel. "It's not your fault." Tang Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, "What's the current situation?" "The scene has been sealed off and the police are investigating and collecting evidence. Preliminary judgment indicates it was a suicide." "Suicide?" Tang Yu frowned. Those who could afford to stay at Mingyue Hotel were all among the wealthiest. There's an online saying that money doesn't guarantee happiness. That's because the joy of the wealthy is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, over the years, no one had committed suicide in Mingyue Hotel. Living happily, who would be so troubled? Zhao Li glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "However, the police found that the victim was missing a section of hair and was likely assaulted, but there's no evidence." "What about the surveillance?" "The surveillance didn't capture anyone entering or exiting her room." Tang Yu furrowed his brows. This matter was indeed somewhat suspicious. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down to think for a moment before suddenly recalling someone. Longya. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, Longya had quite a significant role in the original storyline. Naturally, a person who could become one of the 8 great generals possessed considerable strength. To enhance his character's presence, the author assigned him a peculiar persona. That is, after killing someone, he would take something from the victim. For men, he would slice off a pinky finger. For women, he would snip off a lock of hair. Furthermore, this guy was just as much a lecher as his master. The difference is that Yi Chun, as the protagonist Dragon King, had standards and only sought the finest women. This guy, however, would go for anyone who had just begun to resemble a human being. He even had a line saying, "Whether she is beautiful or ugly, anything that enters my mouth is meat." It must be him. A shadow flickered across Tang Ye's face. Last time Yi Chun suffered such humiliation at the hotel, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. But framing himself for a murder was a bit deranged. "I need to find an opportunity to bury this guy. It's difficult to deal with the master, but taking down a mad dog shouldn't be too hard." At that moment, 2 figures entered Tang Ye's line of sight. 2 middle-aged men were walking side by side, smoking and chatting cheerfully. One of them was missing an ear while the other had lost an eye. It was hard not to notice 2 such individuals walking together. Tang Yu recognized them. They were part of the underground world of Suong. They were a pair of cousins nicknamed Heavenly Scar and Earthly Defect, and they held considerable power in the underground sphere. In the original storyline, these 2 were despicable villains who met their demise due to offending the Dragon King. "Tang Xiao, do you suspect it was them?" Noticing the look in Tang Ye's eyes, Zhao Li asked in a low voice. Tang Yu shook his head and smiled. "It's not them. I have an idea of who it is. Just comfort the victim's family, and he'll handle the murderer." Zhao Li nodded, not daring to ask anything further. The next morning, the victim's family came to the hotel and caused a scene. They numbered in the dozens, blocking the entrance. The commotion grew louder, severely impacting the business of Mingyue Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel only tried to calm things down without taking any other actions. After a few days of turmoil, Longya felt the timing was right. He arrived alone at Mingyue Hotel to find Zhao Li coincidentally encountering Tang Yu there. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "Oh, if it isn't Tang Xiao. It's been a few days. Your hotel seems to be doing poorly. Shouldn't we thank Long Zong for bringing a group of people to cause trouble every day?" Tang Yu retorted angrily. "We have to stand up for the deceased. She was a senior executive of our Longshan group." Longya grinned, openly admitting he was the one causing trouble. "Do you really think our Tang family is a pushover? A single Longshan group can bully us at will." Tang Yu glared coldly at Longya, threatening in a low voice. "The Tang family? Just a frog at the bottom of a well." Longya scoffed. "The Tang family only hops around in this small well of Suong. Young master, yes, extraordinary background is beyond your imagination. My purpose for coming today is straightforward. I find your hotel unsatisfactory. Either close it down or sell it to me." After the Dragon King suffered humiliation here, just making the hotel lose business was not enough. He wanted to acquire the hotel at a bargain price, causing the Tang family to bleed profusely. He extended a hand and declared 50 billion. Either sell the hotel or wait for it to shut down. "Why don't you go rob someone?" Zhao Li, standing by, turned pale upon hearing this and shouted angrily. "Even quadrupling this price barely gets you Mingyue Hotel. This guy is asking for way too much. Do you have a say here? You are just a dog raised by the Tang family." Longya glared at Zhao Li, his rage commanding a certain presence as one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization. Zhao Li swallowed hard, not daring to say anything more. "You're overestimating yourself. Even if you brought people to cause trouble for a year, I still won't sell you this hotel." Tang Yu pointed to the entrance, indicating that he could leave. Longya suddenly erupted in fury like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leaped up and kicked the marble coffee table. Instantly, countless tiny cracks appeared, turning it into a pile of rubble. The force of his kick startled Zhao Li greatly. Was this guy a monster? A smile flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. This was a common tactic Longya used during negotiations, deliberately intimidating his opponents to breach their psychological defenses. Feigning fear, he shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, 4 bodyguards rushed in. They blocked Tang Yu, protectively ready for battle. Seeing these bodyguards, Longya displayed a look of disdain. These watchdogs guarding the house could not be compared to himself, who had walked out of a pile of corpses. He could easily slaughter them with just one hand. He glared at Tang Yu, threatening coldly, "Tang Shao, even bringing 20 of such useless ones won't help. Young Master Yi is a person of principles. Oh, I Longya am not. At worst, I'll just kill your father and leave Huaxia." Tang Yu sneered inwardly. He deliberately feigned fear, struggling for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll sell." Seeing Tang Yu back down, Longya smiled triumphantly. In front of the Dragon Soul organization, everything was but ants. He tossed a contract he had prepared earlier to Tang Yu, saying, "Sign it and stamp it. The money will be transferred to you immediately." "Zhaozong, go get the official seal," Tang Yu said, holding the contract. Zhao Li, with a reluctant expression, opened the safe and retrieved the official seal. After signing and stamping, the ownership of the hotel transferred from Tang Yu to Longya. He was now the head of Longshin Group, so the hotel was registered under his name. Once the contract was signed, Longya smiled contentedly. Looking at the discontented Zhao Li and Tang Yu, he pointed to the entrance, saying, "Two useless ones, you can leave now. Remember, this is just the interest for offending young Master Yi." Zhao Li's face turned ashen with anger, while Tang Yu walked out silently with a dark expression. Once outside the hotel, Zhao Li couldn't help but say, "Tang Shao, why agree to his terms? How can our Tang family allow him to bully us at will? As the foremost family among the 4 great families of Suang, while they might not dominate absolutely, they shouldn't be trampled upon by a newcomer like Longshin Group." Tang Shao's submission was indeed illogical. "You'll understand in a couple of days." Tang Yu smiled lightly as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, saying, "Don't rush, the show has just begun." "All right." Seeing Tang Shao so calm, Zhao Li's mood also settled down. "By the way, has Wang Zong's family moved away?" "They left on the train to Siberia the night before last, and according to your instructions, we forged records of his trip to Africa." Zhao Li answered promptly. "That's good." Tang Yu smiled slightly. With Yi Chun and his group being so petty, they would definitely retaliate against Wang Defo as well. Now that Wang Defo was safe, they had also sent him away from the hotel. Next, it was time to show Longya this dog a bit of color. He returned to his car, took out his laptop, and began typing an email furiously. After Tang Yu and the others left the office, Longya revealed a contented smile in the general manager's office. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and took out his phone, dialing Yi Chen's number. As soon as the call connected, he immediately said respectfully, "Dragon King, the revenge against Mingyue Hotel has been completed. I forced that young man with the surname Tang to sell the hotel to us for 50 billion. Oh. Yi Chen's voice on the other end carried a hint of joy. The Mingyue Hotel was a place where he had suffered humiliation. Long Ya's ability to acquire it at such a low price earned him over 100 billion. His capabilities are indeed impressive. You did well with this, but it's just a small interest repayment." Yi Chen smirked arrogantly, and then asked, "By the way, what about that man with the surname Wang? A dog of the Tang family dared to reprimand him in public. He must die? I have already had someone investigate. He took a flight to Africa a few days ago. Send someone to kill him. Those who insult me must die without exception," Yi Chen commanded. After hanging up the phone, he put away his phone with a wicked smile. After suffering so much in Suhong, he finally felt a sense of satisfaction. This is just a small interest repayment. The real show is just beginning. Chi Yin has already obtained some confidential information for him, and other pawns are also being set in motion. The entire Suang is merely a chessboard for him to test his skills. At the West City Police Station, a stunning female police officer was sitting in front of the computer, frowning as she pondered over several documents. The case of Mingyue Hotel is still under investigation. This case is definitely a homicide. However, Bai Weiner could not find evidence, which left her feeling frustrated as she had been thinking about how to solve the case in front of the computer for days. "Captain Bai, do you want to take a break? You didn't get a good rest last night, did you?" A young police officer came over with, "It's fine, why rest before death? After death, one will naturally find eternal sleep." Bai Weiner waved her hand and pushed her cup towards her colleague, saying, "Make me another cup of black coffee." "All right." The young police officer looked a bit pained. Captain Bai was too dedicated to her work. It would be nice to relax occasionally, and maybe even have a romantic relationship. When the coffee was ready and brought over, Bai Weiner took a sip, and the bitterness instantly made her feel invigorated. At that moment, her laptop suddenly made a sound. She quickly glanced at it and found someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her that this email sent to her personal inbox contained a crucial clue. She hurriedly opened the email, and her pupils constricted instantly. The email was related to Mingyue Hotel, but it was unrelated to the murder case. Instead, it involved drugs. Quick, call Director Wong over. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted at her colleague. The colleague snapped back to reality and quickly ran to summon the leader. The leader, known as Director Wong, was a middle-aged man with a square face looking quite righteous. After he approached, he looked at Bai Weiner with concern. Weiner, I'm not trying to criticize you, but as a beautiful young lady working late every day is causing you to develop. Just take a look at this. Bai Weiner moved her chair aside to let her leader see the email. After glancing at it, Director Wong's expression immediately turned serious. If the clues in this email are true, this could be a major case. Hold a meeting, immediately form a team to investigate, and I will lead it personally. Director Wong commanded loudly. Soon the entire West City Police Station sprang into action. After a 2-hour meeting, the investigation team left the station to begin their inquiry. Bai Weiner wanted to join the investigation team, but Director Wong rejected her, telling her to eat and rest well first. Feeling a bit dejected, she changed into casual clothes and went out for a meal. She wasn't picky about her food and usually ate at a roadside stall across from the police station. Just as she reached the stall's entrance, someone greeted her. Officer Bai. She turned around and after a few seconds of thought remembered the person's name, smiling, Yi Chun Wright. She had met him some time ago. At that time, there was a pickpocket stealing something on the bus. He had bravely intervened to stop the thief. As a result, after getting off the bus, the thief brought people to retaliate against him, but several of them were taken down by him. She had been quite surprised when she went to catch the thief. This guy's skills were quite concealed, so she had some impression of him. However, what left the deepest impression was his smile. There was something a bit strange about it. I thought Officer Bai couldn't remember my name anymore. Yi Chun smiled wickedly, his lips curling up. At this moment, he was holding a shabby snakeskin bag filled with various plastic bottles. Are you starting a side business? Seeing him like this, Bai Weiner couldn't help but chuckle. No, I just came across an old lady who was still collecting bottles at her age. It seemed quite difficult, so I helped her return the bottles, and even bought her some fruit. Yi Chun sighed. After hearing what he said, Bai Weiner felt a bit more favorable towards him. This man seemed to have— Are you going to eat? Why not eat together? They'll drop off the bottles and come over right away. Yi Chun pointed to the nearby stall with a smile. No need, he'll just pack it to go and eat at home. I still have work to handle. Bai Weiner smiled gracefully, waved her hand, and walked into the restaurant to order. Yi Chun didn't press further. When pursuing a girl, one must understand moderation. A woman who can be won over easily can also be won over by other men. The more beautiful the woman, the more one should take it slow to make her devoted, even willing to be part of your harem. After walking a distance with the bag of plastic bottles, he casually tossed it into a trash can. This was something he had bought for 10 yuan from a scavenging old lady when he first arrived. The reason he spent 10 yuan was that he didn't have smaller denominations on him. This bag of plastic bottles wasn't even worth 5 yuan. Next, he'll arrange for a few more meetings, and it should be about enough. This kind of woman is relatively easy to win over. Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction. After 2 deliberately arranged meetings, he had gained enough confidence. Bai Weiner was a woman he had to win over. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, ranking among the best in Suhong, but her background was also quite extraordinary. Although the Bai family was not one of the 4 great families of Suhong, their influence was terrifying. They were involved in politics, and half of Suhong's political scene consisted of their former students and officials. To control Suhong, one cannot do without the power of the Bai family. The Moonlight Hotel, now renamed the Longshan Hotel. After taking over the establishment, Longya immediately ordered the group causing a disturbance to disperse and return home at once. These individuals were relatives of the deceased woman, a senior executive at their company. After paying several million yuan in compensation to placate them, the matter had been fully resolved. Having diligently mitigated all negative fallout, business at the hotel gradually returned to normal. At that moment, he sat in his office, arms draped around his beautiful secretary, preparing for an intimate encounter. Suddenly, a rapid barrage of footsteps echoed down the corridor outside. The office door was then flung open with brute force, and a squad of police officers stormed in. What is this? Can't you even knock? Longya showed no trace of alarm. Instead, his expression radiated arrogant disdain. Who are you? Asked Bai Wani, the officer leading the operation, as she coldly produced her badge. Longya's gaze swept boldly over Bai Wani. Though had he known she was the woman coveted by the Dragon King, he would never have dared look at her so brazenly. This hotel is suspected of harboring narcotics. You're coming with us. With a sharp gesture, Bai Wani signaled her team. Officers stepped forward, handcuffs already in hand. Bullshit. Longya's face darkened with fury as he glared icily at Bai Wani and her squad. Do you know who I am? I'm the head of Longshan Group. You dare lay a finger on me. Before the words left his mouth, a tactical officer seized his wrist to cuff him on the spot. As Long attempts to resist, several fully armed special agents raised their firearms, aiming directly at his chest. He instantly raised both hands, eyes blazing with outrage. If this were abroad, none of you would walk, cuff him, and take him away. With another curt wave by Wani watched as Long, humiliated, seething, was led out of the hotel. When brought downstairs, he froze in stunned disbelief. The surrounding area had been sealed off. Police cruisers lined the street like twin serpents. Dozens of people sat on the pavement in handcuffs, faces pale with terror. Among them were Tiancan and Deke, the very masterminds behind the entire incident. Even a fool would realize the scale of the disaster unfolding. I demand legal counsel. I want to call my lawyer. His voice cracked with panic, but no one responded. Once the remaining suspects were apprehended, they were swiftly loaded onto patrol vehicles and whisked away. Within hours, the scandal erupted across Suzhou and Hangzhou. The prestigious Moonlight Hotel, accused of drug trafficking, as its former operator and legal representative Long had fallen irrevocably. The Moonlight Hotel was immediately shuttered. Tang Yu, who had quietly orchestrated the entire operation, lay in bed scrolling idly through his phone, already aware of the West City branch's raid. Upon encountering the cousins Tiancan and Deke, Tang Yu recalled their roles in the original narrative: unscrupulous men driven by greed, reckless enough to traffic life-threatening substances. At once he dispatched discreet investigators to search the hotel. Once faint but damning evidence surfaced, he deftly passed the incriminating burden onto Long. Long accepted it eagerly, while Tang Yu quietly reclaimed 5 billion yuan. Had he not acted, exposure would have doomed the hotel and dragged him down with it. As for offending Yichun, Tang Yu was growing accustomed to it. He would hide, so long as survival allowed. But when hiding failed, he refused to offer his neck for the blade. Deserve it, you bastard, daring to frame me with human lives? Tang Yu spat, then remembered the accursed system, and cursed again. You damn system, you betrayed me too. I knew something this good couldn't be genuine. I am merely an emotionless reward dispensing mechanism. Bark again. Don't stop barking. Go to hell. After one final furious outburst, the system fell silent, utterly ignoring him. Just as he reached to set aside his phone and sleep, it rang. He glanced at the screen. Caller ID read by Wani. What could she possibly want? Curiosity flickered. Had she traced the anonymous tip email back to him? After obtaining the evidence, he'd deliberately chosen her to receive the encrypted lead. Both hailed from elite Suzhou Hangzhou families. They knew each other, though Wani held a profoundly unfavorable impression of him. And the reason? His close friend Qin Ming. Qin Ming, the city's most notorious playboy. So inseparable were they that Tang Yu inevitably shared in his friend's infamy, and thus incurred by Wani's enduring hostility. After brief reflection, he answered, Well, if it isn't Miss Bai, calling for a midnight heart-o-heart. Shut up. You're the former owner of the Moonlight Hotel. Report to the West City branch for questioning. Now, what did I do? Just come. No excuses, or I'll send officers to haul you from your home. The line went dead. Tang Yu whistled softly. Still that same fiery pepper famed across Suzhou Hangzhou. Her unwavering integrity had humbled countless scions of privilege, yet none dared retaliate, for her family's influence towered over them all. Even Tang Yu bowed to her authority. Power, after all, eclipsed wealth by a wide margin, a defining trait of the archetypal righteous female detective in Xiangxiating urban fiction. Born into immense political lineage, consumed by justice, spending every day arresting criminals. Yet this paragon of virtue ultimately became one of the Dragon King's consorts. Tang Yu nearly groaned aloud. Such a premise was absurd. Yet precisely that absurdity made her the perfect instrument. A smirk tugged at his lips, used the heroine's spear to pierce the Dragon King's dog. When discretion demanded concealment, he concealed. When underhandedness was required, he struck. Chuckling, he dressed neatly and prepared to leave. After all, neither the legal representative nor the operational head of the hotel was himself. It was merely a perfunctory appearance. His father, seeing him fully dressed, arched a brow. Out so late. Off to see Qin Ming again. No, I'm going to sit in jail for a while. Tang Yu grinned. Huh. His father frowned. Just as Tang Yu slipped out the door, vanishing before he could summon the 7 wolves of personality correction. By the time Tang Yu arrived voluntarily at the West City branch, the scene was already abuzz. City-level officials had gathered in response to the magnitude of the incident. Recognizing him, the officials exchanged wry smiles. Ah, Master Tang. What brings you here? Little Yu, what business brings you out at this hour? Just securing myself a cell. With a sheepish wave to his elders, Tang Yu hurried inside, whereby Wani stood waiting, clipboard in hand. She held a pair of gleaming handcuffs, her gaze fixed upon him with undisguised revulsion. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yes, look at me exactly like that. This glare is flawless. Though I keenly feel my dignity trampled, I love it. Look harder. Spit if you must, even mouth. Huh. Wani blinked. Had she been hallucinating? Was that voice truly his? Miss Bai, oh no, Officer Bai, could you please not wear handcuffs? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Tang Yu approached her with a smile, glancing around. Unfortunately, he didn't see that guy Lanya. This is what you deserve, Edge. Bai Weiner shook her head to clear her thoughts and coldly handcuffed Tang Yu. Stop joking, you're also a suspect, so go inside and wait for me. She pointed to an office next to them. The interrogation room was already full tonight, so they had to make do with the office. Tang Yu obediently walked in. Soon Bai Weiner entered with a cup of black coffee. After sipping it, the bitterness invigorated her greatly. Do you know about the incident at Minghua Hotel today? She sat down and looked at Tang Yu, asking. I know it's all. Well then, as the former owner of Minghua Hotel, you are also a suspect. Let's start taking your statement. Bai Weiner picked up a pen and prepared to start recording. Wait, why am I a suspect? Tang Yu looked innocent. You are the real suspect. My family is so wealthy, why would I do this? Your email was sent by me, okay? Did I really report myself after eating too much? After hearing the inner voice again, Bai Weiner finally confirmed she wasn't hallucinating. This was clearly this guy's cheeky voice. She frowned slightly, unable to dwell on why she could hear his thoughts. What concerned her more was the email. Did he send that email to her? She wasn't the type to meddle, and with the Tang family's resources, she indeed didn't need to deal with such filthy matters. Alright, I admit calling you a suspect might be a bit inappropriate, but you still need to cooperate with our investigation. Bai Weiner twirled the pen in her hand, staring at Tang Yu, and asked, what do you know about this case? I don't know, I bought the hotel recently just to celebrate Su Mu Yu's birthday, and I plan to sell it right after. Tang Yu chuckled, using Su Mu Yu as a shield. I told you everything I know, okay? But I did find out that those scumbags were causing trouble, which is why I sold the hotel. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported it directly, but Lanya insisted on buying the hotel, and I had. If it wasn't for the lack of evidence, I would have reported him too. Bai Weiner shivered slightly, her eyes nearly blazed. Lanya. The hotel murder case she had been investigating was actually orchestrated by him. She had felt something was off when they went to apprehend Lanya today. This guy had several calluses on his hands. By her judgment, this was a characteristic developed from years of gun practice. What a Lanya. Bai Weiner gritted her teeth. As a police officer, she hated such criminals the most. However, she was also a bit displeased with Tang Yu. This guy knew so much yet kept it hidden from her. Luckily, she could hear his thoughts. What's with this silly girl grinding her teeth? Did I say something wrong? Are you jealous because I celebrated Su Mu Yu's birthday? Well, I can't blame you, you've been busy with work and never dated, so jealousy is normal. You can be jealous, but just don't try to harm me. You all are so destructive when you can't have what you want. I know your type. Seeing Bai Weiner suddenly radiating a murderous aura, Tang Yu began to murmur in his heart. Bai Weiner almost slapped him dead. Who said they wanted you? She took a big sip of black coffee to invigorate herself, and stared at Tang Yu, saying, I'd like to know, why did you suddenly sell the hotel to Lanya, and at such a low price? This action is very suspicious. I have money, I do what I want. Tang Yu replied with a face of carefree extravagance. He causes trouble every day and my hotel can't run, well can it? If he keeps making trouble, what if he frames me for murder? These mercenaries are all lacking in humanity. Mercenaries. Bai Weiner's expression changed again. She had already investigated Lanya. According to her findings, Lanya was an entrepreneur abroad, and this time, he returned to invest. As for his mercenary identity, she hadn't found anything on that. She quickly noted down this key information. It couldn't be wrong, as this clue perfectly matched her speculation. So how much do you know about Lanya? Bai Weiner continued to ask. Not familiar, but Officer Bai, I feel this person isn't good. He looks like someone who has killed before. He was in a hurry to buy my hotel. I suspect he might be connected to a criminal gang. You must investigate him thoroughly. Tang Yu unhesitatingly began to smear Lanya. I know nothing about such scum. This person is a mad dog. After killing someone, he collects body parts from. Oh, I remember now, the hair of the woman he killed might be hidden in his house. He'll send you an email later. I almost forgot about this detail. Bai Weiner quickly noted down this crucial lead. With so many clues, this case could finally be solved. She looked at Tang Yu with slightly more tolerance. This guy indeed had helped a lot. But how did he know so much? After asking a few symbolic questions, she hurriedly put away her pen and said, all right, let's stop the investigation here. Thank you for your cooperation. Not a problem, just unfortunate. It would be nice if Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation. Tang Yu shook the handcuffs in his hand and smiled. Sure, but it'll have to wait until next time. I'm busy now. Bai Weiner unlocked the handcuffs for Tang Yu with the key. Her willingness to do so surprised Tang Yu a bit. Wait, is this woman really going to treat me to a meal? I'd better not, I can't afford to eat with you. What if you get attracted to my handsome face? It might affect my survival. Bai Weiner looked at him with a puzzled expression. Will I be attracted to your handsome face? And no way. She still had to focus on the case and had no time to argue with him. As for being able to hear his thoughts, she planned to ponder that later. First, let's deal with that kid Lanya. The two were just about to get up and leave the office when the door was pushed open. Yichen entered with a lawyer, looking somewhat displeased. Half an hour ago, he had suddenly received news that Lanya. After checking the case of Minghua Hotel, he rushed over. Langya had been abroad for a long time and was not very clear about domestic laws, but he was very knowledgeable about them. In Huaxia, anyone even slightly associated with drugs could basically restart their life. As soon as he entered the office, his gaze immediately locked onto Tang Yu upon seeing Bai Wan eat together with her. That bastard. Why is he with Bai Wan? Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Tang Yu coughed lightly, as if she hadn't seen it. Damn that stallion, do all the beauties in the world belong to you? Bai Wan raised her eyebrow and shot a fierce glare at Tang Yu. What is this guy mumbling about now? She then looked at Yi Chen and asked what's wrong. Are you here to report a crime? Yi Chen's face turned slightly awkward as he bitterly smiled. I came to visit a friend of mine who has been taken by you guys. Tang Yu silently relished the misfortune. Who is your friend? After hearing Tang Yes inner thoughts, Bai Wan's slight favor for Yi Chen instantly vanished. What kind of person plays with criminals? Yi Chen saw Bai Wan's cold gaze and nearly spat blood. He grumbled his name is Langya. As a master of charming women, he naturally knew that his actions today were a major faux pas that could easily invite Bai Wan's disdain. But since Langya was in trouble, he as the leader of the Long Hun organization couldn't just ignore it. If this matter wasn't handled well, Langya would be doomed to reincarnate. How would the organization view him then? Returning to China without achieving anything, and sending one of his brothers to serve the Buddha first. As expected. Upon hearing the name Langya, Bai Wan's impression of Yi Chen plummeted to rock bottom. She glared at Yi Chen, saying, what is your relationship with him? He is a suspect. He is my employee. Oh, I am the boss of the Longqing group. Yi Chen had no choice but to reveal his identity. However, Bai Wan did not seem shocked by this. She was uninterested in power. Even if the emperor himself came, rules must still be followed. She said in a cold tone what he did was extremely serious. Currently visits are not allowed. You should go back. Yi Chen felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. He pointed at Tang Yu and said, Officer Bai, I need to explain. If Langya really committed a crime, I would be the first. But in this case, he is innocent. He only took over the Mingyue Hotel a few days ago. The previous owner of the Mingyue Hotel is this young Master Tang. He is the one you should be arresting. Tang Yes' eyes widened in confusion. What does this have to do with me? I wasn't involved. Officer Bai has already completed the investigation, and I am innocent. What the hell? What does it have to do with me? You stupid Long Wang, don't pin this on me. I didn't kill anyone at the hotel. If anyone should be arrested, it should be you. You pestilential parasite. Remaining in this world only drives up the price of rice. Damn, speaking of which, they are in cahoots. I hope Bai Wan doesn't genuinely help frame me. After hearing Tang Yes' inner thoughts, Bai Wan really wanted to hit that bastard. What does it mean that she and he are in cahoots? They had only just met not long ago, alright. Framing an innocent person as she would never do such a thing. She glared at Yi Chen angrily. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. The legal representative and person in charge of the hotel is Langya, and I am arresting him. You are his boss, which means the Mingyue Hotel is your property, so you are also subject to investigation. Yi Chen's face turned green with anger. What kind of logic is this? If it weren't for choosing her to be his harem, Yi Chen would really want to give her a lesson right now. His woman should. What use is honesty? What the hell is the plot not right? Does Bai Wan seem to have a problem with him? No, Yi Chen should have already built up enough favor by now. This guy deliberately caught pickpockets to create their fur. He even went to buy a bag of plastic bottles, saying he was helping a scavenger grandma. With these two waves of favor building, Bai Wan should be head over heels for him by now. Hey, the plot must have collapsed again. Oh, Officer Bai, hurry up and arrest him. A man like him should not miss out on prison. Tang Yu was sitting aside munching popcorn, almost shouting for the two to start fighting. People have joys and sorrows. Cattle and horses embellish life. Indeed, magic must be used to defeat magic. Bai Wan's expression was grim. Was the initial encounter also deliberately orchestrated by this guy named Yi Chen? This man. Truly disgusting. Officer Bai, I can cooperate with your investigation. The innocent will clear themselves. However, the one you really should investigate is this young Master Tang. I suspect he sold the hotel at a maliciously low price to frame my friend. The valuation of the Mingyue Hotel should be around 20 billion. He sold it to Langya for 5 billion, which is the best evidence. Yi Chen, holding back his anger, pointed at Tang Yu and spoke with conviction. Damn, can you have some shame? If you hadn't let Langya cause trouble at my hotel, would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of which, Langya framed me, and you at least have 89 of the blame. Alright. Tang Yu was about to retort, but Bai Wan spoke first. What's wrong with having money in the family? Buying a hotel is just a declaration of love for his girlfriend. Yi Chen trembled with anger, feeling cold all over on this hot day. He recalled that humiliating scene in the hotel. Bai Wan snorted coldly and chose not to say anything more to Yi Chen. After hearing his inner thoughts for so long, she had concluded that Yi Chen was definitely not a good person. If the hotel murder case has anything to do with him, she would not hesitate to personally arrest him and send him to prison. She turned to Tang Yu and spoke softly. Tang Yu, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. Oh, it's late. You should go back and rest. They'll treat you to a meal next time. After hearing so many inner thoughts, she had already confirmed Tang Ye's innocence. Moreover, he had emailed her immediately upon discovering the crime clues. What does this signify? He believes she is worthy of unconditional trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted such important clues to her. Being trusted by someone is indeed a gratifying thing. Huh? Tang Yu looked bewildered. What the hell was going on? Why are you suddenly so gentle with me? Stop, don't treat me. This isn't you've calmed down, where is your explosive temper? Yi Chun had already developed blue veins on his forehead. Baiwani, how could she show such gentleness towards this guy? Her attitude towards him, however, was as cold as seeing a foe. He glared at Tang Yu with resentment. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside. An extremely beautiful woman walked in, followed by bodyguards and a lawyer. The one who walked in was none other than Su Muyu. Upon seeing Su Muyu enter, Yi Chun, who had just been seething with anger, felt his mood lighten instantly. In fact, he felt a bit touched. This girl, always saying she wanted to distance herself from him, but when he truly encountered trouble, she still rushed to his side. No wonder she is the woman he has his eyes on. He smirked wickedly and said, Muyu, you came. Are you okay? Before he could finish, Su Muyu walked up to Tang Yu and softly expressed her concern. If you don't want to send me off, then don't bother. She had just been busy working overtime at the company. After acquiring the land in the west of the city, there were too many tasks to handle. Suddenly, her secretary informed her that something had happened at the Mingyue Hotel. She knew that Tang Yu was the owner of the Mingyue Hotel, and after checking the news, she immediately called Tang Yu. After no one answered her call, she contacted Tang's father, only to learn that Tang Yu was not at home, saying something about going to sit in jail, and she realized that this guy had come here. It's nothing important, just cooperating with Officer Bai for an investigation. Tang Yu said expressionlessly. Don't provoke the Dragon King anymore. Look at his expression. Give me some space to breathe, or that dog will come after me tonight with a knife. He had already seen Yi Chin's liver-colored face out of the corner of his eye. It was an awkward scene. Tang Yu even thought about using his toes to help him carve a Dragon King hall in the ground. After hearing Tang Ye's thoughts, Su Muyu also glanced at him from the corner of her eye, seeing Yi Chin's dark and resentful face. She found this person increasingly annoying. Did he really think that she had feelings for him? What a lunatic. After some thought, she simply hooked her arm around Tang Ye's and said, if everything is fine, then let's go home. Tang Ye's eyes widened, wanting to shout for help. Damn it, you're using this trick again. Don't do this, Teacher Wang. I'm still just a kid weighing over 100 pounds. It's not appropriate. At this moment, Yi Chun was clenching his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. The woman he liked was being so intimate with someone else right in front of him. What was she really thinking? Did she truly not have feelings for him? That shouldn't be. Her eyes could not deceive him. Tang Yu was just about to pull his arm away and leave this troublesome place when someone else walked in from outside the office. This time it was another stunning beauty. Wang Yishua walked in with a frown, looking hurried. Upon seeing that Tang Yu was fine, her expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Tang Yu, are you okay? I heard that the owner of the Mingyue Hotel was arrested, and it scared me to death. She had just received the news and hurried to the West City branch to see him. However, she didn't expect that Su Muyu would be here. Moreover, she was holding on to her little Tang Ye's arm. What did that mean? This woman hadn't even looked at her precious Tang Yu for 3 years. Noticing Wang Yixua's gaze, Su Muyu quickly became alert. She knew that Wang Yixua was Tang Ye's ex-girlfriend. Women were very sensitive about exes, especially when the other party was a beauty who was no less than herself. When their eyes met, it felt as if the temperature in the entire room had dropped. Wang Yixua was the first to make a move, sneering at Su Muyu. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? The #1 ice beauty of Suang has such an active side. I thought you weren't in. What does that have to do with you? Su Muyu retorted without holding back, tightening her grip on Tang Ye's arm. Damn it, what are you two doing? Stop it. Don't fight over a handsome guy like me. Oh, it would break my heart. Oh wait, no, don't do this in front of the dragon. Can you let me enjoy myself? Seeing the two women at each other's throats, Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. He had heard that the two women had a poor relationship and rarely appeared in the same place. But if they didn't get along, why were they dragging him into this? He was just about to slip away when Wang Yixua had already grabbed his other arm. She looked sideways at Su Muyu and said, how does holding my boyfriend's arm not concern you? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce you to a few, just don't disturb my precious. Your boyfriend. Miss Wang, you really have thick skin calling someone else's fiancé your boyfriend. Oh, he's your fiancé. Then what do you know about him? Wang Yixua scoffed at Su Muyu's words. Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes does he smoke? Does he prefer black stockings or white stockings? Can you answer that? Fiancé. She had heard Tang Yu mumbling in his heart about wanting to call off the engagement. Based on her speculation about this woman, she must feel upset that the dog she had been licking for 3 years had disappeared, so she wanted to find him back. Haha, how could I give you such an opportunity? Su Muyu was indeed stumped as she couldn't immediately. Is it important to know these things? As long as he likes me, the whole of Suang knows he likes me. He even threw me a birthday party a few days ago. Su Muiwe decided to go all out in her counterattack. Regardless of how beautiful or goddess-like a woman was, she was skilled in battles against rivals of the same sex. She was no exception. Sure enough, Wang Yixue instantly became a bit furious. She even felt like giving Tang Yu a few punches. This guy didn't he have no feelings for her? What was that birthday party all about a few days ago? She was about to go to sleep at home when she saw it, and was so angry. So gritting her teeth, she simply took out her phone. Damn it, you want to show off your love with me? He'll show you what it means to show off love. Tang Yu's face changed drastically upon seeing her actions. He was just about to stop Wang Yixue's crazy actions when Bai Wani slammed her hand on the table, her expression furious. Enough, stop arguing here, I still have work to do. Hurry up and get out. Bai Wani had a pretty good relationship with Su Muiwe, and the two were her high school best friends. Seeing her two friends arguing over Tang Yu here, she was quite annoyed. Damn it, the world of the rich is really chaotic. Bai Wani got angry, and Tang Yu hurriedly dragged the two women out of the office. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, standing aside, had a face that looked worse than if he had just swallowed a dead fly. The two women he liked were fighting over jealousy right in front of him, but that man was not him. As they walked out of the office, the two women clung to his arm stubbornly, making the single men at the West City branch suffer 1,000 points of damage. Damn it, two beauties serving one guy. Who the hell is this guy? Can he be arrested? Sure, that's young Master Tang from the Tang family, the #1 dog licker in Suhong, do you know? Dog lickers everywhere. Damn it, starting tomorrow I'm going to lick too. Tang Yu occasionally heard two mentions of dog liquor and nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, you are the real dog lickers. I absolutely hate dog lickers the most. After leaving the West City branch, Tang Yu helplessly looked at the two women. Are you planning to tear me in half and take me home? Then you let her let go first. Wang Yixue huffed. Why should I let go first? Su Muiwe snorted coldly, refusing to budge. Can you not be so childish? Is this still your persona? Let go of me quickly. Are you two treating me like a toy? Even if I'm a toy, there's only one that's not enough for you. Tang Yu bore a pained, yet slightly joyful expression because they were holding onto his arms tightly, giving him a kind of soft, fluffy pleasure. Fortunately, at that moment, a Maybach pulled up in front of them and stopped. The car door opened, and Qin Ming stepped out, seeing Tang Yu being held by two women. He was instantly taken aback, doubting whether he was still asleep. What the hell, big brother, what is this? Qin Ming hesitated, unsure how to express his confusion. Su Muiyu and Wang Yixue, two notoriously arrogant beauties in the circle, were actually holding Big Brother's arm together. What the hell, Big Brother, when did you become so good at this, eh? Seeing that Qin Ming had arrived, the two women felt embarrassed and released Tang Yu simultaneously. They were playing truth or dare. Tang Yu smiled awkwardly, trying to defend himself. Really? Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, he understood these situations all too well. Then he inquired with concern, Big Brother, are you okay? I heard there was an incident at your hotel. It's fine, I just sold the hotel to someone else a few days ago. Tang Yu shook his head. Then that's good. Big Brother, fortune favors the brave. Oh, let's go drink to celebrate. Qin Ming approached with a grin, wrapping his arm around Tang Yu, only to notice Su Muiyu and the other woman glaring at him. They both remembered the last time he took Tang Yu to the Star River Club. Wang Yixue made a gesture across her neck. If he took their little Tang Yu to such a place again, she would definitely make him pay. Vixens, all of you get away from my bro. After warning Qin Ming with their glares, the two women bid farewell to Tang Yu and left. Once they were gone, Tang Yu quickly pulled out a cigarette and lit it to calm his nerves. Qin Ming chuckled and squatted beside Tang Yu, saying, Big Brother, you sure have a lot of luck with women. Do you think this is a good thing? Tang Yu replied, not in the best of moods. As someone who wanted to quietly survive until the end as a villain, staying low-key was the way to go. Qin Ming just laughed and remained silent. He certainly thought it was a good thing. After Tang Yu finished his smoke, he looked weary and stood up. Big Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Let's drink together next time. I've been exhausted lately, sleeping poorly and plagued by nightmares. All right, hurry back and rest. Tang Yu nodded, feeling warmth in his heart. He appreciated that his brother rushed over as soon as he heard about his troubles. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, turned back to Qin Ming, and asked, frowning, You've been sleeping poorly and having nightmares these days. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Could it be kidney deficiency? Qin Ming sighed with a bitter smile. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and suggested, Why not try traveling for a few days to relax? Forget it, I'm too lazy to go out. I'm heading back to rest now. Qin Ming waved his hand and got into the car. After he left, Tang Yu returned to the car and lit another cigarette. He already knew the reason for Qin Ming's physical discomfort. This was part of the plot from the original book regarding the Qin family. Qin Ming's health issues stemmed from the feng shui of the old Qin residence being disturbed. The root of the problem was a jade Buddha that Qin Ming had purchased a week ago, which had been tampered with by Yi Chen. After Qin Ming bought it, the feng shui of the Qin family was severely affected, turning from a place of fortune into one of misfortune. At a time when the Qin family was in crisis, Yi Chen intervened to help. Ultimately, the Qin family treated him like a deity, showing him great respect. Qin family's eldest daughter Qin Kuexian also developed a fondness for him, gradually falling into his grasp. This kind of plot, while seemingly absurd, was quite normal in urban fantasy narratives. Showing off, slapping faces, and amassing power and beauties, receiving rewards hand over fist. Just as Tang Yu was recalling the plot, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the host has successfully survived the City West Bureau storyline. Reward the completion of the ancient martial art Yinyang Wu Ji Gong, usable once. Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was taken aback and immediately cursed. Damn system, what use is a one-time reward? Why not give me a pair of disposable chopsticks? According to the system's description, mastering this ancient martial art would allow him to return double the damage received. This was undoubtedly top-notch. But the one-time limitation was a huge hassle. Huffed. Because the host did not perfectly survive the storyline, he has drawn the ire of the Dragon King Yichun. The system explained. Tang Yu immediately felt a headache. I did want to perfectly survive. But damn it, the whole world is full of traitors. After Tang Yu left, Yichun was left in the office. Baiwani thoughtfully put handcuffs on him. In her mind, Yichun was no different from a criminal. Otherwise, how could he be the boss of Longya? After putting on the handcuffs, Yichun's expression remained calm, but he was furious inside. He was the Dragon King. Handcuffs. Did that not make him a prisoner? Just thinking about his plans to pick up girls he had to endure. He had been patient for so many years, he could endure this moment. He originally thought that with his relationship with Baiwan-yi, making a statement would not take long. Although he claimed to be the boss of Longya, the Long Chun group had nothing to do with him. He was merely the behind-the-scenes boss. This also meant that even if there were major issues with the Mingyue Hotel, it could not be blamed on him. But Baiwan-yi refused to let him go, insisting on getting something out of him. They were stuck in a deadlock until noon the next day, when a tall and beautiful woman brought people to the City West Bureau to get him out. After being brought out, Yichun's expression was somewhat gloomy. He looked at the tall beauty and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss He, for coming all this way." The woman who came to pick him up was He Hui-in, the eldest daughter of the He family, a well-known beauty in Su and Hang. The He family was quite low-key in Su and Hang, but their strength was not inferior to the four major families. Their family was a branch of the prestigious He family in Yanjing. The matriarch had some connections with his, so when he arrived in Su and Hang, he immediately visited the He family and helped the matriarch with her medical issues, making the He family owe him a favor. It was a pity that such a valuable favor was used in this ridiculous situation, making him feel like dying. "It's my duty," He Hui-in smiled slightly. "Missy, my friend, was taken in because of this." Yichun looked at He Hui-in with a somewhat helpless tone, hoping to seek her help. He had gotten out, but Longya was still inside. "I'm afraid I can't help with that. Involving drugs is a whole different matter. I hope, mister, you can understand after all this is Huaxia." He Hui-in shook her head. The He family had the ability, but would not help with such matters. It was too troublesome. "Alright, I won't put you in a difficult position. I'll think of another way and visit the matriarch in a few days." Yichun knew this matter was quite tricky. His relationship with the He family was not yet at that level. "Alright, I'll head back to the company for a meeting first." He Hui-in said goodbye and got back in the car to leave. Once she got in, she could not help but shake her head. Her grandmother said that Yichun was undoubtedly a true dragon in the world, but she thought it was just so-so. Seeing He Hui-in leave in the car, Yichun's eyes flashed with a dark glimmer. Did this woman look down on him because of her cold attitude? Whenever he managed to win her over, he would have to teach her a good lesson. The He family must be taken down by him. It would pave the way for his future advancements into Yanjing. In the following days, Yichun took the people from Long Chun Group to seek connections and find ways to bail Longya out. Meanwhile, Longya, who was detained for investigation, felt like he was living in hell. Originally, it was bad enough because of the Mingyue Hotel incident. The police even went to his residence and dug up the hair of the woman who died at the hotel. After this evidence came out, the situation became much more serious. This time he was thoroughly done for. Fortunately, after being detained for a whole week, Yichun finally came to visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to see him, Longya was extremely excited. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With him intervening, he would surely be able to leave this place. After being brought to the meeting room, Longya excitedly shouted, "Young Master Yi." Yichun was sitting behind the glass in the meeting room, nodding with a smile. Longya's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall from his chair. 20 years. How could he, the formidable Dragonate of the Dragon Soul organization, be imprisoned in a place like this for 20 years? At this moment, he suddenly regretted coming to Huaxiao immensely. Damn it, he shouldn't have bothered with that damned hotel business at all. "I will find a way, don't worry, perhaps I will be out in no time." Yichun comforted. Once he controlled the entire Suhong, wouldn't it be easy to release someone from prison? Conquering the four great families was already gradually coming to fruition. Although there were minor issues with the plan to take control of the Wang family, it was still within his grasp. The Qin family was progressing smoothly as well, and results would be seen soon. With Chi-in and a few other pieces in hand, taking down the Tang family would only require some time. Once the three families were subdued, the weaker Su family would be a piece of cake. In short, the advantage lies with me. Before taking control of Suhong Long, you would have to endure a bit. Long ye shall I trouble you with this. I hope to be out soon, serving by your side like before, eating the little hamburgers I made with my own hands. All right, we brothers will meet again soon. Yichen gave Longya a reassuring look and left the meeting room. On Antique Street, there was an antique shop named Debao Building. This shop was one of the largest in Suong and was also owned by the Tang family. The person in charge of this shop was Zhao Gaoxing, a longtime employee of the Tang family. He had been working in this antique shop since his teens, staying for over 30 years. His capabilities were commendable in all aspects, earning him the trust of the Tang family. Tang Xiao, take a look at the ledger. This is last month's revenue. Our shop has been quite profitable these past few months. Zhao Gaoxing handed a ledger to Tang Yu. Although times had changed, the antique shop still preferred to keep records and ledgers. All right, thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu smiled as he took the ledger and casually flipped through it. Just as he turned a couple of pages, a couple walked in. Tang Yu glanced up and quickly hid behind a cabinet, deliberately turning his back to the two to avoid being. The couple that entered were Yi Chun and Qin Kursin. As the young lady of the Qin family, Qin Kursin was an extremely famous beauty in Suong. However, today she appeared very haggard, like a rose on the verge of wilting. The reason for her appearance was the recent troubles that had befallen the Qin family. None of the family members had been able to rest well. They all experienced nightmares after falling asleep. Over time, many began to suffer health issues. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were so frightened that they chose to resign and leave the Qin family. After they left, the phenomena ceased. Thus, the Qin family members suspected that there might be a problem with the feng shui in their home. She had come to the antique market today to see if there was anything that could improve the feng shui. How unexpectedly, she encountered Yichun on the way. Of course, this encounter was also arranged by Yichun. As the Dragon King, he spent his days either chasing women or on his way to do so. Miss Qin, I have some knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics. If you are looking to improve the feng shui at home, there is likely nothing you need in these antique shops. Seeing Qin Kursin selecting items frantically in the shop, Yi Chun reminded her from the side. You can read feng shui, eh? Qin Kursin looked at him in surprise. She hadn't known Yi Chun for long. Last time a snake had somehow found its way into her home, scaring her half. It just so happened that Yi Chun was patrolling the neighborhood, and upon hearing her scream, he rushed over. After handling the snake, they became acquainted. Yes, I have quite a skill. I was just a security guard before looking for a temporary job to settle down. Yi Chun smirked with a charming smile. First get close to women, then pique their curiosity. This is his secret to wooing. Indeed, you not only have skills. Being a security guard was just a means to chase women. You actually thought of throwing a snake into someone's home, and then playing the hero. I've never seen someone so shameless. If it weren't for your misdeeds, would the Qin family's feng shui be in trouble? How dare you act here? You should be starring in a drama instead. While Qin Kursin was selecting antiques, she suddenly heard a series of voices, causing her to freeze in surprise. She looked around, but saw no one talking near her. Yet after hearing that voice, she felt it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to an old acquaintance. What made her more concerned was the content of the sentences, which were too revealing. Throwing a snake into her own home as part of a self-directed act. Was the Qin family's feng shui problem also his doing? She was keenly aware that these words pointed to Yi Chun beside her. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Chun, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Was this seemingly harmless guy truly the mastermind behind it all? Or was it that she hadn't rested well these past few days, causing her to hallucinate? Yi Chun noticed Qin Kursin staring blankly at him, and thought that she must be captivated by his handsome face. Thus he smiled even more confidently, and spoke. Miss Qin, from my observation, it is undoubtedly a feng shui problem at your home that has attracted malevolent energy. It's unrealistic to expect these antiques to improve the feng shui. How about this? I have a talisman here. You can take it back and wear it to see if it helps improve the situation. After saying that, he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket and looked at Qin Kursin. This talisman was learned from a master. It took me 3 months to create. As long as you wear it, it will surely protect you from malevolent energy entering your body. You boast without any preparation, and you really took 3 months to make this. It could be done in 3 minutes. This thing can be drawn randomly. The key is that it needs your blood. Who caused those malevolent energies? With your blood, naturally you won't be attacked by them. Alas, poor Qin Kursin, this foolish woman fell for it, completely deceived, thinking this man was her white knight sent by heaven to save her. After hearing the voice again, Qin Kursin finally confirmed that this was definitely not a hallucination. Someone was speaking to her, but it seemed only she could hear it. She was unclear about what exactly was happening. But at this moment she felt a surge of anger. If all this was true, then she wouldn't hold back. Qin Kursin disguised her expression very well, and gently took the talisman, saying, "All right, thank you." Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. He knew that once this talisman was taken back by Qin Kursen, the malevolent energy in her home would not attack her. When the effect kicks in, she will surely find a way to ask for his help in resolving the troubles of the Qin family. Thus his plan to subdue the Qin family would be a success. Then he could deal with that brat Qin Ming, and wouldn't the Qin family be under his control? This time he finally felt that everything was about to go smoothly. Longya, it won't be long before the two of us can go out for burgers together. Qin Kursen nodded, and carefully put away the talisman. After wandering in the store for a while, she left the antique shop. Yichen quickly followed her out. After they left, Tang Yu walked out from behind the counter. He turned around and walked in front of one of the counters, his gaze landing on a jade talisman. The jade talisman was carved into the shape of a yin-yang fish, appearing lifelike, a true masterpiece. The price tag on the yin-yang fish jade talisman was 8800. According to the original plot, shortly after this, Yichun would come to the store to buy this yin-yang fish jade talisman. This was the key item he needed to show off, as it could absorb all malevolent energy. Looking at this yin-yang fish jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided against taking it. After all, he wasn't some child of destiny. At the start he had no skills, and he wouldn't be able to use it anyway. According to the original novels, Setting the Dragon King was omnipotent. He was proficient in feng shui, medical arts, gambling, and stone betting. So this item could only be used by him to solve problems. However, just watching Yi Chun smoothly take down the Qin family didn't sit well with Tang Yu. He couldn't just watch his brother be robbed of his family business and suffer at the hands of this bastard. The lives of villains matter too. After pondering for a moment, he decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors. Uncle Zhao, come here for a moment. Tang Yu waved to Zhao Gaoxing, who was sitting behind the counter eating sunflower. Zhao Gaoxing hurriedly put down the seeds and ran over, looking at Tang Yu. What's up, young Master Tang? Keep this yin-yang fish jade talisman safe for me. No one can sell it except for a customer named Yi Chen, understand? Tang Yu instructed. This crucial item had to end up in Yi Chen's hands to resolve the crisis of the Qin family, so there could be no mistakes. The damned plot always collapses, and he needed to exert some effort. Zhao Gaoxing nodded, feeling that the name young Master Tang mentioned sounded somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly became alert. Yi Chen isn't that the loser that Wang Zong mentioned in the group chat a while ago? He heard that this bastard even dared to compete with young Master Tang for women. After Wang Zong gave him a thorough beating, he got promoted and went abroad to be in charge. Could it be that heaven is giving me an opportunity? He chuckled, understanding the deeper meaning behind young Master Tang's words. Is he planning to set a trap for this kid? Also make the price a bit higher, 30 million will do. Tang Yu added. This item must be obtained by Yi Chun, and it shouldn't be too cheap for him. It would be good to get some money out of this bastard for charity. Don't worry, young Master Tang, I understand. Zhao Gaoxing patted his chest, knowing that his opportunity to show off had come. Alright then, I leave it to you. Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaoxing a thumbs up. The plot involving the Qin family had to proceed. After Yi Chun resolved the troubles of the Qin family, he would find a way to expose the true face of this bastard from behind the scenes. He couldn't confront him hidden, but he could still strike from behind. After Tang Yu left the shop, Zhao Gaoxing immediately took out the yin-yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. This item was something he personally retrieved from outside. He had brought back a total of 2 pieces representing yin and yang. Having worked in the store for so many years, he was quite knowledgeable in this area. He knew the true function of the yin-yang fish jade talisman. That loser named Yi Chun is coming to buy this thing. Is it to dispel malevolent energy? After Zhao Gaoxing muttered to himself, he chuckled and went to find a box. Inside the box was an identical jade talisman, which was the yin talisman among the yin and yang talismans. The yang talisman among the 2 yin-yang fish talismans is used to eliminate malevolent energy. The yin talisman is used to nurture malevolent energy, if placed in a location heavily saturated with malevolent energy. After swapping the 2 items, he placed the yin talisman in the counter and adjusted the price to 30 million. After doing all this, he happily returned to the front of the counter. He silently waited to see the bastard who dared to compete with his young Master Tang for women jump into the pit. After about half an hour, Yi Chun indeed walked in from outside. After he entered, he wandered around the store and walked to the counter of the yin-yang fish jade talisman. When he accompanied Qin Kursen in, he had spotted this item at a glance, knowing it was a good treasure to deal with malevolent energy. Originally, he didn't need these items to solve the Qin family's problem. He could handle it himself. But he hadn't expected that the feng shui of the Qin family's old mansion was indeed too good. This kind of feng shui pattern that gathers wind and conceals water after being tampered with by him caused the accumulation of malevolent energy to be rather exaggerated. Under such circumstances, he had to rely on external items to solve the issue. However, when he saw the price, his expression changed slightly, and he slapped the glass forcefully, shouting, "Are you robbing people in your store? This thing is priced at 30 million. You must have added 2 extra zeros, right?" Zhao Gaoxing, who was eating sunflower seeds, smiled as he approached. Boss, we are not cheating you. This is what our store collected last month. This is a good treasure retrieved from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty. This price is already very reasonable. Don't give me that, oh, I understand these better than you. One word, 500,000, will you sell it? Yi Chun said with a cold expression. One of the things he hated most in life was being cheated out of his money. Friend, don't joke around. A feng shui master from Hong Kong came yesterday and said this thing is a good treasure. He's coming to buy it tomorrow. If you want to take it, if not, then forget it. I can sell it to anyone. Zhao Gaosheng waved his hand and was about to return to the counter. Hearing that someone also wanted this item, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately bit the bullet and paid the money, slamming the table. All right, then wrap it up for me. This thing may be expensive, but compared to conquering the Qin family, it's nothing. As long as he took down the Qin family, the assets worth hundreds of billions would all be his. Zhao Gaosheng immediately smiled and ran over to wrap the item for Yi Chun. Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoya last visited the Wang family to treat the elder Wang, his health has gradually improved. After lunch today, Elder Wang was preparing to practice calligraphy with a brush in hand. As he attempted to write the first character, the brush suddenly slipped from his grasp. Immediately, the elder clutched his chest and sat down on the chair, his body shaking violently. The nurse beside him was panic-stricken, and after helping him onto the bed, she hurriedly called for the Wang family's private doctor. Before long, the private doctor arrived to examine Elder Wang. Upon receiving the news, the rest of the Wang family rushed over. Seeing the elder's pale face as he lay on the bed, they all felt a wave of anxiety. He had only just recovered. How could this happen again? After the examination, Wang Yixue quickly asked, Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather? The doctor's expression was somewhat bewildered as he shook his head. Elder Wang's condition is somewhat dangerous. His organs are beginning to fail, but we cannot determine the specific cause of the illness. I recommend calling Jiang Shini over immediately. Though he is considered a well-known expert in the country, he had never encountered such symptoms before. There were clearly serious issues with the elder's health, yet the cause remained elusive. Wang Yixue immediately took out her phone to call Jiang Xiaoya. After confirming the location, she hurriedly arranged for the Wang family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoya arrived, she quickly ran over with her small bag and began examining Elder Wang's condition. After a while, a look of confusion appeared on her face. The elder's current state was extremely severe, yet she could not pinpoint the problem. Xiaoya, what exactly is wrong with my grandfather? Seeing Jiang Xiaoya's puzzled expression, Wang Yixue felt a twinge of panic. The rest of the Wang family also wore anxious expressions. A Wang family with Elder Wang and one without him were two entirely different entities. I cannot determine the issue, but the elder's condition is indeed critical. If we do not resolve this within a day, I'm afraid. Jiang Xiaoya's expression was quite grim. She never expected that with her medical skills, she would be unable to identify the issue. This was a difficult problem she had never encountered before. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoya's words, everyone turned pale. If even the highly skilled Jiang Xiaoya could not identify the problem, what were they to do? At the back of the crowd, Wang Rulong revealed a hint of relief in his eyes. He had been extremely anxious since Jiang Xiaoya's arrival. He feared that Jiang Xiaoya would discover some problem, but thankfully she could not resolve it. Previously, he had intended to cooperate with young Master Yi to freeze the Wang family's liquidity, aiming to oust Wang Yixue from the center of power and elevate himself. However, for some unknown reason, the plan had failed. Wang Yixue not only noticed the clues, but also turned the tables on young Master Yi, which had frightened him greatly at the time. Later, seeing that Wang Yixue had no intention of bothering him, he thought it was just a minor coincidence, and that his identity had not been exposed. As for today's scene, it was naturally his doing. After the failure of the plan, young Master Yi came up with another scheme. He suggested that Wang Rulong take direct action against the elder. This way, with the elder gone, the issue of inheritance would have to be resolved. According to family rules, the family power must ultimately rest in the hands of male heirs. Without the elder's protection, Wang Yixue would be unable to hold on to her power. Grandfather, do not blame me for being heartless. You have shown too much favoritism. Wang Rulong sighed, inwardly feeling a pang of guilt. However, compared to power, this was nothing. So what now? Should we ask Elder Jiang to give it a try? Wang Yixue said bitterly. Jiang Xiaoya, I cannot determine the issue. Even if my grandfather comes, it probably won't help much. This situation is quite troublesome, but I know someone who might be able to assist me. Who? Brother Tang, Jiang Xiaoya replied. Last time at the Tang family, she overheard him and found out he had learned the Qingsong heavenly scripture and entered the state of enlightenment. If she could not identify the problem, she would have to rely on him in the state of enlightenment to see where Elder Wang's issue. Wang Yixue did not expect that Jiang Xiaoya would want her to invite Tang Yu over. Concerned about her grandfather's life and death, she asked no further questions and immediately called Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu was in his office playing games with Qi Yin. He noticed that since he had this person report data while gaming every day, she had been quite diligent in her work. From the start of work to the end, she hardly moved from her seat. When it came to ordering takeout, she was quite active, having at least 3 cups of milk tea and various junk food each day. It was as if she were a laid-back couch potato. However, Tang Yu understood that all of this was merely her superb acting. She was using her diligent work to numb herself, hoping to achieve her goal of stealing information. Tang Yu was indifferent to this. After all the information had already been tampered with, and she could steal as much as she wanted. When he received Wang Yixu's call, he picked up his phone and said, "What's the matter? Where are you now? I'll send the helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather is in critical condition, hurry over." Wang Yixu's anxious and aggrieved voice came from the other end of the line. In this most vulnerable moment, she truly wanted to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the company, who just have the helicopter come to the rooftop of the office building to pick me up." Tang Yu did not hesitate, dropping the controller and quickly leaving the office to wait on the top floor. The sudden incident with Elder Wang also surprised him. According to the original plot, Elder Wang was supposed to remain healthy until the end. After waiting for a while, the helicopter quickly landed nearby. Tang Yu quickly boarded the helicopter, pondering where the problem lay. After noticing several inconsistencies in the plot, he had to admit that the narrative of this book had collapsed. As soon as the helicopter reached the Wang family, Tang Yu saw Wang Yixue waiting for him with red-rimmed eyes. "It'll be fine, Elder Wang is blessed and will not come to harm." Tang Yu hurriedly comforted her in a gentle voice. "All right, you should hurry and check on him." Wang Yixue grasped Tang Ye's hand and pulled him inside. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaoye was administering acupuncture to Elder Wang. While she could not identify the issue, easing the elder's illness was not difficult. The gazes of the Wang family members were all focused on Tang Yu. They too wanted to know why Jiang Xiaoye had called him over at this time, as he had no knowledge of medicine. What happened to Elder Wang? Tang Yu, still unclear about the situation, approached and asked Jiang Xiaoye. "I cannot determine the exact illness affecting the elder right now. I plan to use the 13 ghost needles for treatment and would like your assistance." Jiang Xiaoye provided a rather clumsy excuse, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Tang Yu was equally baffled by this, wondering why she had made such an effort to come and help. He instinctively focused his attention, scanning the old man Wang with his gaze. If even Jiang Xiaoye couldn't identify the issue, what ailment had the old man contracted? Could it be that after the storyline in the Wang family collapsed, they were forcing the Dragon King to reappear as a divine doctor to save face? This was a scenario he was encountering for the first time. In previous rounds of traversing stories, he had never survived past the initial plot. Either he had met his end right at the start, or he had lasted a couple of hours before being killed. Fortunately, after scanning for some time, he finally spotted a golden thread near the old man's heart. What was this strange golden thread? How could it be wrapped around the old man's heart? This was moving. Wasn't this the golden silk bug curse from Yichun? This thing was incredibly sinister. Within 24 hours of entering, a host's death was assured. After the host's death, this thing would self-destruct and dissolve, leaving no evidence behind. To save old man Wang, either Yichun had to come personally to lift the curse, or they had to try the secret formula from the Qing Nong Tianjing. Making incense from 11 medicinal materials, including mugwort, ju li xiang, and redstone resin, would suffice. I should find a way to discreetly remind them, no matter what, old man Wang must not die. Upon hearing Tang Ye's thoughts, Wang Yixue and Jiang Xiaoye exchanged glances, their expressions changing. They simultaneously realized something. That was the other could also hear Tang Ye's thoughts. At that moment, Wang Yixue understood why Jiang Xiaoye had insisted she bring Tang Yu along. So it was for this reason. "I suddenly thought of a remedy. Oh, let's send someone to gather the medicinal materials for me." Jiang Xiaoye quickly wrote down a list of the herbs she had just heard. A servant from the Wang family immediately rushed to fetch the herbs. Jiang Xiaoye began to contemplate the pharmacological compatibility of the prescription. The prescriptions in the Qing Nong Tianjing were invaluable treasures. "Since little sister Xiaoye has a treatment plan, let's step outside for a bit. She can stay here and watch over Grandpa." Wang Yixue sighed in relief and instructed everyone to leave the room. Does that mean I have nothing to do?" Tang Yu pondered how to remind them. "Actually, I do have something to discuss with you. Come with me." Wang Yixue grasped Tang Ye's arm and headed towards the... "Why so serious? Is there something major you want to tell me?" Tang Yu followed Wang Yixue, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off. Once in the small garden, Wang Yixue sat Tang Yu down and asked, "I feel like something is off with my grandpa. He was perfectly healthy, and suddenly this could likely mean he was poisoned. What do you think?" "I also think that's a possibility, but we need to investigate thoroughly." Tang Yu nodded in agreement. "This isn't poisoning, it's a curse instead. The golden silk bug curse must be applied close to the target. If Yichun didn't come here personally, then it was most likely the foolish Wang Rulong behind this. This person was truly an idiot, colluding with an outsider, thinking he could become the head of the Wang family. Just having the secret in someone else's hands means you'd be forever licking their boots." Wang Yixu's expression turned cold in an instant. Indeed, it was as she suspected. It was that fool Wang Rulong messing around in the shadows again. The reason she had kept him around last time was not due to a lack of evidence. She merely didn't want to alert the snake, wanting to use Wang Rulong's stupidity to set Yichen up. Unexpectedly, he was so reckless as to dare to target Grandpa. In that case, there was no longer any need to keep him as bait. Wang Yixue sighed softly, feeling a bit exhausted. In truth, she was indifferent to the family's wealth. After all, it was impossible to spend it all, but not everyone could think like that. Were there not others with similar thoughts to Wang Rulong? She leaned her head on Tang Ye's shoulder. Noticing Tang Yu moving, she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. If you behave, I might dress up as a bunny girl for you next time. What bunny girl? Just don't let your dandruff fall on me, Tang Yu muttered in dissatisfaction. I absolutely detest dishonest people. Promises must be kept. Bunny girls and the like don't matter to me. I am a man of integrity. If there's real sincerity, even a blood drop would suffice. Blood drop? Wang Yixue was momentarily taken aback. What was that? However, she was too lazy to ponder this. Just being beside Tang Yu made her very happy. At least for now, she didn't have to think about scheming and backstabbing. The two sat quietly in the small garden. Wang Yixue listened to Tang Ye's whimsical thoughts, feeling increasingly that this brooding man was rather adorable. Until a voice broke the tranquility. Miss, the divine Dr. Jiang has already treated the old master. You should go and take a look. A bodyguard rushed over to call out. Let's go, we need to check on old master quickly. Tang Yu sighed in relief. If only you had been a few minutes later, I would have developed shoulder periarthritis. Hearing Tang Ye's thoughts, Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and hurried to see the old master. When they arrived, a somewhat pungent fragrance filled the room. Old Master Wang had already awakened, and a nurse was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After a serious illness, he appeared noticeably weaker. Grandpa, are you all right? Wang Yixue asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm just feeling weak. After I finish the medicine, I'll take a nap. Let the old master rest for a couple of days. Jiang Xiaoya had finished treating the old master using the formula she had heard from Tang Yu, and the cursed bug crawled out and died on its own. She had already collected the dead bug. She planned to return and study it with her own grandfather. That guy named Yi Chun was simply revolting. After everyone showed their concern, they allowed the old master to rest alone in the room. As Tang Yu stepped out of the room, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and realized it was a call from Qin Ming. Big brother, didn't you say you'd come when we were doing the feng shui at my place? Hurry over, a lot of people have already come today. Qin Ming's voice came through the phone. All right, just a moment, I'll be there soon. After responding, Tang Yu hung up, greeted Wang Yixue and the others, and hurriedly drove to the Qin family. According to the original plot, today Dragon King Yi Chun would put on a grand show here and would hold the title of the top feng shui master of Suhang. PS3 updates are delivered. It's hit 10000 words. Brothers, please leave a 5-star review to urge updates and free gifts. A new backstab is about to begin. Wealthy individuals tend to have a strong belief in metaphysics, thus they hold great respect for feng shui masters. With this newfound identity, Yi Chen's status in Su and Hang has risen significantly, earning him the title of Master Yi. However, he indeed possesses considerable skill in feng shui. After all, he is the favored son of a foolish and indulgent author who knows everything, and it's only a matter of time before he writes about his 5 innate wisdom roots. How should I expose this bastard appropriately? Tang Yu pondered this matter while driving. Adhering to the principle of discretion, confronting him directly would certainly not do. After thinking it through, Tang Yu could only find some way to privately notify the Qin family. As soon as he left, Wang Yixue addressed the members of the Wang family. Elders, please gather in the ancestral hall. Oh, I have something important to discuss with you all. What's the matter, Wang girl? Why are we going to the ancestral hall? An elderly man with white hair spoke in a hoarse voice. When a family gathers in the ancestral hall, it is usually for an important announcement. All eyes turned to Wang Yixue's face. Wang Rulong, feeling guilty, became anxious. He truly did not expect Jiang Xiaoya to be able to cure his grandfather's illness. Didn't she say it was impossible before? Now that Wang Yixue was calling everyone to the ancestral hall, could it be that someone had tampered with his grandfather? However, he wasn't overly nervous, for he wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. The techniques taught to him by young Master Yi for using poison were extremely covert. They would never be discovered. I have something to announce that concerns the survival of our family, so I ask everyone to come now. After Wang Yixue finished speaking, she walked towards the direction of the ancestral hall. The remaining people also grew serious, following her with puzzled expressions. What could be so serious that it concerns the survival of the Wang family? It's fine, even if she discovers it, there's no evidence. Wang Rulong silently reassured himself. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. Xiaoxue, everyone is here. What is so serious that you need to tell us? Let's find a solution together. Wang Yixue nodded, her expression cold, as she pointed to Wang Rulong, who stood at the edge. Rulong, come here and kneel before our ancestors. Everyone was shocked, looking at Wang Rulong in disbelief. Could it be that he had committed another grave mistake this time? Wang Rulong's mother stepped forward. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly making your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some way? Wang Rulong approached with a bitter smile. Yes, sister, could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding. You colluded with outsiders and betrayed your family, and that's called a misunderstanding. The new energy project we collaborated on with Farce almost led to our family suffering a severe loss. Today it was you who poisoned grandfather, wasn't it? Wang Yixue glared at Wang Rulong as she questioned him. Wang Rulong's face turned pale, and he desperately shook his head. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing? It was indeed my mistake to misjudge people in the cooperation with Farce, but how could this matter with grandfather relate to me? Even if I am heartless, I wouldn't do something like that. Exactly, could there be some misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you have any evidence? Others also found it hard to. I can just call the witnesses up. Wang Yixue clapped her hands. Soon 2 bodyguards brought Li Deshen in from outside. Li Deshen, looking fearful, knelt down and explained everything to everyone. This was now his only way to redeem himself. The young lady had promised him that as long as he came forward to testify, he would be given a chance to survive. After Li Deshen finished explaining with both witness and evidence in hand, the pale-faced Wang Rulong still wanted to explain something. His father, however, was furious and rushed forward, punching him in the face. After knocking him to the ground, he began to kick him mercilessly. Wealthy families despise betrayal the most. Besides, he had the audacity to attack the old man, which was a definite death sentence. Apart from Wang Rulong's mother crying out and trying to stop her husband, everyone else coldly watched from the side, and Wang Yixue said nothing. Once Wang Rulong was beaten to the brink of death, she finally spoke up. That's enough, uncle. Let's stop here for today. Grandfather hasn't recovered yet. I want to wait until he is well before leaving this matter for him to decide. Wang Rulong's father nodded, his heart filled with despair. He did not expect his son to be so foolish. Knowing the old man's temperament, would there still be a way for him to survive after this? Take him away and lock him up. Wang Yixue instructed the 2 bodyguards before looking at the members of the. This incident cannot be entirely blamed on Wang Rulong. He is foolish, but there are others with even more sinister intentions. We must take revenge. Indeed, we cannot let this person go. He must pay the price. Everyone agreed to retaliate. If someone dared to set their sights on the Wang family, they should expect no mercy. Quickly, the Wang family began searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts to prepare for revenge. Meanwhile, all enterprises under the Wang family launched an attack on Longxin Group. At this moment, the Qin family was bustling with activity. Just 2 days ago, they suddenly released news inviting feng shui masters from various places to solve their family's problems. Whoever could resolve the issue would receive a reward of 1 billion. For these feng shui masters, 10 billion was indeed an astronomical figure. Thus, feng shui masters from all over the country gathered all to solve the Qin family's difficulties today. As Tang Yu was driving over, he happened to see Yi Chun getting out of the car. After getting out of the car, Qin Kursin was already waiting for him. Miss Qin, how effective was that talisman I gave you? As he stepped out, Yi Chun smiled and asked. It was very effective, so I'm troubling Mr. Yi today? Qin Kursin nodded, though her eyes were somewhat complex. She still remembered the heartfelt voices she had heard last time. To verify, she secretly opened the talisman this morning. Inside there was indeed a hastily drawn ghost symbol stained with a drop of dried blood. Haha, that silly Qin Kursin must have been startled by the talisman. Thankfully, I was kind enough this time to help you expose his true nature later. Speaking of which, where did that kid Qin Ming go? As she wondered, that familiar voice sounded again, and she immediately began to look around. Who could it be? She looked around, but couldn't find the source of the sound. Yet this made her very excited. Because today the truth is about to be revealed. If I tell myself that the benefactor behind all this has come, I must express my gratitude properly. Moreover, he was murmuring my brother's name, which means he knows him. With that in mind, finding him would be much easier. After the 2 of them walked in, Tang Yu leisurely got out of the car. After getting out of the car, he didn't see Qin Ming, but spotted Zhao Gaoxing dressed in a black Tang suit wandering at the entrance with a smoking pipe. His outfit today gave him a somewhat distinguished aura. Tang Yu smiled and walked over, patting him on the shoulder as Uncle Zhao, you also came. Zhao Gaoxing quickly chuckled and whispered, I definitely had to come for this opportunity to make Tang Xiao look good. After Yi Chun bought the Yin-Yang fish talisman, I was pondering what he would use it for. After hearing news about the Qin family, I finally understood. It turned out this kid wanted to use it to show off and flirt with girls at the Qin family. So he decided to come and put on a good show. Who made this kid offend Tang Xiao? Make me look good, oi. Tang Yu was a bit confused, estimating that Uncle Zhao was here for the billion-yuan reward from the Qin family. If he could solve the Qin family's problem, it would indeed bring him honor. So he gave a thumbs up, saying, All right then, today it's up to you. Uncle Zhao, you must secure that billion-yuan reward from the Qin family. Sure thing. Zhao Gaoxing patted his chest and eagerly agreed. If he accomplished this today, it would mean a 10 billion reward. When the time comes to announce it in the group, what would Wang Zong's treatment mean? I would be the first loyal and capable minister of the Tang family. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, looked at each other and smiled happily. Qin Ming also ran over. He had just been waiting for Tang Yu at the entrance when he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach and went to the restroom. Seeing Tang Yu laughing here, he ran up and hugged him, laughing along. Damn, big brother, what's making you so happy? Aren't I happy for you? Your family's problems are sure to be solved. Don't mention it. I don't even know if this troublesome matter can be resolved. If worst comes to worst, we might as well. Qin Ming sighed, feeling rather pessimistic. Because in the past few days their family had secretly invited several feng shui masters to solve the problem. Yet none of them succeeded. There was even one master who was performing a ritual, and while doing so he spat out a mouthful of blood and is now lying in the hospital. Otherwise their family wouldn't have offered $1 billion in bonuses to invite masters from all over the country to gather in one place, hoping that some expert could solve this troublesome issue. Don't worry, not only will this issue be resolved today, but the culprit who caused your family's troubles will also be revealed. Tang Yu spoke. Qin Ming was taken aback, thinking Tang Yu was joking, and didn't take it to heart. As the three of them walked in side by side, a group of feng shui masters were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. They were dressed in various styles, looking mysterious, and anyone unaware would think they were filming a scene. To keep a low profile, Tang Yu intentionally sat down in a corner. Not long after he sat down, the head of the Qin family, Qin Pengqi, came out with several bodyguards. Everyone stood up and greeted him, casting warm and respectful glances at this wealthy figure. Qin Pengqi nodded in acknowledgement and began to speak. Thank you all for gathering here to help resolve the troubles of my Qin family. My Qin family keeps its word, and the $1 billion check is already prepared. As long as any master can solve the problem today, I will personally hand over the check, and this master will forever be an honored guest of my Qin family. His words made the masters feel invigorated, as if the $1 billion was within their grasp. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will surely resolve the troubles of the Qin family today. What is a little malevolent energy? After I make my move today, the Qin family's feng shui will have no problems for the next 50 years. Such a trivial matter, I can resolve it with a mere gesture, so there's no need for my fellow Taoists to compete with me. Many masters stood up to express their determination. Each spoke one after another, making the room feel like a bustling market. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a purple Taoist robe stepped forward. He shouted, "Everyone quiet down and listen to what this humble Taoist has to say." After his loud shout, the entire venue immediately fell silent. All eyes were focused on him. Isn't this the Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? Why is he here too? Haha, for $1 billion he would go anywhere, even to Africa. People began to whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Zhao Shizhu, filled with apprehension. Tang Yu also looked at Zhao Shizhu with great interest. Having seen the original book's plot, he knew this person's identity as the current master of Longhu Mountain, possessing formidable strength. Sadly, he fell victim to the protagonist's rule, destined to become a minor character and suffer humiliation. In any case, as long as he competes with the Dragon King, regardless of whether you are a top figure in any field, even if you've devoted your entire life to research, you can't compare to the Dragon King, who has only studied for half a year. Who is this old man? He looks quite impressive. Qin Ming asked curiously. Zhao Gaoshan quickly answered, "This is Master Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. Did you see that disciple behind him? One is holding a sword for him, and this sword is the Master Sword, said to have been inherited for over 400 years. Qin Ming exclaimed, not quite understanding these matters. However, having someone who looks impressive is quite good. Maybe he can help solve our family's problem. Zhao Shizhu looked at everyone and spoke. Dear fellow Taoists, today there is only one reward. But with so many of us here, we can't all act together. In that case, how should this reward be divided? Everyone pondered this question. They looked at each other, and no one offered a suitable answer. Money, everyone wanted to monopolize it. Who would willingly share it with others? Therefore, this humble Taoist believes that the reward should be determined by skill. I will stand up first and accept your challenges here. If any of you win, I will leave immediately. If no one can defeat me, then I will take this merit for myself. Zhao Shizhu looked at everyone with a proud smile. His arrogant attitude made many of the feng shui masters, those who dared to come here today, were all experts in the Taoist sect. For one person to step forward and try to overshadow everyone else, was he implying that his strength was the strongest in the Taoist sect? Although Longhu Mountain holds a very high status in the Taoist sect, everyone present was not to be trifled with. Especially with a 10 billion reward at stake, no one was willing to give it up easily. Master Zhao is quite arrogant. In that case, I, Song Qingshan, would like to challenge you first. At that moment, Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family, stepped forward. The Song family is also quite famous in the Taoist sect, with a legacy of 64 Xuanji copper coins passed down for hundreds of years, capable of divining heavenly secrets and exorcising evil spirits. However, Zhao Shizhu didn't even glance at him, speaking nonchalantly. Then please let this friend take the lead. Continuing to harass Tang Xiaohua, Song Qingshan let out a cold snort, tossing a string of copper coins high into the air. Immediately he formed hand seals, and the copper coins that flew into the sky, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, began to float and form an array on their own. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, for such a skill was not something just anyone could possess. Qin Ming was also dumbfounded, astonished by the capabilities of these geomancers. Song Qingshan reveled in the crowd's applause. He pointed at Master Zhao with a flourish. The floating copper coins suddenly all rushed towards Master Zhao. Such trivial skills dare you show off before me? Master Zhao Zhu revealed a look of disdain and raised a hand commanding, "Sword, come forth." A young Taoist behind him held the master sword with both hands. After his command, the master sword flew into the air, slicing the copper coins one by one. After being struck by the master sword, the copper coins split in half and fell to the ground. In just a moment, nearly half of the 64 coins were damaged. Song Qingshan was heartbroken, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. This was his family heirloom. He could no longer continue the contest and hurriedly attempted to retrieve the coins. However, the master sword was relentless, continuing its pursuit of the copper coins. Song Qingshan was in utter despair. He glared at Master Zhao and shouted, "Master Zhao, why must you go to such extremes? Am I someone who can be easily challenged? You think you can walk away without paying a price?" Master Zhao Zhu replied with a slight smile. Song Qingshan's face turned the color of liver, and he gritted his teeth, speaking softly. "Today I Song was too presumptuous. I hope Master Zhao will show mercy." "Now that's more like it," Master Zhao Zhu said, extending his hand to summon the master sword back to him. Song Qingshan quickly retrieved the copper coins, his expression dark and fearsome. Today he hadn't made any money. Instead, he had destroyed his family treasure. The other members of the sect were equally astonished by Master Zhao Zhu's display. Many of them began to reconsider their intentions. They were not as strong as Song Qingshan, so how could they dare provoke Master Zhao? "Is there any other fellow Taoist who wishes to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. If no one dares, then I will take on this task for the Qin family today." Master Zhao Zhu held the master sword, looking at the crowd with a smile that exuded an aura of a transcendent being. "I will." An elderly man with a youthful face and white hair stepped forward. He wore a Taoist robe, albeit somewhat dirty, but no one in the audience dared to underestimate him. He was well known in the northern sects and was revered as Old Star of Coaching. Master Zhao Zhu glanced at him and said blandly, "Come show me your treasures, let me broaden my horizons." Old Star of Coaching let out a cold snort, and a red rope floated into the air, faint flames flickering on it like a fire serpent. This scene opened the eyes of everyone present. Qin Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, these people are truly impressive. I should learn a few tricks to impress the ladies later. But it seems you'll need to spend over a decade on that." Tang Yu, having seen the plot, was not particularly interested. No matter how powerful, in the end they're all destined to be stepping stones for Yi Chun. According to the plot, this old man will also lose to Master Zhao, and then Master Zhao will have a conflict. After Master Zhao's failure, it will be Yi Chen's turn to show off, and Qin Kursen, this silly girl, will start to admire him here. Poor my brother Qin Ming, not only will he be harmed by Yi Chun, but his family property and sister will also fall into this brat's hands. Once again hearing the voice in her heart, Qin Kursen's gaze quickly locked onto Qin Ming. Then she saw Tang Yu sitting beside him, and instantly recalled that it was his voice. It couldn't be wrong. Besides her brother, he had no other siblings. She was utterly shocked in her heart, yet her expression remained calm. She wanted to see if it was truly as Tang Yu had said. At this moment, Old Star of Coaching had already begun to duel with Master Zhao Zhu. The red rope he controlled transformed into a fire serpent, shooting towards Master Zhao. This seemingly powerful strike made Master Zhao Zhu smirk disdainfully. When the fire serpent transformed from the red rope flew before him, he merely pointed, and the fire serpent halted in midair. "Return to me." Master Zhao Zhu commanded lightly, and the fire serpent shot back, heading straight for Old Star of Coaching. Seeing his weapon controlled by the opponent, Old Star of Coaching's expression changed dramatically. He desperately ran to avoid the attack, looking utterly disheveled. The crowd erupted in laughter while their respect for Master Zhao Zhu grew. Truly, he was the Master Zhao of Longhu Mountain. With this strike, he was indeed a master among masters, and they were thoroughly convinced. "Master Zhao, I admit defeat. I concede willingly." After running for a while, Old Star of Coaching had no choice but to lower his face and beg for mercy. Master Zhao Zhu smiled in satisfaction. He pointed, and the red rope fell to the ground, no longer moving. The disheveled Old Star of Coaching picked up the rope and tied it around his hand, grunting, twice too afraid to say anything more. With this, no one in the audience dared to challenge Master Zhao Zhu anymore. He looked at the crowd, a triumphant smile on his face, and clasped his fists. "Thank you all, fellow Taoists. Since it has come to this, I will take care of the Qin family's matters." The many geomancers, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. After all, none of them were a match for him. "Then we shall trouble Master Zhao." Today Qin Punchi was also, as cultivators we should subdue demons and eliminate evil, it is our duty. Master Zhao Zhu remained polite towards Qin Punchi, as he was a wealthy benefactor. At this moment Qin Kursin was utterly astonished. Everything was indeed just as she had heard in her heart. She quickly composed herself, and looked at Yi Chen speaking up. Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is truly impressive, almost resembling an immortal. Yi Chen with a look of disdain scoffed, they are merely practitioners of unorthodox paths. This Taoist indeed has some skill, but compared to myself he is leagues away. Once I showcase my own abilities, Qin Kursin will understand what a true expert is. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the audience were drawn to him. Here we go again, classic arrogance, provoking others. Once he angers them, he'll bet against them, then trample them underfoot. After trampling them, he'll pretend to be magnanimous and win their favor. You are better at being a lapdog. Tang Yu, holding a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This familiar plot was overwhelming. Sure enough, Master Zhao Zhu was enraged by his words. He turned to see a young man in his 20s with a dark expression. Who is this brat? Dare to say my Longhu Mountain is unorthodox. If you are unconvinced, let us duel. Who invited this person? Get him out. This child is laughably absurd. A master cannot be insulted. Master Zhao, teach him a lesson. The many geomancers began to scold, looking at Yi Chen as if he were a clown. Qin Punchi frowned as he looked at the two bodyguards, pointing at Yi Chen. Drive this man out. The bodyguards moved forward, but Qin Kursin hurriedly stood up to speak. Father, Mr. Yi is the expert I invited. He is quite capable. She then took a protective talisman. This talisman was given to me by him. Since wearing it these past 2 nights, I have slept easily and no longer suffered nightmares. The truth had yet to surface, as she could not let Yi Chen leave. Yi Chen rose and smiled at Qin Punchi. Uncle Qin, I am not being arrogant. I speak only the truth. This Tianshi Zhao cannot resolve your family's problem. If I do not step in, his unauthorized actions will only rebound upon him and bring ruin to the Qin family. Zhao Shizhu thundered. You ignorant child, if I remove this little Shachi today, will you kneel and apologize to me? Zhao Shizhu spoke with anger. Yi Chen countered, what if you cannot solve it? If you cannot, I will give you the Tianshi sword, Yi Chen said. After finishing his sentence, Zhao Shizhu glared at his disciples and barked, bring the incense. 2 disciples immediately produced 3 censers. They placed 3 incense sticks in each censer without lighting them. Zhao Shizhu formed hand seals and chanted. When his chant ended, the 9 sticks flared to life at once. Smoke curled and condensed in the air into a gray humanoid form. Once it had taken shape, Zhao Shizhu turned to Qin Punchi and said, Mr. Qin, this is the Shachi that has accumulated around your Qin family. If this humble Taoist dispels it, your household will be safe and untroubled from now on. Then please, Tianshi Zhao. Qin Punchi exhaled a long, relieved breath. The family had endured much, and at last this trouble seemed on the verge of being solved. A mere trifle. Zhao Shizhu smiled, lightly stepped the 7-star step, and thrust the Tianshi sword into the mist. The mist emitted a shriek that startled everyone in the room. Within seconds the mist dispersed on its own, and the Qin family felt immediate relief. After dispelling the Shachi, Zhao Shizhu coldly regarded Yi Chen and said, Now that it is done, what more do you have to say? Kneel and apologize. Yi Chen replied calmly, You might take a closer look to see whether the Shachi truly vanished. No sooner had he spoken than the vanished Shachi reconstituted itself. The gray malevolence surged toward Zhao Shizhu. He swung the Tianshi sword twice in counterattack, but the Shachi still forced its way into his body. His face drained of color, he spat blood, collapsed to the floor, and began to convulse. His disciples panicked, scrambling to lift him and check his condition. Those in the Qin household who had just breathed easier were now overcome by unbearable distress, as though a 1,000-pound weight pressed on their shoulders. The other feng shui masters present turned deathly pale. None of them had ever seen such potent Shachi. A few attempted to join forces to eliminate it, but their rites failed, and they were struck by backlash, ending up like Zhao Shizhu. Qin Punchi, racked with pain, looked to his daughter and found Qin Kursin completely unharmed. Could that protective talisman truly be effective? Could this young man be a true reclusive master? He looked at Yi Chen in panic. I offended you just now. Please, young friend, intervene and save my Qin family. All eyes in the room turned to Yi Chen. Some silently suspected he was about to put on a show and privately planned to take the jade Buddha that had been sold to the Qin family. They murmured that the Shachi had originated from that jade Buddha, that it had been soaked in the blood of stillborn fetuses and infants for 7 days to nurture a vicious malevolence. If the jade Buddha were smashed, the one who sold it would suffer the backlash. Upon hearing Tang Yes thought, Qin Kursin's pupils narrowed. Some time ago Qin Ming had indeed purchased a jade Buddha from outside, claiming it came from a venerable monk. She suppressed her anger and looked at Yi Chen, speaking softly. Mr. Yi, please then. Of course. You are my friend, the Qin family's affairs are mine as well. Yi Chen smiled with a faint, enigmatic curl of his lips. He produced a yin-yang fish jade talisman from his pocket. After placing a single drop of blood upon it, the talisman emitted a faint white glow. The gray sha-qi in the room surged toward it and was drawn inside, vanishing completely. A petty sha-qi dispelled with a snap. Yi Chen said with haughty composure. The onlookers regarded him with admiration. Regardless of his manner, his real skill was impressive. That deadly sha-qi truly seemed vanquished at his touch. Only for the talisman in Yi Chen's hand to develop a crack within 5 seconds and then shatter into pieces. The sha-qi that had been absorbed exploded outward in an instant, far denser than before. The room became engulfed in a suffocating gray malevolence. Several Qin family members found it difficult to draw breath, their faces pale and speechless. Yi Chen's expression also shifted. What was unfolding? Could the malevolence he had nurtured have spiraled beyond his control? Yi Chen worried silently, while others inwardly panicked that the plan had gone awry. Had the talisman not been supposed to resolve the problem instantly? Tang Yu was equally bewildered. At that moment, Zhao Gaoshan suddenly rose to his feet. He looked at Yi Chen with disdain. I thought you were something special, but instead of solving the problem, you have only made the sha-qi worse. At his words, all eyes turned to Yi Chen. Admiration instantly curdled into anger and contempt. They muttered that the young man had spoken boastfully and only escalated the situation. Yi Chen recognized Zhao Gaoshan and his face darkened. He realized in an instant that the item he had bought was not as it seemed. Had someone plotted against him, or was another hand at work? Zhao Gaoshan had no more words to waste. To the terrified assembly he declared, do not panic. Though this man may be useless, our Tang Xiao's scholarly mastery is unparalleled. This small sha-qi, he is the one who can truly shatter it with a snap. Tang Yes's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself how on earth he had been elevated to the status of an unrivaled master. He inwardly seethed that he had no idea how to perform such a feat, and resented being thrust into the role he did not know how to play. Tang Yu was utterly at a loss. Yet the crowd already cast eager, expectant gazes upon him, as if he were the only light in that darkness. Qin Ming, his head pounding, looked at Tang Yu and implored, Brother, if you truly have a way to save my family, then act at once. In that instant, he understood why his elder brother had confidently promised that the family's plight could be resolved. It turned out his brother had a hidden card. Zhao Gaoshan pulled Tang Yu from the corner. Tang Yu, bewildered, felt something warm in his pocket. When he retrieved it, he discovered a yin-yang fish jade talisman had been placed there without his knowledge. It had been activated by a drop of blood. As Tang Yu held it, the talisman erupted in golden light. He stood there like a small human sun. The surrounding gray sha-qi rushed toward him and was dissolved by the radiance. Soon the malevolent energy in the room dissipated completely. The golden light surrounding Tang Yu also vanished. As the malevolent energy disappeared, the members of the Qin family felt their bodies rejuvenate. The few geomancers who had previously been harmed by the malevolent energy also felt the energy fade away. The consequences of such malevolent energy entering their bodies were extremely severe. If the issue could not be resolved quickly, the consequences ranged from illness and premature death to immediate demise. They all cast reverent glances towards Tang Yu. What is a true master? This is what a true master is. Sitting silently in the corner from beginning to end, he only stepped up at the crucial moment to turn the tide. Looking at his handsome face and imposing figure, the crowd felt a surge of emotion almost to the point of tears. They never expected to witness a true master today. Indeed, a true master does not reveal themselves, and those who reveal themselves are not true masters. I feel truly ashamed. As a Tiansher of Longhu Mountain, my cultivation is embarrassingly inferior compared to young Master Tang. After I return to the mountain, I must engage in quiet meditation for 20 years. Young Master Tang's act of saving me today, Song will remember. If young Master Tang has any requests in the future, I will not hesitate to fulfill them. A group of geomancers began to loudly praise him. They were genuinely impressed by young Master Tang. Amazing. Truly amazing. As others showered him with praise, Tang Yu could only twitch his lips. Who am I? Where the hell am I? This plot is wrong. Why does it feel like I'm the one showing off? Stop praising me. I really can't handle it. At this moment, Yi Chen was trembling with rage. He never expected that his carefully laid scheme would be snatched away by Tang Yu. According to his design, he should be the one standing here receiving the admiration and praise of the crowd. Then he would transform into the #1 geomancer in Suang. The Qin family held him in high esteem, and Qin Kursin had even fallen in love with him. But now all of it had turned to ashes. He stood there like a lonely clown. Occasionally 2 glances would fall on him, but they were filled with disdain. His heart burned with fury, wishing he could slaughter everyone present. Especially Tang Yu, who had repeatedly brought him humiliation. Just as he was about to explode, Qin Kursin suddenly rushed toward the Buddha statue placed on the altar. She grabbed the statue and smashed it violently onto the ground. Crash. With the sound of the statue shattering, everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion. After the statue shattered, a red light shot out from within and flew toward Yi Chun. As the red light entered his body, Yi Chun's face turned pale and blood trickled from his nostrils. This was because the Jade Buddha had been refined using the blood of a newborn and a dead fetus. Now that it was destroyed, he as the master would face backlash. Having learned a significant amount of such sinister techniques while following his old master since childhood, he felt no qualms about it. Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. Many have perished for one to succeed. How could someone without the courage of a Dragon King achieve anything? But today, all present were geomancers. While they might not match Yi Chun in strength, their perspective was far from lacking. Upon seeing the red light and Yi Chun's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to respond, pointing his Tianshi, "You shameless scoundrel, so the malevolent energy was laid out by you. I also saw it. This person is truly malicious. After all this time, it turns out you were self-directing and performing your own play. What a shameless person." The other masters also pointed at Yi Chun and began to scold him angrily. Seeing the reactions of these masters, Qin Kursin finally confirmed. The voices she had heard all aligned perfectly. After being exposed and scolded by the crowd, Yi Chun's expression turned filled with resentment. As a dignified Dragon King, when did it become acceptable for such a lowly person to point fingers and insult him? It's over, trying to show off has backfired. This petty dragon is definitely going to get angry. Don't go on a killing spree. You're the Dragon King, you need to endure. Seeing his sullen expression, Tang Yu sensed that things were not looking good. He had initially planned to get through the plot, and then remind the Qin family that this brat was setting them up. He never expected things to escalate to this point. Once Qin Kursin came to her senses, she rushed over to her father and said, "Dad, this person has malicious intentions. Our Qin family must not let him go." Qin Pengqi glared at Yi Chun with a cold expression and angrily said, "Mister, don't you think it's time to give our Qin family an explanation?" His gaze towards Yi Chun was filled with murderous intent. During this time, the Qin family had truly suffered greatly because of this brat. Explanation? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Why would I self-direct and perform my own play? Am I some kind of prophet who knew the Qin family would offer a 10 billion reward? Yi Chun coldly denied. Of course you didn't know the Qin family would offer 10 billion. You were clearly aiming for Qin Kursin, wanting to be the hero who saves the beauty. If you win Qin Kursin's heart, the entire Qin family will be yours. What a morally deficient person! With evidence laid out, you still insist on being unyielding. Tang Yu sneered inwardly upon hearing this. Qin Kursin's eyes blazed with fury. She stared coldly at Yi Chun and said, "Stop pretending. I know this was your design. The snake you threw at my villa was also from you, right? I've already checked the surveillance." Yi Chun's face instantly flashed a hint of embarrassment. She knew about the snake incident. Why didn't she express? Why waste words with him? Just kill him. Qin Ming gritted his teeth in hatred as he was the first to be plotted against. That Jade Buddha. He was the one tricked into buying it. At that moment, he thought he had found a treasure only to end up harming his family. After he shouted, a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family rushed forward. Yi Chun, however, showed no intention of escaping. Dragon King. He would rather stand and die than flee with his tail between his legs. Facing the onslaught of the dozen bodyguards, he coldly snorted and took the initiative to strike. The bodyguard charging in front swung a punch at him, but he easily dodged and kicked the man flying. Immediately afterward, he attacked using his fists to send two bodyguards flying, one to the left and one to the right. These bodyguards were undoubtedly professionally trained. When facing ordinary people in unarmed combat, they could fight 10 at once. But in front of Yi Chun, these people seemed like mere novices. Qin Ming grabbed a vase as a weapon and charged forward, wanting to help his bodyguards subdue this brat. Seeing his move, Tang Yu was about to shout to stop him, but he was already grabbed by Yi Chun by the neck. As Qin Ming was choked, everyone's expression changed in shock. The remaining bodyguards were too afraid to act. "Let go of my brother." Qin Kursin instantly exploded with rage. "If you dare act recklessly, I will ensure you do not leave Suong." Qin Pengqi was equally furious. How could an outsider be so brazen on their territory? Faced with Qin Kursin's fury, Yi Chun felt deep remorse in his heart. Even with his skills in flirting, he feared he could not salvage the situation. He looked at the Qin family members and coldly said, "Does a small Qin family think they can threaten me, Yi Chun? Today, everyone could have gone about their business peacefully. Blame it on the bastard surnamed Tang." After saying this, his gaze fell on Tang Yu, filled with resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and then to the Qin family, this brat had constantly undermined his affairs. He decided not to endure any longer. Today, let him know what it means to insult the Dragon King. Under his gaze, Tang Yu felt a mix of anger and amusement. "I really don't want to put on an act. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Tang, today, I give you a choice. Either the kid named Qin dies, or you suffer in his place." Yi Chun glared at Tang Yu, his voice filled with rage. "This treacherous bastard. He had stabbed him in the back countless times. If he didn't collect some interest today, wouldn't that be too lenient for him? After he spoke, he exerted a slight force, causing Qin Ming's face to flush red as he struggled to breathe. Don't act recklessly, you just leave. Today our Qin family won't hold this against you. Seeing his son's pale face, Qin Pengqi's expression turned anxious. He should be the one to decide. Yi Chen pointed at Tang Yu. Although Qin Ming was already struggling to breathe, he still managed to weakly gesture at Tang Yu. He had trained for a few years and knew very well that his elder brother's skills could barely kill a chicken. Letting his elder brother come, wouldn't that be asking him to deliver himself to death? He had already saved him once, there was no need to save him a second time. If he truly died at the hands of this bastard Yi Chen, he could always be brothers in the next life. What's wrong? Are you going to just watch your brother die at my hands? Yi Chen glared at Tang Yu, his tone icy. Wasn't he fond of playing tricks? Then I'll play tricks with him. Are you really going to watch your brother die in front of so many people? Do you have no shame? Let him go, we'll come with you. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This bastard was truly out of it. Though he wanted to quietly stay out of it, there were lines he wouldn't cross. After Tang Yu agreed, the members of the Qin family became a bit flustered. They didn't want to watch Qin Ming get hurt, but they also couldn't let Tang Yu suffer for Qin Ming. Qin Kursen's eyes were red as she looked at Tang Yu. She and Tang Yu had previously had quite an unpleasant fallout over certain matters. Coupled with Tang Yu acting as a sycophant for 3 years, her impression of him worsened. A man without a sense of self-respect was nothing. But today her impression of Tang Yu turned upside down in an instant. What woman would dislike a man with responsibility and loyalty? You really dare to agree? Yi Chen didn't expect Tang Yu to actually agree. He relaxed his grip slightly, allowing Qin Ming to gasp for air. He hadn't planned on killing Qin Ming, he just wanted to humiliate Tang Yu as revenge. If you let him go, we can go outside and have a proper duel, each of us taking one punch, deciding the victor with one blow. Tang Yu pointed to the empty space outside the hall. Although he wanted to stay low-key, he wasn't the Dragon King, he had his own bottom line. For the sake of my brother. Fine. Although Yi Chen agreed verbally, he still held on to Qin Ming's neck as the three of them walked outside. Seeing the three of them walk out, everyone else followed suit. The group of feng shui masters looked at Tang Yu with even more respect. What is a true master? Powerful and low-key yet so loyal. What now? Qin Pengqi was in a state of panic. He couldn't just watch his son die, but he also couldn't let his nephew die instead. This guy could easily send more than a dozen of his bodyguards flying. His strength was simply unfathomable. Even if he called the police, it would be too late. Had he known this would happen, he should have spent more money to hire a few masters to guard his home. Just trust him. Qin Kursen bit her lip, and at this point there was nothing else to do. She loathed Yi Chen in her heart, that bastard. If she had the chance, she would definitely kill him herself. After walking out, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You can let him go now. Good, you finally dared to stand up like a man. Oh, what kind of man only plays tricks? Yi Chen snorted coldly, releasing Qin Ming and tossing him aside. A few bodyguards hurried to catch their young master. Yi Chen crossed his arms, standing there disdainfully as he looked at Tang Yu. Don't say I'm bullying a useless person. Oh, I'll let you throw 3 punches first. If I even frown, I won't step into Suzhou and Hangzhou again in this lifetime. As a martial arts expert, he could see that this guy was a weakling. Don't even think about hurting me with a single punch. Even if you let him throw 100 punches, it wouldn't cause me any harm. You go first, or I'm afraid of dirtying my fists by hitting you. Tang Yu also crossed his arms, standing there provocatively. Take the initiative to punch. He wasn't out of his mind. This damn system hadn't given him any offensive ancient martial skills. Would he rush in and give this bastard a scratch? Currently, the only 2 skills he could use were immovable King Kong skill and Yin Yang infinite skill. Both of these techniques could only be used once. The damn system had him firmly in its grasp. 2 types of chi flowed within him corresponding to these 2 techniques. Although they could only be used once, both techniques were at the great perfection stage. The former can withstand 1 attack. The latter can use the opponent's strength against them, returning double the damage. No wonder young Master Tang has the true aura of a master. Indeed, why bother taking the initiative against such lowly scum? With young Master Tang's extraordinary abilities, eliminating this person would be as simple as squashing a maggot. Many feng shui masters had already become fans of Tang Yu. They were convinced. This young Master Tang was undoubtedly a true master with extraordinary skills. Seeking death. Yi Chen despised being looked down upon by others. He was the lofty Dragon King. In Africa and the Middle East, wherever he went, he was always in high spirits. At this moment, all the resentment he had stored up surged forth. With a roar, he charged at Tang Yu and swung a punch. But he didn't exert all his strength. Because he couldn't kill this guy. He wanted this kid to lie in a hospital bed, watching the Tang family perish before his eyes. The distance between them was only 3 meters. With Yi Chen's strength, he closed the distance to Tang Yu in an instant and punched toward his chest. At the same time, the 2 types of chi within Tang Yu began to circulate at his will. When Yi Chen's punch struck Tang Yu, it felt as if he had hit cotton. Tang Yu, standing still, didn't even budge. The terrifying force of this punch was absorbed by the immovable King Kong skill, then transformed by the Yin-Yang infinite skill. Tang Yu felt a mighty power gathering in his right hand. Clenching his fist, he punched out. While Yi Chen was still in shock, wondering why his punch hadn't caused any damage, Tang Yu's fist had already struck him. This punch for him was an incredibly slow blow, yet it contained terrifying power. Caught off guard, Yi Chen was hit and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He flew back several meters and crashed into a statue in the courtyard. The statue depicted a green cow with a shepherd boy riding on its back. Yi Chen crashed directly into the cow's horn. He hit the most vulnerable spot on his backside. Soon the cow's horn was stained red with blood. A wave of pain spread from his lower back throughout his body, making Yi Chen shiver involuntarily. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have already screamed out. He felt a sweetness in his throat and opened his mouth to spew out a mist of blood. Everyone present was also dumbfounded. Young Master Tang truly was an extraordinary master. This person could easily handle more than a dozen bodyguards, yet was effortlessly sent flying by young Master Tang with a single punch. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. P.S. For the early readers who have been following this story, I made slight adjustments to the beginning and added a reward for the immovable King Kong skill. Another chapter will be delivered later. Zhao Gao was dumbfounded. Damn, did Tang Xiao really hide it so deeply? Damn, big brother. You're really something. Qin Ming, sitting on the ground, covered his throat and coughed violently, his eyes nearly bulging out. With this punch, that bastard surnamed Yi not only spat blood on the spot, he even suffered severe injuries down there. In short, everyone at this moment could only think of 4 words. Tang Xiao is amazing. Standing still, Tang Yu looked at his fist and Yi Chen's bleeding rear. Damn, he even caused problems for the Dragon King's rear. Luckily, the Dragon King had a clean bathroom trip today. Otherwise, if he had defecated, the Dragon King would really have fought him to the death. What a Tang Yu hiding it so deep. After stepping down from the statue, Yi Chen's walking posture was all wrong. There was no helping it. With every step, his rear hurt like hell. He took a sharp breath and glared at Tang Yu with a mix of hatred and growing fear. Even if he didn't punch with all his strength, he shouldn't have been completely ineffective. As for that punch from the kid, although it was a bit slow, its lethality was even more terrifying than his own. If it weren't for his incredible physique, this punch might have cost him his life. Now he was seriously injured both internally and externally. Don't let him go. Go up and hit him. I'll reward 10 million for breaking one of his arms and 100 million for killing him, Qin Kursin suddenly shouted. After holding back for so long, she finally had a chance for revenge. How could she let it slip away? The bodyguards of the Qin family had just suffered a heavy loss and were filled with rage. Seeing the chance to beat a drowning dog, a group of people rushed forward. Yi Chen, with a pale face, dared not fight this group. Just the concealed Tang Yu made him wary. A real man can bend and stretch. He silently comforted himself, enduring the pain, as he quickly rushed out of the Qin family's old residence. He charged forward, directly flipping over the wall, and was stunned upon landing. Outside the Qin family's old residence, a dozen cars were parked. Wang Yixue, with a frosty expression, stood outside the Qin family's old residence. She was accompanied by over 30 people. All these people were clad in black suit bodyguard attire. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family's elite force was sent to find Yi Chen's whereabouts. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning that Yi Chen was at the Qin family, she brought over her elite forces. Just as she got out of the car, she saw Yi Chen vaulting over the wall. Noticing the bloodstains on Yi Chen, she pointed at him without thinking. Kill that bastard. The Wang family bodyguards surged forward. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. As a dignified Dragon King, he had roamed abroad, dominating the seas. It was always him who punished others for kicking a man when he was down. When did it become his turn to suffer such humiliation? Looking at the more than 30 people, Yi Chen roared in anger and started to fight back with all his might. But having just taken a punch from Tang Yu, he was already internally injured. With his rear hurt, it severely affected his performance. Each step he took sent a painful jolt through him, as if he had a 5-kilogram hemorrhoid. In a situation where his strength had significantly declined, facing a group of elite bodyguards attacking him, this time the goddess of victory finally stood on the side of the bodyguards. After injuring about 10 bodyguards, Yi Chen could no longer hold on and was pinned to the ground by the multitude of bodyguards. Tang Yu and the others had chased after him. Seeing Yi Chen being beaten down, Tang Yu was taken aback. This has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. I only punched you once. Seeing how ruthless these people were, Tang Yu couldn't help but ponder a question. If the Dragon King was killed, how would the plot continue? Just as Qin Kursin waved her hand to signal her bodyguards to rush in for the kill, Yi Chen, who was nearly beaten to a pulp, struggled to pull out a small bottle from his pocket. After smashing the bottle on the ground, a cloud of red smoke immediately wafted out. The bodyguards surrounding him felt an intense itch all over their bodies after inhaling the red smoke. They couldn't continue beating Yi Chun, scratching themselves in discomfort. After the entire group of bodyguards was affected, Yi Chun finally managed to escape. Staying here any longer would truly get him killed. Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, ready to grab a car and flee. Today's humiliation. One day I will repay it 100-fold. Just as he was about to escape, a bodyguard gritted his teeth and firmly grabbed his pants. When he arrived, the young lady said to kill this kid. The year-end bonus would be multiplied 10-fold. If he personally left him behind, there would be at least a 20 million reward. 20 million. This amount of money was enough for him to drive a Cadillac to play at the club 1,000 times. So he endured the itching on his body. He absolutely could not let this kid go. Don't think about running away. The bodyguard glared with wide eyes and shouted angrily. The other bodyguards could not watch the year-end bonus slip away. They endured the unbearable itching and struggled to get up to stop Yi Chun. Yi Chun was already mentally broken by this group. It was the first time he had seen someone able to stand up after being hit with his itching powder. In a desperate situation, he could only use his final move. The golden cicada shed its shell. Releasing the last of his true energy, his pants instantly tore apart. In this way, he successfully shook off the bodyguards. At the same time, his bloodied rear was exposed to everyone, looking like a wild monkey. Damn! Upon seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. It was a sight for sore eyes. Even if he managed to leave alive as a person, he was already dead in society. Yet Yi Chun could not care about that anymore. He rushed toward a Benz, ready to escape. At this moment, who the hell could think of anything else? Quick, lock the cars. One bodyguard reacted immediately and shouted. They all pulled out their car keys and pressed a button, locking the doors of over 10 cars. Reaching the car, Yi Chun yanked the door hard. The door, however, didn't budge. Infuriated with shame, he had no choice but to turn around and run toward the roadside. At this moment, a taxi happened to be parked by the roadside. Without a word, he jumped into the passenger seat, glaring at the driver and shouting, "Drive now." "Who are you?" The driver was a young man, looking at Yi Chun in fear. Why was this guy not wearing pants? "Just drive, don't talk nonsense." Seeing the pursuers closing in, Yi Chun was anxious. "It's not that I want drive, I want to know where the hell you got the money from." The driver, annoyed, replied. Yi Chun retaliated with a punch to the driver's head. After being hit, the driver slammed into the glass and instantly passed out. Yi Chun skillfully threw the driver out of the car, slammed the accelerator, and sped onto the road to escape. When the group of bodyguards caught up, they were somewhat frustrated. Damn it, the bonus is gone. After learning that Yi Chun had escaped, Wang Yixue and Qin Kursen were both furious. How could they let this bastard get away? Tang Yu, however, was not surprised. What is a child of fortune? That means having adventures wherever you go and overcoming even the greatest crises unscathed. That's why he wanted to survive. He would try his best to avoid fighting with such a character. Yet the whole world was forcing him to deal with this character. P.S. Here comes the third update. They watched Yi Chun flee. The feng shui masters present felt a pang of regret. Such a menace had been allowed to slip away. From this day forth, we of the Xian sect hereby expel Yi Chun. Anyone associated with him shall be regarded as our enemy. Zhao Shizhu of Longhushan cried out to the assembly. His face remained pallid, although the malignant qi within him had been purged, he would not recover in 10 or 15 days. Indeed, one said such a villain must never be permitted to continue flaunting the Xian sect's name to swindle the world. Humph. Had I met this fellow in the north, he would not have enjoyed a pleasant fate. Others voiced similar sentiments. Those of the Xian sect all observed the strict codes of the Jianghu. Yi Chun's conduct today was the very thing the Xian sect despised most. After the crowd reached a unanimous stance, Zhao Shizhu turned and addressed Tang Yu. "Young Master Tang, I Zhao Shizhu shall remember today's favor. Should you ever require anything from Longhushan, ask, without hesitation." I Song likewise, another added. "So young and yet of such cultivation. I declare young Master Tang the foremost feng shui master of Shuang. Any objections?" Calling him Waxi as number one would not be an exaggeration, ha. The group resumed their flattery. Tang Yu felt mortified, as if he could scratch out an entire Damingong tack on a Yihuan and even a Gong Wangfu with his toe to match the absurd praise. Enough with the praise. Really stop. You elders flatter me, who I merely did a trifling thing. Think nothing of it. Now please rest. Tang Yu forced an awkward smile. So young, so gifted, yet so modest. Young Master Tang is truly a dragon among men. One would wish for a son like young Master Tang. After another round of adulation, the crowd dispersed to rest. Are you all right? Once the flatterers had left, Qin Kursen hurried over to Tang Yu, concern evident in her voice. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Having known Tang Yu for many years, she was well aware that he likely possessed little real strength. His calm demeanor was surely a mask. He must be forcing himself to stand there to hide his injuries so his friends would not worry. "It's nothing." Tang Yu shook his head blandly. "Damn, why did you come so close? Wait, didn't you say you disliked me?" Hearing Tang Ye's inner voice, Qin Kursen's smile softened. Thank you so much for today. She and Tang Yu had known each other for many years. Their relationship could not be called cordial. If anything, they were almost strangers. The origin of their estrangement dated back more than 10 years. One day Qin Kursen was sleeping at home. She had the habit of sleeping without clothes, for otherwise she could not fall asleep. That day Tang Yu had come to Qin's house to see Qin Ming and opened her bedroom door. The two were thus laid bare to one another. As an adolescent girl, how could she endure such a thing? In a fury, she did not even dress. She rose, stormed across the room, and delivered a furious slap to the stunned Tang Yu. For a boy in his early teens, the blow was a considerable humiliation. What a wound that furious slap must have inflicted on him. From then on, there was no possibility of a cordial relationship. Don't be polite. Qin Ming is my brother. I was only doing what one should. Tang Yu shook his head, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon a particular, notably well-developed part of Qin Kursen. He was not lecherous. A man's eyes are instinctively drawn to certain beauty. This was a natural appreciation of beauty, not a base or filthy impulse. Every man can be an artist. Hiss, it's been ages since I saw her. How has she developed so much? When we first met, she was barely blossoming. Come to think of it, it was Qin Ming who tricked me back then. That little bastard. That son of a bitch had me fetch something on purpose and tricked me into that girl's room. He wanted me to become his brother-in-law. Could he be any more shameless? That furious slap was endured for nothing. Hearing Tang Ye's inner voice, Qin Kursen flushed with embarrassment and guilt and shot her brother. So it had been this boy who had set her up all those years ago. He was close with Tang Yu, almost like a brother. So he would come around praising Tang Yu and trying to matchmake them. With his half-witted intelligence, such a scheme was hardly surprising. Wang Yixue, approaching, had also heard Tang Ye's inner voice and cast Qin Ming a similarly murderous look. That kid has some nerve. He actually tried to help my sister steal a man from me. He must not be tolerated. Qin Ming, who had been drinking bottled water, had been choked by Yi Chen earlier and was thoroughly shaken. Damn, I almost stepped over death's threshold. Feeling two glacial gazes upon him, Qin Ming shivered. Oh, what had he done now? He sprang up, ran over, and pressed a hand to Tang Ye's chest. Damn, big brother, you took a punch from that man. Are you really okay? It's nothing serious. Tang Yu shook his head. Though the damn system could be treacherous at times, its rewards were genuinely worthwhile. Big brother, you're incredible. Who would have thought you were such a hidden powerhouse? Qin Ming's admiration deepened. Truly a great big brother. Get lost, Wang Yixue said as she approached, ordering Qin Ming aside. She frowned at Tang Yu. Were you really struck by Yi Chen? She had seen Yi Chen's skill for herself, to have suffered such severe wounds, and yet escaped the bodyguard, spoke to remarkable ability. I took a punch, but it's nothing, Tang Yu said with a wry smile, then pointed at the group of bodyguards and asked, why did you suddenly bring so many people? It might be one thing for the Qin family's affairs to be in turmoil today, but why had she come with people to provoke Yi Chen? Wang Yixue briefly explained the situation at home. Hearing this, Tang Yu could only inwardly curse. Wang Rulong, that dimwit, had actually been exposed. If so, Yi Chen had managed to antagonize both the Qin and Wang families. Including his own family, 3 of the 4 great houses had already turned openly against him. Come inside first so we can check you over and see if you're injured. Wang Yixue seized Tang Ye's arm and dragged him toward the house. Yes, let's take a look. Qin Kursen was likewise full of concern. I'm really fine. Don't worry, let me go rest. Tang Yu dared not allow these 2 women to examine him. Damn, what are they doing? No, sisters, I'm truly fine. Go back. No, let's check to see if there are problems, or what if something happens on the way. Wang Yixue refused to let go. Honestly, she was just worried about his health and nothing else. Then have a doctor look as well. All right. Tang Yu grimaced. This is not right, damn it. This is absolutely not right. Is this a medical exam, or our family doctor resigned a couple of days ago, so just check him ourselves for now. Qin Ming, though unable to hear Tang Ye's private thoughts as a good brother. He understood women. Tang Yu harbored murderous intent toward that bastard. If only he had never gone to save him. Come on into the room. Don't wait, let me handle this, someone urged. Wang Yixue produced her phone and waved it. Tang Yu had no choice but to submit. He felt like a fragile heroine from a movie being cornered by a compromising leverage. The 2 of them just walked into a guest room. Wang Yixue was about to close the door when Qin Kursen quickly followed. Wang Yixue frowned slightly and said, what are you doing here? I need to check his body. In her eyes, this woman was already a threat. It's just that she can't be that much better than me. If we're talking about legs, mine are definitely more attractive than hers. This is my home. Is it not okay for me to care about my brother's benefactor? Qin Kursen said haughtily. Wang Yixue furrowed her brows, realizing that she wouldn't gain anything by dwelling on this topic, so she chose not to say anything more. She walked over to Tang Yu and said, take off your clothes, let me see if you're injured. I'm really not injured, why would I? Tang Yu was on the verge of tears and trembling slightly. Damn it, how could she be more of a pervert than me? Wang Yixue took off her glasses and reached out to pull at Tang Yu. Knowing she could not escape, Tang Yu had to cooperate, and quickly took off her top to prove she was indeed uninjured. Although he was not very strong, he still maintained his physique through regular exercise. Once his clothes were off, revealing his 8-pack abs, both Qin Kurson and Wang Yixue's gazes were involuntarily drawn to him. Women are much more lecherous than men. Moreover, Tang Yu was a handsome guy. Seeing him a bit embarrassed made them even more emboldened. Women also enjoy seeing men shy. They like the vulnerability of men, which can evoke their maternal instincts and protective desires. I told you I'm fine. Under the intense gaze of the two women, Tang Yu truly felt a bit overwhelmed. Wang Yixue chuckled lightly, tracing her finger across Tang Yu's chest, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." Tang Yu shook his head and hurriedly grabbed his clothes to put them back on. "Look at you, we want to eat you." Wang Yixue snorted coldly and gave Tang Yu's backside a slap. "Damn you, little vixen, do you really think I'm easy to bully? If it weren't for Qin Kurson being here, I would have hit you back." After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, both women exchanged strange looks. "This guy is quite lively in his mind, isn't he?" Wang Yixue chuckled inwardly. "Are you brave enough to hit me privately? If you dare, I'll let you hit me. Then I'm heading back." After putting on his clothes, Tang Yu felt like a gigolo done with his job and ready to collect his payment. "What are you going back for? We have something serious to discuss with you." Qin Kurson called out to Tang Yu. "What is it? Shouldn't our three families join forces? Although I don't know much about Yi Chun, he should have considerable influence, right?" Qin Kurson spoke. She indeed did not know much about Yi Chun. But this person is quite formidable in both methods and skills. Letting him escape today means the war is not over. He must be eliminated. My Wang family will definitely kill this person. Wang Yixue said coldly. "How dare he scheme against me? How dare he lay hands on my precious? This matter cannot just be let go." Seeing both women looking at him, Tang Yu felt a bit of a headache. He really just wanted to quietly survive and wait for rewards. But today had already pushed him to the brink. Given the circumstances, merely wanting to survive wouldn't suffice. "My Tang family feels the same way," Tang Yu said with a wry smile. "Damn, who would have thought that a villain would join forces with the female protagonist to fight against the Dragon King? What kind of bizarre plot is this? I can't even understand it. However, it might not be such a bad thing. Since I can't hide anymore, I might as well do what needs to be done. We should start investing some money to bolster our security from today onward." Additionally, the three families will join forces to suppress the Longshan group, which belongs to Yi Chun. Wang Yixue began making arrangements. The security forces of the several major families are currently not very strong. The reason is simple: Su Hang is their turf, and everyone knows the four great families. Those with a normal mind do not dare to provoke them. Those who are not of sound mind are not qualified to provoke them. The current situation is different. It is necessary to invite some experts back to ensure that Yi Chun does not escape again. After the three families join forces, the energy contained is extremely terrifying. At least it is not something the Longshan group can withstand. After driving a taxi and fleeing over 20 kilometers, Yi Chun finally arrived at the He family. He did not go to the Longshan group. The Longshan group was merely a company and did not have any security forces to protect him in his currently poor state. Thus he chose to come to the He family. After pulling up to the door of the He family, Yi Chun was just about to get out of the car when he suddenly realized a problem. Although he was wearing clothes, he wasn't wearing any pants. Seeing his pitiful appearance, he hated Tang Yu in his. As for Qin Kurson and Wang Yixue, these two women he must capture. Things he has his eyes on are never allowed to escape. After thinking for a moment, he took off his jacket and tied it around his waist before walking into the He family. The people from the He family were quite familiar with him. Seeing his miserable appearance, they quickly sent him to the He family's private hospital for treatment. After a round of treatment, he was taken to a ward to recuperate. He surely wouldn't recover in less than half a month. Lying in the hospital bed, Yi Chun had fully understood. The reason for his failure to conquer the four great families was mainly because of Tang Yu. This useless rich second generation had such hidden depths. Every time he was thwarted, it was related to him. If he wanted to take Su Hang, this person had to be eliminated. At that moment, a series of footsteps sounded in the corridor. Soon He Huyen and a white-haired old lady walked in from outside. The old lady was the current head of the He family, He Lianhua. The He family is a very peculiar big family, always led by women. The women of their family never marry out, they only take in sons-in-law. Given the power of the He family, there are surely countless who would want to become a son-in-law. When the two entered and saw Yi Chun lying on the bed looking miserable, grandma, he walked over with a smile showing concern. "Little Yi, I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" "Not really, just a slight injury." Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. "As long as it's not serious, just take your time to recuperate here. If you need anything, just tell the servants." "Grandma," he said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries in the ward, grandma, he led her granddaughter, He Huyen, out of the room. After leaving the ward, He Huyen's face showed a hint of disdain. She already knew about the situation with the Qin family. She didn't think much of Yi Chun's methods. As long as he gets the job done, that's impressive. But now he hadn't succeeded and had been beaten like a dead dog, even losing his pants. Useless. Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to be a true dragon among men? He Huyen couldn't help but speak up. Grandma, he sighed and said, indeed, I am somewhat disappointed. He doesn't even measure up to half the flair of his master in his youth. His master was such a genius, how could he have taught a disciple who ended up like this? Upon hearing her grandmother's words, He Huyen stopped saying anything more. Previously, Grandma had thought of betting on him when she learned he had come to Su Hang. Now that possibility was completely out of the question. Unaware of how the He family viewed him, Yi Chun remained alone in the hospital room. After resting for 2 hours, 4 men dressed in black suits entered from outside. Each of them wore a skull ring on their hands. This was the hallmark of the Reaper Squad of the Dragon Soul Organization. It was also an honor. Within the Dragon Soul Organization, only powerful experts with sufficient qualifications could join the Reaper Squad. This was one of the most elite forces under Yi Chun, second only to the 8 war generals. They had originally been dispatched to Yanjing to gather intelligence. However, due to today's events, they were recalled on short notice. Dragon King. Upon entering, the 4 men knelt on one knee in salute. Seeing Yi Chun injured and lying on the hospital bed, their expressions turned serious. Which reckless individuals dared to join forces to ambush the Dragon King? How is the intelligence gathering in Yanjing progressing? Yi Chun inquired. We have investigated 3 major families and found some clues. One of them pulled out a document and handed it to Yi Chun. After taking a look, Yi Chun's expression darkened. Understood. Once I recover, I will personally head to Yanjing. Yi Chun took a deep breath. He indeed did not want to show himself in Suang for the time being. He looked at the 4 men and commanded, You 4 stay in Suang and take care of the Tang family's eldest son Tang Yu. Lying on the hospital bed, he had already sensed that something was amiss. He was unclear why his punch had not harmed Tang Yu. However, the punch Tang Yu returned contained his unique Xian Yang True Qi. Xian Yang True Qi can only be cultivated by one with the rare Xian Yang body. In all of Huaxiao besides himself, there was definitely no second person. Thus he speculated that Tang Ye's power might not be what he had initially thought. Sending the Reaper Squad to test him was the best choice. Even if they teamed up, it would be a headache for him. Good. The 4 responded, and then left the hospital room to After leaving the Qin family, Tang Yu left in a car with Zhao Gaosheng. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today? Zhao Gaosheng asked with a smile. Today, young Master Tang was truly impressive. The renowned feng shui masters in the Xianmen all bowed to him. The Qin family also expressed immense gratitude to young Master Tang, further strengthening the friendship between the 2 families. In the future, once young Master Tang takes charge of the Tang family, the family status will only continue to rise. I'm very satisfied. Tang Yu felt a bit irritated seeing this lackey, suspecting that the family's feng shui might be problematic. Why was there a conspiracy to backstab him everywhere? They even planned it so meticulously. If they were made to become the Dragon King, they would probably do a better job than Yi Chun. Well, Zhao Gaosheng blinked at Tang Yu, feeling a bit expectant. Having assisted young Master Tang in achieving such a great merit, shouldn't he receive a substantial reward? Tang Yu pulled out a 10 billion check from his pocket and handed it to him. He hadn't planned to accept the money, but the Qin family insisted he take it, fearing it would be a breach of trust otherwise. Upon receiving the 10 billion check, Zhao Gaosheng was overjoyed. Young Master Tang truly treated loyal subjects well. By the way, Uncle Zhao, aren't we planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I want you to be the project leader. Going there and back isn't easy, so to avoid affecting your family, you should all go together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate. I'll be relying on you for the next few years. Tang Yu commanded. All treacherous lackeys would be exiled. He had initially thought of sending them to Syria, but upon reconsideration, Syria seemed too close. Sending them to Antarctica would be peaceful. If there were more treacherous lackeys next time, he would have to consider sending them to a space station to explore outer space. Thank you, young Master Tang. Zhao will serve the Tang family with utmost loyalty until death. Zhao Gaosheng was so grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. Young Master Tang was so considerate, even allowing him to bring his family along. After getting out of the car, he took a picture of the check with his phone and sent it to the management group. I accidentally helped young Master Tang with something today, and he rewarded me with 10 billion. Young Master Tang also arranged for me to be responsible for the new project in Antarctica. When I come back, I'll bring some penguins as local specialties for the brothers. Everyone should work hard. Young Master Tang never treats loyal subjects poorly. After sending the check image to the group, Zhao Gaosheng flaunted a bit. Soon the entire group erupted in excitement. He damn 10 billion. What a blunder. I should have stayed by young Master Tang's side to continue achieving merits. Wang Defa. Old He, you are mistaken. Though we may not be by young Master Tang's side, it doesn't prevent us from continuing to achieve merits. We need to work harder. Does young Master Tang have any plans recently? If anyone knows, please inform me. I'll give you 1/10 of the reward. Whoever knows should tell me first. I'll give you 1/5. I'll take 1/3. What the hell? Get lost, you over-competitive dog. While they were bickering in the group, Tang, you felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to sense some kind of malice. Yet he didn't know the source of the malice. Could it be that this damn fool Yi Chun is cursing me? Tang Yu gritted his teeth, parked the car in the garage, and hurried back to his room. Once the door was closed, Tang Yu silently recited, "Dog system, what's the reward this time? Please don't let it be another one-time reward." Ding. The host has successfully survived the plot. The reward is a complete cultivation of an ancient martial art. You can choose between the immovable king technique and yin-yang infinite technique, or randomly select one ancient martial art. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was stunned. Damn it, this time surviving the plot had nothing to do with being cautious. This damn system was surprisingly generous, not giving a one-time reward. Could it be that being a bit reckless resulted in better rewards? He was moved to tears. This unfilial son of a system had finally learned to behave. Dad, I choose the immovable king technique. Tang Yu quickly made his choice. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique could withstand the punches of Dragon King Yi Chun. Not choosing it would be sheer madness. Soon he felt a seemingly inexhaustible energy surging within him. This energy flowed throughout his body, ready to protect him at any time. After mastering this technique, Tang Yu tried to hit himself. Hey, no pain. No, I need to find someone else to test this out. Tang Yu felt he had been too gentle with him. He needed to find someone who could be more ruthless. But given his esteemed status, the only person in the Tang family who dared to be tough on him was that man. So he left his room, walked upstairs, and entered his father's study. When he entered, Tang's father was using the computer to check stocks. His business acumen was lacking, so he didn't manage the Tang group much. Instead, he enjoyed trading stocks with idle funds worth tens of billions. Seeing Tang Yu, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you here slacking off? I was worried you'd be bored, so I came to keep you company." Tang Yu laughed heartily, walked over, and patted Tang's father on the shoulder, saying, "How's your stock trading lately? Have you made any money?" Tang's father's expression instantly darkened. "Old Tang, this kid is asking for trouble, isn't he? P.S. Did you guess that the one going to Antarctica is a devil? Here's a triple update. No internal spies, just give a 5-star review." Father Tang extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, forcing a smile as he said, "Can't you see whether you've made money or not?" With that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Click. The sound of the lock being turned echoed. Father Tang slowly pulled out his belt and approached Tang Yu. A kind father, yet a fierce wolf to his son. Tang Yu looked at Father Tang with bright eyes, his face filled with desire. When the belt came down, he no longer cried out like before. The calm and composed smile on his face made Father Tang doubt his life for a moment. Is something wrong with this belt? Or have I really grown old and can no longer hit this kid? Dad, have you eaten lunch yet? Tang Yu asked concernedly. This unmoving King Kong skill is truly effective. With this, Dad can no longer hit me. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Father Tang suddenly felt something was off with this kid. He put the belt back on, worriedly took out his phone, and called Tang Mu. "Hong, and go find a psychiatrist. It seems something is wrong with your son's mind." Hearing his father's words, Tang Yu jumped in fright. He quickly jumped up and ran outside, shouting as he ran, "I'm not sick, Dad, I'm just joking with you." He just wanted to test if the system's unmoving King Kong skill had any issues. Being able to take a hit from Dad without feeling it is quite impressive. It seems the system has indeed done a good job this time. With this, my ability to survive is significantly strengthened. From now on, I fear neither poison nor beating. Seeing Tang Yu whistling and skipping along, the servants of the Tang family cast fearful glances. "Tang Xiao, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Just as he was about to return to his room and enjoy being a slacker, Tang Yu saw a beautiful girl in a maid outfit at the door. The girl also wore a pair of glasses, adding a touch of aloofness to her delicate and stunning face. What caught Tang Yu's attention even more was her explosive figure, which suited the maid outfit perfectly. In terms of figure, she was only slightly inferior to Xiao Yu. "Hello, Tang Xiao," the girl in the maid outfit said with a slight smile and a bow. Hello, Tang Yu responded cheerfully. "Finally, there's a beautiful maid at home. This is the lifestyle a wealthy and handsome man deserves. Oh, this girl is indeed impressive. Just hope she doesn't get too tired walking around." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and gently said, "Tang Xiao seems to have forgotten me." Tang Yu paused, slightly staring at her closely before finally recognizing her. "Isn't this Ling Han whom I met at the Star River Club last time?" He didn't recognize her today, mainly because Ling Han had put on light makeup, transforming into a pure beauty. This was also her specialty makeup disguise. In simpler terms, she could take on whatever appearance you liked. According to the original plot, she should have been trying to seduce Qin Ming and another rich boy, stirring up trouble between them. Later, I reminded Qin Ming to stay away from her, and I never heard from her again. Why is she at my house now? Damn, Yichun, is he in a hurry to get back at me? It's just a small matter of hitting you where it hurts. Does it warrant such resentment? Hearing Tang Yu muttering in his heart, Ling Han was also taken aback. She indeed received news that the Dragon King was injured in a joint ambush by several experts while protecting a little girl. But what does it mean that he was hit where it hurts? Ms. Ling, you're working at my house now. That's great, but have you ever worked as a maid before? Tang Yu asked with a cheerful smile. This female demon is not to be trifled with. You ranked third among the 8 war generals. Is she coming for me? No worries, infiltration is your strong suit. Too bad she ran into me. She probably won't last a day. Today let her know how I got the nickname Scumbag You. I've done laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I even specially attended maid training classes, Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As a top assassin of the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently executes such tasks. Being a maid is the identity she uses most often. However, our Tang family is different. As you can see, we're the foremost among the 4 great families of Su and Hang. It's not so easy to be a maid here, Tang Yu said, pointing to his room. First, tidy up my room. Let's see if you can handle it. Okay, Tang Xiao. Ling Han smiled, obediently walked into the room and began to clean up. Tang Yu casually closed the door. He thought, I used to be afraid of you being one of the 8 war generals. But now times have changed. I'm no longer afraid of a beating. Today, if you don't get out of here, I'll let the nickname Scumbag You go to Yichun. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his gaze directly roaming over Ling Han. This maid outfit is a good choice, but it's still a bit too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout at the chest would be better. The length of the skirt is just right. Wait, why is it safety shorts again? As she cleaned, she listened to Tang. Ling Han was really a bit tempted to hit this guy. Am I supposed to wear a thong instead of safety shorts? Fortunately, she was professionally trained, so she could still accept this level. After quickly tidying up the room, she gently asked, Tang Xiao, are you satisfied? It's okay, it's passable. Tang Yu nodded. This woman is indeed quite capable. If one didn't know better, they would think she was a professional maid. He patted the carpet beside him and said, at our house, maids also need to know how to massage. Come on, let's see what you got. Ling Han suppressed her impulse to hit him and showed a sweet smile, asking, how would you like it, Tang Xiao? I've been a bit sleep-deprived lately. Could you massage my head? Tang Yu lay by the bed, indicating she could start. Ling Han took a stool, moved close, sat at the edge of the bed, and gently began to massage the sides of Tang Yu's temples. Is this pressure okay? It's fine, but I have a question for you. Please, Tang Xiao. When I play football, I get exhausted just carrying the ball. Aren't you tired doing this all day? I'm tired, but it's no problem. Just tell the young master. It's a simple task. Then thank you, Tang Xiao. Ling Han tried to keep her tone calm, but her fists had unknowingly hardened. Forget it. No need to get angry. If I get sick, no one will take my place. It's more important to gather information. Ling Han took a deep breath and gently pressed her icy jade-like hand on Tang Yu's head. Oh, that feels nice. This technique is quite decent. Tang Yu wore a look of delight. Sigh, what a beautiful girl. Oh, what a shame for her to be a killer. If only she could stay at my home as a maid, working 2 hours a day and spending the rest of her time happily playing. That would be the life. How dangerous is the world of killers. Every day filled with fighting and lurking around. It must be exhausting for a girl like her. Ling Han couldn't help but feel slightly stunned, even a bit moved. Knowing she was an enemy, he still cared for her this way. Yet deep down she had harbored similar thoughts. Why shouldn't she be able to live like other girls? Leading an ordinary life, going to school, working, playing games, and shopping with friends, finding a boy she likes to date. In her world, it was either killing or completing missions. Every day involved dealing with various people, brushing against death countless times. Living a life dancing on the edge of a knife is truly exhausting. She wanted to be an ordinary girl as well, collecting protection fees and enjoying free meals at dessert shops. Tang Xiao, do you have any siblings? Ling Han suddenly asked. No, I'm an only child. I do have a few cousins, though. Tang Yu smiled. Thinking of his cousin Tang Ryu, who was a bit of a fool, Tang Yu added, this fool is now the vice president at Miley Foods, but I haven't seen any action from him lately. Ling Han had to admit that this man was a bit cunning. No wonder the Dragon King suffered losses at his hands. Even the crucial piece, Tang Ryu, was firmly under his control. I should inform the Dragon King later. Ling Han thought to herself, growing more curious about Tang Yu. This man certainly knew too much. Thankfully, she could hear his thoughts. She began to massage Tang Yu's shoulders and softly asked, Tang Xiao, is this pressure okay? It's perfect. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up. This feels amazing. After being here for so long, I finally enjoyed proper treatment as a high-class villain. So does this mean I've passed your test and can stay as a maid? Ling Han asked softly. Tang Yu thought for a moment. It seemed too deliberate to just send her away for no reason, which might raise suspicion. As long as you can adapt to this job, it's fine. If you can't, just let me know. You can leave anytime and your salary won't be reduced. Tang Yu took the opportunity to pat her thigh. Since you want to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't handle it, leave quickly and don't suffer. To be honest, if your family hadn't been harmed by Master Yi, your status wouldn't be much lower than mine. Having lost her parents and younger brother as a child, and being raised as a killer by her enemies, she was indeed a pitiful person. In the original storyline, Ling Han's parents were targets of Master Yi. After killing the targets, Master Yi originally intended to take the 3-year-old siblings for training. At that age, children had little memory, and Master Yi wasn't killing in front of them, so he didn't have to worry. However, her brother was killed for being uncooperative. Unaware, Ling Han was taken for training, and eventually became an exceptionally skilled killer. The Dragon Soul organization is powerful precisely because they like to train carefree orphans into killing machines from a young age. Out of hundreds in the organization, you can't find 10 with parents. Later, when Ling Han discovered this secret, she only hated Master Yi and remained devoted to him. After all, this was a story of indulgence. Even if the Dragon King killed the heroine's entire family, she would still fall in love with him, claiming he had his reasons and must be forgiven. Ling Han, who was massaging Tang Yu, suddenly stopped her movements. She looked dazed, unable to believe what she had just heard. The reason she sought Tang Yu was to obtain news about her. The old man in the organization had told her directly that her parents were killed by a certain killer organization, and when he arrived, he only managed to save her. As for her brother, the old man only said he was missing. Later, in her quest for revenge, she destroyed that killer organization, but still couldn't find any information about her brother. The one orchestrating all this was the elderly man she respected so much. Her eyes turned red and a wave of killing intent surged uncontrollably. "Why did you stop?" Tang Yu, who was enjoying the moment, asked. Can I go to the restroom first?" Ling Han's voice was somewhat, Go ahead. Tang Yu comfortably rolled over onto the carpet, waiting for her to return to continue the massage. If she stayed here, she could massage him for 2 or 3 hours every day. After all, her target was him. In her current state, she had no reason to be afraid. Ling Han, feeling confused, returned to the restroom to splash water on her face to calm down. Her heart wouldn't deceive her, but she still wanted to investigate further and confirm this matter. If that elderly man really was her enemy, then starting now, she would stand against the Dragon Soul organization. Take it slow, don't rush. She took a deep breath to adjust her mindset. After all these years she had endured, this moment didn't matter. As for the news about Tang Ruyu, she had just heard from Tang Yu. She would absolutely not tell Master Yi again. When she returned, there was already a young man in the room. It was Tang Ruyu, who had come to visit Tang Yu with gifts. "Bro, didn't you get engaged to Miss Su recently? I came to give you both a gift." He smiled and handed Tang Yu a delicate box. Tang Yu opened it to find 2 Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. "Thank you, that's very thoughtful of you." Tang Yu chuckled. This fool was being overly fawning, most likely with ill intentions. He casually asked, "How's work at the company lately?" "There's still much to learn. I feel like I'm lacking in talent. I wish I had even half of your abilities, big brother," Tang Ruyu said humbly. "Indeed, if you had even half my talent, you wouldn't have scored 250 on your college entrance exam." Tang Ruyu was slightly stunned. Why was his older brother not following the usual script? He felt a bit annoyed, but still respectfully said, "By the way, big brother, after spending some time at the company, I discovered an issue." "What issue?" "The company's accounts don't seem to add up. I suspect some management is cooking the books and would like you to take a look." "Cooking the books?" Tang Yu glanced at the kid and nodded. "Sure, now. In a couple of days, they'll prepare some evidence and let you know in advance." Seeing Tang Yu agree, Tang Ruyu's eyes lit up with joy. An hour ago, 4 people had approached him claiming they were sent by young Master Yi. They wanted him to find an opportunity to lure Tang Yu away so they could kill him. If this kid died, no one from the Tang family could compete with him for power. "Fine, let's proceed with this arrangement for now." Tang Yu flashed a sly grin. He had been waiting for the young man to take the bait. Now that Yi Chun had gone into hiding, these turncoats would inevitably emerge one by one to stir up trouble. Deal with them individually first. Then he waved dismissively at Ling Han. "You may retire and rest as well. Tomorrow we'll continue with the knee pillow massage." "Understood, young Master Tang." Ling Han nodded, her heart heavy with complex emotions. She longed only for solitude. Today's events had shaken her to her core. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruyu was instantly captivated. When had such an extraordinary beauty appeared in the Tang residence? Her beauty rivaled even Su Muyue, the most renowned beauties of the elite circle. Knee pillow massage. How audacious. He swallowed hard, then hurried after Ling Han. The moment he stepped out of Tang Yu's room. "You're the new maid. May I ask your name?" "Ling Han." "Is something amiss?" She frowned, a flicker of impatience flashing across her eyes. "I'm Tang Ruyu, Tang Yu's cousin. I usually don't reside here, so it's perfectly natural you wouldn't recognize me. Perhaps we could have dinner tonight and get properly acquainted." Tang Ruyu chuckled lewdly and reached out to encircle Ling Han's waist. What a waste, to let such a peerless beauty serve as a mere maid. He certainly had more than enough wealth to support her. Ling Han's expression turned frostbitten. Seeing no one nearby, she whirled around and delivered a stinging slap across Tang Ruiyu's face. Before he could even gasp in shock, her hand clamped tightly around his throat. Tang Ruiyu's face paled instantly. In that moment, the exquisite woman before him ceased to be a vision of grace, and became instead a venomous serpent cloaked in beauty. Ling Han's voice was glacial. "Don't overstep your bounds. I was sent here by Yi-chan." She was brimming with pent-up fury, desperate for an outlet. A fool manipulated like a pawn by Yi-chan, daring to lay hands on her. I'm sorry." Tang Ruiyu stammered, his knees trembling uncontrollably. It was the first time he'd ever felt genuine fear emanating from a woman. Only then did Ling Han release him, pulling out a moist towelette to wipe her hands with visible disgust before walking away. The moment Ling Han vanished from sight, Tang Ruiyu seethed inwardly with humiliation. He, a man, had just been struck by a woman. His gaze darkened with resentment. Once he seized control of the Tang family, he would ensure this woman was brought to heel. Yet he was also deeply impressed Yi-chun had managed to place a spy right here within the Tang household. Young Master Yi truly commanded heaven and earth. Collaborating with him guaranteed success in this endeavor. Back in his car after leaving the Tang residence, Tang Ruiyu immediately dialed a report on his phone. This time Tang Yu was doomed to die. Unbeknownst to Tang Ruiyu, the moment his call ended, Tang Yu had already obtained the recording. After listening, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The Death God Squad. He remembered them vividly. Within the Longhan organization, they were undisputed elite, having accomplished countless critical missions for Dragon King Yi-chun. Each member possessed profound martial cultivation, ranking as authentic ancient martial artists. In this world's lore, the pinnacle of martial mastery is the ancient martial artist, ranked hierarchically into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow tiers. Even a low-ranking yellow-tier ancient martial artist could serve as head of security for one of the 4 great families. The 4 members of the Death God Squad each stood at the apex of the yellow tier. Just 4 insignificant juniors. Tang Yu chuckled, a faint arrogance blooming in his chest. Even Dragon King Yi-chun, a master of the profound tier, could not breach the defenses of the immovable Vajra art. They planned to assassinate him in collusion with Tang Ruiyu. Yet he would turn the tables and lure them into his own trap. In short, every traitor and latent threat must be dealt with one by one. If true tranquility could not be secured, then every obstacle to that tranquility must be methodically removed. After 2 days of idle repose at home, Tang Yu still received no word from Tang Ruiyu. Instead, over those 2 days, he repeatedly summoned Ling Han to his room, reclining luxuriously upon her soft, smooth, fragrant knee pillow. What puzzled him, however, was her patience far exceeded his expectations. In the original narrative, she had never behaved this way. After all, this was a Xiangxia-style novel. Its conventions were unyielding. A woman belonging to the Dragon King could never be claimed by another man, not unless one wished to write crude, degrading fiction. She must be biding her time. Tang Yu mused, inwardly wondering whether he might escalate his provocations further, perhaps asking her to scrub his back. When no message arrived from Tang Ruiyu, Tang Yu could no longer afford to. For today marked the annual gala of the Suzhou Hangzhou Business Association, attended by every major corporation in the region. As representative of the Tang Group, Tang Yu had no choice but to attend. Qi Ming had already messaged him earlier their family would publicly undermine the Longshan Group at the gala. The Tangs, Wangs, and another family had formed an alliance, launching coordinated multi-front assaults against Longshan Group. Though Longshan Group boasted a market capitalization of 50 billion yuan, ranking among Suzhou Hangzhou's most formidable enterprises, it paled under the combined pressure of the 3 great families. In recent days, its business divisions had suffered severe losses, and its stock price had plummeted for 3 consecutive days. After dressing carefully, Tang Yu headed toward the garage, only to find his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce ready to depart. "Dad, why didn't you call me before leaving?" He grinned, swinging open the door and sliding into the car. "How was I to know you hadn't left yet?" Tang Gangxing retorted irritably. Lately, just seeing Tang Yu riled him. Last time he'd struck him with a leather belt, the boy had merely laughed and asked if he'd skipped lunch. Now, gazing upon his son, he felt like a swordsman standing alone in vast emptiness, bewildered and adrift. "I'd had a bit too much counterfeit liquor last time. Got a little dizzy. Please don't hold it against me, father." Seeing his father's disapproving glare, Tang Yu hastily grinned again. Tang Gangxing merely snorted coldly, too weary to indulge the boy further. In previous years, the association's gatherings had always been held at the Moonlight Hotel, now shuttered following a major criminal investigation. So this year's event had been relocated to a slightly less prestigious 6-star hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, father and son had barely stepped out of the car when numerous Suzhou Hangzhou dignitaries rushed forward to greet them. Though Tang Gangxing rarely intervened in corporate operations, his personal network remained exceptionally influential. Everywhere he turned, people hailed him warmly. Even several elegant matrons embraced him affectionately. He shot Tang Yu a pointed glance, silently warning him not to mention any of this to his mother. Tang Yu merely grinned, sheepishly pretending not to notice. What was there to say about such matters? Whoa, brother, you're here. Qin Ming emerged seemingly from thin air, flanked by several delicate, radiant young women. Greetings, young Master Tang. These young women hailed from prominent Suzhou families, though none could rival the Tangs in stature. My brother and I need to discuss something privately. Catch up with you all later. Qin Ming dared not allow these affluent, refined young ladies to linger near Tang Yu. He pulled Tang Yu aside and said, "Come, I'll introduce you to someone." "Who is it? So mysterious." Tang Yu frowned in mild confusion, only to be swiftly led into a suite. Inside, he found Qin Kursen seated by the window, absorbed in painting. "Sister, I've brought him." Qin Ming greeted her cheerfully, then slipped out, closing the door behind him with deliberate finality. Damn, I was careless. Tang Yu never expected that this brat would deceive him and launch a sneak attack, luring him here. He saw Qin Kursen smiling at him. Tang Yu instinctively recalled a scene from over a decade ago. Cough. A beautiful girl with no clothes on approached him and delivered a big slap. Absolutely incredible. Qin Kursen put down her brush, walked over to the sofa, and looked at Tang Yu, asking, "Would you like some tea? If you do, I'll brew it for you." "Water will do." Tang Yu waved his hand and opened a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursen just stared at him. "What are you looking at me for?" Under her gaze, Tang Yu felt something was off, mainly because over the years Qin Kursen had never given him a good expression. Since the last incident with the Qin family, her attitude towards him had suddenly become somewhat ambiguous. She even added him on WeChat and awkwardly chatted with him a few times. "Could you help me open a bottle?" Qin Kursen said with a charming smile. Tang Yu felt increasingly that this woman was acting strangely today. "You can open it yourself. Oh, if you get angry, you could probably knock my head off." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursen was somewhat amused and exasperated. That incident from years ago had left him with a significant psychological shadow. "I asked you here today because I wanted to apologize. I misunderstood you about that incident. I didn't know it was Qin Ming who deceived you." While speaking, Qin Kursen's eyes flickered a bit. Thinking back on that matter, she truly felt a bit embarrassed. Since she became aware, she had never let a male gaze upon her like that. "What incident?" "I've forgotten." Tang Yu pretended to be clueless. "Forgetting is fine." Qin Kursen gently bit her lip. A beauty like her, every frown and smile captivated the heart, making Tang Yu unable to help but steal a few more glances. After taking a sip of mineral water, she pointed at the drawing board. "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the On the drawing board was a butterfly, its colorful wings dazzling, as if it were about to fly out of the painting. "I haven't painted in a long time." Tang Yu shook his head and shrugged. "Back when you came to my house to play, the three of us often painted together." Qin Kursen's expression turned a bit nostalgic. She had a sensitive personality since childhood and was relatively aloof. Coupled with her special identity as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she often felt awkward at school. Those classmates, fully aware of their inferior status, would flatter and please her on the surface, but secretly isolate her in both obvious and subtle ways. School is like a small society. The more special a person is, the harder it is to blend in. She was unwilling to wear a mask to interact with these people, and over time she fell into depression. At that time, the only ones who played with her were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three of them would often sit together and draw. Tang Yu also felt somewhat nostalgic walking up to Qin Kursen's artwork and smiling. "You've improved a lot since then." This vividly colored butterfly was lifelike. Without a certain level of skill, one could not paint it. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Do you remember when you helped me paint a colorful butterfly?" Qin Kursen's expression softened, revealing a hint of gratitude. At that time, she was quite severely depressed, even having secretly cut her wrist before. Because her mental state had fallen into silence, she only liked to paint in black, especially black butterflies. Until one day, halfway through a painting, something suddenly happened. When she returned, the black butterfly she had painted had turned colorful. The originally dark background had transformed into a brilliant sea of flowers. She knew that such skill could not be from her brother Qin Ming, so it had to be Tang Yu. That burst of color had brought her a significant emotional impact. From that moment on, she slowly began to emerge from her depression. For Tang Yu, who had pulled her from the abyss of despair, she undoubtedly felt grateful. Until, after that misunderstanding occurred, their relationship became quite awkward. "Oh, that incident. I remember." Tang Yu forced a smile. "I had been holding back for a long time. I really couldn't bear to see such a poorly painted butterfly. I just wanted to teach you a thing or two." This guy, did he dislike her painting back then? She soon let out a relieved smile. No matter how the misunderstanding happened back then, it was a significant turning point in her life. She still felt grateful to Tang Yu. Grateful for his unintentional act that helped her, grateful for saving the Qin family and her brother. "Let's paint together again. It's been a long time since we painted together." She looked at Tang Yu with anticipation. "You go ahead and paint. I'll just take a stroll downstairs." Tang Yu shook his head. Staying here, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. "Do you really dislike me that much?" Seeing Tang Yu about to leave, Qin Kursin asked with a hint of grievance. She didn't know why, but seeing Tang Yu's cold attitude towards her made her heart ache. This feeling was something she had never experienced with other men. It's not that I dislike you, it's just. Tang Yu was thinking of a suitable reason when he noticed that Qin Kursin's eyes were red. Seeing her tears welling up, Tang Yu's heart softened, and he said, I just need to use the restroom. Then go here. Qin Kursin pointed to the bathroom in the suite. Alright, I'll go. Don't cry, otherwise others will think I bullied you. Tang Yu hurriedly comforted her with a few words and went in to symbolically relieve himself. With a lonely man and woman in a room, if she cries while going out, my reputation will be ruined. If Qin Ming finds out, that dog will definitely spread the word everywhere. After washing his hands, Tang Yu sat beside Qin Kursin, painting together. Seeing Tang Yu stay to accompany her in painting, Qin Kursin smiled happily, as if she had found something she had lost for a long time. Just as she was about to get up to get Tang Yu a brush, she accidentally tripped over the drawing board and fell to the ground. Oh! Hearing the sound and scream of Qin Kursin falling, Tang Yu hurriedly helped her up and asked, are you alright? I'm fine, there's a carpet. Qin Kursin shook her head. The soft carpet on the floor prevented her from getting hurt. Just as she was about to stand up, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, making her gasp. It seems like my ankle is twisted. She looked at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression. I'll help you to the sofa. Tang Yu smiled wryly but felt somewhat familiar. He let Qin Kursin rest her hand on his shoulder, and Tang Yu put his arm around her waist, helping her to the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Kursin looked down to see how her ankle was doing. However, since she was wearing stockings to see clearly, she had to take them off. Damn, is she really going to do that in front of me? I can't take it anymore. Oh, I'm still a kid. How can I be shown such a thing? Tang Yu struggled to control his gaze. However, he genuinely cared about whether Qin Kursin was injured, which made his gaze somewhat uncontrollable. There was nothing he could do. Men are just that kind-hearted, always wanting to care for girls. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin's face slightly flushed. It was just taking off a pair of stockings, right? Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Qin Ming, had gotten himself into trouble. Because 3 women had come to find him. Su Muyue, Wang Yixue, and Jiang Xiaoyu. Where did Tang Yu go? After the 3 women arrived, Wang Yixue looked at Qin Ming and asked. They had come a little later today, and after greeting Tang Gangcheng, they learned that Tang Yu was here, but after searching around, they couldn't find him. So they set their sights on Qin Ming. My brother said he had something to do, and went out. He might not be back until later. Qin Ming replied, feeling somewhat guilty. It was rare for his brother and sister to be alone. He didn't dare let the suite turn into a battlefield. The 3 women stared at him in unison, an inexplicable pressure, making Qin Ming feel somewhat overwhelmed. After a moment of stalemate, Qin Ming ultimately succumbed, weakly pointing upstairs. My brother seems to be chatting with my sister. The 3 women immediately rushed upstairs menacingly to find Tang Yu. When they reached the door, they exchanged glances, but no one took the initiative to knock. Let's listen, Wang Yixue suggested quietly. Su Muyu and Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them pressed their faces against the door. As they entered, Qin Kursin was applying medicinal alcohol to her ankle. The soft sounds they heard outside the door were from her applying the medicine. Tang Yu looked at the 3 girls in astonishment. What the hell, why are you 3 here too? Is this a mahjong game? Realizing it was a misunderstanding, the 3 girls felt a bit awkward. They had thought something inappropriate was happening inside. Thankfully it wasn't. Otherwise they would have been furious today. Seeing the expressions of the 3 girls, Qin Kursin couldn't help but smile slightly. As a woman herself, she could easily guess their thoughts. Why are you here? Tang Yu asked awkwardly as she looked at the 3 girls. She felt as if she was being caught in the act. Qin Ming said you were here, so I came to find you. That heavenly venerable had failed his tribulation and been reborn back in the city to cultivate a fearsome figure capable of blocking missiles with one hand. As the villain, Tang Yu did not even get the chance to speak. It's just long legs. Blocking the view. If only I could grow another 20 centimeters. I'd have long legs too. Besides, I'm older than her by quite a bit. I twisted it, but it feels much better now after Tang Yu helped me massage it for a bit, Qin Kursin said with a smile, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. The 3 girls all turned their gazes toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked bewildered, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. What are you all looking at me for? Don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't do anything. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, the 3 girls realized they had been misled by Qin Kursin, and a sense of vigilance arose within them. Women are very sensitive. At this moment, deliberately misleading them was just to provoke them, wasn't it? Let me handle it, I'm the professional. Jiang Xiaoyu squeezed Qin Kursin's ankle a few times, and Qin Kursin suddenly felt the pain in her ankle vanish. It really feels better, thank you. Qin Kursin smiled and thanked her, then put on her stockings again. Wang Yixue simply rolled her eyes. It's all tricks I already know. She linked arms with Tang Yu and said, let's go, the meeting is about to start, and uncle asked me to call you down. Why are you linking arms with him? Seeing Wang Yixue's actions, Su Muya was displeased. She walked over and linked arms with Tang Yu on the other side, saying, unhappily, Miss Wang, please be more respectful and stop coveting someone else's fiancé. Among those present, the one most wary of Wang Yixue was her. This woman had an extremely thick skin, clearly an ex-girlfriend, yet she was still pestering him. Isn't it annoying? He is your fiancé? Then why don't you let him confess to me? What era is this? Still thinking about arranged marriages? Wang Yixue scoffed, looking at Jiang Xiaoya and saying, little Yue, don't you think so? Jiang Xiaoya already knew that Wang Yixue, like her, could hear Tang Ye's thoughts. Plus, their relationship was indeed closer. So she decisively joined Wang Yixue's camp and nodded. That's right, times have changed, it's about free love now. Qin Kursin didn't seem inclined to speak. She actually had a good relationship with Wang Yixue and tended to side with her. However, regarding the marriage arrangement, she had been indifferent before, but now she undoubtedly opposed it in her heart. Having finally resolved the misunderstanding, she didn't want to miss out on a relationship like this. The dynamics between women are so complicated, 4 people in a dorm can create 8 WeChat groups. Su Muya was so mad, she gritted her teeth, refusing to let go. I still have 2 legs here, why don't you just carry me down? Seeing that they had started to bicker, Tang Yu helplessly suggested, for fairness, let's each take one. That's a lovely thought, the 4 girls replied in unison. Being surrounded by 4 stunning beauties should be a rather happy thing by usual standards. However, Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. After walking down from the upper floor, he clearly sensed that everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Everyone attending this annual meeting was a prominent figure in Su and Hang, along with the city leaders. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yixue and her group of young ladies remained the focal point. They gathered together, closely trailing behind Tang Yu. Anyone with eyes could see there was something going on. What's happening? Why are these ladies all walking with young Master Tang? What the hell is young Master Tang too greedy? 3 young ladies from the 4 great families are all following him, and Jiang Shani is also nearby. Oh, what kind of operation is this? Who told me young Master Tang is the #1 simp in Su and Hang? Is this the treatment of a simp? The crowd began to murmur. Tang Gangxing was chatting with 2 beautiful women in their 40s. He had been exceptionally handsome in his youth, also known as one of the most notable young masters in Su and Hang. Back then, many young ladies admired him, including the 2 before him. Although they hadn't ended up together, their relationships were still quite good. Tang Zong, your young master has quite your demeanor. One of the beautiful women pointed at Tang. Yes, look. What? Tang Gangxing turned his head to take a look, nearly blacking out. This little rascal. What is? All the young ladies from the other 3 families were surrounding him, and the atmosphere clearly seemed a bit off. Didn't he know where he was? Playing so flamboyantly in front of so many people. When he was young, he never pulled such stunts. This? Is he trying to get a few daughters-in-law for our Tang family? Tang Gangxing felt like he wanted to whip someone. However, thinking of his belt, which couldn't do anything to this brat, only fueled his anger further. Today, the reputation of the Tang family's upbringing was entirely ruined by this little rascal. The recently recovered old Master Tang watched this from the back and felt his blood pressure rising. His own granddaughter, who usually looked down on other men, was acting like this. What the hell is going on? The jealousy was palpable. The entire elite circle of Su and Hang could sense it. Old Wang, your granddaughter is quite bold, remarked another elder standing nearby, Qin Wenwen, the old master of the Qin family, reveling in the misfortune. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families was not particularly harmonious. Due to their similar power levels, they frequently competed for the position of the second family in Su and Hang. In recent years, the young ladies from both families had shown remarkable business acumen. Wang Yixue's commercial talent was slightly superior to Qin Kursin's. As a result, the Wang family had been developing better than the Qin family in recent years. This made the Qin family quite displeased. Today, old Master Qin finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Just when he had barely enjoyed this for a minute, Qin Kursin suddenly grabbed Tang Ye's arm. She pointed at a piano placed between the hall, and after a bit of tugging, the 2 of them headed towards the piano. Wang Hanfei immediately sneered, mocking, "Not at all, your granddaughter is still far behind. I've heard that this little girl Kursin is quite bold, and it seems to be true." Qin Wenwen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought his granddaughter was simply tagging along for the excitement. Who knew she was also here to compete for attention? He darkened his face and said, "Indeed, my granddaughter dares to act boldly like me. I dared to compete for women back then, and my granddaughter is the same." Old Qin and old Wang, I can understand your poor relationship, but isn't young Tang the son-in-law of our Su family? At this moment, Su Chongshan, who had been standing behind, couldn't hold back. He felt extremely aggrieved. His own future son-in-law was being snatched around by the daughters of other families. What if they really took him away? The 2 old men turned to look at him and simultaneously sneered, instantly feeling much better. That's how people are. If you eat a meal and find a dead fly in it, you feel quite miserable. But when you see someone fall into a cesspit while you're suffering, you think, well, that's not so bad. The moment Tang Yu was surrounded by four incredibly charming women, Qin Ming, his good brother, immediately recorded a short video. He was used to being flirtatious. As long as his older sister could be with his brother, it didn't matter how many sister-in-laws there were. With such an outstanding brother, having more sister-in-laws was only natural. After filming the short video, he promptly uploaded it to his short video account. I thought I was the most charming in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but compared to my brother, I fall short by miles. Once the short video was posted, a flurry of comments appeared instantly. In this day and age, to make a video go viral, it needed handsome men and beautiful women. The short video he filmed featured 4 stunning beauties and 1 top-notch handsome guy, which naturally created a fantastic effect. Wow, is this guy some kind of beast? 4 girls for 1 guy. What a brute. Each of us can't even have one. Doesn't he fear kidney deficiency? Brother is so handsome, and the sister is quite impressive. Various comments filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred flooded the screen. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, lying on the hospital bed in the He family's private hospital, was playing with his phone out of boredom. His internal injuries had mostly healed. The Xianyang body was no joke. However, the external injuries on his, but would take at least another week to recover. As the Dragon King, he had no interest in playing games. His biggest hobby was scrolling through short videos. Here there were plenty of beauties for him to scout suitable targets. As he scrolled, he suddenly stumbled upon this video. Upon recognizing the key figures within it, Yi Chen's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and he leaped out of bed with an angry roar. I finally felt a spark, and you let me lose so thoroughly. He angrily smashed his phone onto the floor. Bang! The phone hit the ground with a crisp sound, shattering into countless pieces. Even after breaking his phone, the anger in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. The woman he had his eye on was still unattainable, yet this guy had already taken the lead in establishing a harem. Moreover, Wang Yixue and Su Muya had the audacity to hold his hand in front of so many people. This was clearly treatment that should belong to him. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his, but causing him to tremble slightly. He felt something flowing out, and upon checking discovered it was blood. He had just jumped up in excitement, and the wound he had just recovered from had split open again. Tang Yu, I want you dead. Yi Chun, suppressing the pain, shouted angrily as he attempted to contact the Grim Reaper team, urging them to take action quickly. Then he sadly realized that his phone had been smashed. This incredibly frustrating feeling made him want to punch him. As the Dragon King, when had he ever felt so stifled in this life? Qin Ming still had no idea that his short video had inadvertently caused immense harm to someone and incurred a great deal of enmity for his brother. He saw that in less than 10 minutes the video had already garnered over 10,000 likes, and he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Not bad. Everyone could see that his older sister was already one of his brother's harem members. From today on, his brother was his sister's husband. He would call him brother-in-law, and he would call him brother. Each would address the other as they liked. In a good mood, he casually initiated a 1 million giveaway. Having money meant everyone should be happy together. At this moment, Tang Yu was nervously sitting in the middle of the hall playing the piano with Qin Kursen. A duet. As the cheerful music began to play, the entire crowd quieted down and turned their attention to. Compared to the other girls, Qin Kursen's artistic talents were quite high. She excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang Yu was nearly at her level. As a high-ranking rich villain who was often looked down upon, he had fully developed his skills for showing off. Without this, he wouldn't be able to serve as a proper stepping stone. Qin Ming seized this excellent opportunity and quickly filmed another short video to post. What does it mean to be a golden boy and jade girl? My brother and my sister are the living examples. Fortunately, Yi Chun had already smashed his phone, so he wouldn't suffer further harm. Wang Yixue and the other girls watched from afar, feeling a bit displeased. They had also learned to play the piano before, but after entering university, they had so much to do that they had long neglected it, and couldn't compare to Qin Kursen. Your fiancé is playing a duet with someone I shouldn't miss. Su, go show off a bit. Wang Yixue didn't forget to stir the pot. The enemy's enemy wasn't necessarily a friend, and she just wanted to see them fight. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend? Su Muya shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. Although she could play the piano, her skill was certainly not on par with Qin Kursen and Tang Yu. Going up would only make her look foolish, earning her a reputation of being inferior to Qin Kursen. What beauty would want to be outshone by another beauty? They all pretended to compliment each other, saying, "Oh my, you look great, your skin is flawless, your legs are long, and your chest is ample." But in their hearts they thought, just be polite, I'm still the most beautiful. I excel in dance, next time let him play the piano, and he'll perform a pole dance for him. Wang Yixue provocatively chimed in. Su Muya nearly choked on those words, as she wasn't as bold as Wang Yixue. Zhang Xiaoya said nothing, just sighed. Her brother Tang Yu was too popular. What a hassle. Next time she should ask him to go with her to offer free medical consultations to patients. She felt like she wasn't much of a match for the other girls. When Tang Yu and Qin Kursen finished their duet, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Seeing the gazes directed at them, Tang Yu knew that from today on he would be the Sea King pianist of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Old Master Qin, witnessing this, also felt that this kid from the Tang family was indeed quite compatible with his granddaughter. They both shone brightly. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, it seemed there were indeed few who could be more outstanding than this kid from the Tang family. He smiled at Su Zhongshan and said, "Zhongshan, I heard your daughter hasn't acknowledged little Tang for 3 years. Isn't this marriage a bit forced?" Su Zhongshan's mouth twitched, knowing the old fox's intentions, and quickly replied, 3 years of cultivation yielding results. That's a beautiful tale. Don't force yourself. Your daughter's happiness is the most important thing. Don't let this girl Muya feel wronged. If you feel it's not suitable, just let the old man know. He'll help you solve it. The Qin family has several major projects that can be done for your Su family. Old Master Qin chuckled. Swapping a profitable project worth hundreds of billions for a good grandson-in-law was still a good deal. Don't be stingy. Why not just marry all your daughters over? Old Master Wang mocked from the side. Fortunately, the meeting time had arrived, halting the verbal sparring among the three. The hotel had specially transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. After everyone was seated, the members of the 4 major families and several other prominent families occupied the front rows. However, it was noticeable that one seat in the front row remained empty. In previous years, this seat belonged to the Blackstone Group. After being acquired, it was renamed the Longshan Group. Surprisingly, they didn't send a representative to this annual meeting. This left many people speculating, as just a few days ago 3 of the 4 major families had declared war on the Longshan Group. No company in Suzhou and Hangzhou could have the honor of being simultaneously suppressed by 3 families. P.S. Here's the 3rd update. Wow. Today's almost 7,000 words, equivalent to 3.5 chapters. Brothers, please give a 5-star review. As is customary, the city leaders delivered a speech at the annual meeting before discussing some key projects for the next came the speaking time for the prominent families and major corporations. Next year, the key development direction for Shuang will focus on environmental protection. We must reduce carbon emissions. The leaders spoke for half an hour. After the leaders finished speaking, Wang Yixue, as the representative of the Wang family, stood up to propose our Tongwang Group will actively respond to the call and contribute our modest efforts to Suhang's environmental cause. I have a question for the leaders. The Longshan Group, as one of our major companies in Suhang, is willing to damage the environment for profit. They have established a chemical plant in the southern part of the city that discharges a large amount of wastewater, which has already caused serious impacts. Wang Yixue was clearly intent on openly tearing apart the reputation of the Longshan Group. After she took the lead in expressing her stance, the Tang and Qin families also raised other issues regarding the Longshan Group. The 3 families struck hard in front of the entire Shuang Chamber of Commerce, prompting everyone to ponder a significant question. Should they take sides now? If the Longshan Group were to fall, it would be a substantial piece of meat. Many began to contemplate this matter internally and quickly arrived at a conclusion. It was time to take action. After this explosive annual meeting concluded, the enemies of the Longshan Group had become a significant portion of Suhang's business community. After leaving the hotel, Old Master Qin did not seem too concerned about the issues targeting the Longshan Group. Once back in the car with his beloved granddaughter, he hesitated before speaking. After a moment of thought, he finally said, "Curson, what was going on between you and that lad from the Tang family today?" While they were sitting together playing the piano, the girl wore a blissful expression, and even a blind person could see there was something off. When Grandpa asked, Qin Curson was about to speak, but Qin Ming had already jumped in. "Oh, Grandpa, why ask? My sister is interested in my brother. It's a perfect match of talents and beauty." He had just finished when he was struck with a cane, and Old Master Qin said darkly, "Your sister might be a perfect match, but you young man are a mess, aren't you? If you bring any more women home causing trouble, you can get out of the Qin family." Qin Ming winced in pain, forced a smile, and started to play dumb. Seeing Grandpa looking at her, Qin Curson bit her lip and said, "Grandpa, I have a bit of an interest in Tang Yu. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have secured this matter ahead of the Su family." Old Master Qin cherished his granddaughter immensely. "You also saw that the lad from the Tang family is already engaged to Mu Yu. It's not quite appropriate at this time." "There's nothing inappropriate about it. They aren't married yet." Qin Curson was very determined. What she had set her sights on would never be easily relinquished. Old Master Wang felt similarly. The lad from the Tang family was indeed quite good, but he was already bound by a marriage contract. "All right, Grandpa, you focus on recuperating and don't worry about these things. What your granddaughter wants, she will definitely get." Facing her grandfather's earnest words, Wang Yixue merely smiled and tossed her hair. Tomorrow she would dress as a bunny girl and go find him. Fine. Old Master Wang was quite speechless. The younger generation was far more open-minded than they had been. "Muiwei, you must hurry. Don't be as cold as before, you understand. Good men are in high demand. Oh, when I was young, I was even more popular than that lad from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She got me drunk and then had her way with me. A few days later she said she was pregnant with you so you. Su Chongshan was in the car, trying to advise his daughter. The driver almost swerved off the road upon hearing this gossip. Old master, when did you become so scandalous? Su Muyu turned crimson from embarrassment because of her father's words. She glared fiercely at her father and said, can you teach me something else? Only men understand men. Dad is doing this for your own good. Go find him for a drink tonight, alright? Su Chongshan advised. Su Muyu felt that maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. After returning to the Tang family, Tang Yu rushed to his room and called for Ling Han. He looked at Ling Han with a knowing expression. Ling Han forced a smile, expertly sitting on the floor to give this guy a head massage. During her time at the Tang family, she felt quite good. The Tang family treated the servants very kindly, and her life here was rather pleasant. However, this guy was becoming increasingly pushy. Every day he muttered to himself about why he hadn't yet been chased away, which made her laugh in frustration. How could she possibly leave? This is comfortable, but still safer at home. The outside world is too dangerous. Tang Yu lay on her fragrant soft legs. It's perfect, lying on her lap feels just right. What's dangerous outside? Ling Han asked, slightly alert. Could it be that Yi Qin sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? She didn't seem to have heard any noise. It's a complicated story. The world is perilous. Tang Yu sighed. These women are too dangerous. They all crave the body of my brother. Now the whole of Swang is calling my brother a scumbag. How will he go out to charm the ladies in the future? Just as Tang Yu was feeling comfortable, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He casually took it out and found it was a call from Tang Ruoyu. What's up? Big brother, are you free right now? It's about what we discussed last time. The deep voice of Tang Ruoyu came through the phone. Tang Yu perked up immediately. This guy was finally going to take action, right? Sure, wait for me at the company. I'll be. After hanging up, Tang Yu grinned and stood up, finally waiting for this kid to take the bait. You want the death squad to come kill me, huh? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. She knew the strength of the death squad. Even if the four of them teamed up, she wouldn't be their match. Is young Master Tang going to put himself in danger? He better not end up in their hands. Seeing Tang Yu rush out of the room, Ling Han pondered for a moment, but decided to follow. She couldn't let young Master Tang get into trouble. With the unmoved king technique, the death squad couldn't harm him. But the problem was he didn't have any combat power. So he needed to bring some help along. He had the meat, but lacked the firepower. During this period, the three major families began to hire mercenaries to take revenge on Yi Qin. The Tang family has already invited 2 ancient martial arts experts, both of whom possess Huang-level strength. Although Huang-level fighters are considered the lowest tier in the realm of heaven and earth, the existence of ancient martial artists is extremely rare. It's like a mediocre student from Qingbei University who, when placed in the outside world, would be regarded as an outstanding scholar. These 2 ancient martial artists are a father and son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, is over 60, while the son, Huang Juanxia, is just over 40. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they slightly nodded as a greeting, saying, "Hello, young Master Tang." Their attitude was somewhat cold, but Tang Yu found nothing strange about it. According to the story's tropes, it is quite unpleasant for experts to serve as henchmen for a wealthy second-generation heir. Even when facing the male protagonist, they would exchange pleasantries like "I was forced into this," and so on. For ancient martial artists like them at Huanga level, defeating 10 professional bodyguards is a piece of cake. Having a few experts around is quite normal. I need to step out for a moment. Some experts will trouble me on the way. But you don't need to rush to act. I will play with them first. When the time is right, I will let you know to take action. He instructed the 2 of them. This father and son duo are definitely no match for the Reaper Squad. The Reaper Squad consists of peak Huang-level experts claiming to be invincible within their level. As long as they are from the Dragon Soul organization, even a dog would be the best among dogs. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of the father and son. Experts? What a joke. Those who can exchange blows with someone like you, aren't they all just weaklings? Huang Juanxia couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Tang, we came here because we heard we would be dealing with experts. If it's just about bullying people, shouldn't we let other bodyguards handle it? What kind of situation is it for ancient martial artists like us to go around trampling on people with a young master? The stronger you are, the less you should act. Exactly, we are experts. Let's get going without dawdling. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand, settling the matter. Huang Juanxia was extremely displeased in his heart. Had he known coming here was for such matters, he would have preferred not to come. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for now. Under Tang Yu's arrangement, the father and son got into a relatively low-key Audi. Tang Yu drove a flashy Lamborghini Poison on the road. Once the car was moving, Huang Juanxia couldn't help but frown. Dad, what's going on with the Tang family? Weren't we told we only needed to deal with 1 expert? Being a lackey for a wealthy second-generation heir is too degrading for the Huang family's reputation. Their family is also considered a somewhat famous ancient martial arts family in Su and Hang. They were invited by the Tang family with a hefty sum, having heard they were going to deal with an expert. Yet the first task turned out to be accompanying young Master Tang to deal with a few experts he could easily defeat. Isn't this embarrassing? Huang Tianrui sighed, let's just go along this time. If it really is like this, we will resign tonight. As experts, they should have some self-respect. They can't afford to lose face after working hard for so many years just to be lackeys bullying others. Huang Junxia nodded, understanding the situation. When the car arrived at the entrance of Milei Foods, Tang Ruyu was already waiting at the door. Seeing Tang Yu get out of the car, he greeted him with a big smile. Brother, you're here. You must have had a hard time on the way. How's the investigation on the fake accounts going? The smile on Tang Yu's face held a hint of meaning. He already knew this guy had contacted the Reaper squad, but he wasn't clear on where these people were hiding. It's been clarified. We have both human and material evidence. They just got arrested. How about we brothers find a place to eat? Investigating fake accounts was just a guise. His real task today was to draw the snake out of its hole. Sure, we haven't eaten together in a long time. Where shall we go? Tang Yu cooperatively handed the initiative over to him. I know a good farmhouse. Let's eat there. Should I take your car, or? Tang Ruyu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini, poison a flicker of jealousy and resentment crossing his eyes. Due to their distance from the center of power, the money his family could share was limited. Such supercars are not something he could buy at will. This guy must die. The wealth of the Tang family belongs to him. Take your car. I only allow women in the passenger seat. Tang Yu laughed heartily and got into Tang Ruyu. After getting in the car, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The car of the Huang father and son was following them at a distance. He had deliberately brought the two along to help wrap things up. The 4 members of the Reaper squad must remain behind. Meanwhile, on a hillside of a certain road, 4 men in black were sitting in the grass smoking. How long until the target arrives? One of the thin-faced men asked. His hands had a total of 12 fingers, leaving a deep impression at first glance. About 20 more minutes, we can prepare a bit. One of his companions replied. No hurry, let's just toy with him. The thin-faced man pulled out a cigarette and lit it, then said, do you guys know about Long Lao Bas situation? Yeah, he's in jail. The other 3 laughed, the Reaper squad exuding a lively atmosphere. The dignified 8th of the Dragon Soul organization returned to Huaxia and ended up in jail within half a month. It's simply a disgrace to the Dragon Soul. He was useless to begin with if it weren't for hugging Yi Chen's thigh. What qualifications did he have to be one of the 8 war generals? The thin-faced man said disdainfully. The 3 nodded in agreement. The Reaper squad is an elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, all longing to advance further and join the ranks of the 8 war generals. Being overshadowed by a waste like Long Lao Ba was quite displeasing to them. Yi Chen is no better. How long has it been since he returned? He lost over 1,000 billion. All the hard-earned money of the brothers went down the drain. The thin-faced man began to criticize Yi Chen again. The other 3 chuckled, but didn't dare to agree too much. After all, he is the Dragon King. The thin-faced man spoke again. Today's mission must be accomplished, but not for Yi Chen, rather for Lu Xiao. The Lu Xiao he referred to as Lu Junzuo, the second among the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul. He and Yi Chen are sworn brothers, and in terms of talent and skills, he surpasses Yi Chen in every aspect. Many believe that if it weren't for Yi Chen's blood relation to the old Dragon King, this position should belong to Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Reaper squad can be said to be the direct team cultivated by Lu Junzuo. Today, after we eliminate the target, we will present his head to Lu Xiao. If someone who stands atop Yi Chen is easily killed by Lu Xiao, that will be a significant achievement. Having this merit will prove Lu Xiao's abilities far surpassing Yi Chen. If we accomplish this great feat for Lu Xiao, once he becomes the Dragon King, the 4 of us brothers can all become the 8 war generals. The thin-faced man's expression grew increasingly excited. Brothers, we have endured alongside Lu Xiao for so long, it's time to make our mark, and today is the day. The other 3 were equally fired up. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. The force suddenly ignited, nearly setting the grass on the hillside ablaze. Amidst their overwhelming excitement, the target finally appeared in their sight. As the car was still 20 meters away, the 4 dashed out like cheetahs. A gaunt man raised his hand, and the dagger pierced through the windshield, startling Tang Ruyu, who was driving. Damn it, if this goes wrong, wouldn't I? He hurriedly slammed the brakes, glaring at Tang Yu in anger. Brother, someone is looking for trouble. Oh, I'll go down and deal with them. The car was equipped with a dash cam. He needed to act this way to prove his innocence. Go ahead. Tang Yu glanced at him with a half smile. This bastard was still putting on an act. Tang Ruyu felt a rush of joy, kicked open the car door, and rushed towards the 4 members of the death squad with clenched fists. His fighting strength was worse than that of a 5-cornered fighter. After rushing forward, he was easily knocked out by a chop to the neck from one of them. Tang Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. He scanned the 4 men and calmly asked, did Yi Chen send you? What does it matter to someone about to die? Sneered a short man rushing up to punch Tang Yu. As a peak expert of the Yellow Realm, such so-called rich second generations were nothing in his eyes. A single strike could take them down. Tang Yu stood there nonchalantly, allowing the punch to land on his face. After the punch landed, he stood still. The short man who threw the punch was also stunned. How could his punch not even cause a reaction? He knew he was a peak expert of the Yellow Realm. Even a master of the Xian realm wouldn't take such a strike. So, is that all? Haven't you eaten? Seeing his shocked expression, Tang Yu said disdainfully. This look, akin to looking at trash, deeply wounded the short man's pride. Who was he? An elite of the death squad. In the mercenary world, who didn't know their reputation? When did a mere rich second generation dare to mock him? Eat my tiger fist. He bellowed, unleashing his ultimate Xingyi Quan. This punch contained immense power that could easily kill a bull. But after this punch struck Tang Yu's chest, he remained unmoved. The short man stood there in a daze, unable to believe that his full-powered strike had failed to harm his opponent. You are pretending, right? The short man's lips trembled, unwilling to accept what he was seeing. How could his massive fist not affect anyone? Pretending. Tang Yu smiled indifferently, his disdain growing more apparent. Does my unmoving king technique, which I painstakingly obtained from the system, break so easily? Eagle, help me with the dragon tiger fist. The short man's mentality underwent a subtle change as he turned to shout at a teammate. The other 3 members of the death squad were also looking bewildered. Their 4 strengths were on par. Seeing their teammates' 2 punches fail to inflict damage left them incredulous. One of them, with a hooked nose, shouted angrily. He charged forward, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, and punched Tang Yu's left cheek. At the same time, the short man jumped up and punched Tang Yu's right cheek. After 2 punches landed, Tang Yu still didn't move an inch. This time, even the hooked-nosed man was dumbfounded. They had just executed a combined attack technique, yet they couldn't even budge this guy. Seeing the 2 of them staring blankly at him, Tang Yu took a deep breath. He retaliated with 2 slaps, 1 for each of them. Helping out, huh? You're assassin's right. Dragon fist right. Tiger fist right. After the 2 slaps landed, their faces burned with pain. The damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was incredibly strong. The 2 quickly retreated 2 steps, their faces pale, as they glared at Tang Yu. As experts, why didn't they strike back, but instead allowed themselves to be humiliated like this? The dignified death squad. With a success rate of 98% on missions, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Let's attack together. The hooked-nosed man shouted. They were formidable individually, and their combined attack technique was even more invincible. The other 2 shouted angrily and rushed up to join their teammates to surround Tang Yu, unleashing a flurry of attacks. As peak experts of the Yellow Realm, their strength was terrifying. Surrounding Tang Yu, they unleashed their full strength, moving so fast that outsiders could barely see. At this moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding dozens of meters away. Watching Tang Yu being surrounded and beaten by the 4 made their hearts race with fear. Dad, these 4 are probably peak experts of the Yellow Realm, Huang Juanxia said, seeing their speed and strength breaking out in a cold sweat. He had only just become a true ancient martial artist this year. Being in the same Yellow Realm, he estimated even 2 of himself wouldn't be able to take down any of those 4. Definitely peak Yellow Realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had been in the Yellow Realm for 15 years, but he was still far from the peak. Yet compared to these 4, what terrified him more was that throughout the entire onslaught, Tang Xiao remained standing still. He seemed like a towering tree with their attacks merely a drizzle falling upon it. What kind of strength did one need to withstand an assault from 4 peak experts of the Yellow Realm without a scratch? The Xian Realm. It must be more than that. The D Realm. That also seemed hard to achieve. Could it be the legendary Tian Realm? At this moment, Huang Juanxiao was also speculating about Tang Yu's level, his tone trembling. Dad, do you think Tang Xiao has the strength of the D Realm? At least. Huang Tianrui trembled with excitement. The experts of the Xian Realm were beyond his reach. A D Realm expert at such a young age, was he not invincible in the world? Being able to follow such a powerful figure, wouldn't it greatly advance their own cultivation? Listen up, from today on we must obey Tang Xiao unconditionally. Even if he asks us to hold an electric pole, we must not hesitate, understand? Huang Tianrui commanded his son. Understood. Huang Juanxiao nodded solemnly. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But why doesn't Tang Xiao fight back, letting these ants act so arrogantly? He looked at his father again and asked. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Fool, can't you see Tang Xiao's good intentions? Such a master wouldn't deign to fight with these ants. He is deliberately allowing us to observe and learn. I see now. Huang Juanxiao suddenly realized, regretting his previous doubts about Tang Xiao. With such a generous figure teaching him, how could he have such a poor attitude? This kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Despite the frenzied attacks from the 4 Tang, you felt nothing at all. This unmoving King Kong skill at the perfect realm was simply too effective. An invisible force surrounded him. The attacks from these individuals felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, leaving not even a wrinkle on his clothing. Seeing the increasingly terrified expressions on the faces of the 4 Tang, Yu was immensely satisfied. After 5 minutes of continuous attacks, the members of the Death God Squad were almost dumbfounded. Even human strength has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, not superhumans. Their true energy and stamina would eventually run out. The hawk-nosed man with a rather sinister mind suddenly abandoned his attack after witnessing the futility of their combined technique. A military dagger appeared in his hand. Then he aimed for Tang Ye's vulnerable spot. No matter how strong a man is, there are always some areas of weakness. But this time he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger struck him, yet could not advance an inch. Immediately after, he received a resounding slap across the face. Do you think I underestimate my own sphincter? Did you think I'm like that, waste you chun? After that slap, Tang Yu was about to make a move when the four swiftly retreated several meters, creating distance. Their faces were pale, gasping for breath, unable to believe what was happening before them. The four had combined all their strength for a full 5 minutes. Even their treacherous sneak attacks couldn't harm this guy. Is this man a monster? Upon seeing Tang Yu reach into his pocket, the four instantly tightened their nerves, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Could it be that this man is about to take action? With their combined strength, did they have any chance of escaping? Then they witnessed Tang Yu leisurely pull out a cigarette from his pocket and light it. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said nonchalantly, "You are all too weak. I have no interest in wasting my energy on trash. I fear that if I strike, I might not be able to kill you." What do you mean by that? The gaunt-faced man spoke, his teeth slightly trembling. This man was simply too aside from the elderly figure in their organization, he had never felt such pressure from anyone else. If the Dragon King were here, he would collapse after just 2 minutes of standing still against them. At this moment, the thoughts and the minds of the four were quite similar. If this man were to make a move, they would already be corpses. What I mean is, all of you present are garbage. Seeing the four growing weak and trembling, Tang Yu was exceedingly satisfied. His power was entirely based on their imagination. He raised a hand high, causing the four to instinctively retreat a large step. At the same time, the father and son Huang Tianrui, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, reacted. "Charge! Young Master Tang has commanded us to clean up the trash." Huang Tianrui waved his hand, and the two swiftly charged towards the Death God Squad. In terms of strength, each member of the Death God Squad was superior to the father and son duo. However, the fierce battle just fought had already exhausted all their true energy and stamina. Moreover, the four were now utterly terrified, and at this moment they were no different from ordinary people. Soon the determined father and son Huang Tianrui easily subdued the four. Once the four were bound, the father and son Huang Tianrui looked at Tang Yu with admiration and respect. "Young Master Tang, what should we do now?" Just as Tang Yu was about to instruct them to take the people to the police station, his gaze suddenly locked onto one man's hand. This man has 12 fingers. Suddenly he recalled something. In the original plot, around 400 chapters, in ancient martial forces began to appear. One of the bodyguards from a prominent family had 12 fingers, described quite similarly to the person before him. This bodyguard belonged to the antagonistic force and was naturally killed by Yi Chun with a single punch. After staring intently at this man for a while, Tang Yu spoke. "What is your name?" I am Deng He replied in a low voice. In front of this powerful man, he had already lost his fighting spirit. The knife isn't sharp, but I'm too weak. What do I have to fight him with? Tang Yu couldn't help but shudder. Wait, did I really match up against him? This plot is getting too chaotic. Characters that haven't appeared yet are coming out ahead of time. And now he has become a member of the Dragon Soul organization. With a head full of questions, Tang Yu took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Take him to the police station. Lock him up first, we can investigate slowly later." "Understood, young Master Tang." The admiration in Huang Tianrui and his son's eyes for Tang Yu grew even more. As expected of young Master Tang, a true expert who not only keeps a low profile, but also abides by the law. When faced with such disrespectful trash, he is even reluctant to employ extrajudicial measures. After Huang Tianrui and his son took the four away, Tang Yu glanced back at Tang Ryu, who was still lying on the ground. The Death God Squad had knocked him out to clear his name, and they hadn't held back. What a good opportunity. Tang Yu chuckled and rushed over to start punching and kicking this traitor. Since he was already unconscious, why bother being polite? Tang Yu excelled at bullying the weak. As for killing this kid, Tang Yu had no such intention. Why bother eliminating an enemy's useless teammate? After a few minutes of beating, Tang Yu felt refreshed. The unconscious Tang Ryu was now battered and bloody, to sight too tragic to behold. Tang Yu whistled, dragging this kid to the car and tossing him in, then drove him to the hospital. Not long after, a figure dropped down from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly following Tang Yu. She had been watching from the sidelines the whole time. Her face was now filled with shock. She was well aware of the strength of the Death God Squad. 4 of them working together had exhausted themselves without being able to harm Tang Yu. Such strength was simply a joke compared to the earthly realm. She finally understood why young Master Tang, knowing her identity, still kept her by his side. It was precisely because he possessed enough formidable strength. With young Master Tang's power, killing me would be as easy as pie. He has no intention of doing so. Could it be that he likes me? After muttering to herself, a blush flashed across Ling Han's face. Otherwise, how could young Master Tang possibly know so much about her? Only a powerful man like young Master Tang would think that she should be an ordinary girl. Only he would have the right to. If he asks her to scrub his back again, next time she would. Just go along with it. After delivering Tang Ruoyu to the hospital, this old man was sent to the emergency room for rescue. Tang Yu called his second uncle's family to explain the situation, then returned to the car and lit another cigarette. The plot was getting increasingly bizarre. Dog system, what's happening? Why are characters that aren't supposed to appear yet showing up early? Ding. The plot has broken down. Please be cautious, host. The system's icy voice echoed. The plot has broken down. Then what about the subsequent events? Tang Yu frowned. When the plot slips out of control, it means the real danger has just begun. The system fell into silence, offering no response. At that moment, strange images suddenly flashed through Tang Ye's mind. Each image depicted him meeting his demise just at the hands of different individuals. This sudden memory caused Tang Ye's expression to become pained. A red number floated before his eyes, 299. Just as he was about to carefully review this memory, his expression suddenly turned bewildered. His memories had returned to a few minutes earlier, and this suddenly appearing memory vanished once again. Dog system, what about the rewards? Tang Yu cursed, completely oblivious to everything that had just happened. Ding, rewards have been delivered. The system's voice echoed once more. However, this time it seemed to carry a hint of weakness. Tang Ye's mind hadn't gained any new skills, and there was nothing around him. Delivered? Where was it delivered to? Who received it? Dog system, are you screwing me over with these rewards? Tang Yu cursed for a few minutes, but the system did not respond. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Ye's name had already been boarded onto a flight bound for Africa. In Africa, Burkina Faso translates to the land of gentlemen, in Huaxia. After being entrusted with an important mission by Tang Xiao, He found himself quite satisfied with his work. With plenty of money and little oversight, work was easy, and he could leave for tea at 3 in the afternoon. It was not until a few days ago that he received some news. The Tang family suddenly began spending money to recruit masters, specifically ancient martial arts experts. Learning of this, He felt a significant blow. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, he realized his strength was far too lacking. He was not even an ancient martial artist. How could he protect Tang Xiao? Therefore, to motivate himself to improve, he began rigorous training every day. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Just after finishing his workout today, a subordinate rushed over with a package. Mister, there is a package for you from Tang Xiao. A package from Tang Xiao. He instantly perked up and hurriedly took the package, carefully opening it. The package contained an exquisite Nanma box. Upon opening it, he discovered a book with an ancient and fragrant appearance. The Dragon Elephant Technique. He cautiously flipped through a few pages, and tears immediately streamed down his face. Tang Xiao must be watching over him at all times. He knew that after he trained hard, Tang Xiao had actually gotten him an ancient martial arts manual. As a martial artist, he understood all too well how precious this manual was. It was a treasure that money could not buy. Furthermore, the requirements for practicing the Dragon Elephant Technique were not too high. As long as one was willing to work hard, one could become an ancient martial artist one day. I can only repay Tang Xiao's kindness with my life. He choked out, wiping his tears and glaring at his subordinates. Starting tomorrow, find me 100 young people with martial arts potential locally. Oh, I want to train an elite team for Tang Xiao. In a private hospital of the He family, Yichen lay on the hospital bed, his face anxious, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The death squad had approached the target and taken action 5 hours ago, but until now he had not received any news. This left him very confused and puzzled. After all, it was the death squad. Although the 4 members were not as strong as him, their combined attack techniques were quite formidable. Even if they couldn't win, they could still retreat unscathed. Yet until now, not a single one had contacted him. With each passing minute, his anxiety grew. I don't believe you can keep the death squad at bay, Tang. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. However, as his emotions surged, a sharp pain shot through his injury. He gasped and quickly relaxed his body, fearful of becoming too agitated. His wound had already opened once. If it opened again, it would be troublesome. After much thought, worried to the point of despair, he could only ask the nurse to find He to help inquire about the situation. About 15 minutes later, He walked in carrying a bag. Looking at Yi Chun, she spoke with a light voice. Mister Yi, did you need something? Missy, I want you to help me find out what's going on, or I've lost contact with 4 of my subordinates. Yi Chun forced a bitter smile, just as he was about to clarify the situation when a man's voice came from outside. No need to look, they've already gone to jail. A handsome young man with a hint of roguishness walked in. After entering, he looked at Yi Chun with interest, his gaze somewhat playful. The mighty Dragon King forced to flee bare-bottomed. Ridiculous. Upon seeing the young man, Yi Chen's expression instantly changed. He frowned and said, "Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you come back?" "I came back today." Lu Junzuo smiled slightly and said, "The master already knows about the incident with the death squad and sent me to help you." Yi Chen's heart sank instantly. Had the death squad really encountered trouble? What was worse, the old man had sent him? What did this mean? His expression instantly changed, filled with complex emotions. "The master said for you to focus on recovering once you're well, go to Yinjing. They'll handle the matters in Suang." Lu Junzuo chuckled, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Upon confirming this news, Yi Chen's face turned pale. What on earth did the old man mean? After sizing Lu Junzuo up for a moment, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "You've broken through?" Lu Junzuo smiled wickedly and nodded. His current strength was already at the peak of the Xian level. He was only one step away from the D level. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was still stuck at the mid-Xian level. A guy who had repeatedly failed and was weaker than himself actually still had the qualifications to continue being the Dragon King. Therefore, the master had sent him out. This was a great opportunity to show off. The position of the Dragon King was something Lu Junzuo would claim for himself. Yi Chen remained silent, his face darkening with a hint of killing intent. What a Lu Junzuo, trying to steal his Dragon King position. Once his realm breaks through, just wait to die? Then brother, take care of your injury. He'll take my leave now. Lu Junzuo smiled, said his goodbyes, and left the hospital room. He Huin greeted him and left with Lu Junzuo. "So Mr. Lu will be in charge of Suang from now on?" He Huin asked Lu Junzuo. "Yes," Lu Junzuo replied with a wicked smile. As a fellow brother, he too was skilled at grinning wickedly. The difference was that Yi Chen raised the left corner of his mouth, while he raised the right. "That won't be easy," He Huin said, shaking her head slightly. "Trying to turn a failed game around is no easy task." The current situation of the Longqing group could only be described as dire. The He family would not intervene anyway. There was no need to invite trouble. If Yi Chen can do it, I can do it. If Yi Chen cannot do it, Lu Junzuo can still do it. Lu Junzuo smiled arrogantly, stroking a dragon-patterned jade hanging on his chest. He had obtained this jade by chance when he was 7. Once he had a nosebleed and accidentally dripped blood on it. This activated the jade and granted him an ancient martial arts inheritance. In his judgment, the ancient martial arts master who left this inheritance must have been a legendary figure at the T level. Therefore, he was confident that he could reach that realm in the future. The position of the Dragon King was something he was destined to obtain. After coming to Suang this time, he would handle this mess and make it work for Yi Chen, this useless person. Everything he coveted, including things and women, he would take for himself. In the office of the Tang Group's general manager, Qi Yin was fully immersed in a shooting game with a recently delivered KFC and a soda beside her. After Tang Yu walked in and patted her shoulder, she said, "Qi Yin, are you playing games again? Take a break." Seeing the screen turn black, Qi Yin's face was filled with resentment. "I died all because of you, Tang Sha." Tang Yu sighed. Does this silly girl really need to take the game so seriously? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qi Yin felt a bit awkward. Hey, was she a bit too immersed in work lately? To cover her embarrassment, she grabbed the bucket of fried chicken and asked, "Do you want some Tang Shao?" "No." Tang Yu rolled her eyes and asked, "Do you know what day it is today, eh? KFC Crazy Thursday." Tang Yu reached up to touch her forehead. Damn it, I hope she doesn't play games so much that she becomes a fool. I remember she wasn't that bright to begin with. Not smart at all, this child is doomed. Hey, am I not very smart? Qi Yin's expression was filled with annoyance. Her intelligence was quite high, thank you very much. Others took at least 3 months to clear these games, but she could do it in about a month. And she had broken several records. Today is your birthday. Tang Yu sighed, only reminding her. Qi Yin then came to her senses and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Tang Shao." She had been so absorbed in work that she almost forgot today was her birthday. However, as a killer, birthdays didn't really matter to her. Tang Yu's sudden mention warmed her heart slightly. Such concern felt like an unattainable luxury to her. The company has rules that employees must celebrate their birthdays. Since I happen to be free today, let me celebrate with you. Tang Yu looked at Qi Yin and chuckled. This silly girl has been here for so long, she must have stolen enough information by now. After delivering the information to Yi Chen, it wouldn't be long before it proved useful. In that case, I need to find a way to pull this silly girl to my side. Slowly building rapport, and when the evidence is complete, I will reveal everything to her. Qi Yin looked at Tang Yu in confusion. Tang Shao wants to bring her to his side. Is there such a good thing? Ever since she overheard Tang Shao's thoughts during their first meeting, she began investigating the Tang family. After a series of investigations, she indeed found information about her father. Her father's name was Qi Hong. More than 30 years ago, he was hunted after offending a powerful figure. In a desperate situation, he was saved by the old master of the Tang family and became the captain of their bodyguard team. He was loyal to the Tang family and had saved the old master twice. The Tang family trusted him immensely. Tang Ye's father had a very good relationship with him. After working for the Tang family for over 10 years, he suddenly disappeared, and the Tang family couldn't find any trace of him after searching for years. After a few years, a pregnant woman came to the Tang family claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. Naturally, the Tang family took her in and treated her exceptionally well. Less than 6 months after the woman gave birth to a daughter, she vanished with her child. After that, Qi Yin couldn't find any more information as the Tang family's records were limited. With this, she could be certain that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were definitely not her enemies. They had done a great favor to her family. How could she repay kindness with hatred? Oh, Tang Xiao is celebrating my birthday. Is that really appropriate? After coming to her senses, Qi Yin hurriedly replied. What's inappropriate? You've been with the company for so long, working hard here every day and making significant contributions to the company. Thanks to you, the company's game project is progressing at rocket speed. You are the #1 contributor of the Tang Group. I must personally arrange this birthday for you. Tang Yu declared confidently. That's right, I want you to feel what a good boss is like. That stingy Yi Chun makes you do all the dangerous work and pays only a few thousand a month. What nonsense about hardships, honing the mind to hell with that capitalist would cry seeing you. With Tang Xiao, you could eat 9 meals a day. Okay, thank you, Tang Xiao. Qi Yin felt even warmer inside. Tang Xiao cared about her so much. She had actually thought about revealing her intentions to Tang Xiao. But since she had been eavesdropping on Tang Ye's thoughts every day, she felt she couldn't speak directly. Because Tang Xiao sometimes had quite an imaginative mind. If she told him she was coming to pledge allegiance, he would definitely think she was acting. So all she could do was assist in secret, like sending over fake information. As for the Longhun organization, she felt only doubt and hatred. Knowing that the Tang family had helped her, why would they still make her repay kindness with enmity? Alright, let's take a break, and then head out. First, we'll choose a birthday gift, then go for a big meal. Tang Yu said with a, what should I get? A year's supply of papaya milk. But I heard that papaya milk doesn't have much effect. There is a similar recipe in the Qing Nong Tianjing. She needs to clear her meridians first. But if I were to help her clear them, she'd probably chop off my hands. So I am just too kind-hearted. I can't stand seeing girls being plain. Unfortunately, I have skills to offer, but no place to apply them. Qi Yin shivered slightly. Tang Xiao, are you really that concerned about me? Hey. However, she had tried quite a few methods privately. When she was a killer, it didn't matter, and she even thought it was more now that she was living a normal life, she felt she should have a bit of talent to be appropriate. So she had privately tried drinking papaya milk and such, but it really had no effect. Could what Tang Xiao said about clearing the meridians really work? She blushed and scolded herself inwardly. What am I thinking? After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Qi Yin in his sports car towards a large shopping mall. First, we'll buy you a birthday gift, then get some clothes and such. As a girl, you should occasionally learn to dress up a bit. Tang Yu teased while driving. Sigh, this silly girl is a killer and has no issues with that. But as a girl, she's a bit. Her clothing style is somewhat plain. I've never seen her wear a short skirt or anything. With such good looks, not dressing up and enhancing her appearance is simply a crime. Okay, thank you, Tang Xiao. Qi Yin blushed as she thanked him, feeling a bit touched inside. For so long, Tang Xiao was the first person who wanted her to be like an ordinary girl, rather than wanting her to be an exceptional killer. Don't worry, your boss has a keen eye today. He'll make you the most stunning girl in Suzhou and Hangzhou. You need to be bold and break free from your former self. Qi Yin felt confused and somewhat frustrated. She had no understanding of these things. The world of anime and cosplay was entirely foreign to her. Her world consisted only of missions and death. After they arrived at the mall, Tang Yu parked the car and took. This mall was owned by the Tang family and catered to high-end clientele. All the stores here sold luxury goods. After entering, they took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor, a place Tang Yu was quite familiar with. He led Qin into a music store named Qinweda. Upon seeing customers, a female sales associate immediately approached and bowed. Welcome. What can I assist you with, esteemed guests? Could you please show me some guitars? Tang Yu replied. The sales associate nodded repeatedly, momentarily lost in thought when she caught sight of Tang Ye's handsome face. This customer was quite charming. She led them to the guitar section and asked, what type of guitar are you looking for? Classical, folk, or electric? Which one do you want? Tang Yu smiled at Qin. In the original storyline, deep down, Qin was a girl who longed for a normal life. Spending every day amidst blades and blood, few normal people would enjoy such a life. Her hobby was music. She loved the guitar, but it had little connection to her life. Thus, gifting her a guitar as a birthday present was perfect. Qin happily began to choose. After a while, she ultimately selected a light yellow handcrafted class. He'll take this one. Qin held the guitar with sparkling eyes as if she had received an extraordinary treasure. Her radiant and pure smile resembled an iris quietly blooming in a deep valley. Tang Yu was also a bit mesmerized, feeling his heart race involuntarily. Why does this silly girl look so beautiful when she smiles? Hearing Tang Ye's thoughts, a hint of shyness flashed across Qian's face. Such sincere praise from deep within made her feel happy. Miss, your taste is excellent. This is the last Smorman classical guitar in our store. Since it's purely handcrafted, it takes nearly 2 years to obtain each one. The sales associate was also quite pleased. This guitar was the most expensive in the store, and selling it would earn a hefty commission. May I try it out? Of course, it's already tuned. Feel free to try it out. The sales associate smiled, her demeanor extremely polite. Chien smiled happily, found her rhythm, and began to play. Soon a lively melody filled the air. Tang Yu sat quietly beside her, silently appreciating her, his gaze fixed on Chien's face. When she played the guitar, her focused expression and pure smile made her appear less like an assassin and more like a lovely girl next door. After finishing a piece, she looked at Tang Yu with joy and asked, "Tang Xiao, what do you think?" "Quite impressive." Tang Yu gave a thumbs up in praise. "Her technique has no faults, but there was a slight mistake. You should pluck the strings, not tug at my heartstrings." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Chien blushed slightly. Why does he always say such things? Is it too much to ask for less flattery? "How much is it?" Tang Yu pulled out his wallet and took out a credit card. "Hello, esteemed guest, it's a total of 370,000. The sales associate quickly took out the card. After processing the card, just as she handed the receipt to Tang Yu, a beautiful woman carrying a bag walked in. Her hair was dyed burgundy, and she was quite beautiful. As she walked, her ample figure caught everyone's attention. "Hello, esteemed guest, how can we assist you?" Seeing the woman, the sales associate quickly bowed. The woman pulled out a black membership card from her pocket and waved it. "I am a black gold member of your store. I heard you have a Smorman guitar. Please bring it to me." The sales associate glanced at the membership card, confirming it was indeed their highest level black gold membership with the member's name written on it. She then hesitated and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, but that Smorman was just sold." "Sold?" Miss Xiao raised an eyebrow, her expression darkening. Seeing Chien holding a Smorman guitar, she ordered the sales associate, "Refund their money, or I want that guitar." She had visited 2 stores just to find a Smorman, intending to use it for an upcoming live stream. The sales associate hadn't anticipated such a request and awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but that would not comply with our store policies." Before she could finish speaking, Miss Xiao slapped her across the face, scolding her. "I'm a black gold member, but do you expect me to follow the rules? Do you know how much I've spent in your store? You poor thing could never earn that much in a lifetime." The sales associate suddenly struck, felt her face swell and redden. She covered her face, stepping back, humiliated and fearful, only able to apologize softly to Miss Xiao. The music store she worked in was a high-end chain nationwide. To become a black gold member, one had to spend at least 5 million. Such a customer was not someone a small employee like her could afford to offend. Tang Yu frowned. This plot was quite intense. After careful reflection, he remembered the woman's identity. She was the mistress of a certain villain, and she was supposed to offend Yi Chun here. Then in a fit of rage, the Dragon King Yi Chun would beat her up, leading to escalating conflicts with the villain. Thus the familiar plot of humiliation and revenge unfolded. What a great opportunity for Yi Chun to dig a pit. Tang Yu chuckled in his heart, contemplating a wicked idea, and deliberately sat there waiting for the plot to unfold. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over and asked, "Dear guests, I am the store manager, Chen Jizhuan. What seems to be the problem?" Miss Xiao's gaze landed on him, dissatisfied. "How do you train your employees?" "She's here, teaching me the rules." Upon seeing Miss Xiao's black gold membership card, Chen Zizhuan's expression changed. He looked at the sales associate and reprimanded, "Lu Xiuqin, are you out of your mind? Who gave you the right to speak to a customer like that? Apologize to this guest immediately." "But these 2 guests have already paid for the guitar, and Miss Xiao wants me to refund them and sell the guitar to her." Lu Xiuqin covered her face, tears streaming down. Before she could finish explaining, Chen Jizhuan, with an impatient look, retorted, "Can't you understand human language? Apologize to this young lady immediately, or get out of here. If you make her apologize, you can forget about your stores operating in Suzhou and Hangzhou from today onwards." After a long wait, Tang Yu suddenly spoke up. Chen Jizhuan glanced at Tang Yu and sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you think we can't operate our store in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Do you know who our boss is?" Miss Xiao also began to insult him harshly. "What do you think? You are a poor loser. Is this a place for you to speak? You think we can't operate our store? Do you deserve it? And you let go of my Smorman. You dress like a country bumpkin. Oh, is this something you can play with? If you damage it, and it affects my live stream, I will put you on blast online and ruin your reputation."